My name is Chungyu. I died and woke up in a fantasy world called Celsius. I got a cooking system that gave me max-level skills right away. Whenever someone enjoys my food, I earn emotion points I can spend in a special shop. I opened a tiny restaurant in Boutown. People here eat potatoes for every meal, so my fried rice blew their minds. Business got so good I couldn't keep up alone. One day my regular customer Marcus, a chubby merchant, suggested I buy a helper instead of hiring one. Helpers are cheaper, no wages, no days off. I agreed, and that afternoon we rode out to a private estate where they kept servants underground. The place was dark and smelled bad. Behind iron bars I saw all kinds of people, war prisoners, folks who sold themselves, others who were tricked. Deeper inside, they kept beast folk, half-human creatures from the southern tribes. I saw a snake girl first. She looked human on top, but had a snake body below. Cool, but she'd probably scare my customers. Then I saw Mina. She was a white-haired wolf girl with red eyes and fluffy ears. She sat chained to the wall, hugging her knees. She was 19, from the Silver Wolf tribe. Marcus wanted 90 gold coins for her. That's a lot of money, like $1 million back on Earth. But I'd saved up over 100 gold coins from 6 months of cooking, so I could afford it. I paid Marcus 90 gold coins for Mina. The moment they opened her cell, she lunged at us like a wild animal, but the chains held her back. Marcus told me not to worry. A magician would create a master-servant contract between us. The magician put her to sleep with a spell. I pressed my blood on the contract. They pressed hers, and it was done. A triangle mark appeared on both our hands. Now I had full control over her. I carried her back to my place. She was light, but dirty and smelled bad from being locked up so long. I laid her on the bed and opened my system panel while she slept. I had 5,277 emotion points. I'd been saving up for a dragon-patterned golden knife that cost 5,000 points. I finally bought it, a heavy golden blade with a dragon carved into it. With the leftover 277 points, I added 1 point each to my strength and defense, bringing both to 369. I started at 10 when I first arrived, so I'd come a long way. My system shop sells things that don't exist in this world. MSG, sesame oil, baking soda. That's my secret advantage. Other people tried copying my fried rice, but could never match the taste. Then Mina woke up. She jumped off the bed and charged at me screaming she'd kill me. But the contract mark on her hand glowed, and she collapsed in pain. I showed her the mark and explained she was my servant now. She called me hateful and shameless. I tried patting her head like you would a dog to calm her down. She tried to bite me instead. I asked if she was hungry and made her egg fried rice. She refused to eat it, saying she'd never touch human food. But I could tell she was tempted. She swallowed hard when she smelled it. I just left the bowl in front of her and sat down to read my book about the plants and animals of this world. I took a nap and woke up near evening. The bowl of fried rice I'd left for Mina was empty. She claimed a big rat ate it, but her stomach growled right after she said that. I made her another bowl. She crossed her arms and acted proud, refusing to eat. I told her she wasn't a princess. She was my servant and had to work. She got nervous, thinking I meant something bad. But I explained she'd just be a waitress, serving food, washing dishes, cleaning up. She quietly sighed with relief. She couldn't resist the smell and started eating. When I patted her head this time, she glared but didn't try to bite me. I asked if she wanted more. Her brain said no, but her mouth said yes. I made a huge pot, 10 bowls. Her tail wagged as she ate. No one can resist good food, not even a proud wolf girl. After eating, I gave her soap to wash up. She took a bite of it. I yelled at her to spit it out. She was disappointed that something so nice-smelling wasn't food. I gave her clean clothes, and she went to bathe. When she came out, I was stunned. She was tall, graceful, with snow-white hair, red gem-like eyes, and fair skin. Those 90 gold coins were definitely worth it. She offered to share the bed with me. I grinned. She saw my face and got angry, saying she'd sleep on the floor instead. I told her if I were really a bad person, I wouldn't be standing here talking. She thought about it and realized I was right. My system told me I'd earned 5 affection points from Mina. When her affection reaches 100, I can share one of her natural abilities, speed and a moonlight shockwave. That gave me good motivation to treat her well. Next morning I took her to the restaurant. People were already lined up outside. They stared at Mina, surprised, envious, some joking that if she tired me out, who would cook their fried rice. I could cook almost anything, but I only sold fried rice because it was easy to make in big batches. I needed lots of customers for emotion points, so I kept prices low. I started using my new dragon-patterned golden knife. It was heavy and made a crisp sound on the cutting board. I taught Mina to help. She cracked 50 eggs and stirred them while I chopped green onions. My fried rice method was special. I boiled the rice halfway, then steamed it until done. That made it firm and perfect for frying. I also added pickled vegetables on the side to balance the oily taste. A small plate cost 30 copper coins, a large one 50. With Mina serving customers, I felt much more relaxed. After work, I made her a big bowl of fried rice. Her tail wagged with joy. Her affection for me rose to 10 points. I decided to try making steamed buns. Mina had never heard of them. I taught her to knead dough while I prepared braised beef filling with soy sauce, sesame oil, and sweet bean paste. She took a bite of the finished bun and her eyes lit up. Her affection jumped to 20. Next morning, we sold 100 buns at the shop entrance. A group of Imperial Cavalry rode past on their way to fight demons in the north. One soldier tried a bun and loved it. Then his captain came back for 10. Then more soldiers came. All 100 sold out in half an hour. After that, the cavalry came every morning to buy all our buns. I earned 2,000 copper coins a day just from buns. During the week, I cooked all kinds of dishes for Mina: braised pork, spring rolls, sesame duck. She grew fond of me and started listening willingly. Then Marcus showed up for lunch. Mina recognized the man who'd kept her locked up and attacked him with her wolf claws. She tore his shirt, but I stopped her before she hurt him. I explained that if she injured someone, it would cause me legal trouble. She understood and backed off. Marcus ate his fried rice and asked if I wanted to buy an estate. I'd always dreamed of having my own land to grow fruits and vegetables. He said he had one north of town with good soil and easy road access. I agreed to go look at it that afternoon. That afternoon, Marcus, Mina, and I went to see the manor. Mina glared at Marcus the whole way, making him nervous, but she kept her claws to herself since I'd warned her I'd get punished too if she hurt anyone. The manor sat in a forest between Boutown and the northern fortress, near the snow-covered mountains that separated humans from demons. The land was about 100 acres of rich black soil, with a nice Gothic-style house in the corner surrounded by flowers. Marcus wanted 150 gold coins. I only had about 30 left after buying Mina. Then he showed his true plan. He offered me the manor for free if I gave him my fried rice recipe. I saw through his trick, but played along. I told him the recipe cost the manor plus 100 gold coins. He did the math, figured he'd make it back within a year opening restaurants, and agreed. I wrote down the recipe, but left out one thing: MSG. It didn't exist on this continent, and I planned to sell it to him later at a high price. Control the core technology, that's my rule. Next day, Mina and I moved into the manor. She worked hard cleaning everything up. I rewarded her with steamed pork ribs. Her affection for me reached 70 points. That evening, I asked to touch her fluffy tail. She said yes, but told me it was sensitive. I petted it, put my arm around her waist, and whispered that I'd cook for her every day. She blushed and offered to give me a back massage. The next morning, a cavalry captain named Carl came to my restaurant. He wanted me to make 1,000 buns a day for his 190 soldiers. I told him 800 was my limit. At 20 copper coins each, that meant 16,000 copper coins a day, way more than fried rice. I decided to close my restaurant in town, stop selling fried rice, and just make buns at the manor instead. I told Carl to come there tomorrow. I hung a closed sign on my restaurant. Customers begged me to stay, but I told them I was retiring at 20. Really, I was just switching to selling buns from my manor. It was more profitable. I set up 4 giant steamers in the manor kitchen, each with 10 layers. Mina and I worked all afternoon wrapping 800 buns. We pre-steamed them, so we'd only need to reheat them in the morning. Carl and his cavalry came at 7. He paid me 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins. He also warned me that demon soldiers had slipped past the northern border and might be hiding in the forest near my estate. I suddenly understood why Marcus was so eager to sell this place. That sneaky merchant. I spent 3,600 emotion points to boost my strength and defense to 387 each, 38 times stronger than a normal person. That night at 11, something smashed my front door open. A huge demon soldier walked in. 2 meters tall, dark skin, horns on his head, carrying a massive sword. I panicked. I'd never fought before. He swung at my head. I dodged. Then Mina jumped down from upstairs and blocked his sword with her wolf claws. Her hands bled. That made me angry. I pulled out my golden knife, stepped in front of her, and told her I'd handle it. Her affection jumped to 90. One strike. My knife cut through his sword and took his head clean off. I couldn't believe how strong I was. We dragged the body to the kitchen and cleaned the blood. Then at 2 in the morning, 4 more demons walked in through the broken door. They demanded I cook for them, or they'd kill us. My system gave me a task: feed them and earn a special recipe. So I agreed. But instead of using my expensive beef, I carved meat off the dead demon's thigh. I made fish-flavored shredded pork and meat soup. They loved it. After eating, they broke their promise and tried to kill us anyway. That's when I smiled, dragged out the corpse, and showed them the cut-up thigh. They realized they'd just eaten their companion. They were horrified but couldn't even vomit because it tasted too good. I pulled out my knife and killed all 4 in under 5 minutes. One I split his head open. One I punched through a wall. One I stabbed through the chest. The last one I grabbed by the throat and snapped his neck. Their swords barely scratched me thanks to my 387 defense. Mina looked at me with pure admiration. Her affection hit 100, and I unlocked the Silver Wolf Tribe's special ability, Silver Moon Shockwave, an energy blast I could fire after a brief charge. Next morning, Carl and his cavalry arrived. He saw my broken door and the hole in the wall. I told him Mina and I defeated 5 demon soldiers. He didn't believe I helped. He assumed Mina did all the fighting and I just watched. I gave Carl the 5 demon bodies so he could claim credit at the fortress. It wasn't useful to me, and having a friend among the military officers could help me later. He was secretly thrilled. After they left, I relaxed under a tree in the warm sun. Mina gave me a shoulder massage, then wrapped her arms around my neck from behind. She seemed happy just being close to me. I checked the special recipe I'd earned from last night's system task. It was called Black Pancake, a bitter food that slightly boosts the eater's magic power for 5 minutes. It needed 2 special ingredients from this continent: black pine nuts and wind thunder fruit. Neither could be found in Boutown, so I'd need to visit a bigger city. Meanwhile, Carl returned to the northern fortress. His general, Barney, questioned why the cavalry kept leaving before dawn every day. Carl lied and said they were patrolling for demons. He showed the 5 bodies as proof, and the general believed him. Barney mentioned that the 3rd prince had come to inspect the border and was complaining about the terrible food. Carl gave him 2 of my beef buns and suggested he offer them to the prince. Every time the cavalry soldiers ate my buns, I gained emotion points. Over 100 soldiers earned me more than 800 points. I spent them all on strength and defense, bringing both to 391. Mina asked if I was a warrior. I told her I'm a chef. She looked speechless. My combat power was stronger than hers. I tested my new skill, Silver Moon Shockwave. I charged energy in my hand for 10 seconds and fired a silver blast that blew a bowl-sized hole in a tree trunk 50 meters away. Not bad for ranged attacks. Mina was shocked that a human could use her tribe's ability. I told her maybe I had some silver wolf blood in me. She got excited and called me a hybrid. I corrected her. It's called mixed bloodline. Next day, Carl brought a chubby young man named Maxie and an old man in gray robes. While I was packing buns, the fat guy ran to my steamer and started stuffing his face. I kicked him lightly in the butt. Carl's eyes went wide. Turns out this guy was actually the 3rd prince, but Carl had promised not to reveal his identity. The prince had tasted my buns yesterday when General Barney brought him 2. He loved them so much he came in person. Maxie said 20 copper coins per bun was really cheap. I told him I'd raise the price to 50 tomorrow. Carl looked like he wanted to punch the prince for saying that. The old man in gray robes said my buns were in his top 10 foods of all time. Maxie asked me to make fried rice too. I refused at first since I'd stopped selling it, but Carl asked me as a favor, so I agreed. Maxie ordered 2 large portions. Then he told Carl to go back to the fortress without him. He and his teacher would stay to eat. I made fried rice for Maxie and his teacher. Maxie took 1 bite and said all the fancy royal food he'd ever eaten was rubbish compared to this. His teacher was impressed too. Then Mina sat down for breakfast, braised pork and 2 vegetable dishes. Maxie smelled the pork and rushed over like a fly. He begged for a taste. I told him he had to pay. He didn't care about money at all. He asked if he could stay at my estate. I asked how much he'd pay. He offered 50 gold coins a month. That's more than I make selling buns. Then he raised it to 100 before I even bargained. This guy was ridiculously rich. My estate had dozens of empty rooms, so hosting 2 people was easy. I told him to pay up front. His teacher pulled out a tiny blue bag with a magic symbol on it and took out 100 gold coins. It was some kind of space magic item, palm-sized but could hold way more than it looked. Maxie introduced himself as a first-level mage. His teacher Aston was a 4th-level mage, which is rare and powerful. Between their wealth and that magic bag, I could tell they were important people. Now I had 255 gold coins total. I planned to buy another beastfolk's servant to help Mina with the work. I asked Mina if she wanted anything. She said a big sword. I decided we'd visit the main city tomorrow to buy a slave, a sword for Mina, and the special ingredients I needed for the black pancake recipe. After breakfast, I watched Maxie and Aston practice magic in the woods. Aston cast a growth spell that turned a small sapling into a huge tree. Maxie tried the same spell, and his sapling grew about 5 centimeters. The gap between a 1st-level and 4th-level mage was enormous. Watching that, I got a little jealous. I decided that this time, I'd buy a slave with magic talent. That night, I sat in my study reading about local animals and plants. Mina brought me hot water. I couldn't resist stroking her fluffy tail again. She blushed, but didn't stop me. I pulled her close and decided to teach her to read. She wasn't happy about it. Orcs think fighting is romance and studying is a waste of time, but I insisted, and we practiced until late. Next morning, I told Carl I was heading to Snow City, the nearest big city, and wouldn't be back for 3 days. After selling the buns, Mina and I rented a carriage and set off. We passed wheat fields and medieval villages. Then the road entered a deserted hilly area with thick woods. The driver suddenly screamed, "Bandits!" About 20 masked men blocked the road with machetes. Their leader spotted Mina and got excited. They told me to leave the money, the carriage, and the girl. I looked at them and grinned. I told them to hand over all their money, or I'd kill them. The coachman stared at me like I was crazy. The bandits laughed. They'd never been robbed by their own victim before. Their leader ordered them to attack. Mina tried to shield me, but I pushed her behind me. My golden knife cut through the first bandit's machete and slashed his throat. The rest swarmed me. Their blades hit my head, shoulders, neck, but only left tiny scratches. My defense was too high. I punched one guy dozens of meters back, cut another's head, kicked one so hard he flew, elbowed another, and cracked his skull. Every time I struck, someone died or went down. They couldn't hurt me, but I killed them one by one. They started to panic. I killed all 20-something bandits. Their leader knelt and begged for his life, saying he had an old mother and an 18-year-old wife. I didn't care, especially the wife part. A 50-year-old bandit with an 18-year-old wife? That just made me angrier. I promised not to kill him if he showed me where the money was hidden. He led us through a forest to a cave in a hillside. Under a heavy stone sat a wooden box full of gold coins, 509 in total. Then I told Mina to finish him off. He protested that I'd promised not to kill him. I said I wouldn't, she would. Before he could react, Mina cut him down. I now had 764 gold coins, about 7.64 million yuan back on Earth. I washed the blood off in a creek, changed clothes, and we continued traveling through the night. Next morning we arrived at Snow City. It was much bigger and busier than Boutown, with tall walls, armored guards at the gates, and merchant caravans everywhere. Vendors sold fruits, cheese, and bread along the streets. I had 3 goals: buy a magic slave, buy Mina a great sword, and find the special ingredients for my black pancake recipe. We went to a weapon shop first. Mina picked out a great sword. There were 2 identical ones, white for 399 silver coins and black for 400. The clerk said the black one cost more because it was more dirt resistant. Ridiculous, but Mina preferred the black one. I paid 4 gold coins. The clerk tried to sell us a maintenance package. I declined and we left. Mina carried her new greatsword on her back as we walked through Snow City. It was 1.6 meters long and didn't match her slim figure at all, but she liked the feeling of safety. I asked a pretty woman in white for directions to the slave market. Instead of answering, she started flirting with me, asking my name, age, and if I had a wife. I told her I wasn't interested in purebred human women and walked away. She stood there confused. At the slave market, I visited 12 shops looking for a female beastfolk mage. Every shop said the same thing. Beastfolk mages barely exist. At the last shop, the clerk told me they had a first-level elf mage, a girl from the forest elf royal family with plant magic talent. But she'd been sent to the Mijar auction house. The auction was in 2 days. We found a hotel and ran into Marcus. He'd opened an egg-fried rice restaurant using my recipe, but the taste wasn't right. He accused me of hiding something. I told him the missing piece was MSG, a seasoning only I had on the entire continent. He was furious when he realized I'd played him. He bought 1 bag for a gold coin. I also bought 10 wind thunder fruits for 8 gold coins and 10 pounds of black pine nuts for 100 copper coins, the ingredients for my black pancake recipe. 2 nights later, we went to the auction. The hall was full of nobles in fancy clothes. We sat in a corner. Several items sold: a ruby necklace, a sword, a magic crystal. Then a small elf girl walked onto the stage, barefoot, trembling with fear. She had snow-white skin, long green hair, and pointed ears. She was a first-level forest elf mage. Starting bid, 200 gold coins. Bidding climbed fast. A fat, wealthy merchant named DeWitt bid 450 gold coins, and the room went quiet. He made a disgusting comment about wanting to taste an elf girl. The poor elf cried silently on stage. I had Mina bid for me. She called out 500. DeWitt raised to 530. We went back and forth, 590, 650, until Mina announced 700 gold coins. Everyone thought I was crazy, but the money came from bandits, so I didn't care. DeWitt gave up. I paid 700 gold coins and was left nearly broke. Backstage, the elf girl stood trembling with fear. She had big light green eyes and snow-white skin. Her name was Yvonne Lindsay, or Yinyin for short. I decided to mess with her a little. I told her I liked elves from a chef's point of view. She understood immediately and turned pale, thinking I wanted to eat her. She begged me not to, saying elf meat doesn't taste good. I asked her if she preferred steamed or fried. Mina stepped in and told Yinyin I was just joking. The two of them became close right away. Yinyin started calling her sister Mina. At the inn, I gave Yinyin soap and clean clothes. She didn't know what soap was either, just like Mina at first. Later I brought her some apples. She was still scared of me, so I told her I was easygoing and the eating thing was a joke. She relaxed a bit and smiled when she tasted the apple. I asked about her background. She told me her mother died young, her father remarried, and her stepmother secretly sold her to human slave traders because she saw Yinyin as a threat. Classic tragic backstory. I hugged her and told her I'd protect her. She froze. No one had hugged her since her mother died. My system showed her affection went up 5 points. I asked what magic she could do. She admitted she knew none. She'd passed the first-level mage test purely on her natural talent and magic power, without learning any actual spells. I told her I'd buy her a magic staff and a book tomorrow. Her dull eyes suddenly lit up with hope. She'd always wanted to learn magic, but never had the chance. I told her to sleep early. Tomorrow we'd head back to Boutown. Before leaving Snow City, I bought Yinyin a magic staff. The shopkeeper showed us all kinds of fancy ones, a trident staff, one with a built-in mirror for makeup during battle, even a couple set that glowed pink hearts. Ridiculous. Yinyin picked the cheapest wooden staff for 9 gold coins, not wanting to waste my money. I skipped buying magic books since Maxie's teacher Aston was staying at my estate. He could teach her for free. On the ride home, Mina clung to my right arm. Yinyin sat on my left, too shy to get close at first, but I told her it was fine. I asked what food she liked. She said sweet things. I promised to make her desserts. I can do tiramisu, egg tarts, macarons, anything. Her affection jumped to 20. She asked to hold my hand. Then the carriage stopped. Bandits again. About a dozen men, including a first-level mage, sent by that fat merchant DeWitt to take Yinyin back. I told Mina to guard Yinyin while I handled them. Their mage shot ice spikes at me for 10 seconds. They bounced off my body like a massage. My clothes got shredded, but not a drop of blood. They panicked. I charged in and cut them all down in under 3 minutes. The mage tried to run. I used Silver Moon Shockwave and blasted his back open. He begged for mercy. I didn't give any. I looted 5 gold coins and some silver off the bodies, plus the mage's staff, which I gave to Yinyin. Back at the estate, Maxie complained he'd lost 5 or 6 pounds while I was gone. I laughed and told him his weight loss days were over with me around. Maxie saw Yinyin and immediately teased me about collecting girls. I asked Aston to teach Yinyin magic. Maxie agreed, and Aston gave her 2 magic books on plant growth and vine magic. Meanwhile, DeWitt was furious. All the men he'd sent were dead, including his nephew. He ordered his people to track me down in Boutown. I cooked dinner, sliced meat soup, twice-cooked pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and garlic pork. Maxie went crazy over the food. Mina loved the garlic pork. Yinyin preferred the sweet-sour tomato eggs. I earned 34 emotion points from the meal. While we made buns together, Mina started acting strange, sniffing me, pressing close, her tail swaying. I remembered from my encyclopedia that silver wolves enter mating season after turning 18. She was 19. She whispered and asked if she could come to my room. I told her tomorrow night would be fine. With Yinyin helping, we finished 800 buns in just 3 hours instead of 5. The cavalry came for buns in the morning. I'd raised the price to 50 copper coins each, more than double the original. I worried they'd buy less, but they took all 800. Turns out some soldiers were reselling them at the fortress for 55 or 60 copper coins. Smart. Carl wasn't with them. They told me he got injured fighting a powerful demon queen called Aphora, the Queen of Blood. I sent my regards. Aston started teaching Maxie and Yinyin magic. He told Maxie success is 1% talent and 99% effort. Maxie practiced plant growth magic all morning and managed to grow a weed by 1 centimeter. Then Yinyin tried. She'd stayed up all night reading the 2 magic books. Her magic circle was 5 times bigger than Maxie's. She cast plant growth on a tiny weed, and it shot up over a meter tall. Maxie was speechless. He'd studied for a year, and she'd passed him in 1 night. She tried vine magic next. Maxie could only make vines a few centimeters long after a year. Yinyin summoned one over 2 meters long on her first try. Forest elves have insane natural talent for plant magic, and Yinyin was royalty on top of that. Aston was thrilled to teach her. Maxie threw his own teacher's words back at him about talent versus effort. Aston got embarrassed and reminded him that comparing human talent to a forest elf's was like comparing a fish to a bird. My emotion points jumped to over 2,000, way more than usual. The cavalry had been reselling my buns to other soldiers at the fortress, so more people were eating them. I spent 1,200 points to boost my strength and defense to 397 each. I remembered Yinyin liked sweet food, so I used the system shop to get mascarpone cheese, cream, cocoa powder, and rum, ingredients that didn't exist in this world. I told Mina we were making tiramisu. Her eyes lit up. I made tiramisu in the kitchen with Mina's help. She cracked eggs, stirred the cheese mixture, and waited impatiently while it cooled. When she finally tasted it, her eyes lit up. I called Yinyin in. I told her I'd made it just for her since she liked sweets. She froze. Nobody had ever done something like that for her before. She took a bite and started crying. It wasn't just because the tiramisu was delicious, but because she felt cared for. She hugged me tight and asked why I was so good to her. I told her she wouldn't be wandering anymore. Her affection for me jumped by 40 points, reaching 60 total. Mina came up behind me and hugged me too, saying she wanted in. I asked Yinyin about her plant growth magic. I had crop seeds in my system, carrots, cabbage, chili, peppers. If she could master the spell, she could grow food on my farm and I wouldn't need to spend emotion points buying ingredients. She said she was getting there, but hadn't fully mastered it yet. I told her to take her time. At lunch, I shared tiramisu with Maxie. He ate it with tears in his eyes, knowing every bite was making him fatter, but unable to stop. Aston said he'd never met a chef as impressive as me. That evening, Mina came to my study. She locked the door behind her. It was her mating season, and I'd promised to help. She rushed into my arms. Next morning, Mina woke up in my arms. After that night, she became completely devoted and followed me like a little wife. The cavalry kept buying buns daily. My emotion points nearly doubled because soldiers were reselling buns to others at the fortress. I pumped everything into strength and defense, reaching 419 each. Maxie asked me to host a banquet for a dozen high-ranking generals from the northern fortress. He offered 20 gold coins. My ingredient costs were only 20 silver coins, massive profit. I prepared a whole roasted sheep with cumin and spices, plus kung pao chicken, braised ribs, sweet and sour ribs, and more. The generals couldn't believe how good the food was, saying I was better than royal chefs. Then DeWitt, the rich merchant I'd outbid for Yinyin, showed up with over 300 guards surrounding my estate. He barged into the living room, saw the generals, and assumed they were my friends. He told everyone to kneel. Then he walked up to General Barney, the highest commander of the northern fortress, and slapped him across the face. I came out of the kitchen grinning. I told DeWitt congratulations on winning the 9-clan Happy Pack. He had no idea who he'd just hit. A 5th-level mage at the table froze DeWitt and all his guards with binding magic. When DeWitt found out he'd slapped General Barney, he turned white as a ghost. Next day, the entire Herald family was wiped out. Men sent to the front lines as cannon fodder, women sold as slaves. All because of one slap. Over the following days, I kept earning gold and emotion points. My stats climbed to 419. Yinyin's magic improved incredibly fast. She could now make seeds sprout and grow into half-meter plants in seconds. Aston was amazed and offered to send her to the Imperial Magic Academy. She refused. She wanted to stay with me. I gave her cumin seeds from my system shop. She grew them into flowering plants with her magic. The continent didn't have cumin, so growing it myself would save me tons of emotion points. She couldn't push the plants to full seed stage yet, but she was getting close. I kissed her forehead. Her affection reached 90 points, almost at 100, where I'd unlocked the forest elf talent ability. I gave Yinyin a black pancake to try. She bit into it expecting something delicious and nearly gagged. It was incredibly bitter. I told her to swallow it anyway. Afterward, she felt her magic power increase. She was shocked that food could boost magic, not just alchemist potions. I explained it contained special magic materials. After wrapping 800 buns, everyone went about their routines. Yinyin studied magic with Aston. Mina practiced swinging her 100-pound greatsword to build strength. Mina asked me to try swinging her sword. I grabbed it, felt light as a straw in my hands. I swung it at the ground and cracked the earth for over 10 meters. Aston watched and said my power was equal to a 3rd-rank warrior's full strike. He was impressed that someone my age had reached that level. My strength came entirely from system upgrades, not training. But I kept that secret. Mina was in heat for a while, and I helped her every night. Without 3rd-rank warrior strength, I honestly couldn't have kept up with her. Meanwhile, at the northern border, a huge battle broke out. Waves of skeleton soldiers and demon warriors attacked the fortress. The human army pushed them back at first, but then the sky turned blood red. A powerful demon called Afra, the Queen of Blood, arrived. Her field skill made every human soldier bleed through their skin. The army started retreating. During the chaos, Afra noticed a delicious smell coming from a dead cavalryman's bag. She found 2 of my steamed buns inside. She took a bite and was amazed. She'd never tasted anything so good. She used summoning magic to call back the dead soldier's soul and asked where the buns came from. The soul told her, from a cook named Chengyu in Boutown, 50 kilometers south of the northern fortress. Morning routine. Yinyin had already started heating the buns before Mina and I even got to the kitchen. We packed 800 buns for the cavalry as usual. Maxie stepped on a magic weighing device and screamed like a pig. He'd gained 10 pounds in less than a month living at my estate. He said he couldn't stay anymore or he'd become a ball. I told him if he rolled back to the capital, he'd save time and effort. He wouldn't let me refund the 100 gold coins, and I wasn't offering. Before leaving, he came back 2 minutes later asking me to make tiramisu for his family. I warned him it only lasts a few days, but Aston froze it in an ice block using magic and stored it in his magic bag. I bet Maxie would finish it before reaching the capital. After they left, I focused on Yinyin's training. She'd learned both plant growth and vine magic in just days, something that takes most mages years. Since Aston was gone, she'd need to practice on her own now. I spent emotion points on seeds from my system shop, sweet corn, strawberries, and catnip. The continent had corn and strawberries, but terrible varieties. Catnip didn't exist here at all. Yinyin scattered the corn seeds on my farmland and used plant growth magic. They shot up to 2 meters tall almost instantly. She couldn't make them fruit yet. Her power wasn't strong enough, but she was getting better fast. I sat under a tree watching her practice and thought how convenient magic farming was. Then a fancy carriage pulled up. Marcus stepped out with his usual fake smile. I wondered what that slime merchant wanted this time. Marcus came back, wanting more MSG. He tried to bargain, but I held firm at 1 gold coin per packet. Each packet only cost me 50 emotion points to exchange, so it was pure profit. He bought 50 packets, 50 gold coins, just like that. Controlling the only supply of MSG on the continent felt amazing. He left looking bitter. Half his fried rice profits were going into my pocket, and there was nothing he could do about it. Yinyin practiced her plant growth magic on the farmland and grew a huge area of sweet corn and tomatoes in under an hour. I praised her, and she smiled so happily that her affection hit 100 points. The system gave me a new passive skill, magic proficiency. It meant I now had magic talent equal to a forest elf king's. Before this, I had 0 magic talent. Now I could sense magic energy all around me. Combined with my warrior level strength, I was becoming something truly dangerous. I sat with Yinyin under a tree and asked to touch her elf ears. She hesitated. Elf ears are very personal, but she agreed. They were smooth and soft. She blushed and made a small sound. I asked her to come to my room that night. She nodded shyly. She said she was nervous since it would be her first time and worried she couldn't please me like Mina did. I told her I'd teach her. That night, I carried Yinyin to her room. She was nervous but happy. She'd envied Mina for having my attention, and now it was her turn. Next morning, she lay on my chest listening to my heartbeat. I told her we were family now. I went to steam buns as usual. General Barney showed up with an old mage named Eber. He'd come to visit the third prince, but Maxie had already left. I told Barney that Maxie gained 10 pounds in 10 days despite constantly talking about losing weight. The cavalry took the 800 buns and left, but Barney stayed behind. He pulled me aside for a private conversation. He asked if I could make stinky food. Then he told me a wild story. When he was young, he got trapped in some magical ruins for half a month with no food or water. The only thing nearby was a pile of beast droppings. They ate it to survive. Ever since, he developed a taste for foods with strong smells. He begged me to keep it secret. I promised. He offered 10 gold coins if I could make something that satisfied his craving. I went to the Boutown market. People here throw away pig intestines. Nobody eats organs in the Black Sun Empire. I got a whole basket for free. I rinsed them at the river but intentionally didn't clean them thoroughly, keeping some of that authentic flavor. Back at the manor, I cooked 9-turn large intestines, a classic Chinese dish with a powerful smell, in a metal pot for Barney. I made 9-turn large intestines using nearly 20 seasonings, cilantro, Sichuan pepper, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, and more. The trick was that I deliberately didn't wash the intestines thoroughly, keeping that authentic smell. Mina walked into the kitchen, sniffed the air, and asked if I was making stew out of poop. She nearly vomited and ran out. I moved the dish to a separate room so the smell wouldn't spread. I gave Barney a knowing look, and he followed me in. He took one bite, tears forming in his eyes. He said it was the taste of his lost youth. It reminded him of his adventuring days. My system showed 48 positive emotion points from him alone. That was insane. Normally I get 3 to 15 per person. He was thrilled. I admitted I left the intestines partly unwashed on purpose. He approved completely. His friend Eber was annoyed that Barney ate everything without sharing. Barney told him he wouldn't like it. Eber paid me 10 gold coins as promised. I invited both of them to stay for lunch, free of charge. Building friendships with top military officials was worth more than a meal. Mina and Yinyin came out and sat on either side of me. Barney saw my 2 beautiful companions and warned me not to overdo things while young. Mina gave him a fierce look, and he quickly changed the subject. I asked Eber, the 5th level mage, to teach me basic freezing magic. I needed it to keep food fresh since refrigerators don't exist here. He was skeptical about whether I had magic talent, but I told him I just wanted simple ice magic. He lent me a 1st level magic book on basic freezing and said I could return it in 3 days through the cavalry. After Barney and Eber left, I started studying the basic freezing magic book. With my elf-level talent, the complex magic circles that take others months to learn were almost obvious to me. I could understand them at a glance. I practiced every day. At first, I could only produce a faint cold mist at my fingertip. After 8 days, I could freeze a whole basin of water into solid ice. My main goal wasn't combat. I wanted to preserve food. I planned to turn the cellar behind the estate into cold storage so I wouldn't need to buy fresh meat daily. Meanwhile, Yinyin grew scallions, ginger, garlic, corn, and tomatoes on the farm with her plant magic. That saved me tons of emotion points I used to spend buying ingredients from the system shop. All those save points went straight into strength and defense. My stats hit 501 for both strength and defense. I punched a tree over a meter thick and snapped it in half. Then I found a boulder the size of a 4-story building near the farm, maybe 200 or 300 tons. I hugged it and lifted it, held it for 10 seconds, then punched it into pieces. My fists were harder than rock. Mina said my strength was close to the strongest warriors of the Silver Wolf tribe. I told her I actually preferred magic. She looked speechless, a magic user who fights better with his fists than most warriors. Anyone who dodged all my spells and rushed in for close combat would be in for a nasty surprise. Then a young person showed up at my estate. Couldn't tell if they were a boy or girl. Short, handsome face, red cloak, white stockings, pig-shaped shoes. Said their name was Charles, a traveling bard who'd heard about my fried rice. I told them I don't sell fried rice anymore. Charles begged and tugged my sleeve. I refused. Then Charles offered 100 gold coins for one plate. A bard with that kind of money was unheard of. I turned around and went to the kitchen immediately. I served Charles the fried rice. He moaned so loudly while eating that I had to kick him and tell him to be quiet. I couldn't even figure out if this person was a boy or girl. Flat chest, delicate face, shoulder-length hair, white stockings. When he finished, I asked for payment. He had no money. He'd lied about the 100 gold coins. I was furious, my first Dine and Dash customer. He offered to sing poems as payment. I told him I didn't want his bad poems. I jokingly threatened him, saying he could pay with his body. He said he was a boy. I said that made it more exciting. He panicked and quickly offered to teach me magic instead. He claimed to be a magic user and bard. I was skeptical. A real mage wouldn't be broke and eating for free. I asked for continent-destroying magic. No. Time freezing? No. 9th level forbidden spells? No. His actual magic list was ridiculous. Fly-swatting magic, auto-clothes cleaning, anti-slip walking in snow, auto-teeth brushing. I was speechless, but I picked fly-swatting magic. As a chef, I hate flies. Charles demonstrated. He formed a small magic circle in his palm and killed a fly on a tree from a distance, leaving a palm print on the trunk. The range was a few thousand meters. He gave me the magic book, a single page. The spell was simple. No chanting, no staff needed. The power was just a slap's worth of force, meant only to kill flies. But I thought about it. With my 501 strength, this slap could probably kill enemies from 1,000 meters away. I planned to test that later. Charles asked to stay at my estate. No money, but he offered to wash dishes and clean with his magic. I had plenty of empty rooms, so I considered it. Yinyin came over and called Charles a young lady. He corrected her. He was a boy. He was used to the mistake. Then I noticed his white stockings and got excited. I asked where he bought them. He said a merchant in Snow City. I'd been wanting stockings for Mina. I made him tell me exactly which merchant. Charles turned out to be useful despite being a total freeloader. His weird magic, weed killing, clothes cleaning, deodorizing toilets, actually helped around the estate. I still couldn't figure out where he learned all that. In 10 days, I mastered fly-swatting magic. The spell is instant cast with no delay. Form a magic circle in your palm, slap, done. For normal mages, it only has the force of a weak slap. But with my 500+ strength, I shattered a 2-meter boulder with it. This, fly swatter, was basically a long-range killing move in my hands. I kept boosting my stats. Strength and defense both hit 602. I was probably at 4th-tier warrior level now. Then a huge red energy beam shot into the sky from the direction of the northern fortress. The ground shook. An hour later, a messenger came to Boutown. The demons had blasted a gap in the fortress wall and were pouring through. Residents were told to stay home or flee to Snow City. I considered running, but I didn't want to abandon my estate. Then I saw a demon flying cavalry in the sky, a soldier riding a giant black bird called a shadow crow. According to my encyclopedia, shadow crow meat is delicious. My priorities shifted immediately. I used fly-swatting magic from the ground, smashed the bird's head from 100 meters up. It exploded in a burst of blood. The demon soldier crashed down with broken bones. I walked over, pretended to be friendly, asked if he was hurt. He said his head hurt. I smiled and said I'd help, then twisted his neck and killed him. I dragged the shadow crow to my ice cellar. Couldn't wait to taste it. 3 more flying demon knights appeared. My system gave me a kill quest with a special recipe as reward. I waved at them and asked if they'd eaten lunch. One said no. I said, then have 3 big treats, and slapped all 3 shadow crows out of the sky with fly-swatting magic. The demons crashed from 100 meters up. I finished them off easily and stored all 3 bird bodies in the cellar. The demons blasted a hole in the northern fortress wall, and soldiers poured through. General Barney commanded the defense, and most demons were killed, but some escaped south. I used fly-swatting magic to kill over 20 flying demon riders from the ground. The ice cellar filled up with shadow crow bodies. Mina told me there was no more room. I had her pour water over the extra crows, and I froze them with ice magic. I couldn't believe how much free meat the demons were delivering. Then the ground started shaking. A 10-meter-long bone dragon, a skeleton of a dead dragon with glowing red eyes, charged out of the forest. I tested it with fly-swatting magic. The slap knocked it down, but only cracked its skull slightly. It was tougher than the shadow crows, but I knew I could handle it. I pulled out my golden knife and charged. I jumped 6 meters into the air and flying kicked its forehead, knocking it back 10 meters. Mina swung her great sword at its bones, but she was only a first-level warrior, not strong enough. The dragon swatted her away with its wing, and she coughed up blood. I slashed its leg and cracked the bone. It kicked me into the estate, but with my 602 defense, I barely felt it. Yinyin tried to help with vine magic, wrapping the dragon's legs to buy Mina time to escape. Charles, drunk under a tree, offered the dragon a drink. It smacked him over the roof into the woods. Mina gave me her greatsword. I went all-out offense with both hands, hacking at the bone dragon over and over. Its claws and wings hit me, but couldn't hurt me. After dozens of strikes, I shattered its leg bones, and it couldn't move anymore. I looked at the down bone dragon and got excited. I wondered how undead dragon bone broth would taste. The bone dragon collapsed to the ground. Cheng-Yu carried the 10-meter-long skeleton to the ice cellar, placing it with the shadowy crows for later processing. Master Cheng-Yu, more demon soldiers are coming, Yvonne shouted, pointing toward the woods. Cheng-Yu looked in the direction she indicated. A demon soldier carrying an axe was walking toward the estate. Ha ha! After coming so far, I finally found a human settlement. Seeing Cheng-Yu, the demon soldier's face lit up like a single man seeing a beautiful woman after 10 years. He licked his lips, excited. But before he could rejoice for long, an invisible force slapped him. Bang! An explosion sounded, and the demon soldier's head burst like a watermelon, blood spraying everywhere. The headless body fell heavily to the ground. Program U happily flicked his wrist, demonstrating a strength of 602 points, enough to defeat any first or second-level warrior instantly. Strange? I've never seen you train before. Why are you so strong? Mina looked at Program U as if he were an alien. People say warriors need constant training to become powerful, but Program U didn't do anything and still became so strong. It's a bit unbelievable. This is the power of love, peace, and the bonds between our friends, he said. Mina looked confused, not understanding what Program U meant by bonds. He often used words she didn't understand. The northern fortress defenders killed most of the demons, with a few sneaking into the Black Sun Empire. Over time, some demon soldiers and undead monsters entered Program U's farm. Program U sat in the garden, legs crossed, calmly drinking coffee. He transformed into a battle god, casting a magic spell called Swatting Flies, which covered several thousand meters. Any monster that appeared in sight was instantly swatted away. He kept casting from noon until afternoon, then into the evening. His arms nearly went numb from all the swatting. Every demon soldier that entered the farm was instantly killed by Program U. His strength might not be invincible, but he was definitely a powerful person. Meanwhile, after a whole day of fighting, the northern fortress defenders finally pushed the demon army back beyond the northern border. They repaired the defenses at the breach and inscribed protective runes on the fortifications. Outside Program U's estate was a farm of over 100 acres, with a large pile of demon corpses at the edge, each one shot in the head. Task complete. Reward, special recipe, Pickled earthworms. The system's voice rang in program U's mind. Another special recipe. He felt happy. Eagerly, program U looked at the recipe. Pickled earthworms. Earthworms fermented through pickling, with a foul smell. Eating them can quickly heal wounds and restore stamina. Ingredients: black earthworms, salt, MSG, snow dragon grass, corpse fragrance flower, tiansong seed. Other famous dark dishes from Earth, like pickled sea sparrows and herring in cans, are also made through fermentation. Can you really eat this dish called pickled earthworms? The last special recipe, black pine cake, was bitter and astringent. Program you couldn't help but suspect that all the system's special recipes were dark dishes. Besides the pickled earthworms, the 3 magical ingredients mentioned in the recipe, snow dragon grass, corpse fragrance flower, and tiansong seed, all have a strong, unpleasant smell. I can't imagine what it would taste like if these 3 ingredients were mixed with fermented earthworms, probably sour and tangy. Even flies would probably turn away from such a smell. However, this kind of food can quickly heal wounds and restore energy, so it seems to be a good medicine for healing. In a small place like Boutown, snow dragon grass, corpse fragrance flower, and tiansong seed are not sold. Qingyu plans to visit Snow City again when he has free time. At this moment, Char walks out of the woods outside the estate. His white stockings, wrapped around his thighs, are torn by branches. He is about 70 to 80% sober. Seeing the bone dragon beside Qingyu, Char's handsome face shows confusion. I just had a dream about being knocked away by a bone dragon, and now there really is a bone dragon here. Is it possible that you weren't dreaming? After Qingyu's reminder, Char finally realizes he was actually knocked away by a bone dragon. This adorable dragon is just too cute. Char thinks this bone dragon is quite cute. Hey, are you hurt? Qingyu was kicked in the chest by the bone dragon earlier, feeling tightness in his chest. Mina was even beaten so badly by the bone dragon that she spat blood. Char doesn't seem to be hurt. Char playfully sticks out his tongue. Maybe it's divine protection, who knows? Really? A golden dragon-shaped sword is pressed against Char's neck. Qingyu's face shows a kind smile. Let me see if the gods can still protect you. Don't cut me. He looks miserable. Char pleads with Qingyu. But in this world, there's no such thing as divine protection. He's just joking. Qingyu pushes Char away. Tonight, I'll make bone broth for you. Yay. Char's attitude changes very quickly. 1 second he's begging miserably, and the next he's cheering happily. Qingyu approaches the corpse of a black crow. He cuts open its belly, and various internal organs spill out. Along with the organs, there is a small, thumb-sized red crystal. What is this? Qingyu picks up the red crystal, wipes off the blood on its surface. The crystal looks as beautiful as a ruby. Large magical beasts produce a special energy crystal called a magic crystal. These crystals are essential for making magic tools or alchemical potions and are very valuable. Inside the shadow crow, there was an unexpected surprise. After collecting the magic crystal, I thought about how much I could sell it for when I go to Snow City next time. Qingyu cut a large piece of meat from the shadow crow's belly and took it to the kitchen along with some dragon bones to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, 4 people sat at the dining table enjoying their meal. On the table, there was a dish of shredded fish with garlic sauce, a plate of kung pao chicken, a dish of eggplant with minced meat, and a bowl of dragon bone soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Mina took a bite of the shredded fish and said it was salty, sour, spicy, and fresh, with a smooth and crisp texture. The aroma of meat and wood ear mushrooms blended perfectly. Delicious. Really tasty, Mina praised, then tried the kung pao chicken. The dish mainly used shadow crow meat, with peanuts, cucumber, and chili peppers as ingredients. It was sweet, sour, slightly spicy, with tender meat. The chili was not too hot, and the peanuts aroma was fully released in hot oil. Kung pao chicken is also very good. Mina had eaten Qingyu's version before, so she knew the name of the dish. This bird meat makes a better kung pao chicken than chicken. Yvonne also thought it was delicious and ate the dish eagerly. Charles scooped a bowl of dragon bone soup with a spoon. The soup was milky white and rich in flavor. The soup is delicious, with a hint of heat, like the fiery summer. I guess this dragon was a subspecies of red dragon with not very pure bloodline. The 3 dishes and the soup were considered top tier. Mina ate 3 large bowls of rice. That night, In Chungyu's study, Mina sneaked in quietly. Mina, what are you here for? Chungyu asked knowingly. To learn human writing with you, Mina said. She had a slim figure and walked lightly to Chungyu's side. She sat on his lap and rested her beautiful white legs on his legs. How is your injury? Chungyu asked with concern. Still a bit sore in the chest, Mina replied softly, her charming eyes full of flirtation. Seeing Mina's alluring look, Chungyu couldn't help but think that a young female wolf in heat was even more flirtatious than a fox. Maybe because of her childhood experiences, Yvonne was not as passionate as Mina. Mina's pure white tail swayed from side to side as she hugged Chungyu's waist, resting her head on his shoulder. Master, please help me rub it. In the morning, the northern fortress's cavalry came as usual to buy buns. Boss Chungyu, are the buns ready today? The cavalryman, with his head wrapped in white bandages, asked Chungyu in the courtyard. Although many were injured in yesterday's demon invasion, their enthusiasm for buns remained strong. Yesterday, some demons came to send heads here, so I didn't have time to prepare buns for you, Chungyu replied. Ah, I see. That's a pity. The injured cavalryman looked disappointed. They had hoped to enjoy Chungyu's buns after their hard fight, but Chungyu didn't make any today, so they missed out. However, there are some demon corpses over there. Chungyu pointed toward the farmland. At the edge of the field, the ground was messy, with numerous demon soldier corpses scattered around. All were headless bodies, over 100 in total. Wow, so many demon corpses? Boss Chungyu, did you kill them all? Why are they all headless? The cavalryman looked at the demon corpses in shock. No, it was just the three of us, Chungyu said calmly while sipping tea, pointing to Mina and Yvonne beside him. He preferred to stay low-key about his powerful strength. The cavalryman looked at Mina and Yvonne and quickly understood. Elves have high magical talent, and orcs have strong physical strength. If both are above level 2 and work well together, they could have killed so many demon soldiers. Those demon bodies are useless to me. You can take them back to claim credit. Demon corpses could be exchanged for rewards at military merit points, but only for soldiers of the northern fortress. Chungyu isn't a soldier, so he can't exchange for rewards. It was better to do a kind deed and give them to the cavalry. A dozen cavalrymen cheered excitedly, jumping around. Some did backflips, others sang loudly, and some even kissed their war horses. Boss Chungyu not only makes delicious buns, but is also generous. I love Boss Chungyu. I want to call him the food god. I no longer believe in the goddess of light. I want to believe in the food god. I want to believe in the food god too. On the continent of Celsus, there used to be more than one god, each with their own followers and churches. The Black Sun Empire worships the goddess of light, believing in brightness. All major cities have branches of the light church dedicated to her. When the soldiers shouted about believing in the food god, cold sweat ran down Chungyu's back. He worried that the goddess of light might notice someone trying to steal her followers and might punish him. However, in this godless time, no one knows if the goddess of light is alive or dead. No one has seen her, so she probably won't punish him. The cavalry went to Boutown to bring back a carriage, dragging the bodies of demon soldiers to the northern fortress to claim credit. Mina stood next to the cellar, looking at the huge blackbird corpses. Chungyu, with so many big birds, how can we eat them all? There were about 20 blackbirds, each nearly 10 meters long, with wingspans over 20 meters. The ice cellar was filled with their bodies, and some were outside the cellar. Just the three of them couldn't finish eating all of it in months. Hearing Mina, Chungyu also thought they should use some of the meat. The ice cellar was full of blackbird corpses, so they couldn't store other food. But how could they quickly use up all these blackbirds? People from the Black Sun Empire didn't usually eat bird meat. Selling it at the market probably wouldn't attract buyers. Such delicious ingredients shouldn't be fed to dogs, right? Mina, let's go to the northern fortress and sell grilled meat. They could cut the blackbird meat into skewers and sell grilled food outside the fortress. This way, they could make money, boost their morale, and get rid of the excess bird meat. You are the boss. Whatever you say, we do. Everything follows Lord Chungyu. Mina and Yvonne were both Chungyu's people and listened to him. All right, it's settled. In a few days, we'll go to the northern fortress to sell grilled food. Previously, the cavalry from the northern fortress came here to buy buns. This time, Chungyu decided to take the initiative. Help me dig some black earthworms in the farmland. The more, the better. Why do you want to dig black earthworms? Mina asked curiously. To make a special dish. Chengyu planned to make a dark cuisine called pickled earthworms and see if it was as amazing as the recipe described. The first step was to salt and ferment the pure black earthworms for half a month. Yvonne, let's go to the field and dig for worms. Okay, Sister Mina. The two of them returned to the house. Soon after, Mina carried a hoe and came out, followed by Yvonne, who held a clay jar in her hands, heading to the field to dig for worms. To sell barbecue, you first need a barbecue grill. In the early afternoon, Chengyu arrived at the blacksmith shop in Boutown. Clang, 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 the sound of heavy hammering echoed as a strong, middle-aged man, shirtless, swung a hammer at the forge, sweating profusely. Chengyu spoke to the blacksmith. Boss, I want to order a metal tool. The blacksmith paused, wiped the sweat from his face, and put down his hammer. Hey, isn't that Chengyu? Why are you free to visit my shop? Chengyu had run a fried rice shop in Boutown for half a year. The blacksmith had eaten there a few times, so they knew each other. I want you to help me make a metal frame. Sure. What kind of frame? Do you have paper and a pen? I'll draw a sketch for you. The blacksmith brought paper and a pen. Chengyu drew a simple sketch of the barbecue grill, a rectangular metal trough about a meter long, with a row of metal mesh on top, and 4 support brackets welded to each corner. This isn't hard to make, but I haven't made it before, so it might be a bit expensive. Ordering a barbecue grill is like customizing machinery parts. Non-standard parts are usually more expensive than standard ones. How much? Just name your price. Chengyu now had money, acting more confident than before. We're acquaintances, so 50 silver coins. I'll give you 80 silver coins, make it a bit better quality, and finish it quickly. Chengyu didn't care about the amount of money, only wanting the blacksmith to make a good quality grill. It was the first time a customer bargained in reverse, and the blacksmith was delighted. No problem, absolutely no problem. I'll have it ready within 3 days. Chengyu handed over 40 silver coins as a deposit. After the grill was finished, he would pay the remaining 40 silver coins. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Chengyu went to the wholesale store to buy many bamboo skewers for barbecue. On the continent of Celsius, people also have the habit of grilling skewers with bamboo sticks, but the barbecue there is generally not very tasty. Back at the manor, Mina and Yinyin are still digging for black earthworms in the farmland. Mina is very strong and is responsible for swinging the hoe to break the soil, while Yinyin holds a small shovel to find worms in the dug-up earth. They work well together. A 10-meter by 10-meter plastic sheet is spread on the ground. Chengyu takes out a dragon-patterned golden knife. Having maxed out cooking skills not only gives Chengyu perfect cooking ability, a perfect sense of smell, taste, and control over heat, but also top-level knife skills, able to cut tofu into hair-thin slices. The kitchen knife moves swiftly like a fish, gliding between the shadows of the crow-like bird's skin and flesh, separating the outer skin from the underlying meat. Next, Chengyu removes the blood and flesh from the bones of the crow-like bird and places it on the nearby plastic sheet. In less than half an hour, a 10-meter-long black shadow crow is stripped down to just its skeleton. The meat from the other 9 black shadow crows is also removed. On the 10-meter by 10-meter plastic sheet, a small mountain of meat about 5 or 6 meters high is piled up. These birds look quite large, but after removing the internal organs, skin, feathers, and bones, there isn't much meat left. Besides getting a large amount of bird meat, Chengyu also obtains 3 magic crystals from these 9 black shadow crows. Black shadow crows are low-level monsters, so not every one contains a magic crystal. Including the one he got earlier, Chengyu now has 4 black shadow crow crystals. He takes out the bamboo sticks he bought earlier in town and skews the meat onto the sticks. With so much bird meat, it's quite troublesome for just Chengyu, Mina, and Yinyin to skewer everything. This is when he calls on his money power. Chengyu spends money to hire dozens of residents from Boutown to help skewer the meat. 50 residents of Boutown gather around the pile of bird meat, skewering it onto bamboo sticks. What was a mountain of bird meat turns into over 100,000 skewers in just half a day. Chengyu sprinkles water on the skewers, then uses ice magic to freeze them, storing them in the system warehouse for later. The barbecue grill isn't ready yet, so they have to wait until it's finished before heading to the northern fortress. A girl with long green hair and a gentle, cute face, named Yvonne, walks over holding a clay jar. she says. Master Chungyu, the black earthworms you asked for. Mina and I only dug up this much. Inside the jar, there are enough black earthworms to fill half a jar. Each worm is about the thickness of chopsticks, tangled and wriggling, secreting a thick, smelly liquid. According to the recipe for pickled earthworms, freshly dug worms do not need washing. They are directly salted and seasoned with MSG to keep the original flavor. The pickling process lasts for half a month. After the worms fully decay and ferment, 3 other ingredients are added in fixed proportions. Chungyu takes the jar and adds a certain amount of salt and MSG. The salt irritates the worm's skin, causing them to twist and wriggle wildly, secreting more bodily fluids. He seals the jar with oil paper and places it in a cool, shady spot on the farm for fermentation. Master Chungyu, this morning, the cavalry took away the demon corpses. They didn't clean the scene, and there are still many demon head remnants at the edge of the farmland, Yvonne reports, her eyes showing a faint disgust as she looks toward the farm. I'll handle it, Chungyu replies. He walks through the cornfield to the edge of the farmland. Yesterday, over 100 demon soldiers were all killed by Chungyu with headshots. The scene is a mess: shattered skulls, blood and flesh scraps, eyeballs, brain matter, and brain juice splattered everywhere. Anyone seeing this bloody scene would probably feel sick. But, as a chef who often works with meat and blood, Chungyu feels no disturbance at all when he sees the remains and brain matter. He casually picks up half of a demon soldier's brain, which looks like soft tofu, white and tender. The cuisine of the Chinese people is diverse. Before crossing over, there was a dish called roasted pig brain, where pig brains were roasted over fire like barbecue. There are also stories of eating monkey brains, cutting off a monkey's head, making a small hole at the top, and inserting a straw to drink the raw, pure brain juice directly, without cooking. Chungyu wonders which tastes better, demon brain, pig brain, or monkey brain. This question pops into his mind out of curiosity, but he is not particularly interested in eating brain foods himself. Just then, footsteps are heard coming from the woods outside the farmland. A burly demon soldier steps out of the trees and appears not far from Chungyu. Boutown is located between a large, dense forest and the northern fortress. Yesterday, the demons that invaded the Black Sun Empire were not completely wiped out. Some remnants of demons still wander in the woods between Boutown and the northern fortress. The demon soldiers saw the remains of demon heads scattered everywhere, and a flicker of fear crossed their dark eyes. They looked at Chungyu, who was holding half a demon brain, and asked nervously, "What? What are you doing?" Chungyu replied, Thinking. They asked, "About what? Which is tastier, demon brains or pig brains?" The demon soldier felt a sense of suffocation. "Brother, do you realize what you're saying? Demon brains versus pig brains. Which is better to eat? Are you a devil?" It seemed Chungyu understood what the demon soldier was thinking. He approached him and explained as he walked, "Don't look at me like that, and don't be afraid. I am a chef. Thinking about which ingredients taste better is part of my job." The demon soldier backed away, shouting in fear, "Don't come any closer." Demons are known to be very fierce on the Celsus continent. However, when this demon soldier saw Chungyu, he seemed to see the most terrifying demon in the world. "All right, I won't get close to you." Chungyu stopped walking. The demon soldier was stunned. Why isn't this demon coming any closer? A magic circle for fly-swatting magic had already formed in Chungyu's hand. He slapped forward with his palm. Before the demon soldier could react, his head exploded with a loud bang. Such a mess of flesh and blood needs professional people to clean up. Chungyu went to Boutown's blacksmith shop and borrowed dozens of dogs. He led a large group of dogs to lick and clean the demon blood, flesh, and brains near the farmland. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Chungyu went to the blacksmith shop in Boutown. The blacksmith shop owner saw Chungyu and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Boss Chungyu, your barbecue grill is ready." Chungyu picked up the grill and examined it. The metal was thick and of good quality. He paid the blacksmith 40 silver coins. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Chungyu went to the market and bought over 300 pounds of charcoal. Barbecue cannot be cooked with open flames, as it would burn the food. Only charcoal can be used. In the afternoon, Chungyu closed the manor gates and took Mina and Yvonne in a carriage heading toward the northern fortress. Charlie doesn't know where he went to have fun and doesn't care. The carriage is moving along a wide gravel road, with dense woods on both sides. The further north they go, the colder it gets. In the distance, the majestic snow-covered mountain range can be seen. The mountain ridges are covered with snow all year round, like a strong wall separating humans from the demon territory. Some say this mountain range was formed naturally, others believe it was created by a divine being. Since it has been there for so long, no one really knows how the snow-covered mountains came to be. The carriage stops at the foot of the snow-covered mountains. A mountain road winds up like a giant snake, leading to a fortress on the mountain. Every few meters along the road, a soldier is on duty. Cheng Yu and two others get off the carriage at the mountain road and watch it turn back. Who are you? The northern fortress is a military area. No entry allowed. A soldier points his spear at Cheng Yu and the others. I'm Cheng Yu, a cook. I won't go to the fortress on the mountain. I'm staying here. If you want to buy barbecue, you can come to me. Humph. We are soldiers with strong willpower. We won't eat while on duty. Don't underestimate our soldiers' determination, idiot. The soldier gives Cheng Yu a dismissive look. Ignoring the soldier, Cheng Yu takes out a barbecue grill from his system warehouse, sets it by the roadside, and puts charcoal inside, then lights it. He takes out cumin powder, chili powder, MSG, salt, sesame oil, and other seasonings, placing them on the right side of the grill. He puts frozen black shadow crow meat skewers near the fire, using the residual heat to melt the meat. Once the charcoal is burning well, Cheng Yu takes out 10 skewers of meat and starts grilling. He brushes sesame oil on the skewers, then sprinkles cumin, chili powder, salt, MSG, and other seasonings. Cheng Yu is a master chef, with perfect control over cooking time and seasoning amounts. The grilled meat emits a tempting aroma, making the soldiers on the mountain road drool. But no soldier dares leave their post during duty. One soldier swallows hard, unable to resist the temptation, and looks at Cheng Yu with hope in his eyes. Friend, your barbecue smells so good. I wasn't hungry before, but now I am just from the smell. Want one? 20 copper coins each, Cheng Yu smiles. 20 copper coins for one? That's so expensive. Why don't you go and grab some? The soldier thought that Cheng Yu's barbecue was extremely expensive. This is black shadow crow meat, with a special barbecue sauce, plus I am a top-level chef. Selling you a skewer for 20 copper coins is very cheap. Then give me one to try. Because the soldier was on duty and couldn't leave his post, Cheng Yu asked Mina to give a skewer of barbecue to the soldier on duty. The soldier looked around nervously, as if stealing, and quickly took out 20 copper coins to give to Mina. While the officer wasn't looking, the soldier ate all the grilled meat on the skewer in one bite, his cheeks puffed out, then quickly threw away the skewer. The outer layer was crispy and tasty, the inside soft and juicy. The meat was fragrant and tender, with a perfect blend of grilled flavor, cumin spices, and a hint of sesame oil, creating an amazing taste experience. Ah, this flavor my soul is being elevated. The soldier closed his eyes, savoring the wonderful taste of the barbecue with his heart. Positive emotion points, 6. Cheng Yu gained 6 positive emotion points. Seeing the soldier's expression, other soldiers nearby quickly asked him, Bro, is it really that delicious? Yes, it's very tasty, really delicious. But it's a little bit expensive. 20 copper coins could almost buy 2 jean of pork. Seeing that there was no officer around, the other soldiers also started buying barbecue. Mina and Yvonne brought the cooked barbecue to the soldiers and collected the money. As they ate Cheng Yu's barbecue, the soldiers exclaimed excitedly, God above, this is so delicious. It smells so good, so tasty. The gloomy frontier life suddenly feels bright and cheerful. Barbecue is indeed delicious, but it is not addictive. The price was extremely high. Some soldiers at the foot of the mountain bought 2 or 3 skewers, while others bought 5 or 6, reluctant to buy more. Cheng Yu's goal was exactly this effect. If one person bought too many, the positive emotion points gained would only be for that individual. If everyone ate a few skewers, they could all gain positive emotion points. Brothers, there's someone selling barbecue at the foot of the mountain. It's so fragrant. Even the mice in the barracks are running around excitedly. Huh? What's so special about barbecue? It's not like we've never had it before. It's from Boss Cheng Yu, who sells soy beef buns in Boutown. Boss Cheng Yu sells barbecue? I definitely need to go support him. News that Cheng Yu was selling barbecue at the foot of the mountain quickly spread to the fortress on the hill. After yesterday's fierce battle, all the soldiers in the northern fortress were on leave. When they heard about the barbecue, they went down the mountain in groups to buy some. The people of the Black Sun Empire believe in the goddess of light, trust and brightness, and generally have good manners. They queued up politely, and a long line formed in front of Cheng Yu's barbecue stall. "Boss Cheng Yu, I want 20 skewers." "Isn't this Cheng Yu, the boss who sells buns in Boutown? Now he's setting up a stall at the northern fortress. Boss Cheng Yu is so young and handsome. Even my best looks can't compare to him." Cheng Yu had previously sold buns to the northern cavalry, who then sold some to other units. Many soldiers knew that in Boutown, there was a chef named Cheng Yu who made very delicious soy sauce beef buns. Positive emotion points 5, positive emotion points 11, positive emotion points 6, positive emotion points 9. Because everyone's understanding of food and their hunger levels differ, the positive emotion points they feel also vary. People who often eat gourmet food tend to be more picky. When they eat Cheng Yu's barbecue, they might find it tasty but feel fewer positive emotions. Poor soldiers who haven't had good food before will feel more positive emotions when eating Cheng Yu's barbecue. As more skewers are sold, the positive emotion points increase rapidly. With so many people, it's impossible to grill each skewer one by one. Cheng Yu is like a street vendor grilling lamb skewers, holding a big bunch in one hand, flipping them left and right, while brushing sesame oil on top with the other hand. The oil glistens, and the aroma of meat fills the air. The scene is lively and warm, bringing warmth to the cold northern fortress. More and more people come to buy barbecue, and Cheng Yu can't keep up alone. Mina and Iwan help him out. Cheng Yu handles the grilling, Iwan takes the money, and Mina distributes the cooked skewers to the soldiers. A young man with a crew cut walks up, pulls out 10 silver coins, and gives them to Iwan. "Boss, I want 50 skewers." Among the soldiers in the northern fortress, there are many wealthy young men who are generous with their spending. This young man with a crew cut thinks Cheng Yu's barbecue is delicious and wants 50 skewers at once. "You're buying so much alone. What will the people behind do?" From now on, each person is limited to 5 skewers. The more people who eat barbecue, the more positive feelings Cheng Yu gains. The soldiers behind him see what Cheng Yu says and look at him with approval. A soldier with acne gives Ivan 100 copper coins, satisfied, and leaves the stall with 5 skewers of barbecue. He walks to a nearby tree and hands 4 skewers to an injured soldier leaning on a cane. "Brother, thank you for saving me on the battlefield yesterday. Please have some barbecue." The injured soldier takes a bite, looking happy. "Boss Cheng Yu's buns are delicious, and the barbecue is just as good. My wounds don't hurt as much anymore. It's tasty, but a bit expensive. 20 copper coins per skewer." "How much?" 20 copper coins per skewer. Although this barbecue seems expensive, it's actually not cheap. Cheng Yu is busy flipping the skewers quickly. He looks up at the line in front of his stall, about 200 or 300 meters long. Today he's definitely exhausted. An old soldier and a young soldier pay Ivan, take their barbecue from Mina, and sit on a nearby stone. The young soldier eats his barbecue and looks at the stall. "Boss Cheng Yu has 2 beautiful foreign wives. I've been single my whole life. It's so frustrating." The older soldier eats a skewer and carefully wraps another one with cloth. "Senior Xavier, what are you doing?" the young soldier asks. The older soldier replies, "Going home for a day off tomorrow. This delicious barbecue. I'll bring a skewer for Angelina." The young soldier says, "Wait, I thought your wife died long ago." "Who is Angelina?" The older soldier responds, "My neighbor. Her husband recently went far away." The young soldier makes a face. Cheng Yu starts working like crazy, grilling from morning until after 4 in the afternoon. He hasn't even had lunch. In total, he grills over 2,000 skewers. In just one day, he earns nearly 5,000 positive emotion points. Before, selling egg fried rice took a week to reach 5,000 points. Selling buns also took 2 or 3 days to get the same. Selling barbecue is really satisfying. By the afternoon, the line of soldiers waiting to buy barbecue not only remained the same, but actually grew longer. This was mainly because soldiers who had eaten barbecue in the morning went back and told their friends. Word spread, and more soldiers learned that someone was selling barbecue at the foot of the mountain. Around 4 p.m., Yu turned off the charcoal fire in the barbecue grill and waved to the soldiers in line. Friends, we're closing up now. Come back tomorrow. Too bad. I didn't get to buy any. Guess we'll have to come back tomorrow. Disappointed, the soldiers dispersed, leaving behind a ground full of bamboo skewers on the road. Yu, Mina, and Iwani began packing up their things. Mr. Yu, General Barney, the highest commander of our northern fortress, requests your presence. A messenger arrived at Yu's barbecue stall. Yu recognized Barney. The last time Barney visited his estate, he had cooked him a traditional dish called 9 turns large intestine. What does General Barney want with me? I don't know, the messenger replied. Yu guessed that Barney, knowing he was at the northern fortress, probably wanted to taste the traditional 9 turns large intestine again. So, he took Mina and Iwani and followed the messenger up the mountain. The mountain path twisted and stretched all the way to the snowy mountain ridge, flanked by vast forests of snow pines. After walking about half an hour, they arrived in front of a huge black stone fortress. This fortress was larger than Boutown. Long walls extended from both sides of the fortress, built along the mountain ridge, stretching endlessly. Soldiers stood guard every 10 meters or so. The messenger led Yu to General Barney's office. Mina and Iwani waited outside. General Barney had gray hair and a kind face, smiling warmly as he greeted them. Yu, my little brother, long time no see, long time no see. What does General Barney want with me? I want you to help make a special dish, you know what I mean, Barney said with a grin. Yu understood what kind of dish Barney was talking about. Inside the office, Barney sat at his desk, resting his chin on one hand, looking worried. He wanted Yu to help make the traditional 9 turns large intestine, but Yu hadn't brought any ingredients. The kitchen at the northern fortress didn't have pig intestines or similar ingredients. After thinking for a while, Barney suddenly brightened his eyes. I remember now. 7 kilometers east of the fortress, deep in the forest, there's a third-tier magical beast called the black armor pig. Usually, this pig is well-behaved, and the northern fortress hasn't sent soldiers to hunt it. Yu asked, and then, Barney smiled. You go and kill that third-tier black armor pig. Then you'll have some ingredients. Haha, you really are something. Asking me to kill a third-tier magical beast. Why don't you just fly to the sky? Yu muttered to himself, then said, all right, 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins? Are you serious? 5,000 gold coins, converted to Chinese RMB, is about 50 million yuan, quite a large sum. Barney didn't expect Yu to ask for so much money. As a helpless cook, I have to risk my life to kill a third-tier magical beast, then take out its intestines to cook for you. Charging only 5,000 gold coins is already very low. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Barney felt a bit embarrassed. Asking a cook to kill a fierce third-tier beast was indeed a tough task. How about this? I'll send you a helper. Barney clapped his hands. The office door opened, and a messenger entered. General, what are your orders? The messenger asked. Go and call Joyce Orlando from the magic team. Yes, sir. The messenger left the room. 10 minutes later, he returned with a young man. Barney introduced him to Yu. This is Joyce Orlando, the young master of the Orlando family, a genius at the Empire Magic Academy. He's still young, but has already become a third-tier mage. His future is very bright. The Orlando family is a well-known noble family in the Black Sun Empire. The family head is a good friend of Barney, and he asked Barney to help train the younger generation. Joyce is probably in his early 20s. He doesn't look impressive, with a sharp snake-like face, triangular eyes, deep-set eye sockets, prominent brow ridges, mostly white eyes, small pupils, crooked teeth, and a fierce, sinister expression. He doesn't look like a good person at all. He looks quite abstract. Yu had never seen someone like Joyce before. Don't judge Joyce by his appearance. Actually, Joyce has a kind heart and is very caring. Looking at Joyce's snake-like face, Yu tried to imagine him as a kind-hearted person, but failed. It was as difficult as imagining Lu Zhishan reciting poetry. General, what do you want from me? Joyce stood straight, showing a strong military presence. Barney treated Joyce more seriously than Yu, and said, Joyce, to strengthen your will and character, I have decided to send you and brother Yu to hunt the third-level magical beast, the black armor pig. Me? I'm just a third-level mage. I probably can't defeat a third-level beast, Joyce said hesitantly. Most magical beasts have tough bodies and special talents, making it hard for someone of the same level to defeat them. Third-level beasts are indeed a challenge for you, but young people need to endure hardships. Enduring hardships is a blessing. Only by suffering can one become outstanding. Hearing Barney's words, Chengyu felt they sounded familiar. Weren't those the same words his former boss used to say? When you first join a company, you should be brave to take on tasks, work hard, and earn less salary. Young people should respect the elders and love the young, and give promotion opportunities to experienced staff. If you're not married yet, why go home so early? Stay at the company and work overtime. Young people shouldn't be so impulsive. Hitting the boss is illegal. Chengyu still remembered what his boss said when he first joined the company. I understand, General. Joyce thought Barney's words made sense, then asked, if I hunt the third-level beast, can I earn merit points for the army? Soldiers can earn merit points by defeating demons and monsters on the battlefield. Merit points are both an honor and a way to exchange for real rewards. Barney sent Joyce to hunt the black armor pig for his personal reasons. If giving Joyce merit points for personal reasons dishonors those soldiers fighting bravely on the battlefield, it would be unfair. Barney patted Joyce's shoulder and became a life mentor. Life often has difficulties and setbacks. True strength comes from growing in adversity. Whether you get merit points or not isn't the most important thing, because you've already gained something by overcoming challenges. With your talent, I believe you can become the leader of the magic team within a year. Joyce looked confused. General, I remember you said the same thing a year ago. Really? Maybe you heard wrong. Did I hear wrong? Joyce wasn't quite sure anymore, but he vaguely remembered Barney telling him that a year ago. Chengyu thought Barney was just a sneaky person, a master of workplace manipulation. Go ahead, defeat the third-level magical beast. I believe you can succeed, Barney encouraged Joyce. Yes, sir. Joyce's eyes shone with hope and determination. Chengyu and Joyce left Barney's office. Hello, friend. Joyce extended a hand to Chengyu. Although he looked a bit strange, he was quite friendly. Hello, my name is Chengyu. I am a chef. Chengyu shook hands with Joyce. I notice you have a very rare holy body. Holy body? What kind of holy body? Born with the divine strength of cattle and horses. Joyce was confused. He didn't understand what Chengyu meant by born with the divine strength of cattle and horses. At that moment, Mina and Yvonne were waiting in the corridor. When they saw Chengyu come out, they quickly approached him. Chengyu, we've been waiting for you a long time. Mina linked her arm with Chengyu's and leaned her head on his shoulder, acting very affectionately. Seeing Joyce's fierce expression, Mina and Yvonne frowned, feeling that Joyce didn't seem like a good person. Chengyu, are these two your girlfriends? Joyce was surprised. Yes, they are both my girlfriends, Chengyu nodded. So, you have two romantic partners? You must be a legendary love master. Teach me how to find true love, Joyce said enviously. Aren't you the young master of the Aranto family? Finding a woman should be easy. In Chengyu's impression, young masters from big families were usually popular with girls. If not, they could just buy a few female servants. Many women are after the Aranto family's money and power. I hope my partner likes me for who I am, not for money or status. Joyce had met many women, but most were attracted by the Aranto family's wealth. Joyce dislikes materialistic women and seeks pure love. Chengyu glanced at Joyce's fierce expression. If family factors are ignored, he probably won't find a partner easily. Brother, women can be complicated. Being single isn't so bad. While speaking, Chengyu hugged Mina with his left arm and Yvonne with his right. No, I want to find sweet, romantic love, Joyce replied. Chengyu realized that Joyce is not only born with a strong body, but also a love-struck person. This kind of love obsession can easily turn into trouble. Following the principle of saving one whenever possible, Chengyu advised Joyce, women can be very clever. You're too innocent and might not handle it well. I can handle it. Brother Chengyu, teach me, Joyce said earnestly. Joyce is determined to find true love. All right, tomorrow we'll go hunt monsters. I'll talk more on the way, Chengyu agreed. Thank you, Joyce said gratefully. That night, Barney arranged a room for Chengyu and the others inside the northern fortress. The next morning, Chengyu and Joyce left the northern fortress and headed to the snowy mountains to hunt black-armored pigs. Joyce is about the same age as Chengyu, with a fierce, snake-like face. Anyone seeing Joyce would feel a bit afraid. The snowy mountain range is tall and majestic, with defenses built along the ridges of the mountains. Below the ridges, large pine forests grow, some covered with snow, and the air is cold. Perhaps because of the strong defenses, Chengyu only wore a single shirt and didn't feel cold. Meanwhile, Joyce wore a thick jacket, snow boots, and a white, furry magic cloak, but still shivered from the cold. "You're not the young master of the Aranto family? Barney asked you to hunt monsters, and you could refuse. He can't do anything to you," Chengyu said, looking at Joyce's red face from the cold. "No, the general said young people should work more and earn fewer merits. That way, they can build a strong will," Joyce replied with firm eyes, trusting the general's advice. Impressed, Chengyu thought, no wonder he's born with a strong body and a high level of awareness, walking along the mountain path into the deep forest. After about an hour, they reached a wide clearing surrounded by tall trees, with occasional patches of snow. Joyce took out a round compass, infused it with magic, and the needle started to spin. Chengyu looked at the compass curiously. "What is that?" "It's a magic tool called a hunting compass. It detects magical creatures around by sensing magic levels." The compass needle spun quickly and pointed southeast into the woods. "There's more magic energy over there. Let's check it out." Following the compass, the two headed southeast into the forest. Not far ahead, they saw a large black pig, over 10 meters long, lying in the snow and sleeping. The black armored pig has rough, dark skin like pine bark, with stiff, upright bristles as long as a human arm, sharp like steel needles. According to the bestiary of Celsus continent, black armored pigs have tough skin, high defense, strong aggression, and a special skill called violent charge. Such a big wild pig. "Do you really think you can beat it?" Chengyu doubted Joyce's strength. "Magic beasts of the same level are hard to defeat." "I have to try," Joyce replied. With a flash of white light, a crystal staff appeared in Joyce's hand, looking valuable. Holding the staff with both hands, she gathered magic power. A circular magic array appeared at the tip. While building the magic array, Joyce took a deep breath and recited a magic spell. The strange, difficult words seemed to connect with the energy of the world. Suddenly, the magic array shone brightly, enlarging several times. Third-level magic, Fire Serpent, a huge fire serpent, about 7 or 8 meters in diameter and 50 meters long, burst out from the magic array, twisting and slithering toward the sleeping black pig nearby. The black armored pig, caught off guard, was wrapped by the giant fire serpent, which burned with intense heat, making it squeal sharply as if protesting the surprise attack. Explode. Joyce clenched her fist, and the fire serpent around the pig suddenly exploded. The powerful blast shattered the trees within dozens of meters around. The explosion created a blast wave that spread outward, causing the trees to shake and rustle loudly. Joyce hid behind a tree, using the trunk to block the heat wave. Chengyu did not hide. He faced the rolling heat wave directly and did not feel very hot. "Chengyu, is the black armor pig dead?" Joyce asked him. Chengyu looked calmly ahead. "Do you want to hear good news or bad news?" Joyce: "Good news." Chengyu: "Your fire magic was very powerful and injured the black armor pig." Joyce: "And the bad news?" Chengyu: "It only got a small scratch and is now charging toward us." Joyce peeked around the tree trunk and saw that all the bristles on the black armor pig were burned off, and there was a half-inch-long wound on its back, bleeding heavily. The black armor pig looked like a mountain of flesh, charging straight at them. "Run quickly." Such a large wild pig, if hit, would definitely crush someone into a meat patty. Joyce stood up and ran as fast as he could. Chengyu and Joyce ran ahead, with the black armor pig chasing behind. Joyce, pale and terrified, shouted, "It's over." Chengyu: "It's faster than us. Does it matter if it's faster?" "As long as I run faster than you. The main idea. I'd rather die than let you escape." Joyce: "Duh. A magic user's physical strength is average." Joyce's running speed was no match for Chengyu's. In Joyce's shocked eyes, Chengyu ran several hundred meters in just a few seconds, leaving him far behind. How did Chengyu do that? How could he run so fast? Joyce looked confused. It was about to catch up. One-level magic, Fireball. In a hurry, Joyce abandoned chanting and quickly cast the Fireball spell. A fist-sized, hot flame shot toward the black armor pig's head. The pig's vision was blocked, and it paused for a moment. Joyce seized the chance. rolling and crawling to escape. However, the pig was much faster than Joyce and quickly caught up again. Joyce's face turned pale with fear, and he kept praying, "Goddess of light, please protect me. Goddess of light, please protect me. Goddess of light, please protect me." The black armor pig was only a meter away from Joyce, opening its 2-meter-long mouth to bite down. Joyce could even smell the strong, unpleasant odor from the pig's mouth. At that moment, an invisible force struck the black-armored pig's head, and a large, bulky figure slapped the huge black-armored pig, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. The force was so strong that the pig's head was struck with a half-meter-long crack, and blood flowed freely. The black-armored pig was knocked into a daze, unable to tell directions, spinning in place. Joyce stood there, looking confused. Was the goddess of light helping him? But next, he saw Chengyu come out from behind a tree nearby. "Young man, do you desire power?" Chengyu held a dark, round cake in his hand. "Of course I do." Joyce was always eager for power. The dark cake was handed to Joyce. "Eat this cake, and you'll gain greater strength." According to the recipe, this item could slightly boost the eater's magic power for 5 minutes. Really? Although Joyce was a bit doubtful, he still ate the dark cake without hesitation. The cake tasted bitter and astringent. Joyce's usually fierce, snake-like face turned into a mask of pain. But just after eating the cake, Joyce felt his magic power clearly increase. "My magic power has grown." Joyce was very surprised. "It's injured. Use a strong magic spell on it," Chengyu said to Joyce. "Okay." Joyce held his magic staff with both hands, gathering magic to form a magic circle while chanting a spell. He cast a 3rd-level fire spell, Fire Snake, which shot out from the magic circle. Because Joyce's magic power had been boosted, this fire snake was larger than the previous one. The last fire snake was over 40 meters long. Now this one was more than 50 meters long. The fire snake charged toward the black-armored pig. Joyce stopped chanting and directly cast a 2nd-level fire spell, Fire Cone, to deal some damage. The fire cone hit the black-armored pig, causing minor damage. The fire snake wrapped around the pig again, exploding once more, with an even more powerful blast than before. As the saying goes, smoke causes no harm. The thick smoke from the explosion cleared away. The 3rd-tier black-armored pig was still alive, but its head and back were badly injured, with torn flesh and bleeding. In some places, you could even see white bones. Chengyu and Joyce felt a shiver in their hearts. This creature's defense is really high. It didn't die from that. The black-armored pig, with little blood left, looked angry. It entered a furious state, and magic energy gathered around it. Its body emitted a faint blue glow. It let out a loud roar to the sky and, walking on its 4 thick pig legs, charged toward Chengyu and Joyce, moving even faster than before. Where was the attack that hurt it? It was like they had given it a rage boost instead. Seeing the situation was bad, Chengyu and Joyce turned and ran. Not only did their strength increase in punching power, but their leg muscles also got stronger. This meant Chengyu could run faster. Compared to Chengyu and Joyce, the black-armored pig was much faster. In less than 50 meters, it was about to catch up. It opened its big mouth and bit at Joyce's backside. To protect her, Joyce made a quick decision. She summoned her magic staff and threw it at the pig's big mouth to block it temporarily. The crystal magic staff was bitten into pieces by the pig, weakening its attack. After biting through the staff, the pig lunged at Joyce again, its long, tusked pig mouth swinging left and right, trying to tear her delicate little dress. Just as Joyce was in danger, Chengyu turned back quickly and carried her on his shoulder, running away. "Chengyu, how can you run so fast?" Joyce was surprised. She noticed that Chengyu's running speed was even faster than the furious 3rd-tier black-armored pig. "Wow, what a small miracle. I am just good at running," Chengyu said. "You should attack it now." Oh, thanks to Chengyu's reminder, Joyce realized it was a good chance to attack the pig. He was carried on Chengyu's shoulder, with his upper body leaning back. He summoned a spare magic staff, chanting spells while casting fire magic to attack the pig. He used a 2nd-tier fire spell, Fire Cone. A huge cone of flames shot toward the pig behind them, causing the already badly injured creature to bleed heavily. Chengyu carried Joyce like a moving turret, with Chengyu moving and Joyce casting long-range magic to attack the pig. The black-armored pig chases after Chungyu, but cannot catch up and is also attacked by Joyce's magic. The black-armored pig runs away, and Chungyu turns to chase it, still under Joyce's magical attacks. Sometimes the pig chases them, sometimes it runs in the opposite direction, leaving them stuck in a dilemma. They keep pulling back and forth, gradually wearing down the black-armored pig. In the end, the pig bleeds too much and collapses, dying. Chungyu puts down Joyce. Joyce sits heavily on the ground, panting and exhausted, with almost no magic power left. Chungyu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed. If Chungyu hadn't carried him to run, he would have been hit by the pig. A third-level mage trying to kill a third-level monster is very difficult. This third-level black-armored pig's magic crystal belongs to me. You saved me and helped defeat the pig, so the magic crystal should be yours. As Barney said, although Joyce looks fierce and cold, he is kind and honest. Chungyu puts on plastic gloves and draws a dragon-patterned golden sword. He walks to the pig's body, cuts open its belly, takes out its intestines, and drains the waste. Then he puts them in a sack and stores them in the system warehouse. Next, he searches inside the pig's belly and finds a light blue crystal, about the size of an egg, looking like a beautiful sapphire. This is the pig's magic crystal. A magic crystal from a third-level monster is worth dozens of gold coins. Chungyu sells barbecue and earns only 4 or 5 gold coins a day. Killing a pig like this is a huge profit. They leave the woods and head back. Joey, why do you always use fire magic? Chungyu asks curiously. Just now, Joyce cast Fireball, Fire Lance, and Fire Snake, all fire magic. All fire magic shares similar magic circle structures and magic flow logic. Specializing in fire magic makes learning easier and the power stronger, Joyce explains. I see. Chungyu's magic talent is exactly the same as Yvonne's. He is best at learning plant magic. But right now, Chungyu is learning 2 types of magic that are not plant magic. One is a first-level magic, low-level freezing spell, and the other is a trivial fly-swatting magic. Compared to a simple punch that instantly defeats an enemy, Chungyu prefers magic. Sometimes he uses fire, sometimes ice, flashy and full of style. Can you teach me how to make a fire snake? I want to look cool too, Chungyu asked Joyce. Becoming a mage requires talent. Do you have the talent for magic? Joyce asked surprised. I think I have a little, Chungyu replied. Fire snake magic is a 3rd-level spell. Only mages above the 3rd level can learn it. I don't think I am even a 1st-level mage. Chungyu wasn't sure if his strength was enough to reach 1st level. Next time, he planned to test at the Magic Association in Snow City. If you're not at 1st level, you can only learn 1st level or lower magic. The higher the magic level, the more powerful magic energy it needs. Lower-level mages don't have strong enough magic energy to learn advanced spells. Then teach me 1st-level magic. 1st-level Fireball, the most basic spell. Do you want to learn it? Yes, so I can use it to start fires later. Chungyu mainly learned magic to look cool, not so much for mastering plant magic. I have a magic book on Fireball. I can lend it to you. If you don't understand, just ask me. Thanks. Back at the Northern Fortress, Joyce and Chungyu went to the Mage Guild area. There were many mages wearing magic cloaks. Joyce returned to her dorm and handed Chungyu a magic book on 1st-level Fireball. Take your time reading it. Since you're new to magic, it might be a bit hard to understand, Joyce said. Normal 1st-level mages, without a teacher, can achieve some progress in a year or so and become very skilled in 3 to 5 years. Chungyu had a high magic talent. He learned the Ice Freeze spell in about 10 days. He thought he could learn this Fireball spell just as quickly. After saying goodbye to Joyce, Chungyu went back to his place. In his room, Mina was dressed as a black and white maid, doing push-ups on the floor to strengthen her body. Yinyin sat by the window, using plant magic to make a potted plant grow. Seeing Chungyu return, Mina stood up from the ground and smiled. Chungyu, where did you go? Just took a walk in the mountains with the magic team. Are you going to sell barbecue again today? Not until the afternoon. It's almost noon. We'll eat lunch first, and then go sell barbecue. Yesterday, Chungyu gained over 4,900 positive emotion points. Plus, a little left over from before, his total positive emotion points now reach 5,011. He can add some points to himself again. System, exchange 25 points for strength and 25 points for defense. Host consumes 5,000 positive emotion points, strength 25, defense 25. Chengyu opens the system panel. In the top right corner, the positive emotion points are displayed as 11. Host, Chengyu cooking skill level, max strength, 627 defense, 627 skills, silver moon shockwave, magic proficiency, passive, equipment, dragon pattern gold knife, ordinary magic staff. Chengyu clenched his fist and swung it forward twice. The wind from his fists whooshed, and his strength seemed to increase a bit. Yvonne, do you want fire magic? I got a magic book, and we can learn together. Chengyu waved the fireball magic book in his hand toward Yvonne. Yvonne jumped down from the windowsill, looked at the magic book in Chengyu's hand, and asked, "Where did you get the fire magic book?" "The magic team lent it to me." "Never mind. I don't want to learn fire magic." Yvonne belongs to the forest elf tribe and prefers plant magic. All right. Chengyu sat at the table, flipping through the magic book. The difficulty of first-level fireball and ice freeze magic is about the same, not very hard. As the highest commander of the Northern Fortress, General Barney owns his own private residence, a 3-story small building. Chengyu followed Barney out of the fortress and went to Barney's private house to help him make authentic 9-transform large intestines. "Chengyu, your cooking skills are excellent. Who did you learn from?" "In my impression, even the royal chefs of the Empire's capital don't have your skills." Barney is also a high-ranking official of the Black Sun Empire. He has tasted many delicacies, but none compare to Chengyu's cooking. Self-taught. Brother Chengyu is truly a talented young man, Barney praised with a smile, hoping to win Chengyu's favor. Then he changed the subject. "Our Northern Fortress kitchen is short-staffed. Brother Chengyu, would you be interested in joining us?" If Chengyu joined the Northern Fortress, he could prepare delicious food for the soldiers on the front lines, boost morale, and at the same time, enjoy making authentic 9-turn large intestines anytime. It would be a win-win situation. Are there any benefits? Barney is the highest commander of the Northern Fortress. Directly rejecting him might hurt his pride, so Chengyu didn't refuse outright. Instead, he asked about the benefits, curious about what kind of reward he might get. "Well, the cooks in the army cafeteria are support staff, and their pay is the lowest among all departments in the fortress." Barney knew very well that the salary alone wouldn't attract Chengyu. So, instead of talking about pay, he appealed to Chengyu's ideals and passions, using a very persuasive tone. "Dear brother Chengyu, do you long to become a hero admired by the people?" "I don't long for that," Chengyu replied calmly. Barney was momentarily speechless. A young man in his 20s, and he doesn't want to be a hero admired by everyone? Is that reasonable? Barney adjusted his tone and asked, "Do you have any big dreams or pursuits?" "Yes," Chengyu said. Barney's face lit up with hope. "Young people always have dreams and pursuits. Tell me about them." Chengyu remained calm. "My biggest dream is to have endless money without working." Barney's face darkened, and he looked speechless. He had initially planned to persuade Chengyu with lofty ideals, but he realized that Chengyu's values seemed very different from those of ordinary young people in the Dark Sun Empire. "Since you're not interested, then forget it." Since talking about ideals didn't work, and the meager salary of the fortress kitchen staff couldn't attract Chengyu, Barney gave up on recruiting him. The two of them entered a 3-story small building next to the Northern Fortress. Chengyu took out the large intestine from the 3rd-tier black armor pig, rinsed it lightly, though not very clean, and started cooking. Not far from the residence was the archers' training camp of the Northern Fortress. When the archers smelled the authentic 9-turn large intestines, their faces showed discomfort. "This smell? Ugh, where is that smell coming from? Did the cesspit explode? This smell makes me want to vomit." Now, in the training camp, there are 2 of me. One is me, and the other is also me. I am breaking apart. After about 10 minutes, a plate of the delicious, original-flavored 9-turn large intestines was brought to Barney. Smelling that special, delicious smell, Barney closed his eyes and looked blissful. "Ah, this smell, so wonderful." Then he picked up his knife and fork and started eating eagerly. Seeing Barney enjoy his food so much, Chengyu remembered a local dish from his old Earth days: beef stomach soup from Qiandongnan, China. Beef stomach soup is made by boiling leftover contents from a cow's stomach, similar in concept to the original flavor 9-turn large intestines. For the next half-month, Chengyu, Mina, and Yvonne stayed at the northern fortress. They sold barbecue every day on schedule, earning money and positive emotional points at the same time. Chengyu could grill over 2,000 skewers daily, earning about 5,000 positive emotional points. Besides spending a small amount of positive emotional points to buy barbecue seasonings, all other points were added to his strength and defense attributes. After half a month of intense training, Chengyu's strength and defense both reached 1,009 points. With such high physical defense, he was invulnerable to blades and fire. While his defense was high, his strength was also impressive. Chengyu once punched and shattered a small hill about 20 to 30 meters high. One evening after half a month, near the small woods beside the northern fortress, Chengyu and Joyce were practicing magic in the woods. Chengyu held his magic staff with one hand and recited spells. After a few seconds of casting preparation, a circular magic array formed at the tip of the staff, and a fireball about the size of a basketball shot out from the magic array, hitting a large tree nearby. Seeing the charred trunk in the distance, Joyce looked surprised. Chengyu, you said you only have a little bit of magic talent? Why do I feel like your magic talent is much higher than mine? Back at the Empire Magic Academy, Joyce was known as a genius boy. However, even a genius like him needed 1 or 2 months to initially master the fireball spell. Chengyu managed to grasp it in half a month. Although not very skilled yet, it was already quite extraordinary. It is indeed just a tiny bit. Chengyu made a small gesture with his index finger and thumb. It's a pity you don't become a magician with such great talent. I still prefer to be a chef, bringing happiness through delicious food. Being a chef can earn positive emotional points, which can be exchanged for strength and defense. By adding points, you can easily become stronger, much faster than becoming a magician. Chengyu's current fighting ability is almost enough to walk freely around the main cities nearby. Being a chef is also good. Your barbecue is really delicious. Joyce tasted Chengyu's barbecue, and it was outstanding. By the way, speaking of barbecue, do you know about the Food God Society? Joyce asked. Food God Society? What's that? Chengyu was a bit confused. He had never heard of this organization. It's an organization formed by people who like your barbecue. Huh? Chengyu's handsome face froze in surprise. Are you saying the Food God Society is a cult? If it turned out to be a cult, and he somehow became the leader while traveling to another world to sell barbecue, that would be very strange. No, the members of the Food God Society simply think your barbecue is delicious. Their goal is to buy your barbecue every day, support your business, and help boost your sales. Boost sales? Chengyu remembered on Earth how popular young celebrities would release music albums. A large number of enthusiastic female fans would buy their albums in bulk, sometimes 100 copies each, to support their idols. He never thought he would experience being supported to boost sales himself. Next time I go back, I must write a book called My Years as a Star in the Northern Fortress. The organizer of the Food God Society is a man named Herman, Joyce said. Herman? Who is he? He's the first person in line to buy your barbecue every day. Chengyu had a vague impression. For the past 2 weeks, the same person had been the first in line every morning. It was a thin, middle-aged man, average-looking, the kind that would blend into a crowd. I'll ask him about it tomorrow when I set up the stall. Chengyu also wanted to find out what kind of organization the Food God Society really was. The northern fortress is always covered in snow, and the air feels cold. Because of his high defense, Chengyu, wearing a thin shirt, didn't feel cold or distant. Like usual, he set up a barbecue stall by the roadside outside the northern fortress. He placed charcoal in the grill and lit it. Then he took out salt, MSG, cumin powder, Sichuan pepper, and other seasonings to put on the grill. Yvonne, dressed in a thick cotton coat, shivered. Her nose was red from the cold. She stomped her feet and placed her hands near the warm charcoal, feeling more comfortable. A short, middle-aged man with a group of people approached and lined up at the barbecue stall. Good morning, Boss Chengyu. The middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Chengyu remembered what Joyce had told him yesterday afternoon. He looked at the man, thin and bony, with short legs and broad shoulders, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Are you Herman? Does Boss Chengyu know my name? Herman's face showed a slight surprise. Although he always arrived first to buy barbecue, he never told Chengyu his name. He wondered how Chengyu knew it. I heard from a friend yesterday that Herman founded an organization called the Food God Society. I wanted to ask you about it. Herman suddenly became excited. Yes, that's right. Boss Chung-Yu's barbecue is so delicious that I gathered like-minded people to come and support your business every day. He then pointed to the group behind him. They are all members of the Food God Society. Chung-Yu looked at the people behind Herman, more than 100 men and women. The Food God Society had quite a few members. I love eating barbecue. Barbecue is my faith. Long live barbecue. All these people were heavy barbecue enthusiasts from the army, and they were fanatic about Chung-Yu's barbecue. The members of the Food God Society came to buy barbecue every day. My barbecue isn't cheap. You buy it every day? Can your funds handle that? Chung-Yu's barbecue cost 20 copper coins per skewer, with a limit of 5 skewers per person, totaling 100 copper coins. Spending 100 copper coins daily on barbecue adds up to 3,000 copper coins a month, almost as much as a regular worker in the Black Sun Empire earns in a month. Money isn't a problem. Herman puffed out his chest proudly. All members of the Food God Society love barbecue. Anyone who can't afford it can always ask me to borrow. Chung-Yu looked surprised. No, big brother, are you really that rich? My title is Baron. I own a large estate back home, so I have some family wealth. Herman casually took 5 gold coins from his pocket and placed them on the barbecue grill. This money is for Boss Chung-Yu, to support your barbecue business. Chung-Yu stared blankly at the 5 gold coins. What the heck is this? This is definitely a top supporter. Here, top supporter, enjoy your barbecue. Chung-Yu put away the 5 coins and handed Herman 5 skewers of cooked barbecue. A good day starts with 5 skewers of barbecue. Looking at the 5 skewers in his hand, Herman's eyes sparkled with strong desire, not for romance, but for food. Behind Herman, a young woman followed. She was curvy, but looked ordinary. The young woman stepped to the barbecue stall, crossed her arms over her chest, and gazed obsessively at Chung-Yu's handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. I'm also a member of the Food God Society. Boss Chung-Yu is so handsome. I will always support Boss Chung-Yu. Her aggressive gaze made Chung-Yu slightly frown. Miss, are you really in the Food God Society just for the barbecue? Of course. Boss Chung-Yu's barbecue is tall and handsome. It's the most handsome barbecue I've ever seen. Although she said it was about barbecue, she didn't even look at the food. Her eyes were fixed on Chung-Yu's handsome face, and she was drooling. The most handsome barbecue. This woman clearly has a crush on him. Who just said that all Food God Society members love barbecue? Chung-Yu handed the young woman 5 skewers. Here, take your tall and handsome barbecue. Next, the third person was a young man in his 20s, with a buzz cut and yellow hair, wearing a black magic cloak. I've traveled through dozens of main cities and tried many barbecues. Boss Chung-Yu's barbecue is truly divine. The young man was excited. He turned around, gave a thumbs up with his right hand, and pointed at the black magic cloak behind him. The cloak was embroidered with 4 golden characters. I love barbecue. It was clear this person was a true barbecue enthusiast. Unlike some fake fans who just pretend to love barbecue to get close to him. The young man with a buzz cut paid at Iweni's place and received 5 skewers of grilled food, feeling satisfied as he left. The 4th customer was a charming woman dressed in bright, eye-catching clothes. The charming woman slightly bowed her head, shyly smiling, and asked, Boss Chung-Yu, are you married? Chung-Yu felt a bit annoyed, guessing she was just another flirt trying to get close. To avoid being bothered, he casually replied, married. I have kids who can go out and buy soy sauce. Really? Well, I'm a pretty traditional girl. If Boss Chung-Yu agrees, I'd be happy to be your little one. Be your little one? No. Thank you. Chung-Yu handed the woman 5 skewers of food. Here's your food. Next customer, please. Before he knew it, a day had passed, and night fell. Chung-Yu gained 5,021 positive emotion points today, which was pretty good. The 3 of them returned to their room at the northern fortress. They lit a candle, and Chung-Yu sat at the table counting his money. Over the past half-month in the northern fortress, he had earned a total of 93 gold coins. Wow, robbing is still the fastest way to make money, he thought. He remembered the last trip to Snow City, where he robbed mountain bandits and took over 500 gold coins. Selling grilled food at the northern fortress, he had worked hard for half a month and only earned a little over 90 gold coins. Compared to robbing, this was very slow. But Chung-Yu wasn't just selling food to make money. More importantly, he was gaining positive emotion points to increase his strength and defense. In this different world, strength was everything. Mina, Iwinnie, tomorrow we're going to Snow City. I want to buy some things and get you both new clothes. Then I'll test our magic levels at the Magic Association. Iwinnie leaned her head on Chungyu's shoulder, her smooth elf ears touching his neck. Her long green hair draped over him, and she smiled softly. I'll go wherever Chungyu-sama goes. Mina sat on the other side of Chungyu, wrapping her arm around his. Me too. Having an elf wife and a silver wolf wife, soft, fragrant, and charming, really felt wonderful. Time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Snow City. In the room, there was only one big bed. Chungyu pulled Mina and Iwinnie close and went to sleep. Omitted, the northern fortress houses hundreds of thousands of soldiers, which consumes a lot of supplies. Every day, the army sends people to the main city near the border to buy supplies. The next morning, Chungyu gave the leader of the transport team some money. The three of them rode in a military carriage, following the supply convoy to Snow City. Before dawn, the army's transport convoy left the northern fortress. Boutown is located between the northern fortress and Snow City, so the convoy must pass through Boutown to reach Snow City. When the convoy reached the entrance of Boutown, Chungyu saw someone he knew. A young boy dressed in white stockings and lantern pants was standing by the roadside. He looked handsome, with a gentle face, and had a broken bowl in front of him. He closed his eyes, played a harp, and sang a heartfelt poem. Who gently touches your wounded but brave face, by the creek, beside the giant rocks? Who holds your tired yet noble soul, in deep dreams, above the high sky? Dear friend, I hold your hand, leading you into a summer night of bright lights. Chungyu signaled the soldier driving the carriage to stop, then took out 2 silver coins and tossed them into the broken bowl. Clink, clink. The coins made a crisp sound as they hit the ceramic bowl. The boy opened his eyes shining. Thank you for the tip. Thank you. Long time no see, Shale. Chungyu greeted the boy. Huh? Chungyu? Where have you been for half a month? Shale finally noticed that the person giving him tips was Chungyu. Half a month ago, Chungyu took Mina and Yvonne to the northern fortress to sell barbecue. At that time, Shale was wandering around Boutown. When Shale returned to the estate, he found the gate was closed, and he couldn't get in. So, he had no choice but to go back to singing for money. Just went to the northern fortress to sell barbecue. Where have you been living these past 2 weeks since I couldn't get into my estate? Chungyu looked at Shale carefully. In Chungyu's impression, Shale was just a poor guy. Even after 2 weeks, he didn't seem to have become thinner from hunger. Hee, under a roof. With a playful smile, Shale pointed to a shop's eaves not far away. That was his home. Having traveled across the countries and city-states of the Celsius continent, Shale was used to a wandering life. Under bridges, eaves, on the streets, anywhere could be a good place to stay. I'll give you 30 silver coins to find a better inn to stay in. Chungyu took out a handful of silver coins and placed them into Char's broken bowl. Seeing the bowl filled with silver coins, Char frowned, with a pitiful little look in his eyes. He was so touched he almost cried. He reached out and took Chungyu's hand. Chungyu, you're such a kind person. Chungyu pushed Char away. Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Char smiled, picked up his broken bowl, and put the coins away. A fortune of 32 silver coins. I won't have to worry about drinking money for the next half month. Chungyu was a bit speechless. I gave you money so you could rent an inn. Why are you using it to buy alcohol? Char waved his hand dismissively. As long as there's alcohol, anywhere is paradise. Goodbye, drunkard. Chungyu waved to Char and returned to his carriage. Lord Chungyu, why did you give Char money? He's a drunkard and a beggar. Yvonne held Chungyu's hand, confused by his actions. Investing, Chungyu said casually. A teenage boy traveling through different countries and skilled in many strange and rare magic spells. His identity is definitely not simple. Giving some money is to build connections. Anyway, he wasn't short of these few silver coins. Low investment, high return. The transport caravan passed through Boutown and continued toward Snow City. The northern fortress's transport wagons were much better quality than regular carriages. The horses pulling the wagons weren't ordinary either. They were first-level magical wind steeds. The wind steeds looked similar in size to normal horses, but their strength and speed were much greater. Last time, Chungyu took a carriage to Snow City, which took a day and a night. This time, riding in the transport caravan's carriage, they arrived in Snow City in just half a day. At noon, After thanking the caravan leader, Chengyu left with Yvonne and Mina to go to the Magic Association in Snow City. He had been here before and knew where to buy magic materials. The Magic Association was also on the street with magic material shops. After buying the magic materials needed for pickled earthworms, they could test their magic levels at the association. The three of them headed toward the center of Snow City, walking for about half an hour. The center of Snow City is a large, round fountain square filled with many small stalls and vendors. The area is lively, with the sounds of people talking. There are local residents and travelers from other places. Chengyu looked around and headed toward the street north of the fountain square. After turning 2 blocks, he arrived at the street where the magic materials shop was located. This street is full of shops selling magic materials. The Magic Association is in the middle of this street. Standing at the entrance, Chengyu looked around. Most of the people on the street are magic users wearing magic cloaks. Some magic users come here to take the magic level test, while others buy magic materials to make magic tools. Chengyu entered a magic materials shop. Shelves were full of various plants, minerals, monster bones, and magic cores below level 2. He approached the counter and asked the shop owner, "Do you have snow dragon grass, corpse fragrance flower, and winter orchid?" The owner thought for a moment. "We have snow dragon grass and winter orchid. Corpse fragrance flower is rare and we don't have it. Give me 100 pieces of snow dragon grass and 10 pounds of winter orchid." Chengyu bought what was available. Snow dragon grass costs 2 silver coins each, and winter orchid costs 50 silver coins per pound. That's a total of 7 gold coins. Chengyu paid the shop owner 7 gold coins. The owner used a cloth bag to pack 100 snow dragon grass and 10 pounds of winter orchid. There are more than 10 magic material shops on this street. In the next half hour, Chengyu visited each shop and asked about all the magic materials. However, he still couldn't find the corpse fragrance flower. This plant grows in cemeteries or places where corpses gather. It has a strong, rotten smell that makes people feel sick. Few alchemists use this plant in their potions. Since there's no profit, the shops are not willing to sell it. "Let's go eat first and ask about it tomorrow," Chengyu suggested. He was a little hungry. Food. Mina was already very hungry. When she heard Chengyu mention eating, she immediately perked up, pricked her sharp ears, and walked ahead confidently. "Chengyu, where are we going to eat?" Mina asked. "We're going to have fried rice with eggs." Last time, Chengyu shared his secret recipe for egg fried rice with the slave trader Marcus. Marcus opened an egg fried rice shop in Snow City to see how his business was doing. "Which way should I go?" Mina asked, surprised. Chengyu remembered the location of Marcus's egg fried rice shop. "Turn left at the front intersection." The three of them walked to the intersection and turned left, arriving at the entrance of an egg fried rice shop. The shop was almost full. Marcus was a fat man with a mustache, counting money at the counter. "Hey, Marcus. Business is booming." Chengyu approached the counter and greeted Marcus. When Marcus saw Chengyu, his face darkened. Why was this troublemaker here? Chengyu had sold him seasoning at a high price, 1 gold coin per pack, cutting into half of his profit from the shop. It was really annoying. Everyone said Marcus was a greedy businessman, but this person was even more selfish. However, the shop needed Chengyu's seasoning to stay busy. Marcus quickly put on a fake smile. "Brother Chengyu, what brings you to Snow City?" "Come, sit down. I'm here to buy some things," Chengyu said with a smile. "Your shop is doing well. You've made quite a bit of money lately, right? Business is okay, but the profit isn't high." Marcus was cursing inside. Someone had taken half his profit. Even though he was angry, Marcus had actually made money recently because the market demand was strong. When demand is high, it's best to expand and make more profit. "Brother Chengyu, I plan to open more egg fried rice chain stores in nearby main cities. Remember to sell me more seasoning then." "Sure," Chengyu agreed happily. He was happy to sell seasoning to Marcus. Running a shop involves choosing a location, leasing the space, decorating, hiring chefs, buying ingredients, attracting customers, managing daily operations, and paying taxes, many complicated tasks. Now, Marcus was handling all these chores. Chengyu only needed to sell seasoning and could earn half the profit easily and happily. Night fell, and Snow City's streets became quiet. Chengyu found an inn to stay in. The next morning, Mina was lying comfortably in bed, enjoying a good sleep. The Winnie put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and went with Chungyu to the Magic Association for her magic level test. At dawn, many magic users dressed in magic cloaks and wearing wide magic hats stood on the stone steps in front of the Magic Association, waiting for the doors to open. May the goddess of light bless me. Hearing their stories, Chungyu felt like he was taking a driving test. The Magic Association was an official organization of the Black Sun Empire. They opened at 9 in the morning and closed at 5 in the afternoon. Chungyu and Awini sat on the stone steps outside, waiting for half an hour. At 9 o'clock, the doors of the Magic Association opened on time. Several staff members dressed in black magic cloaks came out. One staff member shouted, "The registration fee for the first-level magic user test is 1 gold coin per person. The second-level test costs 10 gold coins per person. Please bring your magic wands." Chungyu and Awini went to line up for the first-level test registration. Today, about 70 or 80 people were taking the first-level test, while only a few were attempting the second-level test. Magic is related to talent. Most magic users see the second level as the highest they can reach, and many never advance beyond it in their lives. Chungyu paid 2 gold coins for the registration. The staff briefly recorded their information, handed each of them a badge, and let them enter. The interior of the Magic Association was very luxurious. The bright, clean hall had a high domed ceiling, and a huge magic crystal chandelier lit up the entire space. In the center of the hall was a translucent crystal ball about 1 meter in diameter. Next to the crystal ball, a staff member addressed everyone. The first-level magic user test has 2 parts. The first is a magic power strength test, and the second is a magic proficiency test. Please line up in the order I call out and proceed to the magic power strength test. Dozens of testers lined up according to the staff's list, each walking forward to test their magic power strength at the crystal ball. The first tester approached the crystal ball, placed one hand on it, closed his eyes, and focused his magic. Inside the crystal ball, a blue light glowed from the core, showing the number 36. Next to the ball, the staff recorded the score and said, "Next." This was Chungyu's first time taking the magic level test. He didn't quite understand the rules. He patted the shoulder of the young man with long hair in front of him and asked, "Brother, how do you know if you passed the test?" The young man with long hair flicked his flowing hair and turned to look at Chungyu. The magic power strength test and the magic proficiency test both have a maximum score of 100. You add the 2 scores together and then divide by 2. If your average score is 80 or above, you pass. I see. Chungyu understood. The first tester looked disappointed as he left. His magic power strength was only 36 points. Even if his magic proficiency was perfect, his average wouldn't reach 80. The first round of the magic power strength test was simple. Just place your hand on the crystal ball and gather magic. Soon, it was the turn of the young man with long hair. He walked to the crystal ball at a steady pace. The staff saw him and bowed respectfully. "It's Mr. Roy, the famous poet from Snow City." The young man with long hair waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Just some fame, nothing special. Mr. Roy, you are too modest," the staff said, seeming to regard him as a wise person. Seeing the staff's respectful attitude, Chungyu wondered if Snow City had a tradition of respecting writers, or if this Roy was especially talented. Roy approached the crystal ball, placed his hand on it, and the ball glowed red inside, showing a score of 60. Only 60 points. Roy looked frustrated. To pass the first-level mage test, he needed a perfect score of 100 in the second round. It was quite difficult. Roy left, and Chungyu stepped forward. He casually asked the staff, "Was that poet famous?" "Of course. Mr. Roy is a well-known poet in Snow City. His poem, My City Lord Father, won first place in the Snow City Poetry Contest." Chungyu nodded and said, 6. Is this even a poem? Or just a way to show off connections? I muttered to myself, placed my hand on the crystal ball, and gathered magic power. Inside the crystal ball, a golden light shone, and the display showed a magic strength score of 72. Although I copied Yvonne's magical talent, I didn't copy the powerful magic of the elf race, so my magic strength isn't high. The staff recorded my score in their notebook. Next, wait, why does each person's crystal ball glow with a different color? I asked the staff. The color depends on each person's main magic attribute, they replied, sounding a bit impatient. I didn't ask more and left. Yvonne stepped forward, placing her small, fair hand on the crystal ball and gathering magic power. Inside the ball, a green light appeared, and the display showed Yvonne's magic strength score of 100. Everyone was amazed by Yvonne's score. Wow, amazing! As expected of the elf race, with natural affinity for magic. Her magic is so strong. Being born into the elf race is a real skill, avoiding 10 years of trouble. The staff recorded Yvonne's score. Next, Yvonne returned to my side, smiling and asked, "How do you think my magic is, Chungyu?" Really impressive. I put one arm around Yvonne's waist and kissed her on the forehead. In front of everyone, Yvonne looked a little shy, burying her face in my chest. The first round of testing was over. Next is the second round, which tests magic proficiency. The rules for the second round: show 3 judges a magic you are best at, and they will score you. The order is the same as the first round. I was still behind a young man named Roy with long hair. Roy stepped in front of the 3 judges. "Isn't this Mr. Roy, the famous poet from Snow City? Nice to meet you. I've read your great work, My City Lord Father. It really shows your love for your father, full of emotion and depth. Mr. Roy is talented and considered one of the top young people in Snow City." The judges recognized Roy as a famous poet from Snow City and praised him highly. Roy maintained the proud attitude typical of a poet and paid no attention to the praise from the 3 judges. He took out his magic staff and demonstrated a first-level fireball spell. Before he finished casting the fireball, all 3 judges raised their cards, giving him a perfect score of 100 points. Roy passed the first-level mage test with an average score of 80 points. Jingyu, watching from behind, was stunned. Is this really possible? Jingyu stood straight, holding his magic staff. He gathered magic power with the staff, and a glowing circular magic array appeared beneath his feet. He then recited a spell aloud and cast a basic ice freeze spell. After a few seconds of preparation, ice formed on the ground within a 2.5-meter radius around Jingyu, and cold white air spread out. The 3 judges watched Jingyu's casting process and scored him. Judge A, 86 points. Judge B, 91 points. Judge C, 93 points. Finally, Jingyu scored 90 points on his magic proficiency test. Earlier, he scored 72 points on the magic strength test. Averaging the 2 scores, he got 81 points, just above the passing mark of 80. With a bright smile, Jingyu quickly walked over to Yvonne. "Hee, I've only been learning magic for a month or 2, and I already passed the first-level mage test. Many people had been studying for years and still hadn't passed. Congratulations, Lord Jingyu." Yvonne smiled and gave Jingyu a hug. Next was Yvonne's turn. "Good luck." Jingyu patted Yvonne's shoulder to encourage her. "I will." Yvonne was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, and looked gentle and quiet. She approached the 3 judges politely and bowed. "Elf? That's rare. The last elf to come to our Snow City Magic Association for testing was probably 10 years ago. Elves have higher magical talent than humans. Few elves come to human territory for magic tests, so the judges found her quite interesting. "Dear judges, I'm ready." As soon as she finished speaking, Yvonne's eyes showed determination. She discarded her staff and chanting, and started casting directly with her hands. Her fair hands gathered magic power quickly, forming a small magic circle in her palm. Suddenly, she cast vine magic in the courtyard flower bed of the Magic Association. In the next moment, 3 thick vines, each about 10 meters long, broke through the ground and twisted into the testing hall, like 3 flexible tentacles, writhing and swinging in the air. All 3 judges were stunned. Without a magic staff and without chanting, this first-level vine magic was so powerful, it's unbelievable. The Forest Spirit Clan is really good at plant magic. Compared to true geniuses, we're just not worth much. I'm so jealous. Elves not only live long, but also have high magic talent. Do they have royal magic laws too? The 3 judges had different expressions, but all gave Yinyin a perfect score of 100. Feeling happy, Yinyin smiled with her eyes, returned to Chungyu's side, and looked at him with her light green eyes full of anticipation. "Lord Chungyu, how was my magic just now?" "It was amazing," Chungyu praised her. "You might already be a second-level mage. I don't know. It's okay. We'll test again after some time." After passing the first-level mage test, they couldn't take the second-level mage test immediately. They had to wait a month. "Okay." Yinyin held Chungyu's hand happily. She was very pleased to be able to become a first-level mage with him. After the first-level mage test, the Magic Association registered Cheng Yu and Yuweni. Then, they awarded them first-level mage badges and a magic cloak with a small fire attribute magic resistance. Cheng Yu looked at the first-level mage badge. It was a circular ring with a six-pointed star inside, engraved with dense diamond-shaped patterns. The material was starfall black iron, heavier than ordinary steel. The second-level mage badge was the same shape but blue in color, made from a special blue copper ore. He put on the black magic cloak, with the first-level mage badge hanging on his chest. Mages are quite rare. Wearing this outfit, Cheng Yu would definitely be seen as a high-quality human male at the matchmaking market in Snow City. But Cheng Yu now had 2 wives, so he didn't need to go to the matchmaking market. They returned to the inn. Mina was still sleeping lazily on the bed. Yuweni jumped onto the bed and hugged Mina's fluffy tail. "Mina, sister, the sun is shining on your butt. You're back?" Mina rubbed her sleepy eyes and got out of bed. "Let's go. I'll pick out some new clothes for you." Now that Cheng Yu had money, he naturally wanted to buy nice clothes for Mina and Yvonne. Mina put on her clothes and pants, strapped on her big sword, and followed Cheng Yu to buy more clothes. The streets of Snow City were not too crowded. The 3 of them walked through several streets until they reached the clothing district, which was full of clothing stores. After browsing around, Cheng Yu bought Mina and Yvonne beautiful long dresses, lace pajamas in various colors, bathrobes, and black and white stockings. He thought they would look very pretty in black and white stockings. After buying clothes, the 3 headed toward the mercenary guild. The food called marinated earthworms still needed one more ingredient: corpse fragrant flowers. According to the bestiary of the Celsus continent, these flowers often grow in cemeteries or places where corpses are stored. The magic item shops in the city didn't sell corpse-fragrant flowers. Cheng Yu planned to hire a mercenary as a guide to help him find them near the cemetery or corpse storage area outside Snow City. They arrived at the Snow City Mercenary Guild. A large group of mercenaries sat outside, drinking and sunbathing idly. Recently, Snow City had been quite peaceful, and no merchants were hiring mercenaries to escort goods, so the mercenaries had no work. Cheng Yu approached the guild entrance. He remembered that hiring mercenaries was usually expensive, so he took out 30 silver coins and asked the mercenaries there, "I need a guide to take me to the cemetery or corpse storage area near Snow City. I offer 30 silver coins." Hearing about the job paying 30 silver coins, the mercenaries immediately crowded around. "Boss, pick me. Pick me. Boss, I have great strength. Choose me. Boss, I'm diligent. Pick me. Boss, I may not be handsome, but I can make you look even better. Choose me." Faced with a group of eager mercenaries volunteering, Cheng Yu hesitated, unsure of whom to pick. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Boss, pick me. I only want 25 silver coins." Hearing this, the other mercenaries started competing with each other. "Boss, choose me. I only want 20 silver coins. I only want 15 silver coins. I'll take 10 silver coins. I don't need money. Just bring me food on the way." Cheng Yu froze in place. He hadn't said a word since earlier. No need to bargain. The mercenaries had already agreed on the price themselves. He had planned to spend 30 silver coins to hire a mercenary as a guide. Now, he didn't need to pay, just provide food. Only by being a boss can you truly enjoy the benefits of the population dividend. Cheng Yu put away the 30 silver coins and asked with a smile, "Who just said they don't want money?" "That was me." A thin young mercenary raised his hand and stepped out from the crowd. The other mercenaries glared fiercely at the thin young man. He had driven the wages so low. He was practically a traitor to the workers. "Everyone always bullies me. Today, I, Lexi, will outdo all of you." The thin young man crossed his arms, puffed up his chest, and looked proud, as if he had achieved something great. Cheng Yu and the others followed Lexi, the dark and skinny young man, out of the city. On the way, Cheng Yu bought Lexi some dry, hard bread as a reward for guiding him. While chewing the bread, Lexi saw Cheng Yu wearing a black magic cloak and a first-level mage badge on his chest. He smiled and asked, "Boss, are you a first-level mage? Just took the first-level mage test yesterday. Scored 81 points, so I passed." "You're really impressive, boss." Lexi flattered him. "There's a pretty big cemetery on the east side of Snow City. I'll take a few of you to see it. Let's go." The group left Snow City through the eastern gate and walked east along a wide road. After about 2 or 3 miles, a large, quiet, and solemn cemetery appeared before them. The cemetery was surrounded by a half-meter-high wooden fence with tall tombstones inside. Those studying necromancer magic loved cemeteries. Some necromancers came to steal corpses to make fighting puppets. Others simply liked the atmosphere of the cemetery. Standing at the gate, Chengyu took out the bestiary of flora and fauna of Celsus continent from his system warehouse. He turned to the page about the corpse fragrance flower and showed the illustrations to Mina, Yvonne, and Lexi. I want to find this plant. All three of you help me look for it. No problem, boss. Lexi smiled warmly. Yvonne and Mina nodded slightly. The four of them started searching in the cemetery. The plant called corpse fragrance flower gives off a strong rotten smell, which can be smelled from far away. Just by sensing the air, it's easy to find. Usually, no one comes to wander in places like this cemetery. Chengyu walked among tall tombstones, in an environment so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, and it felt a bit eerie. When Chengyu reached between two tall tombstones, he suddenly saw someone sitting there, which made him tense up. Between the two large white stone tombstones, there was a small table and a small stool. An old man with white hair and beard sat at the table, which had books and tea set on it. He was leisurely reading and drinking tea. Old man, are you human or ghost? Chengyu asked the old man who was drinking tea and reading. Most people wouldn't drink tea or read in a cemetery. Maybe this old man was a ghost or spirit. He put down his teacup and book, glanced at Chengyu, and said calmly, "Of course I am human. So what are you doing here?" The old man sat upright, elegantly flipping through his book. "As you see, I'm drinking tea and reading, cultivating my mind." Chengyu looked confused. Coming to a creepy place like this to drink tea and read? Hearing Chengyu's disrespect for the cemetery, the old man's face showed a hint of displeasure. He waved his fist and cursed angrily. Cemeteries are the resting place at the end of life for humans. They are the most wonderful places in the world. Anyone who insults a cemetery will go to hell. Chengyu looked at the book on the old man's table, titled The Self-Cultivation of an Elegant Necromancer. It seemed that this old man was a necromancer. Rumor has it that, in the eyes of necromancers, cemeteries are more beautiful than brothels. It looks like the rumor is true. Sorry to bother you. Chengyu ignored the old man and continued searching for the corpse fragrance flower. Half an hour passed. After searching the entire cemetery, he still hadn't seen any sign of the flower. "Boss, there's a smaller cemetery to the south," Lexi told Chengyu. "Take me there. The special recipe, pickled earthworms, can heal wounds and restore stamina." He needed to prepare some. "Taking you to the cemetery in the south is fine, but there's an extra fee," Lexi said. "I'm not trying to cheat you. Whatever you give is fine." Thinking about how Lexi also helped find the corpse fragrance flower earlier, Chengyu didn't say much. He took out a silver coin and tossed it to Lexi. "Thanks, boss." Lexi quickly bowed in gratitude. "Let's go." Lexi led Chengyu and the others toward the southern cemetery. This cemetery is smaller than the previous one, located in a dense forest. It's quiet around here, with tree leaves blocking the sunlight, making it look dark and hidden. The four of them entered the cemetery and split up to search for the corpse fragrance flower. Not long after entering this small cemetery, Chengyu heard strange rustling sounds coming from underground. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. Could the corpses be coming back to life? Following the strange noise, he approached a tombstone over 2 meters tall. The noise was coming from behind it. He circled around the tombstone and saw a 1-meter-wide hole in the back. A scar-faced middle-aged man was crouched beside the hole, dragging out the body of a young girl. The girl's body was stiff and pale, but not decayed, so she must have been buried recently. The scar-faced man pulled the girl's body out of the hole. Seeing Chengyu standing nearby and staring at him, he was startled. Who are you?" Just passing by," Chengyu said. "What are you doing?" So he was just passing by. The scar-faced man, panting heavily, relaxed a little. "I'm a necromancer. I've been watching this cemetery for a long time. Yesterday, a beautiful noble girl was buried here. I took her home to be my wife." Hee, the scar-faced man grinned, his eyes forming crescent shapes, showing a silly smile. "There." Chengyu's eyes widened in shock. "Brother, isn't it better to find a living person to be your wife? Living people don't smell as good as the dead." The scar-faced man held the cold girl's body and kissed her pale face, looking blissful. This was too strange. Thinking about the old man who was cultivating his feelings in the cemetery earlier, Chengyu seriously doubted the mental state of those studying necromancy. Have these people gone crazy learning necromancy? The scar-faced man carried the girl's body on his shoulder and boasted to Chengyu. Look at my wife, cold as ice, emotionally stable. Isn't she much cuter than a living person? Chengyu clasped his fists in admiration. Impressive, impressive. I have lost. Please don't spread this matter around. After speaking, the scar-faced man prepared to leave the cemetery. Seeing the middle-aged man about to go, Chengyu hurriedly called out, Big brother, please wait. Is there something else? The scar-faced man turned around. Do you know where I can find corpse-scented flowers? Chengyu asked. As a necromancer, he often dealt with the dead, so he might know where to find these flowers. Corpse-scented flowers? I remember there's a place in the southeast of this cemetery, in a valley on the mountain. There's a large patch of those flowers there. But there are undead creatures nearby, so it's a bit dangerous, the scar-faced man replied. Thank you. Chengyu expressed his gratitude. Then he went to Mina and the others. Stop looking here. There are no corpse-scented flowers. Let's go to the southeast valley to find them. Oh, Yvonne and Mina didn't continue searching. Lexi came over and asked, Boss, aren't you looking for the corpse-scented flowers? We're heading to the southeast valley. You don't need to follow. Lexi was just an ordinary person. Following would only be a burden. Boss, I'm leaving. Next time, if you need a guide, you can find me at the Mercenary Guild. Lexi left the cemetery alone. Chengyu, Mina, and Yvonne left the cemetery and headed southeast. After walking about 5 or 6 miles, they saw a hill about 400 or 500 meters tall, covered with lush green plants. Climbing to the top of the hill, they saw a low-lying area between this hill and another. In the center of the depression, a large patch of green plants grew, with deep red trumpet-shaped flowers blooming on top. These were the corpse-scented flowers Chengyu was searching for. The low area between the two hills was barren, like a dried-up river valley. Chengyu followed the slope down into the valley between the two hills. The corpse-scented flowers bloomed vividly, emitting a foul smell that spread everywhere. Mina and Yvonne frowned, covering their noses. The smell was really terrible. When they reached the flowers, Chengyu took out 2 large cloth bags from his system warehouse and began picking the corpse-scented flowers. He extended his right hand, but before his fingers touched the flowers, the ground in the valley started to shake violently. A short distance beyond 50 meters, the soil began to churn upward. A 7 or 8 meter long skeletal snake emerged from the ground. It had no flesh or blood, only a white skull and bones. Its hollow eyes glowed red as it stared directly at Chengyu and the others. Earlier, the scar-faced necromancer mentioned that there were undead monsters here. Without showing any panic, Chengyu threw 2 large cloth bags to Mina. Mina, go pick the corpse flowers. Try to gather as many as you can. Yinyin and I will hold off this snake. Okay, Mina nodded and took the bags to gather the flowers. Yinyin stood still, her fair hands glowing with green magic energy. She recited a short spell and conjured vines with her bare hands. 3 thick vines burst from the ground and wrapped around the skeletal snake. The snake's long body was entangled in the vines. It struggled desperately but couldn't break free. Meanwhile, Chengyu took out a magic staff. He gathered magic power, which formed glowing patterns along the staff. He chanted a spell for a fireball and cast a first-level fireball magic. A fireball the size of a basketball shot toward the snake's head, exploding into a large burst of flames. Undead creatures have no flesh or blood and generally high magic resistance. The fireball had little effect on the skeletal snake. Since one shot wasn't enough, Chengyu decided to keep firing. He gripped the staff tightly, channeling more magic power. The staff's magic circle released a continuous stream of fireballs, targeting the snake. This is pretty fun, Chengyu said, holding his staff. Each time he recited a spell, a fireball shot out from the magic circle at the staff's tip. Though the snake's magic resistance was high, Chengyu's relentless attacks caused its skull to crack from the intense heat, turning the bones black. Meanwhile, Mina moved quickly among the corpse flowers. In less than 5 minutes, she had filled a bag with flowers. She took out another bag and continued gathering. After casting more than 10 fireballs, Chengyu finally knocked the snake to the brink of death. He walked slowly over, kicked the dying snake, and observed it. He wasn't sure what level this snake was, but it was far weaker than the undead skeletal dragon they had encountered before. Ding, ding, ding. The snake's hollow eyes flashed with red light. Its tail swung rapidly, producing a series of crisp sounds. Along with the ringing, the entire mountain valley began to shake violently, and the ground cracked open. One after another, bone snakes emerged from underground. The larger ones were 50 or 60 meters long, while the smaller ones were 5 or 6 meters. They formed a dense mass, estimated to number in the thousands, surrounding Chengyu and the others in multiple layers. Wow, if you can't fight, just call for help. That's not fair, Chengyu thought. He didn't expect so many bone snakes to be buried beneath this dried-up river valley. He stepped on and crushed one snake's head. What should we do, Lord Chengyu? Yinyin looked around at the bone snakes, her eyes showing fear and panic. Run away? Chengyu said. He didn't want to fight so many snakes. He told Mina, stop collecting. Carry Yinyin on your back. I'll clear the way. Follow behind me. Yinyin is a mage and isn't very fast at running. It would be quicker if Mina carried her. Okay, Mina nodded. She stopped collecting the corpse-scented flowers, grabbed 2 big bags of them, and ran to Chengyu. She handed him the flowers and her big sword, then carried Yinyin on her back. Follow me, Chengyu said. He stored the sword and flowers in his system warehouse and ran toward the mountain valley. A 30-meter-long bone snake lunged at Chengyu from the front. Chengyu didn't hesitate or underestimate the threat. He raised his hand and threw a right hook. His fist hit the snake's head. The powerful force spread through its body, causing its bones to shatter bit by bit. The 30-meter-long snake instantly turned into a pile of broken bones. This was the power of enhanced strength. Another snake, about 10 meters long, rushed at Chengyu from the right. Ultimate move. Iron Mountain Elbow. Chengyu raised his arm and delivered an elbow strike. With a loud bang, the snake's head exploded, and bones flew everywhere. He defeated another snake. Then, more than 10 snakes from all directions charged toward him. Hold on tight. Chengyu squatted slightly, assumed a horse stance, and used his waist strength to push his shoulders forward as weapons. He struck with his left and right shoulders. The waist is the strongest part of the human body. Each Iron Mountain elbow attack shattered a snake. More bone snakes crawled out of the ground like a tide, surrounding the 3 of them in the middle. With so many snakes, relying only on Iron Mountain elbow was too slow. Chengyu clenched his fists and punched the ground with all his might. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. A deafening sound echoed, causing the entire mountain to shake slightly, and birds in the forest flew chaotically. Although the mountain was not tall, the power to make even a mountain tremble was already very frightening. Thick dust and smoke rose into the sky. Around Chengyu, the ground within a few meters sank and cracked, forming a large crater. The strong shockwave from his fist hitting the ground spread outward, knocking away the approaching bone snakes. Mina and Yinyin watched in shock. Was this really Chengyu's full strength? It was unbelievable. This level of power was enough for him to become a high-ranking officer in the northern fortress. Seeing Mina and Yinyi's stunned expressions, Chengyu calmly said, I'm just a cook. To control fierce ingredients, I need some strength to help. Mina and Yinyin were speechless. Chengyu trained himself to have more strength than a warrior just to be a good chef. Chengyu kept rushing forward, clearing the way. With each punch, a bone snake was shattered into bones and dust. Mina carried Yinyin on her back, following behind Chengyu. The 3 of them climbed over the hillside, leaving the valley behind, and ran toward Snow City. The bone snakes chased for about 2 or 3 miles, but then stopped. Finally escaped. Chengyu wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Hearing this, Mina turned her head to look at the broken bones and dust behind them. Is this called escaping? If those bone snakes had kept chasing, they might have been wiped out by you. Orcs worship strength. The powerful display Chengyu just showed fascinated Mina. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she hugged Chengyu's arm and kept rubbing her head against his shoulder. Yinyin also thought Chengyu's strength was too incredible. With such power, there was no need to learn magic. The materials are all gathered. Let's go. Chengyu and the others returned to the inn in Snow City, took a shower, then took a carriage to Boutown. Boutown was over 100 kilometers from Snow City. A regular carriage was much slower than a military convoy. After a day and night, the three arrived at Boutown and returned to the manor. It had been more than half a month since they last came back. The crops and vegetables in the fields were thriving. Sweet corn had already produced ears, tomatoes were ripe, and catnip grew in large patches. Mina and Iwani opened the manor gate, carrying baskets of vegetables, and went to harvest from the fields. Chengyu walked to the shady part of the manor and carefully took out the black earthworms that had been pickled for over half a month. He opened the paper wrapping, and a very bad smell hit him. This was the fishy odor of the earthworms combined with the smell of decaying flesh. The smell made Chengyu almost vomit up last year's New Year's dinner. He took out 3 ingredients: corpse fragrance flower, winter fungus, and snow dragon grass, all of which are also very smelly. Mixing these things together, will it really not kill anyone if I eat it? Chengyu wondered. Following the recipe, he processed the ingredients and started making a dark dish called pickled earthworms. According to the recipe, Chengyu added the 3 prepared ingredients into a jar, then added a large spoonful of salt and stirred with a spoon for 10 minutes. After mixing, the pickled earthworms in the jar emitted a strong, foul smell, worse than rotten fish or shrimp, almost like a biological weapon. The Silver Wolf clan has a keen sense of smell. Mina, lying in front of the table, quickly covered her nose when she caught the scent of the pickled earthworms. Frowning and drooping her animal ears, she looked at Chengyu with a pitiful expression. Chengyu, can you seal that jar? This biological weapon was too strong. It was completely unbearable. Chengyu also found the smell overwhelming. He found a piece of oil paper and sealed the ceramic jar. After sealing it, the smell in the air was somewhat reduced. Medicinal treasure, pickled earthworms, recipe complete. Chengyu held up the ceramic jar high, and it seemed to glow. Next, he planned to find an injured person to test if it could really heal wounds quickly and restore physical strength. The northern fortress was defending against foreign demons, so there should be injured soldiers there. The 10,000 skewers of roasted bird meat hadn't sold out yet. Tomorrow, he would go to the northern fortress to continue selling and also find an injured person to test the effects of the pickled earthworms. The next morning, Chengyu went to Boutown to call a carriage and headed to the northern fortress. After half a day, the carriage stopped at the foot of the snow-covered mountain pass. Chengyu and 2 others got off and headed up the mountain. The guards on both sides of the mountain road, on duty, recognized Chengyu from the barbecue he had cooked. They knew Chengyu had a close relationship with General Barney and did not stop him. A cross-eyed soldier waved his hand enthusiastically and greeted Chengyu. Boss Chengyu, where have you been these days? Will you be selling barbecue normally tomorrow? The cross-eyed soldier hasn't eaten Chengyu's barbecue for 2 days. He dreams about eating it every night. Of course, Chengyu came to the northern fortress just to sell barbecue. Great. We'll have barbecue again tomorrow. What can save the dull life on the border? Of course, delicious barbecue. The soldiers around, hearing that Chengyu will continue selling barbecue, smile faintly, feeling hopeful about the future. By the way, is anyone here injured? Chengyu wants to test the effect of marinated worms, to see if it's as amazing as the recipe says. The soldier with a big nose, wearing a white bandage on his shoulder, waves his hand. Well, 2 days ago, a small group of demons sneaked onto the city wall. Our patrol fought them, and I got cut on the shoulder. Is your wound healed? No, it's not. The cut was deep, hitting tendons and bones. It won't heal quickly. I have a special healing medicine here, made from 81 kinds of herbs, brewed for 49 days. It has a unique taste that will stay with you forever. Want to try it? Chengyu gives the big-nosed soldier a mysterious smile, more secretive than Mona Lisa, with a hint of slyness, like an old rogue trying to lure a little girl. Then he takes out a clay jar from the system warehouse, holding it high as if it's a sacred object. Unique taste? Unforgettable. The big-nosed soldier's eyes light up, suddenly interested. He has eaten Chengyu's barbecue before, but this is better than anything he's ever had. The phrase, unique taste, translates in his mind to top-quality deliciousness. Are you interested? Chengyu asks with a smile. Yes, I am. This healing medicine is special. When you eat it, pinch your nose. The big-nosed soldier looks around like a thief, making sure no officers are watching. Then he pinches his nose with his right hand, breathes through his mouth, and gruffly says, "Is that okay?" Hold it tight. Don't let go. Chengyu unseals the clay jar. A foul, terrible smell instantly bursts out, drifting with the wind, like a biological weapon. Ugh! The other soldiers nearby gag and cough at the stench. Disgusting. It's so damn foul. They've never smelled anything this bad before. Mina took big steps and ran quickly over 100 meters away. The soldier with the big nose looked around at his colleagues in confusion. He pinched his nose, unable to smell anything. Chengyu used a spoon to scoop a bite of pickled earthworm and held it in front of the big-nosed soldier. Friend, open your mouth. Okay. The big-nosed soldier opened his mouth. Chengyu poured the pickled earthworm into his mouth. A salty, fishy, and bitter taste spread inside. What is this? It tastes terrible. The big-nosed soldier regretted agreeing to eat Chengyu's healing medicine. Good medicine is often bitter. Swallow it, and your wounds will heal quickly, Chengyu said. Enduring the bad taste, the big-nosed soldier swallowed the earthworm. After a moment, he felt a warm flow rise in his belly, spreading through his body along the nerves, making him feel very warm and comfortable. The wound on his shoulder itched, and new flesh was growing. The new tissue quickly formed, covering the injury. Wow, this is amazing. I feel full of energy. The big-nosed soldier happily loosened his nose. The moment he did, a terrible stench hit his nose, making him feel like he was in a pile of old, fermented stuff. He almost fainted from the smell. Boss Chengyu, have you joined the dark cuisine world? The big-nosed soldier supported Chengyu's shoulder with one hand, looking at him with a hopeless expression, nearly overwhelmed by the smell. Check if your shoulder wound is healed, Chengyu asked. The big-nosed soldier lifted his shirt and removed the bandage from his shoulder. The long knife wound, about 10 centimeters, had healed completely, leaving no scar. Healed? The big-nosed soldier exclaimed, surprised and happy. This is my special healing remedy. Want another bite? Chengyu said with a grin. The big-nosed soldier frowned. No, I refuse. If he had known it was so disgusting, he would rather let his wound heal on its own than eat Chengyu's healing medicine. Do you want some? Chengyu asked the other soldiers on duty. Seal that jar quickly. It contains the most evil demon in the world. Just smelling that stuff makes me unable to eat for 3 days. I guarantee this thing, if thrown onto the battlefield, would be as powerful as a second-level magic spell. Other soldiers on duty were close to breaking down. They would never eat Chengyu's healing miracle food. Pickled earthworms have a good effect on healing and restoring stamina, but their taste is hard to stomach. Chengyu and his 2 friends arrived at the fortress on the mountain. They had been selling barbecue here for half a month, so most soldiers on the mountain knew Chengyu. As they walked, many soldiers greeted Chengyu warmly. Boss Chengyu is finally back. Boss Chengyu, I don't know how we would survive without you. Boss Chengyu is forever our hero. Barbecue. I love barbecue. In the afternoon, inside a military camp, a soldier was changing clothes. Another soldier nearby noticed his shoulder. Ibu, I remember your shoulder was cut by a demon, and you were bandaged this morning. How did it heal so quickly? During the noon shift, I met Boss Chengyu. He gave me a healing food, and my shoulder healed instantly. It's as good as the healing magic of a church priest, Ibu said. Such a magical food? I have a minor injury on my thigh. Can I ask Boss Chengyu for some? Don't bother. That stuff tastes terrible. It's not meant for eating. No matter how bad it tastes, how bad can it be? It's really awful. I'm not joking. I don't believe it. The soldier left the camp to find Chengyu and asked for pickled earthworms to treat his leg injury. Half an hour later, the soldier returned to the camp, collapsed onto the bed, looking utterly defeated, as if he had suffered a huge blow. So how is it? Is Boss Chengyu's healing food tasty? Ibu, do you have a knife? Yes, kill me. I'm no longer clean. In the following days, Chengyu resumed his barbecue stall. During the day, he sold barbecue. At night, he stayed at the northern fortress. He sold over 2,000 skewers daily, earning about 5,000 positive emotion points. All these positive emotion points were used to upgrade his strength and defense attributes. 6 days passed, and Chengyu's strength and defense attributes increased from 1,009 to 1,177 points. System: what level of warrior corresponds to 1,177 points in strength? Chengyu asked the system tentatively. Level 4, a cold voice sounds. It turns out the system can judge strength levels. Chengyu had never tried this before and didn't know the system had this feature. He then asked, how much strength attribute is needed to reach level 5? More than 5,000? 5,000? How much barbecue would I have to sell? Qingyu thought for a moment. If he gained 5,000 positive emotion points each day, he could exchange them for 25 strength points and 25 defense points. In 153 days, he could earn 3,825 strength points. Adding his current 1,177 points, he would just reach over 5,000 points, passing the level 5 threshold. This is just a theoretical calculation. Qingyu isn't the type to work tirelessly day and night to increase his power. Plus, the strength at level 4 is already very strong. In the Northern Fortress, there are hundreds of thousands of defenders. Only a few warriors are at level 5, all frontline generals leading the charge. There are also not many level 4 warriors, just over 100. At this moment, a messenger came to Chengyu's residence. Boss Chengyu, General wants to see you. Okay. Chengyu followed the messenger out of his room. They walked through several underground corridors and arrived at General Barney's office door. The messenger knocked on the door. General, Chengyu has arrived. Come in. The messenger pushed open the door, and Chengyu entered. Inside the large office, besides Barney, there was a young man with a fierce and sinister look, Joyce, a third-level mage of the Magic Corps. General, you wanted to see me? Chengyu guessed Barney's purpose was probably just to ask him to cook something delicious. Later, I want you to make that dish again, Barney smiled. He was craving the original flavor of the 9 turns large intestine dish that Chengyu made. No problem. Chengyu was able to sell barbecue and live in the Northern Fortress mainly because Barney allowed it. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out long ago. Naturally, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Barney. Sit for a while. I'll finish my talk with Joyce and then leave. Chengyu sat on a nearby chair, idly looking at the oil painting on the office wall. General, with the demon race watching closely, if I go explore the maze, what if they invade? The Magic Corps would lose some strength, Joyce said worriedly. Barney smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, they won't attack the demon race for now. Why? Joyce was confused. According to the reports, the Blood Queen, Afra, has gone missing. The demon clan currently has no clear leader. Joyce found this a bit strange. Retreating was understandable, but how could a powerful demon general just disappear without reason? When did she go missing? About 2 weeks ago, during the demon clan's attack on the Northern Fortress with magic tools. Joyce suddenly understood. No wonder the demon attacks have slowed down in the past 2 weeks. Could Afra have taken advantage of the fortress's fall to invade the Black Sun Empire? But then he thought again. Such a high-level demon invading the Empire would cause chaos and bloodshed. No cities have been destroyed or attacked, so it doesn't seem likely. This is very strange. So, you don't need to worry about the Northern Fortress. You can go to that maze to find treasures. Barney, a friend of the Oranto family head, asked Joyce, the young master of the Oranto family, to practice and improve himself. Barney received news of a new mysterious maze appearing in the east, and he wanted Joyce to explore it. Sir General, do you have any information about that maze? Joyce asked. Not much, only that it's related to the God of Order. The followers of the Order God have already gone there. Xingyu listened to their conversation from nearby. The Celsus Continent Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia has some records about gods. Long ago, many powerful gods existed on the continent. After the ancient divine wars, most of them died, were injured, or disappeared. There are no gods in this era. Although the Black Sun Empire worships the goddess of light, she has never appeared. They only follow some light magic and teachings left by her, forming the Light Church. Task: go to the Order God's maze to sell barbecue and earn 10,000 positive emotion points. Reward: a special recipe. The system issued a new task, with the same reward, a special recipe. Another special recipe. Xingyu already has 2 recipes, black pine cake and pickled earthworms. The black pine cake can boost magic users, and the pickled earthworms can heal and restore health. He wonders what the new recipe will do. You leave tomorrow. Be careful on the way. Barney, like an elder, advised Joyce kindly. Yes, Sir General. Joyce left Barney's room. Barney looked at Chengyu and said, Brother Chengyu, let's go. Chengyu followed Barney to his private residence to help prepare authentic 9-turn large intestine. General, what rank of warrior are you? Chengyu asked Barney. The frontline generals of the Northern Fortress are all 5th-rank warriors. Since Barney is the highest commander of the Northern Fortress, could he be the legendary 6th-rank warrior? I'm a 1st-rank warrior, Barney smiled. Huh. Qingyu was stunned. He thought Barney was very strong. It turns out he's just a 1st-rank warrior, slightly stronger than an ordinary soldier. Why then, can a 1st-rank warrior be the highest commander of the Northern Fortress? Official rank doesn't directly relate to strength. Barney smiled and said, let me tell you, when I was a kid, I used to sneak with the current Black Sun Empire king to watch women bathe, explore bird nests, and visit brothels. We've known each other since childhood. The highest commander of the Northern Fortress commands hundreds of thousands of troops. Such an important position is given to the most trusted person, not necessarily the strongest in strength. 6. Qingyu alone takes a 6. At the magic training ground, Joyce, with a serious face, was practicing fire magic with a magic staff. Little Joyce, I heard you're going to the mysterious maze in the east tomorrow. A clear voice came from the edge of the training ground. Joyce stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the edge, where Qingyu was standing. He didn't know why Qingyu was asking this. Yes, I am going to explore the maze, Joyce replied. Little Joyce, how about taking me with you? Qingyu couldn't find the maze's location, so the best way was to go with Joyce. To get closer, Qingyu affectionately called Joyce, Little Joyce. What are you going to do in the maze? The maze is full of monsters, and ordinary people might be in danger of losing their lives. Qingyu looked serious and said, expand the barbecue business. A qualified chef must be good at doing business anytime and anywhere. Joyce felt respectful and couldn't help but admire Qingyu. Risking his life to explore the secret realm for barbecue business was very dedicated. Although you're very dedicated, I can't take you there. It's too dangerous for an ordinary person. If Qingyu were to die in the maze's secret realm, Joyce would feel guilty. Moreover, it seemed that the general liked Qingyu very much. Rumor has it that the general often took Qingyu to his private residence, staying for over an hour. No one knew what they did inside. I'm not an ordinary person, Qingyu said, pulling out a black 6-pointed star badge and hanging it on his chest. It was a symbol of a 1st-level mage. Have you become a 1st-level mage? Joyce asked, surprised. Becoming a 1st-level mage wasn't very hard, but it wasn't easy either. A few days ago, I went to Snow City. I also took the 1st-level mage test and scored 81 points. I passed easily, Qingyu said confidently. Many people needed several tries to pass the 1st-level mage test, but he did it on his first try, beating 99% of test takers nationwide. All right then, Joyce reluctantly agreed to take Qingyu into the maze's secret realm. After all, he was just delivering barbecue outside the maze. The general arranged for a 2nd-level flying magical beast to take me there. You can come find me tomorrow morning, Qingyu said. Okay, Joyce nodded with a thumbs-up gesture. The next day, outside the Northern Fortress, Qingyu, Mina, Yinyin, and Joyce stood inside a 10-square-meter iron basket. A blue bird-like magical beast, over 20 meters long, flew over, grabbed the basket, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. Qingyu's gaze fixed on the bird's long legs. The azure feather eagle, which nests in the northwest mountains of the Black Sun Empire, is good at long-distance flying. The thicker the thigh, the tastier the meat. Why does this azure feather eagle serve humans? Qingyu asked. Some members of the Mage Corps have learned magic to control magical beasts, Joyce explained. There's such magic? Qingyu was surprised. He also wanted to learn how to control magical beasts so he wouldn't have to ride a carriage to Snow City next time. The azure feather eagle flew over the snowy mountain range from west to east. Looking down, they could see the tall city walls built along the mountain ridges. A row of magic crossbows is set up on the city wall, capable of shooting down ground enemies from afar and also hitting flying monsters. Besides the magic crossbows, the tall wall is covered with dense magic defense arrays that can block most physical and magical attacks, making it very strong. Below the wall, there are many human and monster bones, showing how fierce the war was. A cold wind blows from the north. Mina leans on the edge of the hanging basket, quietly watching the magical realm. The sky is gray, and the endless snowfield is barren and lifeless. The blue eagle flies quickly. When it reaches the destination, Joyce pulls the bell, and the blue eagle lands on the ground. The four of them leave the basket, and the blue eagle flies back with the empty basket. Wait, it flew away. How do we get back now? Just walk back? It's only about 200 or 300 miles. 200 or 300 miles. Walk back. Cheng-Yu and Mina have no problem, but Iweni would need several days to recover if she walks back. This place is full of tall mountains. The mysterious maze of the God of Order is located at the foot of a cliff. A grand stone gate, about 100 meters high, is embedded in the cliff wall. The surface of the stone gate is carved with many ancient symbols and characters that are hard to understand. The two stone doors open outward from the middle, leaving a crack about 2 or 3 meters wide. On both sides of the gate stand 200-meter-tall stone statues with bird heads and human bodies, holding scepters, looking majestic and mysterious. Because they are very old, the statues have weathered and lost some parts. Many adventurers gather in front of the gate, setting up tents, apparently planning to explore the maze for a long time. Cheng-Yu and the others walk down the cliff and look up at the huge stone gate, which is about the height of a skyscraper. Wow, what a huge gate! Cheng-Yu is surprised. He has never seen such a large stone gate. Unfortunately, there are no phones in this world, or he would take a picture and post it on social media. Mina and Iweni also look surprised. The gate is just too big. Mina mutters, "Why did the God of Order build such a big gate?" Iweni guesses, "Maybe the God of Order is 100 meters tall, and the gate is too small for him." Mina nods. That makes sense. Cheng-Yu walks to the base of the huge stone gate and takes out a barbecue grill, charcoal, seasonings, frozen bird meat skewers, and other supplies from his system warehouse. Wearing a black magic cloak issued by the Magic Association and a first-level mage badge on his chest, Cheng-Yu stood in front of a barbecue grill with a 1-meter-long wooden sign that read, "Mage Barbecue," in big characters. First, he established his character, then sold barbecue. This made it more interesting and attractive. It's like people at night markets cosplaying as Pigsy or Sun Wukong while selling barbecue. Nearby adventurers saw Cheng-Yu setting up his barbecue stall and looked on with interest. Everyone wants to explore here, but someone is selling barbecue. That's really clever business thinking. Since a mage is selling barbecue, maybe it tastes better than usual. I'll buy a couple of skewers to try. Those two young ladies next to him are really pretty. I should go talk to them when I have the chance. The charcoal hadn't caught fire yet. He had to wait a little longer. Cheng-Yu looked around and observed the surroundings. Suddenly, a group of people approached from afar. A line of about a dozen people, arranged from shortest to tallest. The shortest was at the front, and the tallest at the end. They wore matching blue uniforms, had the same short haircuts, and marched in perfect unison, each step precise, like a military drill. From a distance, they looked very orderly. Xiao Xiao, are these people from the army? They are followers of the Order God, worshipping the God of Order. They dislike chaos and disorder, and love to make messy things neat. Cheng-Yu nodded, impressed. Most people in the Black Sun Empire worship the Goddess of Light, but some worship other gods. The owner of this maze's secret realm is the God of Order, so followers of the Order God naturally came to explore. The shortest old man at the front of the line is a priest of the Order God. The adventurers' tents were set up haphazardly, big and small, scattered everywhere, making the old man's perfectionist side twitch. These adventurers' tents are a mess, no order at all. They're practically heretics, the priest muttered angrily. He took out a magic staff, recited a spell, and powerful magic gathered on the ground into a huge magic circle. Over 100 tents began to shift and move on their own under the magic's influence. In less than 2 minutes, the messy tents were arranged neatly in 10 straight rows, from small to large, with equal spacing between each tent. That looks much better. The priest smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. But the other adventurers were having a hard time. My belongings in my tent fell out. My tent? Where did my tent go? Is this the power of order? It's too crazy. Many adventurers gathered in front of the maze stone door. Some couldn't wait to enter the maze to find treasures. Usually, new mazes are easier to find treasures in. Some adventurers hesitated at the door, watching from outside. Those who go in first might find more treasures, but the risks are higher. Those who go in later are safer. In the barbecue grill, the charcoal burned red, and the surrounding temperature rose a few degrees. Cheng-Yu took out 10 skewers of barbecue, placed them on the grill, brushed them with sesame oil, and turned them over. Under the high heat, the tempting aroma of meat spread out and drifted nearby. Sprinkling sesame seeds, cumin, and flavor enhancer made the smell even more tempting. A little girl in a white lowly dress sniffed the air, bouncing over happily. Seeing the golden brown skewers on the rack, her eyes lit up. Her cute face beamed with a smile as she blinked her big, bright eyes at Chengyu, looking harmless and innocent. Uncle, how much for one skewer? What is uncle? Chengyu looked expressionless. Call me Big Brother. Big Brother, how much for one skewer? The little girl giggled. 20 copper coins per skewer, little brother, Chengyu snorted. This little brat shouldn't be spoiled. One calls him uncle, the other little brother, just to tease each other. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. The little girl pouted and stared at Chengyu for a while. Big brother, I want 2 skewers. No problem, little sister. Chengyu gave her 2 skewers. The skewers were golden, crispy outside, tender inside, and incredibly fragrant. The little girl took a bite and exclaimed happily, Big brother, your barbecue is really delicious. Do you want more? Yes, give me 2 more skewers. The little girl paid and sat on a nearby stone, savoring her barbecue carefully. Positive emotion points 6. System task progress. 6 out of 10, 000. The system task is to earn 10,000 positive emotion points. So far, she has gained 6. After the girl left, a short old man, less than 1.5 meters tall, approached the barbecue stall. He was slightly taller than the grill. The old man had many wrinkles on his face, white hair, wore a purple long robe, and carried a magic staff. He was a priest from the Order God cult. Young friend, your barbecue smells very good. Give me 1 skewer. 20 copper coins per skewer. The old man handed 20 copper coins to Chengyu and received a skewer of barbecue. He took a bite, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This flavor. Mina, standing nearby, saw the old man's expression and asked with a smile, Is it delicious, sir? Yes, it tastes really good. The old man licked his lips, still wanting more, and took 2 more bites. Give me 13 more skewers, including the old man. A total of 14 members from the Order God cult came this time. He planned to bring some skewers back for the others. Positive emotion points 5, system task progress. 11 out of 10, 000. Please wait a moment. Chengyu took out 10 more skewers and placed them on the grill to cook. The old man waited at the stall. When he saw the bottles of seasonings on the grill, some big, some small, placed randomly, his perfectionist side was triggered. Young friend, your seasoning bottles are too messy. Let me help you arrange them. He lined up the bottles from tallest to shortest, measured the spacing with a ruler to make sure each was evenly spaced. It looked much more orderly and pleasing. Joy saw adventurers entering the maze. Brother Chengyu, I'm going into the maze. Go ahead. The entrance to the maze was the busiest spot. Chengyu didn't plan to go in with Joyce. He handed the 13 skewers of barbecue to the old man, who then took them to the other members of the Order God cult. Positive emotion points 4, positive emotion points 5, positive emotion points 8. Soon, Chengyu received positive emotion points from all 13 members of the Order God cult. System task progress. 82/10, 000. The third person to buy skewers was a young man in his early 20s, with shoulder-length hair, tight shorts paired with tall boots, and a fitted jacket. He looked noble and refined. 2 middle-aged men accompanied him. Chengyu recognized this young man, Roy, a famous poet from Snow City. His work, My City Lord Father, won first place in the Snow City Poetry Contest. When Chengyu took the test for a first-level mage, he stood behind Roy. Roy recognized Chengyu and said, Are you the person who took the first-level mage exam with me last time? Yes, hello. My name is Chengyu. He introduced himself. What a coincidence. How many skewers would you like? 3 skewers for the 3 of us. Chengyu handed over 3 skewers to Roy, and Roy's attendant paid. Positive emotion 6, positive emotion 6, positive emotion 7. System task progress. 101/10, 000. Roy and his group left. The fourth person to buy skewers was a young man with red hair. The young man had a gentle smile, but did not speak to Chengyu. Instead, he approached Yvonne and bowed politely, like a gentleman. Beautiful elf lady, may I introduce myself? My name is Darn. Would you like to explore the maze together? I don't know you. Why should I explore the maze with you? Yvonne looked a bit annoyed. It was clear he was trying to flirt. Darn straightened up and glanced at the first-level mage badge on Chungyu's chest, sneering. You're such a beautiful elf girl, but following this first-level mage selling skewers has no future. You should come with me. I will only follow Lord Chungyu in this life. Yvonne not only liked the food Chungyu made, but also enjoyed the feeling of being at home with him. Then I have no choice but to use force. The red-haired young man waved to a few men nearby. 7 or 8 men approached. Among them were warriors, mages, and even a priest. Seeing they were about to make trouble, Chungyu said to Yvonne, Yvonne, you handle them. Iwini sensed the magic energy emitted by the others. These people were either first-level warriors or first-level mages, not very strong, just numerous. She circulated her magic in her palm. With a flash of white light, a magic staff appeared in her hand. She stepped back a few paces, recited a magic spell, and unleashed a first-level vine magic spell. Centered on Iwini, a large magic circle appeared on the ground. The earth cracked open, and dozens of green vines burst out, curling toward Dawn and the others. The first-level warriors drew their large swords and tried to cut the vines. But they were surprised to find that the vines were very tough, and their swords couldn't cut through completely. 3 mages simultaneously cast fireball spells at the vines. The flames hit the vines, but they remained flexible and lively. Isn't fire magic supposed to be effective against plant magic? Why can't fireballs destroy these vines? Vine magic is just basic first-level magic. Why is it so strong? Could this elf girl be a second-level mage? Dozens of green vines wrapped around the red-haired young man and others, tossing them roughly on the ground. They were beaten up, noses bleeding, and mouths spitting blood. The red-haired young man and his companions lay on the ground, motionless. Iwini had never killed anyone. Nervously, she tugged at Chungyu's sleeve, her face full of worry. Master Chungyu, those people might be dead, right? If they're dead, they're dead, Chungyu replied indifferently. He didn't feel any sympathy for these troublemakers. Maybe they would be dragged into a mountain ditch later and fed to wild dogs. But just then, the corpses on the ground moved. The leader, the red-haired young man, stood up. His black pupils turned bright red, his face pale and bloodless, with 2 sharp fangs growing from his mouth. His muscles swelled, and he hunched over. 2 large red wings, bald and bare, spread out behind him. The others also stood up, all with fangs and wings like his. These features didn't belong to humans, but to the Blood Clan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and frightened. Everyone be careful. Don't get bitten by the Blood Clan, or you might be turned into one of them. Aren't the Blood Clans supposed to be beyond the northern border? How did they come to the human territory? The northern border is well protected. How did the Blood Clan manage to invade? The Blood Clan and the Demon Clan are both under the command of the Demon King. They live in the northern demon realm. There are no Blood Clan members within the Black Sun Empire. Wait, they are not true Blood Clan members, but humans transformed into Blood Clan. The senior priest of the Order God sect, who is very experienced, quickly realizes that these people are not genuine Blood Clan. Although the Blood Clan can be created by special methods to turn humans into Blood Clan members, there are still some differences. Suddenly, Chunyu remembers that yesterday Barney said the northern border was broken half a month ago. Since then, the Blood Queen, Afra, has gone missing. At that time, Joyce guessed that Afra might have escaped through the gap in the northern border into the Black Sun Empire. Looking at the current situation, Joyce seems to be right. Afra really did enter the Black Sun Empire and transformed humans into Blood Clan members. Such a powerful demon is extremely dangerous. If encountered, even 5th-level experts could fall. I originally wanted to taste what the blood of the elves tastes like, but it turned out to be quite strong. The red-haired young man sneered grimly. He was tired of human blood and wanted to change. He pretended to be attracted by Yvonne's beauty earlier, but in fact, he was interested in the blood of the elves. But Yvonne's strength exceeded his expectations. Our identity is exposed. We must leave quickly, said another Blood Clan member. There are so many adventurers and members of the Order God sect here. They definitely can't fight them all. A few Blood Clan members flapped their wings and flew away into the distance. Order, with a soft shout, an elderly member of the Order God sect, less than 1.5 meters tall, sharply pressed his magic staff into the ground. Instantly, A circular magic array appeared with a diameter of 10 meters. The few Blood Clan members who had just taken to the sky were forcibly pulled down by an invisible force brought before the priest. They lined up from shortest to tallest, standing evenly spaced. The Blood Clan members looked terrified, unable to move. Blood Clan, die for me. The priest was about to kill them when Chung Yu suddenly spoke. Sir, wait a moment. Young friend, what is it? The priest paused his action. I have a question first. Go ahead. They can't move for now. The priest stepped aside, allowing Chung Yu to ask. Chung Yu walked over, looked at the group, and asked, Tell me, how did you become a Blood Clan? Why should I tell you? Although trapped, the red-haired young man still looked proud and stubborn, lacking awareness of his situation. A half-meter-long machete appeared in Chung Yu's hand, shining brightly. He raised it and cut off the head of a nearby Blood Clan, the body and head separated, with bright red blood spraying everywhere. Can you tell me now? Chung Yu smirked and waved the blood-stained machete in front of the red-haired young man. You. The young man was shocked. He didn't expect this human to act so decisively, killing someone as easily as chopping a chicken. He was scared. He was truly frightened. He dared not hide the truth. I was bitten by a woman in red, and then I became a Blood Clan. Where is that woman now? Chung Yu asked again. The woman who bit him was probably the Blood Queen, Afra. This was important military intelligence for the northern fortress. I don't know. After she drained my blood, she left. To stay alive, I had to drink others' blood, the red-haired young man said helplessly. When and where were you bitten? 10 days ago, in Canley Town. Chung Yu supported his chin with one hand, thinking. Afra entered the Black Sun Empire over a month ago. The man was bitten 10 days ago, which matches the timeline. Chung Yu looked at the Order God cult priest. Old sir, leave this Blood Clan with me. Kill the others. The red-haired young man looked at Chung Yu with complicated eyes. He didn't expect Chung Yu to spare his life. A flicker of gratitude appeared. There are still good people in the world. The priest looked confused. Why keep him? Blood Clans are a threat. Let him explore the maze first. Use him as cannon fodder in front, Chung Yu planned. It'll be quite satisfying. He intended to complete the system's mission and then explore the maze for treasure. But the maze was full of traps. This guy could serve as cannon fodder. The red-haired young man, who was just feeling proud a second ago, suddenly broke down and looked miserable, crying. The priest slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. That's right. We can use them as cannon fodder. Why didn't I think of that? So, the Order God cult members handed the red-haired young man to Chung Yu, drove the remaining Blood Clans into the maze, and let them go ahead to clear the way. When encountering traps or mechanisms, these bloodline members are the first to die. Yvonne, use vines to tie this guy up. Oh, holding her magic staff, Yvonne casts a vine spell. A green vine sprouts from the ground, binding the young man with red hair like a dumpling. Chung Yu throws the young man onto the barbecue stall to be used later when exploring the maze. Time passes second by second. Adventurers come in and out of the maze entrance. Some are injured and supported by teammates. Some find gold, silver, and jewels and are overjoyed. Some enter whole but leave only a body, with their heads still inside the maze. The smell of barbecue is so tempting that almost everyone passing by Chung Yu's stall buys a few skewers. Positive emotion points 7, positive emotion points 4, positive emotion points 5. System task progress, 2446/10,000 on the first day. Chung Yu gains 2,446 positive emotion points. As the sun sets, people who entered the maze begin to come out one after another. Members of the Order of the Sacred Law also exit the maze. When they entered, there were 6 bloodline members. When they leave, only 2 remain. The priest sees Chung Yu selling barbecue at the entrance and smiles, saying, Young friend, your method works well. With bloodline members leading the way, it's much safer. We managed to reach the 5th level of the maze smoothly. And the other 4 bloodline members? One fell into a fire pit trap and was burned alive. Another dissolved in a strong acid pool trap. One was swallowed by a monster, and another was crushed by a giant stone ball. Wow. Is the maze this dangerous? Chung Yu didn't expect so many traps and mechanisms inside the maze. The first 3 levels are okay, but the traps are more numerous on the 4th and 5th levels. After the Order members leave, Joyce comes out from inside. covered in wounds and staggering as he walks. Seeing Joyce in such a sorry state, Chengyu quickly goes to support him. What happened to you? I reached the 3rd level of the maze. The monster in the last room of that level was too fierce, but luckily I ran fast, Joyce says, relieved. What kind of monster? A 3rd-tier ice magic bear. Joyce is a 3rd-tier mage, and normally, 3rd-tier mages find it hard to defeat 3rd-tier monsters. What did you say? Ice magic bear? Joyce looked surprised. What's so surprising about that? The ice magic bear's paws are very tender and delicious, top-quality ingredients. Joyce thought Chengyu was excited about something else, but it was this. Let's go together tomorrow. Chengyu was very interested in those bear paws. Sure, Joyce remembered how last time, she and Chengyu defeated a 3rd-level magical beast, the black armor pig. Chengyu's strength didn't seem so simple. Taking Chengyu along might help them defeat the 3rd-level ice magic bear. By the way, I have something to tell you. That great demon, Afura, has entered the Black Sun Empire. Afura entered the Black Sun Empire? How do you know? Hearing this, Joyce's eyes showed shock. Chengyu told Joyce what happened that morning and showed her the young man with red hair. This is very important. We can't delay. We must inform the general as soon as possible. Joyce stood up, ignoring her injuries, and ran toward the northern fortress, disappearing into the dark night. The clergy of the Order God cult looked at Chengyu, who was eating the delicious barbecue he had prepared. Moreover, Chengyu suggested they use bloodline members as cannon fodder to avoid casualties. The clergy had a good impression of Chengyu. Old man Valker Alino, please sit down. The campfire's glow illuminated the wrinkled face of the clergy. Chengyu sat cross-legged beside Valker, smiling. My name is Chengyu. I am a chef. Tomorrow, I plan to explore the maze to find ingredients. Ingredients? Can you do it? The monsters in the maze are very fierce. Valker doubted Chengyu's abilities. A chef who can't handle ingredients isn't a good chef, Chengyu said with a smile. The elf girl accompanying me has already reached the 2nd level of magic, and the silver wolf girl is a 1st-level warrior. Following us tomorrow will make things easier for you. Thank you. Originally, Chengyu wanted to ask the expert for a strategy. Since the expert was willing to personally guide the newcomer, that was even better. In the morning, many adventurer teams gathered at the maze entrance, ready to explore. Some teams had 2 or 3 people, others had more than 10, and some adventurers went alone. Chengyu and his companions followed behind the 14 members of the Order God cult. 3 bloodline members had their hands and wings bound, and were pushed to the front to scout. As soon as they entered the maze, a large hall appeared before Chengyu. The hall was topped with a high, arched dome decorated with beautiful patterns. Inside, there were about 70 or 80 entrances to different parts of the 1st floor of the maze. Adventurers entered different entrances, trying to find a way to the 2nd floor. We go directly to the next level. Valker and the others had already reached the 5th level yesterday and knew how to get to the 2nd. Having a powerful guide was really helpful, Chengyu thought. Then, he followed Valker and the others into one of the entrances. The maze corridor was about 3 meters high, dry, and built from large blue stones. The stone walls were covered with strange patterns, identical to the symbols on the robes of the Order God cult members. Every few meters, a burning torch lit the way. After walking a short distance, they reached a fork in the path. After passing through 7 or 8 forks, the corridor ended, and in front stood a statue of a bird-headed humanoid deity over a meter tall. Walker approached the statue and tapped its forehead 3 times. Follow me. Beyond the stone wall is the 2nd level of the maze. The stone wall was just an illusion. Chengyu and the others followed Walker through it and reached the 2nd level of the maze. Chengyu was very curious. Mr. Walker, how do you know that knocking 3 times on the statue's head will take us to the 2nd level? This maze's owner is the God of Order. Our Order God's teachings include fragments about this maze. These fragments describe many ways to reach the 2nd level. This is the simplest method. Chengyu suddenly understood. No wonder Walker and the others reached the 5th level of the maze in just one day. They had a built-in guide. It's almost like cheating. So, does that mean you can reach the bottom level today? The fragments only record how to pass the first 4 levels. The records for the later 5 levels are lost. Alright, I just want to reach the 3rd level and defeat the ice magic bear there. Hearing this, Walker looked puzzled. How do you know there's an ice magic bear on the 3rd level? I have a friend who reached the 3rd level yesterday. He told me. The friend Ching you mentioned was naturally Joyce. Your friend is quite impressive. He reached the 3rd level on his first day. Walker's puzzled expression turned into surprise. In just one day, many adventurer teams couldn't even get past the 1st level of the maze. To find a way to go to the next level, you need wisdom, strength, and luck. Missing any one of these makes it hard. Of course, those with built-in guides like us are different. Chengyu smiled. My friend is a genius at the Imperial Magic Academy. Joyce was young, but already a 3rd level mage. Many people spend their whole lives learning magic and only reach 2nd level. A genius mind plus a little luck makes it easy to reach the 3rd level. Your friend truly deserves the name genius, Walker praised. At this moment, Iwani noticed a brick on the wall that was a different color from the others. All the other bricks were blue-green, but this one was more blue than green. It was hard to notice unless you looked carefully. Iwani reached out to touch the brick, and her hand went right inside it. Look at this, everyone, Iwani shouted to the others. Everyone stopped and saw Yvonne reach her hand into the wall. Walker, who knew the maze well, looked surprised and said, "You found a hidden mechanism, which isn't recorded in the old books," Yvonne said. "Inside, there's a round, somewhat thick object that fits perfectly in my hand. Try grabbing that and pulling it out," Walker suggested. Yvonne followed his advice, grabbed the object, and pulled. Boom. A muffled sound came from 10 meters away as a wall suddenly rose up, revealing a secret room. You're lucky. That's the switch for the secret room. Usually, valuable treasures are kept inside, Walker said. Really? Yvonne exclaimed happily. They entered the small room, which was about 10 square meters. It was a bit dark, with 2 large chests in the middle. Yvonne was about to open the chests when Walker stopped her. Wait. The chests in the maze might be disguised treasure monsters. If you open them, you could be attacked. Now, it was time for the sacrificial pawn to act. Walker pointed his staff at a young red-haired vampire. You, open one of the chests. The young vampire, now a prisoner, had no choice but to obediently open a chest. As soon as he opened it, the chest transformed into a giant mouth full of sharp teeth, biting off the front half of his body and swallowing him inside. Only his bloodied half-body remained. Now, you open the other one, Walker said, pointing at another vampire. That vampire, seeing what happened to the first, was scared and begged, "Sir, there might be monsters inside. I don't want to die." Walker's cold face threatened him. "If you don't open the chest, I will kill you now." The vampire had no choice but to open the second chest. He lifted the lid, revealing a tiny crystal bottle about half an inch tall. Through the transparent crystal, a golden seed was visible inside. Walker walked over, picked up the crystal bottle, looked at it carefully, but couldn't tell what it was. He handed the crystal bottle to Yvonne. "Since you found this secret room, the crystal bottle should belong to you. The followers of the Order God believe in order and do not do things that break rules or disrupt peace." Although Walker really wanted the crystal bottle, he remained loyal to his faith. Yvonne picked up the small crystal bottle and looked at it, unsure of what kind of seed was inside. She decided to plant it when she returned. The group left the secret room and continued forward. They quickly passed through the 2nd level of the maze and reached the 3rd level. "You mentioned the 3rd level ice magic bear. I know where it is. Follow me," said someone. The group turned left and right several times on the 3rd level of the maze. After many turns, they finally arrived at a large door. There were some bloodstains on the ground in front of the door, probably left by Joyce yesterday. Chengyu pushed open the door. Inside was a very spacious underground space. In the middle of the room, a huge white magic bear was crawling. It looked like a big pile of meat. This was the boss of the 3rd level of the maze, a 3rd-level magical creature called the Ice Magic Bear. The Ice Magic Bear sensed someone approaching. It opened its eyes and slowly stood up. It was over 20 meters tall, like a 4-story building. Walker knew that Chengyu was a 1st-level mage, Yvonne was a 2nd-level mage, and Mina was a 1st-level warrior. Even together, they could not defeat a 3rd-level magical creature. "Little friend, do you want to fight it yourself, or do you want me to help? If I step in, you'll have to pay a price," Walker said, looking at the small crystal bottle in Yvonne's hand. His meaning was clear. He wanted to help kill the Ice Magic Bear, but in exchange for that, he needed the crystal bottle. "No need for your help. I just need to make a small move." Cheng Yu's eyes showed a hint of killing intent. He glanced at the ice magic bear in the center of the room, magic energy flowing in his hand. He formed a magic circle for a fly-swatting spell, then suddenly swung his hand. With his strong power, the ice magic bear's head, over 2 meters in diameter, exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and its body collapsed heavily. Was it a one-hit kill? Valkyr and the others stared in shock, stunned beyond words. Qingyu, aren't you a first-level mage? How did you kill the third-level ice magic bear just now? I didn't feel any strong magic fluctuations from you, Valkyr asked. Valkyr had originally thought he would be the boss helping the newbie, but it seemed the other was also a boss. His attempt to show off failed. I have said that a chef who cannot control their ingredients is not a good chef. Qingyu did not directly answer Walker's question. He took out the dragon-patterned golden sword, walked to the corpse of the third-tier ice magic bear, and cut off its plump bare paws, storing them in the system warehouse. After cutting the paws, Qingyu sliced open the ice magic bear's belly and reached inside to feel around. After about 10 minutes, he pulled out a beautiful, semi-transparent yellow crystal from the bear's stomach. Very nice. Qingyu now has 2 third-tier magic crystals, one from the last black-armored pig and one from this ice magic bear. He also has several first-tier magic crystals from the Shadow Raven. Thank you, Mr. Walker, for bringing us here, Qingyu said gratefully. Walker, who is calm and steady, smiled faintly. No need to thank me. It was just a small favor. How do we get out of here? Qingyu didn't plan to go deeper. His system task wasn't finished yet. Walker said, return the way you came. On the way in, Qingyu passed through many forks. How could he remember the way back? Seeing Qingyu's awkward expression, Walker said, of course, you can also come with us to the 5th floor. When we go back, you can follow us. This is the 3rd level of the maze. Walker wouldn't send Qingyu to the maze entrance and then turn back. They weren't that close yet. All right, then I'll go to the 5th floor with you, Qingyu said reluctantly. They arrived in front of a stone statue with a bird's head and human body on the 3rd level. Walker spoke a secret phrase to the statue. I think the goddess of light still has her charm. A teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground, leading to the 4th level. Puff hearing the secret phrase set by the god of order, Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, such an abstract phrase. This god of order must not be an ordinary deity. Walker looked at Qingyu with a cold face. Young friend, do not blaspheme our god of order. Qingyu covered his mouth, smiling softly. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. The group reached the 4th level and came to another stone statue with a bird's head and human body. Walker recited a secret phrase to the statue. Goddess of light, don't kill me. A teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground, leading to the 5th level. Poof this time, not only Qingyu was laughing, but Mina and Iwani also giggled. They could almost imagine the scene where the god of order insulted the goddess of light, then was chased and begged for mercy. Blaspheming the gods, the 10 members of the Order God Church looked at Qingyu and the others with dark faces, their eyes showing slight hostility. Qingyu stepped behind Mina and Iwani, covering their mouths. Cough, cough, don't laugh. Be serious. The group used the teleportation circle to reach the 5th level of the maze. The scroll only records how to quickly pass the first 4 levels. We have to figure out the 5th ourselves. Please watch out for any traps or mechanisms, Vok said to Qingyu and the others. No problem. Qingyu looked around but didn't see anything special. Both of you go ahead. Vok asked the 2 vampires to lead the way. They walked through the maze for about 20 minutes until they saw a stone statue with a bird head and human body in front of them. Another one of these statues. Can you guess the secret code? Qingyu asked Vok. Of course I can. Vok was confident and walked up to the statue, raised his hands, and bowed sincerely. Serve my master, the great god of order. After a while, the statue did not respond. Based on the style of the first 2 secret codes, it's definitely not your style, Qingyu said. He thought for a moment. The first secret code was, I think the goddess of light is still charming, and the second was, goddess of light, don't kill me. Using logical reasoning based on the context, the third secret code might be, I was hit by the goddess of light. The goddess of light stabbed me. The goddess of light kicked my waist. The goddess of light is so scary. His imagination ran wild. Qingyu tried over 30 different phrases, but the statue did not react. Vok watched Chengyu try for a long time and said, "If it doesn't work, forget it. There are other ways to reach the next level. There must be another way to get to the 6th level." After thinking for a moment, Chengyu changed his approach. The goddess of light approached me very closely. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of gears turning was heard, and the bird-headed statue slowly started to rotate. "Wow, you actually guessed the secret code of the God of Order. Maybe I am not really a priest of the Order God." Vok chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hee, Chengyu smiled. But this time, it wasn't a teleportation array. A statue of a bird-headed, human-bodied god slowly descended underground. Behind it, a stone wall rose up, revealing an entrance to a passage leading somewhere unknown. This time, it wasn't a teleportation array. Could it be that the secret code was wrong? Or did a different mechanism activate? Based on the previous 2 times, if the secret code was correct, a teleportation array to the 6th floor should appear. Chengyu couldn't quite understand and didn't want to think too much. "Let's go inside and see." Vok still let the 2 bloodline members go ahead to scout. They walked through the narrow passage for a few minutes. When they emerged, a wide, round underground space appeared before them. In the center of this space, a black magic wolf was lying down. It had a long black mane around its neck and was about 7 or 8 meters long. Behind the black magic wolf, on a pillar, there was a golden treasure chest. Seeing the golden chest, Chengyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a legendary gold one." The black magic wolf sensed someone entering. It opened its eyes, stood up, and shook the mane on its neck. Howl, a wolf's howl, filled with nearly tangible, powerful magic energy, burst out from it. Vok felt the intense magic wave and looked shocked. This is a 6th-tier shadow wolf. On the Celsus continent, 6th-tier mages are legendary figures, but it's hard for 6th-tier mages to defeat 6th-tier magical beasts of the same level. It shows how strong 6th-tier magical beasts are. Vok stepped back. "We can't beat it. Let's run." Chengyu sighed and reluctantly looked at the golden treasure chest on the pillar. Good news. Found a legendary gold item. Bad news. Guarded by a very powerful magical beast. There's no choice but to retreat. At this moment, Mina grabbed Chengyu's wrist. "Wait, I know level 10 wolf language. Let me try to communicate with it." Mina belongs to the Silver Wolf clan and naturally understands wolf language. Can it work? Chengyu was doubtful. "I don't know. I'll try." Holding a tentative hope, Mina howled at the 6th level shadow wolf. "Howa howu." The shadow wolf paused, surprised to see a fellow of its kind after so many years in this strange place. Its bad mood suddenly brightened. Shadow wolf. "Howa howa howu." Mina. "Howa howa howu." Shadow wolf. "Howu." Mina. "Howa howa woo." Mina and the shadow wolf exchanged sounds and gestures. Chengyu, Yinyin, and the members of the Order God cult couldn't understand what they were saying. Thanks to Mina's communication, the 6th level shadow wolf did not attack Chengyu and his group. They kept a safe distance of about 100 meters. Chengyu gently touched Mina's waist and whispered, "Mina, what is it saying?" It said that the golden treasure chest is useless to it and can be given to us. However, the rules of the maze require it to guard the chest and not give it directly. What should we do? Later, you attack it, and it will pretend to be unable to fight back. Really? I'll try. Chengyu approached the 6th level shadow wolf. Seeing Chengyu come closer, the shadow wolf bared its teeth, glared fiercely, and looked very aggressive, radiating nearly tangible powerful magic. Although he knew the wolf might hold back, Chengyu still felt a bit nervous because of the strong magic. After all, it was a 6th level monster. Howu, translation, die human. The 6th level shadow wolf howled to the sky and charged at Chengyu. Normally, shadow wolves can transform into shadows, having no physical form and moving extremely fast. But this wolf was not very quick. Targeting the wolf's movements, Chengyu gently threw a right hook and hit its body. Howu, translation, such a strong human. I am hurt. The shadow wolf slipped and fell to the ground, curling up slightly, clutching its head with its claws, and kept crying out in pain. Howu, translation, it hurts so much, I am going to die. Howu, translation, this human is terrifying. Howu, translation, my internal organs are about to burst. Looking at the exaggerated performance of the 6th level shadow wolf, Chengyu really wanted to kick it a few more times, but he decided against it. Treasure hunting was more important. He quickly rushed to the golden treasure chest on the pillar, took it down, and hurriedly left the dungeon. Back in the main corridor, he opened the golden chest. Inside was a purple metal bracelet, covered with lightning patterns, very beautiful. What's this? Xingyu picked up the purple metal bracelet and examined it, but couldn't tell what it was. Congratulations. The host has obtained a high-level magic item, Thunder Bracelet. Wearing the Thunder Bracelet allows the user to unleash powerful lightning energy. The system voice sounded. It was surprisingly a high-level magic item, which made Xingyu feel a little surprised. Mina, here you go. Xingyu handed the Thunder Bracelet to Mina. If Mina hadn't communicated with the Shadow Wolf, she probably wouldn't have gotten this high-level magic item. Wow, such a beautiful bracelet. Are you really giving it to me? Mina was excited. As the master's servant, she believed treasures should be given to the master. Yes, Xingyu nodded. Mina put the Thunder Bracelet on her right wrist. As soon as she did, the bracelet seemed to become part of her body, and she could control it freely. With a thought, purple lightning arcs flickered across Mina's fair hand. A happy expression appeared on her face. This bracelet can discharge electricity? Next time I go to the river to catch fish, I can just shock them. Surely I'll catch a lot. Walker felt a bit frustrated. Let's go. We need to find a way to reach the 6th level. The 5th floor maze was very large. The group explored for a long time, but couldn't find a way to the 6th level. During this time, Walker and the others also found some treasures, but none were as valuable as Mina's legendary golden item. Xingyu didn't really care whether they went to the 6th level of the maze. He entered the maze not to explore it, but to hunt high-level ingredients, specifically, the ice magic bear's paw. After walking for a while and getting tired, they arrived at a spacious hall to rest. Bored, Xingyu started chatting with Walker. Old Walker, is there a treasure at the very bottom of this maze? Walker thought for a moment. According to the ancient scrolls, the God of Order has stored a divine artifact at the lowest level of the maze. I'm not sure what exactly it is. A divine artifact? I hope you find it soon. Xingyu just wanted to leave the maze quickly. He still needed to go back and sell barbecue and complete the system task. Thank you, Vok politely said. Let's explore a bit longer. If we can't find a way to the 6th floor today, we'll come back tomorrow. Okay. The group rested for 10 minutes before continuing their exploration of the maze. They passed through a maze corridor and arrived at a large hall. On the walls of the hall, 2 large demon statues with wings were crouched. As soon as they entered the hall, the 2 large demon statues' eyes glowed red, and their surface stones started to peel off. Vok's face darkened. This isn't good. They're ghouls. Are they strong? Xingyu asked. They have high defense and are quite tough. The 2 large statues flapped their wings and swooped toward Xingyu and the others. Vok and the others took out magic wands and used magic to attack the statues. Xingyu gathered a magic spell called Fly Swatter in his hand and aimed it at one of the statues' heads. Boom! A huge force hit the statue, knocking it into the wall across the hall. The statue had high defense. It was hit by Xingyu's spell, but didn't die. Its head showed a few tiny cracks. Meanwhile, Vok and the others were attacked by the other statue. Thanks to their high defense, the statue endured magic attacks from more than 10 mages and rushed toward Vok and the others, attacking with claws and wings. Among the group, some mages focused on defense magic. 2 of them cast defensive spells at the same time. A semi-transparent circular energy shield appeared, blocking the statue's attacks. The statue kept attacking the energy shield, causing cracks to form on it. Before the shield was broken, Vok stood in the middle, recited a magic spell, and a large magic circle appeared on the ground. Although the fully cast spell was powerful, it took some time to prepare and could be interrupted, so it required teamwork. In about 10 seconds, the shield was about to break. Order Disruption Magic. Vok's spell activated. A white divine light shot from his wand, hitting most of the statue's body. The part of the statue hit by the white light instantly disintegrated into powder and could no longer move. Meanwhile, Xingyu punched one of the statues, knocking it away. It seemed weaker than him. Following the principle of, if you can't beat them, run away. If you can, strike hard, Xingyu took the initiative and charged at the stone statue demon. Take this punch. He quickly reached the demon and clenched his fist, punching the demon's chest. His strong force made the demon's chest crack, causing the entire hall to shake violently. The demon, furious, kicked Cheng-Yu with all its might, sending him flying toward the ceiling. Everyone saw Cheng-Yu's body shoot backward like a cannonball, angling toward the ceiling. However, just as Cheng-Yu touched the ceiling, there was no loud crashing sound. Instead, he seemed to pass right through it. Cheng-Yu, Mina, and Yvonne shouted together. No, there's something strange about this hall's ceiling. It might be the way to the 6th level. Valkyr was overjoyed and rushed toward the ceiling, trying to enter the hall the same way Cheng-Yu did. But he hit his head on something and fell down from the ceiling. The demon, still alive, lunged at Valkyr and his friends again. Valkyr had already defeated one demon and was not afraid of this one. Just like before, he easily defeated the second demon. Why can't I enter the ceiling? Valkyr looked at the ceiling with a puzzled expression. Everyone searched the hall. Finally, in a small, hidden corner, they found a note. To reach the 6th level of the maze, use the demon's attack to shoot yourself into the ceiling. The demon refreshes every 7 days. Seeing this, Valkyr and the others were stunned. The 2 demons had already been defeated. This meant they would have to wait 7 days before they could try again to reach the 6th level. Mr. Valkyr, is the 6th level dangerous? Yvonne asked nervously, worried about Cheng-Yu's safety. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters. On the 5th level, there are 6th-tier shadow wolves, and on the 6th level, there might be 7th-tier monsters too. Hearing this, Mina and Yvonne frowned, more worried about Cheng-Yu. Although I don't know which level of the maze this is, I am sure he is still inside the maze. First, find the exit. Cheng-Yu walks along the maze corridor. The maze is full of traps and monsters, so he stays alert to his surroundings. After walking a few hundred meters, he sees a blurry black shadow ahead. The shadow is coming toward Cheng-Yu, and its outline is about the height of a person. What's that? He stops, sensing possible danger approaching, and pulls out a kitchen knife. The shadow gets closer, and a golden-furred tiger appears in his view. Cheng-Yu recognizes the type of tiger, a red golden tiger. This tiger is known to be quite fierce among the tiger monsters on the continent of Celsus. Roar the red golden tiger looks at Cheng-Yu, its eyes wide, teeth bared, roaring fiercely. Feeling the strong killing intent from the tiger, Cheng-Yu tenses up. He quickly forms a magic circle to cast a fly-swatting spell, preparing to give the tiger a big surprise to test its strength. If he can beat it, he fights. If not, he runs. But just then, Cheng-Yu suddenly remembers something. He had previously grown catnip on the farm in front of the manor and collected some, storing it in his system warehouse, planning to use it when petting cats. Tigers are also cats, so maybe catnip works on tigers too? Roar, translation, die human. The red golden tiger roars again, ready to attack Cheng-Yu. Seeing this, Cheng-Yu quickly takes out 3 sprigs of catnip, crushes them into a ball, and throws it at the tiger. The tiger thinks it's an attack, jumps back easily, and dismissively looks at the ball of catnip. It seems this low-level attack has no effect on it. However, in the next second, a strange smell emanates from the ball of catnip. The tiger, smelling the scent, instantly looks confused, its eyes wide open. Roar, translation, what is this? I can't control myself anymore. The special smell of the catnip wildly stimulates the tiger's nerves. Unable to resist the temptation, the tiger happily approaches the ball of catnip, claws it with its large paws, rubs its head against it, bites a piece, and shakes its head, feeling dizzy. Catnip really works on tigers. It was as if Cheng-Yu had discovered a new world. The golden red tiger rubbed against the catnip, licked it, bit it, shook its head, jumped up and down, and became very excited. Since entering the maze, Cheng-Yu hadn't eaten anything, and he was feeling a bit hungry. While the golden red tiger was busy with the catnip, Cheng-Yu took out a grill, charcoal, skewers of bird meat, MSG, cumin, salt, and sesame oil, and started to cook some barbecue for himself. Soon, the smell of grilled meat began to fill the maze corridors. After playing with the catnip for a while, the golden red tiger, now sober, caught the scent of the delicious barbecue again. Combining catnip and barbecue. What little cat could resist such a temptation? Fat tiger, want a skewer? Cheng-Yu waved the barbecue skewer in his hand toward the golden red tiger. Roar, translation, I'd rather die than eat human food. The golden red tiger drooled and growled stubbornly. Seeing the tiger drooling with desire, Cheng-Yu smiled and threw a skewer of bird meat toward it. The tiger's eyes followed the flying skewer. Its brain, don't eat it. The rules of the maze are to kill all humans who enter. Its mouth and stomach. Catch it quickly, catch it quickly. If it hits the ground, it won't taste good. The desire for food overwhelmed the tiger's reason. It leapt lightly and caught the skewer Cheng-Yu threw, happily devouring it. Yum. Translation: it's so delicious. The higher the level of a magical creature, the smarter it tends to be. This golden red tiger was a level 4 magical beast. It ran over to Cheng-Yu, obediently sat beside him, and looked at him with hopeful eyes, still wanting more barbecue. The best way to build friendship with wild animals is to feed them. Cheng-Yu smiled, petted the tiger's ears, and gave it 50 more skewers of barbecue. The tiger happily ate the barbecue. Fat tiger, what level is this maze? Cheng-Yu asked the tiger. Roar the tiger let out a call. Although it understood what Cheng-Yu meant, it couldn't speak human words. Cheng-Yu changed his approach, asking, is this the first level? The tiger shook its head. Second level? The tiger shook its head again. Sixth level? The tiger nodded. Cheng-Yu finally understood that he had triggered some mechanism and accidentally entered the 6th level of the maze. Fat tiger, do you know how to get to the 7th level? Cheng-Yu patted the red golden tiger's head. Roar the red golden tiger lay in front of Cheng-Yu, signaling him to ride on its back. It would take Cheng-Yu to the 7th level. There was no other choice. The tiger also wanted to follow the maze rules, but Cheng-Yu had given it too much. After eating and drinking enough, Cheng-Yu packed his things and rode on the tiger's back. The tiger led Cheng-Yu deeper into the 6th level of the maze. The red golden tiger is a wandering monster in the maze dungeon. It roams around the 6th level, attacking adventurers who enter. It knows where it's safe and where there are traps. It helped Cheng-Yu pass through various mechanisms and traps easily, leading him to a large hall. On the wall of the hall was a huge stone door, over 10 meters high. Is the way to the 7th level behind this stone door? Cheng-Yu asked the tiger. The tiger nodded. Thanks, fat tiger. I'll give you 3 more catnip sticks. The tiger happily grabbed the 3 catnip sticks and ran off happily. Now that there was no turning back, Cheng-Yu decided to go see the 7th level of the maze. He reached the big stone door, pushed it open, and a spacious underground space appeared. In the center of this large underground area, a 6th-tier monster was lying down, a hellhound with 3 heads. It was the boss of the 6th level. Defeating it would allow access to the 7th level. The hellhound sensed someone entering. It stood up, towering about 7 or 8 meters tall, with sharp dog ears pointing up, and looked at Cheng-Yu with a hostile gaze. It had 3 huge dog heads. One spat out hot flames, another released raging lightning, and the third emitted cold ice fog. It could attack with all 3 elements at once. At the same time, the hellhound used its domain skill, Hell Sigh, spreading black mist. Its terrifying pressure filled the space, making the soul tremble uncontrollably. Cheng-Yu's current strength was equivalent to a 4th-tier warrior. He couldn't defeat this 6th-tier hellhound. Wait, dog brother, don't fight me, Cheng-Yu said to the hellhound. He had just grilled some skewers and planned to eat them on the way. He took out all the skewers and offered them to the monster. He threw dozens of skewers in front of the hellhound. The monster sniffed, found it delicious, and ate the skewers along with the sticks. Woof, 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 the 3-headed hellhound happily barked 3 times, never having tasted anything so delicious. Staring blankly at Cheng-Yu, the hostility in its eyes lessened a bit. It didn't attack, but also didn't back down. Cheng-Yu quickly took out the barbecue grill, lit a fire, and started grilling. One skewer after another of tasty barbecue was fed to the 3-headed hellhound. The hostility of the hellhound gradually decreased. After tossing hundreds of skewers, the hellhound's hostility toward Cheng-Yu was completely gone. It voluntarily lifted the Hell Sigh domain, stuck out its long dog tongue, and wagged its tail at Cheng-Yu. Dog brother, can I go over now? Cheng-Yu asked. Woof, 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 the hellhound cleared a path for Cheng-Yu, leading to the 7th level of the maze. Easily reaching the 7th level, Cheng-Yu didn't know what to say. It seemed there was no law requiring that passing through a maze must be done with overwhelming strength. With the experience of passing the 7th level, Cheng-Yu immediately took out the barbecue grill upon entering the 8th level and pre-cooked over 100 skewers. Originally, there were a total of 100,000 skewers. Half were sold at the northern fortress, leaving about 50,000 in stock. Chengyu had not gone far in the passage when a dozen fifth-tier wind howl wolves appeared before him. The leader, a wolf king nearly 10 meters long, with the others around 7 or 8 meters, had blue fur and radiated strong magic power. To defeat more than a dozen fifth-tier monsters, at least a sixth-tier legendary mage was needed. The dozen fifth-tier wind howl wolves glared fiercely at Chengyu, their eyes crimson like demons from hell, ready to attack. Brother Wolf, friends, don't shoot. No, don't bite me. I'm here to bring benefits to everyone. Chengyu threw dozens of skewers of cooked barbecue to the wolves. With his top-level cooking skills, the barbecue was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. The smell wafted into the wolves' noses, causing their expressions to stiffen and their fierce, demon-like eyes to clear up a bit. Unable to resist the temptation of the meat aroma, the dozen wind howl wolves tasted Chengyu's barbecue, and their eyes immediately showed a look of bliss. Howl, translation, delicious. Howl, howl, translation, what is this? So tasty. Howl, translation, so good, so good. With a gentle smile, Chengyu took out a barbecue grill and started grilling for the group of swift wolves. The 5-star magical creatures have quite high intelligence. Although the maze rules assign the swift wolves the task of attacking intruders, who would attack someone who is actually helping everyone. A group of swift wolves gathered around Chengyu, staring at the barbecue, drooling eagerly. Howling loudly, the swift wolves howled at the sky, urging Chengyu to hurry. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon. Chengyu took out a large bunch of skewers, placed them on the grill, and started cooking, brushing oil and sprinkling seasonings like cumin powder and MSG. At this moment, Chengyu looked just like a street vendor selling grilled lamb skewers. The swift wolves had big appetites, and there were more than 10 of them. Time passed second by second. Chengyu was busy grilling on the 8th floor of the maze. He grilled nonstop for 3 days and nights, taking occasional short breaks. After over 10,000 skewers, the 10 or so swift wolves couldn't eat anymore. They lay around Chengyu, showing no hostility. Originally, it would take a 6th-level mage to defeat the 5-star swift wolves, but now, over 10,000 skewers of food had done the trick. Is this a bug in the maze? Chengyu wondered. But thinking about the 2 secret phrases set by the God of Order in the 3rd and 4th levels of the maze, I think the Goddess of Light is still charming, and, Goddess of Light, don't kill me. He suspected that the God of Order was not a proper deity. The monsters in the maze might be able to increase their favorability, which could be intentional by the God of Order. Brother Wolf, how do we get to the 9th level? In 3 days, Chengyu had become familiar with the Wolf King of the Swift Wolves. He patted the Wolf King's head. Howling, the Wolf King shook its head, signaling Chengyu to follow. Meanwhile, Mina and Iwani had already left the maze with the followers of the God of Order. Mr. Valker, it's been 3 days and nights. Chengyu still hasn't come out. Could something have happened? Mina looked worried and asked Valker, a priest of the God of Order. Valker shook his head and sighed. The 6th level of the maze is very dangerous, full of traps and mechanisms. Young Chengyu probably didn't make it. Very dangerous? Full of traps and mechanisms. Mina's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yvonne remained silent, tears silently falling. On the 8th level of the maze, Chengyu was riding on the back of the Swift Wind Wolf King. The Swift Wind Wolves ran quickly through the maze tunnels, passing ancient stone halls. The monsters along the way recognized the Swift Wind Wolves and did not attack. The Wind Wolf King led Chengyu through the maze tunnels for several hours, turning at many forks and passing through numerous stone halls. The maze seemed endless. The 8th level of the maze was much more complicated than expected. Chengyu estimated that this level covered several thousand square kilometers, with a complex route. If it weren't for the Wind Wolves guiding him, he might have taken a year or more to find a way to the 9th level. After 5 hours, the Wind Wolves brought Chengyu to a 2-meter-high stone door. Chengyu jumped down from the Wind Wolf King's back. Brother Wolf, is the way to the 9th level inside this door? The Wind Wolf King nodded, then threw a string of red gemstone necklaces to Chengyu. What's this? Chengyu picked up the red gemstone necklace and looked at it, but couldn't tell what it was for. The Wind Wolf King raised a paw, patted a nearby wind wolf's neck, then pointed at the red gemstone necklace in Chengyu's hand. You mean I should wear this necklace? Yu asked. The Wind Wolf King nodded. Yu put the red gemstone necklace around his neck, but nothing happened. Can I go in now? Yu asked. The Wind Wolf King nodded. I'm leaving. Thanks for guiding me. Yu pushed open the large door. Inside was a dim, empty room, with a mirror standing in the center, as tall as a person. Yu walked to the mirror, looked at it, and saw that it was no different from an ordinary mirror. Where's the way to the 9th level? Just then, the red gemstone around Yu's neck turned into a burst of red energy and entered the mirror. The mirror emitted a dazzling red light. A strong pulse sucked Yu into the mirror. After a dizzying spin, the surrounding space gradually stabilized. Yu opened his eyes and found himself lying in a clearing in the woods, under a blue sky, with bright sunshine and a faint floral scent in the air. Is this the 9th level of the maze? The 9th level of the maze has a completely different style from the previous 8 levels. Here, there are forests, lakes, blue skies, and white clouds, forming a small, self-contained world. Yu looked around in surprise. Using divine powers to create a small world is not too difficult. Yu stood up and saw a calm little lake not far ahead. He walked to the edge of the lake. The water was full of plants, clear, and fish were swimming inside. In the middle was a small island surrounded by water, connected to the shore by a wooden bridge. Yu crouched by the lake to wash his smoky hands and looked at the small island. On it was a simple wooden house, similar to ordinary homes in Boutown. Around the house, colorful flowers were planted. According to Walker, the 9th level of the maze contains a treasured artifact guarded by the God of Order. Could it be inside that wooden house? His eyes lit up with excitement. Yu walked across the wooden bridge toward the house on the island. Suddenly, the water in the lake started to churn. A human-shaped figure formed on the surface of the water. This figure emitted an overwhelming aura of power, making Yu's legs tremble uncontrollably, almost causing him to kneel on the bridge. First level mage? How did you get to the 9th level of the maze? The figure asked with confusion. Who are you? Yu hunched over, gasping heavily, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This human-shaped figure was too strong. Just standing there, it felt oppressive. The figure's voice came again. I am a trace of the breath left by the God of Order, guarding the 9th level of the maze. One trace of such power? Yu clenched his teeth, trying to keep his body from bending under the pressure. The treasured artifact of the God of Order is inside that house. You have 2 ways to get it. 1, defeat me with your strength. Or, the figure said. I choose 2. I choose 2. Yu interrupted before the other could finish. He couldn't even stand properly now. How could he defeat this human-shaped figure? Number 2. Guess what the artifact inside the house is? The figure replied. Yu was confused. If he were someone from the Order God cult, he might know what the artifact inside the wooden house was, but he had no understanding of the Order God cult at all. Since it was an artifact, Yu thought carefully and guessed. Is the artifact inside the wooden house the dragon-slaying sword? No. Shadow battle axe? No. Frostmourne? No. Fire of joy? No. Magic sword Apophis? No. Outside the maze of the God of Order, there was a large tent area. In recent days, more and more adventurers had been exploring the maze of the God of Order. Because this was a newly appeared maze that hadn't been fully explored yet, it contained more treasures than those that had been around for a long time. However, most of these adventurers were only 1st or 2nd level, mainly exploring the 1st and 2nd floors of the maze. Few had reached below the 3rd floor. The Order God cult was able to explore up to the 5th floor mainly because of a fragment of a record book that contained maze information, which was like a built-in guide. Mina and Yvonne waited outside the maze for Yu to come out, feeling very down. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the maze, Yu sat cross-legged on a wooden bridge, guessing what the artifact inside the wooden house could be. The followers of the Order God cult were very particular about order and liked to arrange chaotic things neatly. Yu remembered the last time Valkyrie bought barbecue at a stall, lining up the spice bottles neatly and measuring the distance between each with a ruler to make sure they were evenly spaced. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. I know. The artifact inside the wooden house is a ruler. No, not a ruler. Then maybe a tape measure? No. Infrared distance meter? No. Vernier caliper? No. A basketball? No. Suspender pants. No. Cheng-Yu was frustrated, holding his head in his hands. He had been guessing for almost 2 days on the 9th floor and had tried everything he could think of, but he still couldn't figure out what was inside the wooden house. This human-shaped outline is just a faint aura left by the God of Order. Its features are blurry, and it doesn't even have a mouth, so I can't get close to it through casual conversation. Cheng-Yu looks embarrassed. Big brother, can you give me a hint? I really can't guess. The human-shaped outline stays silent, giving no hints. Cheng-Yu shakes his head in disappointment. Can I walk around near this small lake? Yes, the outline replies. Cheng-Yu goes for a walk nearby, looking for clues. He strolls along the lake's edge, where the water plants are lush and the environment is nice. Suddenly, an idea pops into Cheng-Yu's mind. When someone comes to a small lake and sees an island in the middle, connected by a wooden bridge, their usual thinking is to go across the bridge to reach the island. But do I have to cross the wooden bridge? Can't I just swim over? Thinking of this, Cheng-Yu feels excited. Splash! He doesn't bother taking off his clothes and pants. He jumps straight into the small lake and swims toward the island. He turns his head to the right, where the human-shaped outline stands on the bridge without moving or stopping him. He swims harder, watching the island get closer and closer, his heart pounding. The divine artifact of the God of Order is about to be in his hands. It's a powerful artifact, comparable to a semi-divine being in this era without gods. His eyes shine with heat and madness. Cheng-Yu swings his arms and swims as fast as he can. But after a while, he notices something's wrong. From the shore, the straight-line distance between the shore and the island is only about 200 meters, so he should reach it in a few minutes. Yet, after more than 10 minutes of swimming, the island keeps getting closer, but he can't reach it. He swims a bit more, and the island looks right in front of him but remains out of reach. Damn! Knowing he can't swim over, Cheng-Yu curses and swims back to the shore. He only swims back for a second or two before reaching land. On the shore, Cheng-Yu starts a fire, drying his wet clothes and pants. He then returns to the bridge and faces the human-shaped outline again. That artifact is just a pile of crap pulled out by the God of Order. Since I can't figure out what it is, Cheng-Yu guesses wildly. No, wait. Is that artifact the God of Order's underwear? No, that's not right. The God of Order's socks? No, that's not right. Cheng-Yu was stunned, recalling the previous secret phrases. I think the Goddess of Light is still charming, and Goddess of Light, don't kill me. Is that divine artifact the Goddess of Light's underwear? No, that's not right. The Goddess of Light's bra? No, that's not right. The Goddess of Light's socks? No, that's not right. The Goddess of Light's undergarments? Yes, that's correct. Cheng-Yu froze in place, looking confused. This is too strange. The divine artifact treasured by the God of Order is actually the Goddess of Light's underwear. The God of Order has some unusual tastes. While Cheng-Yu was still stunned, a humanoid figure raised a finger, pointing it at Cheng-Yu's forehead. A black light entered his body. Cheng-Yu looked at his body and then at the humanoid figure. What did you do to me? I placed a curse inside you. Wow, what kind of curse? Cheng-Yu felt a bit nervous, confused about being cursed. This curse is, if you tell anyone about stealing the Goddess of Light's underwear, you will die instantly. It's mainly to keep his reputation clean. So that's the curse. Cheng-Yu relaxed slightly. What if I write it down? You will still die instantly, the humanoid replied. Cheng-Yu sat cross-legged on the wooden bridge, thinking for a moment. What if I write it in code? Like telling someone the page, line, and word number in a book, then forming a sentence. The humanoid was cursing inwardly. You really want to tell others about this, huh? Seeing that the other didn't speak, Cheng-Yu smiled. Just joking. I promise I won't say anything. After Cheng-Yu's promise, the humanoid disappeared. Cheng-Yu crossed the wooden bridge to the small wooden house on the lake island. The door was unlocked. Inside, in the living room, there was a golden chest. He opened the chest, revealing a delicate white silk women's undergarment, similar to a camisole or strapless top. It was thin, soft, glowing with a pure and gentle light, and carried a faint floral scent. Cheng-Yu raised the straps of his underwear with both hands. This is the Goddess of Light's underwear. It smells so good. Congratulations. The host has obtained the Goddess of Light's underwear. Wearing this underwear will ruin your reputation, but you will gain a small amount of light power. Your holy attribute will be maximized. allowing you to resist all evil forces, and your magic resistance will be greatly increased. Chengyu covered his face and smiled bitterly. As a man wearing women's underwear, he would definitely be seen as strange. Unless absolutely necessary, he should avoid wearing it. Although the Black Sun Empire's Light Church worships the goddess of light, the church was founded only on a small amount of light magic left behind by her. No one has truly seen the goddess of light, and no one knows if she is alive or dead. Chengyu didn't dare imagine how the members of the Light Church would react if they saw a man radiating the holy light of the goddess of light. Forget it. I'll think about it later. Chengyu put the underwear into a golden chest, then stored the chest in the system warehouse. He then looked around the room for a way to leave the maze. Chengyu entered a room in the wooden hut. Inside, there was a stone tablet about half a meter tall, covered in dust, with faint small characters visible. Recite the secret phrase, order, the foundation of social stability toward the stone tablet to leave the maze. Chengyu recited the phrase. In a flash, he turned into a white light and disappeared from the 9th floor of the maze. A few seconds passed. Chengyu appeared in the forest outside the maze. The air was fresh and pleasant. The sunset cast long shadows of the trees. Finally out, Chengyu took a deep breath, a smile on his face, and quickly headed back toward the maze. He hadn't seen Mina and Yvonne for several days. He really missed them. In the open space in front of the maze, many adventurers from the nearby main city had gathered. They set up stalls, selling treasures, weapons, armor, magic items, and monster cores they found in the maze. From a distance, it looked like a lively market. Most of the weapons, armor, and magic items these adventurers found were low-level magic gear from the 1st or 2nd floor of the maze. At the bustling marketplace in front of the maze, Chengyu approached a tent he had set up earlier. He lifted the tent flap, but didn't see Mina or Yvonne. He looked around again. He looked around and saw Mina and Yvonne standing in front of a large stone door. It was evening now, and adventurers were coming out of the maze one after another. Mina and Yvonne stood on tiptoe, stretching their necks, trying to find something in the crowded crowd. For the past few days since Chengyu disappeared, they had been waiting at the maze entrance every day, hoping to see Chengyu come out. Suddenly, Chengyu silently walked up behind them, patted Mina and Yvonne on the shoulders from behind, and said with a smile, "Hey, beautiful. Want to go out? Get lost, you rude person," Mina snapped angrily. She was annoyed by many people trying to talk to her these days. But the next second, Mina recognized Chengyu's voice and turned her head to look behind her. When she saw Chengyu, Mina's eyes widened, and she showed an expression of happiness she had never felt before. She jumped onto Chengyu, wrapping her long arms around his neck, her legs around his waist, and wagging her tail happily. "Chengyu, I thought I'd never see you again." Mina affectionately rubbed her head against Chengyu's cheek. Chengyu remembered when he used to study in the county town and went home once a month during holidays. Every time he returned, the family's dog would run to greet him from afar, bouncing and jumping around him, wagging its tail so fast it seemed like it might spin off. Mina's enthusiastic reaction was a bit like that dog. Maybe she was what people call a dog-type girlfriend. Yvonne wasn't as passionate as Mina, but she was still very happy to see Chengyu. She hugged his right arm, resting her head on his shoulder. "It's so good that you're back safe. Tomorrow, we'll continue selling barbecue." Chengyu looked at Mina's light red eyes. "Okay," Mina nodded, pressing her cheek against Chengyu's cheek. "Earlier, I saw a small grove over there that's quite hidden. Tonight, let's go to that small grove." "What for?" Yvonne asked curiously. A few coughs. Chengyu cleared his throat tactfully. "To watch the stars." Yvonne looked at the small grove not far away, feeling even more confused. With such dense trees, could they really see the stars? The eastern sky was beginning to turn pale, and a chill filled the air. Early in the morning, adventurers started entering the maze again for exploration. Chengyu set up a barbecue stall at the entrance of the maze, with smoke curling up and the smell of meat drifting everywhere. Adventurers passing by the stall couldn't help but buy a few skewers. Positive mood 4, positive mood 7, positive mood 5. System task progress, 2523/10,000. At this moment, 14 people dressed uniformly approached the stall. They were members of the Order of the Divine. The priest, Vakur, with old eyes full of surprise, asked Chengyu. Friend Chengyu, didn't you accidentally enter the 6th level of the maze? How did you come out? Chengyu couldn't tell Valker that he had already cleared the maze and taken the most valuable treasure inside. So he made up a reason. I wandered around the 6th level for several days and finally solved a mechanism. I used that to leave the maze directly. Did you encounter any fierce monsters during that time? Valker asked, a bit incredulous. Chengyu pretended to smile foolishly. Lucky, I didn't encounter any fierce monsters. The monsters in the maze had been bought off with barbecue. Without their help, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the maze. Such good luck. You must be a follower of the god of fortune, Valker guessed. People who believe in the god of fortune usually have better luck than others. No, just pure luck, Chengyu replied. Well, congratulations on coming out safely. Valker also cheered for Chengyu. Each of us needs 4 skewers, a total of 56 skewers. No problem. Chengyu started grilling the skewers. Barbecue cost 20 copper coins each. 56 skewers cost 1,120 copper coins. Valker took out 11 silver coins and 20 copper coins to give to Yvonne. Friend Chengyu, your spice bottles are messy again. Let me help you organize them. Valker saw that the spice bottles on the grill were arranged chaotically and felt uncomfortable. He arranged the bottles from smallest to largest. Then he took out a ruler, measured the distance between each bottle, making sure they were evenly spaced, and smiled with satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Chengyu handed over the 50 skewers of barbecue to Valker and the others. They left after that. Looking at Valk's departing figure, Yvonne asked Chengyu with curiosity, Mr. Valk always helps you arrange the spice bottles. Why is that? He has a problem, Chengyu replied. What kind of problem? Obsessive-compulsive disorder. While Valk and the others walked away eating barbecue, Chengyu gained positive emotional points. Positive emotional points 6, positive emotional points 5, positive emotional points 7. System task progress. 2600/10,000 After Valk and his group left, a 3-person adventurer team approached. One of them, a handsome young man with long hair and fancy clothes, smiled and said, Friend, we meet again. I want 5 skewers of barbecue. Chengyu recognized this young man. His name was Roy, the son of the Lord of Snow City, a famous poet there. They had taken the magic apprentice test together last time. How do you want to split the 5 skewers among the 3 of you? I'll eat 3 skewers, and the other 2 will each have 1, Roy answered. The other 2 were Roy's followers. All right, that will be 100 copper coins in total. Yvonne collected the money, and Roy took out a silver coin to give her. By the way, have you found any treasures? Chengyu asked. The treasure I'm looking for is different from others. I've gained quite a lot, Roy replied. What kind of treasure are you after? Beautiful relief sculptures and mysterious ancient statues in the maze. They contain rich cultural significance and are great material for poetry. The treasure you're after really is different from others. Most adventurers go into the maze to find weapons, armor, or magic items. Roy seems more like he's there for sightseeing. Chengyu finished grilling 5 skewers of barbecue for Roy. The 3 of them left. Chengyu continued selling barbecue, and his positive emotional points increased rapidly. Chengyu sells barbecue at the maze entrance every day, earning money from adventurers and gaining positive emotional points. After a few days, all nearby adventurers knew Chengyu's barbecue was delicious, and they queued up early in the morning. In the morning, a long line formed at Chengyu's barbecue stall, but only a few people were at the maze entrance. Every day, the thing I look forward to most is eating Chef Chengyu's barbecue. This barbecue is truly amazing. Crispy outside, tender inside, perfectly cooked. 10 minutes of adventure, 2 hours of barbecue. Maybe I am not a real explorer. I am addicted to barbecue and can't stop. Some people prefer to wait 2 hours in line to buy barbecue rather than spend time exploring a maze for treasure. A knight in armor approached and said, Brother, I am from the Fast family in Blackstone City. Can you sell us a few more skewers? I can pay extra. Selling 50 skewers to one person only gives me positive feelings from that one person. Selling 50 skewers to 10 people gives me positive feelings from all 10. So, I set a limit of 5 skewers per person. I hesitated and asked, How much extra? The young knight held up 5 fingers and said, If you sell at 20 copper coins each, I'll pay 50 copper coins per skewer. No, I have principles. If I set a limit, I stick to it, I replied, refusing the young knight. 50 copper coins are too little. I might consider 1 gold coin per skewer. The young knight from the Fast family looked disappointed and told his companions, "This barbecue smells so good. 5 skewers aren't enough. It's not enough." Another person suggested, "Young Master Charlie, later we can go hunting nearby and catch our own food." "Good idea," they agreed. Each bought 5 skewers and went hunting nearby. At this moment, a middle-aged man carried a pale-faced man to my barbecue stall. The middle-aged man set the pale man down and said, "Boss, my friend was injured by monsters in the maze. He's about to die. His biggest wish before he goes is to eat your barbecue. Can we get in line? Please. Just let me have 1 skewer. If I can eat 1 more, I'll be content to die." The pale man's breath was weak, his face colorless. He had a large, penetrating wound on his chest, bandaged with white cloth stained with blood. If he weren't a second-level warrior, he would have already died from such a serious wound. He conveyed his final words to his friend. "Enoch, I'm dying. The one thing I worry about most is my wife, Pori. I will take good care of your wife. Don't worry. With you here, I feel at ease." The pale man coughed up blood heavily, nearing death. The waiting adventurers saw that this person was about to pass out and felt pity. "Let him cut in line to fulfill his last wish." "I agree. Let him cut. Boss Chengyu, I'm not in a hurry. Just roast for him first." Chengyu took out a clay jar from the system warehouse and asked the 2 people nearby, "Want to try my healing miracle potion? It works really well. It's useless. The injuries are too serious unless there's a second-level or higher priest." The middle-aged man named Enoch said, "Priests are clergy of the Light Church, and they are rare. Among thousands of adventurers here, only a few are priests, and they are only first level. First-level priests can only treat simple external injuries. Your friend is almost dead. When in doubt, try anything." Chengyu wanted to use this seriously injured person to promote his dark dish, pickled earthworms, and show everyone how effective it is, hoping to sell some. After all, this stuff is too stinky to sell directly. "All right." Enoch agreed with Chengyu's idea. Chengyu held the clay jar and warned everyone, "Cover your mouths and noses. I'm about to show off." Yvonne and Mina knew what was inside the jar and quickly covered their mouths and noses, staying far away. Others looked confused, not understanding why Chengyu told them to cover their faces. Chengyu unsealed the jar, and a strong rotten smell mixed with a fishy odor spread out, more disgusting than rotten eggs, dead fish, or spoiled shrimp, comparable to a biological weapon. Ugh, the smell was like a strong, healthy demon punching everyone in the stomach, causing some to vomit on the spot. "Oh my God, what is this? It's so foul. I swear, this is the stinkiest thing I've ever smelled in my life. 10 times worse than my wife's smelly feet." The adventurers waiting in line for barbecue hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. "Dark cuisine, pickled earthworms, miracle healing potion. Try some." Chengyu showed a devilish smile, scooped a spoonful of thick black paste, and held it out to the pale man. Getting a close smell, the pale man frowned deeply. Although he didn't want to eat it, he was almost dead and had no choice but to try anything. He forced himself to suppress his nausea and ate a spoonful of pickled earthworms. "Having tasted this thing, I suddenly realized that death isn't so scary after all," said the pale man, commenting on the pickled earthworms. The pickled earthworms worked immediately. The pale man felt a warm flow rise in his stomach, spreading through his body, making him feel cozy and warm. A fresh growth of flesh appeared on his chest wound, and his face started to regain color. He was healing visibly, at a fast rate. This is amazing," the pale man exclaimed in surprise. Not only was his wound healing quickly, but he also felt full of energy, as if he had endless strength. He tore off the white cloth stained with blood from his chest. The large wound was mostly healed, with just a small part remaining, so he had saved his life. Chengyu grinned. "You're not fully recovered yet. Want another bite?" "No, thank you. Your special medicine is enough," the pale man replied. Although he praised the pickled earthworms as a miracle cure, his eyes showed some dislike. The taste was unpleasant enough that he didn't want to try it again. "Boss Chengyu, thank you for saving my friend," Enoch said gratefully. However, Chengyu felt that Enoch's gaze carried a faint, almost unnoticed, sense of resentment. The 2 of them went to the back to queue up. The adventurers, seeing how amazing the pickled earthworms were all surprised. The effect was comparable to that of a priest of at least the second level. Boss Chengyu, do you sell this stuff? Someone asked. Yes, I do. 1 gold coin per spoon, Chengyu replied. He had used the pickled earthworms earlier to treat that man mainly to promote sales. I want a spoon, said one adventurer. Me too, said another. Give me one, called out another. In the end, Chengyu sold 7 spoons of pickled earthworms, earning 7 gold coins. Although everyone was impressed by how miraculous the treatment was, their willingness to buy was not very high. First, the smell was terrible, leaving a bad impression. Second, at 1 gold coin per spoon, it was too expensive. If they didn't need it, it would be a waste. Chengyu looked at the jar of pickled earthworms remaining inside. There was only a little left. He planned to prepare more another day. He sealed the jar and continued selling grilled food. After these days of effort, the system quest was almost complete. System task progress, 9886/10,000. System task progress, 9891/10,000. System task progress, 9900/10,000. System task progress, 10001/10,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. You have earned a special recipe, wooden root braised meat. Wooden root braised meat, slightly bitter taste, with a strong aroma of heather flowers. It has notable invigorating effects. Ingredients include dragon meat, wooden dragon root, fragrant grass, licorice, fennel, bay leaves, cinnamon, nutmeg, etc. Chengyu was overjoyed. Learning that wooden root braised meat could boost vitality, he decided he must try making it. Chengyu came to the maze of the God of Order mainly to complete a system task. Now that the task was finished and he had obtained a treasure on the 9th floor of the maze, staying here longer seemed pointless. That afternoon, Chengyu packed his belongings and left with Mina and Yvonne. The maze of the God of Order is located about 200 miles east of Boutown. Without a carriage or flying mount, travel was mostly on foot. Chengyu originally came with Joyce, but she discovered that a blood clan had infiltrated the Black Sun Empire territory, so she hurried back north to report. It's uncertain whether the northern fortress caught the powerful demon Affula. 200 miles on foot would take several days at a normal pace. Chengyu was not in a hurry. He enjoyed a leisurely journey with Mina and Yvonne, 2 beautiful maids. The mountains were tall and rolling, like a winding giant dragon. Green trees formed a lush canopy, their branches intertwined into a sea of green. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. They crossed a forest and reached a stream. The water was clear and flowing gently, reflecting the surrounding mountains and trees like a mirror. Wildflowers bloomed along the stream bank, colorful and fragrant. In this peaceful mountain scene, everything seemed calm and beautiful. Chengyu sat by the stream, soaking his feet and enjoying the tranquil environment. Before traveling, he was busy working overtime every day. Now, this relaxed life was exactly what he wanted. Mina and Yvonne sat on either side of Chengyu and also loved the mountain scenery. Seeing Yvonne's cute and lovely appearance, Chengyu gently patted her head. Her long green hair was very smooth. Yvonne was now Chengyu's woman. She looked up at him, leaned on his shoulder, and showed a gentle smile. Her foreign wife was really adorable. Chengyu felt secretly happy. Thinking about buying more foreign sisters to be maids, the dish, Mugen braised pork, would be essential. They sat by the stream for over an hour before continuing westward. As the sun was about to set, they arrived at a small town. At the town entrance, Mina saw that the shops were closed, and only a few people were on the wide street. She asked, "Why is this small town so quiet? Maybe everyone has gone home to sleep," Yvonne guessed. Chengyu was also a bit confused. The sun hadn't set yet, so why was there almost no one in town? The 3 of them entered the town and walked along the main street. Suddenly, someone tapped Chengyu on the shoulder from behind. "Brother Chengyu, what are you doing in Kotet town?" He turned to look behind him. A short middle-aged man, shorter than Yvonne, wearing rough brown cloth clothes, looked somewhat familiar. Next to him was a chubby young man who looked to be in his 20s. Herman. Chengyu recognized the short middle-aged man. Herman was the organizer of the North Fortress Food God Society and a big fan of barbecue. He was also Chengyu's top supporter because Chengyu's barbecue was so delicious. Herman once rewarded him with 5 gold coins. When Chengyu sold barbecue at the North Fortress, Herman was the first to line up every morning. "I'm heading back to Boutown. Passing through here, what are you doing? Soldiers from the North Fortress should stay there. Why was Herman, dressed as a civilian, out and about in this town? Herman said, there are blood clans lurking in town. I was ordered to catch the remnants of the blood clans, he explained. Chungyu nodded. No wonder the town was so quiet before dark. They stood by the street and chatted with Herman. From Herman, Chungyu learned that a few days ago, Joyce returned to the North Fortress and told General Barney about the blood clans appearing inside the Black Sun Empire. The border troops of the North Fortress were working together with the city defense forces of nearby main cities. We captured members of the Blood Clan who infiltrated the Black Sun Empire, as well as some humans transformed into Blood Clan members. I admire the efficiency of the Northern Fortress. How do you plan to deal with the Blood Queen Afra? I asked. Herman replied, we didn't catch Afra herself, only her 2 close attendants. They are also searching for her. Afra's personal attendants are looking for her? Is that really what you call close attendants? What do you mean? I didn't quite understand. None of this has anything to do with Afra. According to those 2 attendants, Afra usually has poor sense of direction. Once she entered the Black Sun Empire, she disappeared. She probably got lost. Those 2 attendants transformed humans into Blood Clan members to have more help in finding Afra. Herman explained the whole story to me. I couldn't help but laugh and shake my head. A demon who has lived for hundreds of years and still gets lost. While powerful, some demons may act strangely because they've been alive for so long, Herman said. Last year, a demon led an army to attack the Northern Fortress. Instead of planning how to attack, he spent all his time outside blowing a flute, so badly that we called him the Short Flute Demon King. It wasn't that his flute had magical powers, it was just really unpleasant to listen to. During that time, the soldiers at the Northern Fortress experienced the terror of being controlled by such terrible music. Herman's story changed my view of demons. They seem quite abstract. Are those demons just slacking off and not worried about the Demon King punishing them? But not all demons are like that. There are different factions within the demon race. Some are loyal to the Demon King, while others only follow him in name and obey his orders. Learned something new today. I looked at Herman and then at the chubby young man beside him. So, just the 2 of you are capturing the Blood Clan remnants? No, there are others hiding in the town. Our plan is to use Seed as bait to lure out the Blood Clan remnants and catch them all at once. Herman grinned and patted the young man next to him. Seed looks so chubby and white. He's perfect for attracting Blood Clan members. We should be able to lure them out easily. Commander, my blood isn't healthy. A bowl of blood with half a bowl of oil. The remaining Blood Clan remnants will definitely find it too greasy and not tasty. The young man named Cider looked unwilling. When it comes to the Blood Clan, Chungyu thought of a dish called stir-fried blood sausage. He wondered if it could attract the Blood Clan. How about I be the bait and help you catch the Blood Clan remnants? Boss Chungyu, you're such a good person, Cider said gratefully. Chungyu replied, I'll be the bait for you. You go find some pig blood for me. No problem, definitely no problem. The young man named Cider immediately went to find pig blood. Compared to being the bait, finding pig blood is much safer. Night fell, and darkness covered Kotet Town. The main street of Kotet Town was empty. Chungyu built a simple stove with bricks and stones by the roadside. He placed an iron pot on the stove, which was lit with fire underneath. Herman and others hid in nearby houses, carefully watching Chungyu through the window cracks. The water in the pot was boiling. On the table nearby, there were fresh pig blood sausage, bean paste, minced ginger, soy sauce, cornstarch, and other ingredients. Once the water boiled, Chungyu put the pig blood into the boiling water to cook briefly, then took it out and rinsed it with cold water, cutting it into small square pieces. He poured out the boiling water, added pig lard to the pot, and heated it until it was about 60% hot. He added bean paste, chopped green onions, minced ginger, and minced garlic, stirring constantly until fragrant. When the oil turned red, he added a small amount of clear water. Then he added chicken essence and soy sauce to season further. After all the seasonings were mixed well, he added the previously cut pig blood and stir-fried everything together. Originally, he would add cooking wine to remove the gamey smell, but to better attract the Blood Clan, Chungyu didn't add wine, leaving the bloodiness of the pig blood sausage intact. Fresh pig blood has a strong, bloody smell, which, combined with the aroma of various seasonings, spread throughout Kotet Town streets. filling the air everywhere. In a remote alley in Kotet Town, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. Such a unique, bloody smell. This isn't just a simple bloody smell. It's mixed with the scent of other spices. It's so fragrant, 10 times more than fresh blood. I want blood. I can't control myself anymore. Cheng-Yu stir-fried the blood sausage for a few minutes until it was fully flavored. After cooking, he thickened the sauce with water and cornstarch, then sprinkled chopped green onions and peppercorn powder on top. Done. Cheng-Yu placed the plate of stir-fried blood sausage on a small wooden table and sat quietly, waiting. As the aroma of the dish spread, all the vampires hiding in Kotet Town came out. On the street, their crimson eyes looked like fierce ghosts crawling out of hell. There were 8 vampires in total. Is there really so many vampires hiding in Kotet Town? Herman, hiding in the shadows, was startled. He had expected only 2 or 3 vampires remaining. But to his surprise, there were 8. They only had 10 people, and he wasn't sure if they could handle these 8 vampires. Meanwhile, the 8 vampires followed the smell to Cheng-Yu's stall. What's this? It smells so good, one vampire asked Cheng-Yu. Cheng-Yu replied, it's stir-fried blood sausage. The rich, meaty smell combined with various spices makes me feel like my blood is boiling inside. Another vampire closed his eyes, looking very pleased. The relationship between raw blood and stir-fried blood sausage is like that between raw meat and fish-flavored shredded pork. Stir-fried blood sausage is definitely much tastier. Would you like to try this delicious blood sausage? Cheng-Yu picked up the plate and smiled at the 8 vampires. They nodded eagerly, almost drooling. The smell alone was tempting, and they couldn't imagine how good it would taste. But in the next moment, Cheng-Yu tilted his hand slightly, causing the plate of stir-fried blood sausage to fall to the ground with a cracking sound, smashing into pieces. Such delicious stir-fried blood sausage, now it's gone. Do you think I did it on purpose or by accident? Kid, you. The 8 vampires instantly became angry. Come on, try to kill me. Cheng-Yu tilted his head slightly and raised his middle finger at the 8 vampires. Although they didn't understand what the gesture meant, seeing Cheng-Yu do it made them feel an uncontrollable urge to attack him. Kid, you've angered us. Prepare to face our wrath. The 8 vampires bared their fangs and claws, and large blood-red wings grew from their backs. They were about to attack Cheng-Yu when suddenly, 8 purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the vampires directly. 8 members of the Blood Clan were struck by lightning, their bodies blackened, and they coughed out black smoke, twitching nonstop. These 8 were not true Blood Clan members, but humans transformed into Blood Clan. They were a bit stronger than ordinary people, roughly equivalent to first-level warriors. Cheng-Yu kicked one of the Blood Clan members and said, "Your anger burns out so quickly." At this moment, Mina ran out from a nearby house. She raised her right wrist, and the purple bracelet on her arm crackled with sparks. Cheng-Yu, this magic item is amazing. It quickly subdued these Blood Clan members. The purple bracelet Mina wore was a treasure she found in the maze's secret realm, called the Thunder Bracelet. It can unleash powerful lightning attacks. Yes, it's quite impressive. This Thunder Bracelet was a high-level magic item obtained from a golden treasure chest. High-level magic items can cost thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. From observing the reactions of the 8 Blood Clan members just now, Cheng-Yu was sure that for Blood Clan, blood essence is indeed a delicious treat. Next time, if he encounters the Blood Queen Afra, he will have a way to deal with her. Herman and the others came out of a wooden house nearby, looking at Mina and then at the 8 smoking Blood Clan members. He said to Cheng-Yu, "Brother Cheng-Yu, your orc wife is really impressive." This was the first time someone called Mina Cheng-Yu's wife, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. Actually, I'm not Cheng-Yu's wife yet. Not wife? Then she's your girlfriend. Same difference. Herman laughed boldly, grateful for Cheng-Yu's help in subduing the 8 Blood Clan members. It was just a small favor. Cheng-Yu happened to pass through Kot Town, and Herman was his top supporter, so he helped out. Herman was very enthusiastic. "When you have time, come visit my territory. I'll have the common folk line the streets to welcome you." Really? Cheng-Yu knew Herman had a noble title and territory, but he didn't know exactly how large it was. Of course, it's true. They stayed in Kot Town for one night. The next morning, after saying goodbye to Herman and the others, Cheng-Yu and his companions headed toward Boutown. Herman and the others took the 8 Blood clan members back to the northern fortress. After several days of long outdoor travel, Chengyu and his friends finally arrived at Boutown. Boutown remains peaceful and calm as always, with many pedestrians on the streets and numerous shops on both sides. After walking through Boutown and heading north for about 10 minutes, Chengyu returned to his estate. It had been a long time since he last visited. The garden in front of the estate was full of fallen leaves. Crops on the farm were growing strongly. Sweet corn was ripe, and tomatoes had overripe and rotted on the ground. Mina took out her keys, unlocked the estate gate, and entered the living room. She lay down at the long table and said, "After camping outdoors for a few days, it's so much more comfortable at home." Chengyu sat down to rest. Originally, he had 10,000 skewers of roasted bird meat. In the northern fortress, he sold over 5,000 skewers, and in the maze, he bought those monsters with more than 1,000 skewers. After leaving the maze, to complete the system tasks, he sold many more skewers to adventurers. Now, only a few thousand skewers remained in Chengyu's system warehouse. These skewers could be sold out in Boutown, so he didn't plan to sell more at the northern fortress. First, because the northern fortress is quite far from Boutown. Second, because the fortress is very closed off and less comfortable than his own estate. The farm in front of the estate covers over 100 acres. Previously, Yvonne practiced plant growth magic on the farm, planting crops like corn, tomatoes, asparagus, eggplants, and cucumbers. Golden sunlight shone on the fields, and the lush green crops swayed gently in the breeze. Various fruits and vegetables grew healthily, full of vitality. In the small garden in front of the estate, many fallen leaves were piled up. Yvonne, wearing a light green long dress, held a broom and was sweeping the leaves in the garden. "Look, I harvested so much corn," Mina said happily, carrying a basket of corn to Chengyu. Chengyu peeled a corn cob. The kernels were full and emitted a faint sweet corn aroma. It was neither too old nor too young, just right for boiling and eating. "Tonight, we'll cook corn," he said. "Sounds good," Mina replied, carrying the corn inside. Sitting at the stone table in the garden, Chengyu took out the Circe's Continental Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia to study. He had started learning from this book shortly after crossing over and had studied about 2/3 of it. Most common animals and plants on the Circe's continent were familiar to him. However, to better identify ingredients, he still needed to keep learning. Yvonne finished sweeping the fallen leaves and sat next to Chengyu. She took out a small, semi-transparent crystal bottle from her pocket and placed it on the stone table. Inside the bottle was a golden seed. Yvonne had found this crystal bottle in the maze's secret chamber and had kept it with her ever since. "This seed is so beautiful. I wonder what kind of seed it is." Yvonne leaned over the table, her bright eyes examining the golden seed inside the bottle. Chengyu looked at the seed. He had studied the Celsus Continent Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia and recognized many plant seeds, but he couldn't tell what plant this seed belonged to. However, since this golden seed was a reward from the maze, it probably wasn't something bad. "Try planting it in the soil," Chengyu suggested. "Okay." Yvonne also decided to plant the seed. She opened the crystal bottle, poured out the golden seed, and walked to the edge of the farmland. She planted the seed in the soil. Then, she took out her magic staff and recited a spell to promote plant growth, casting it on the seed. A surge of magical energy flowed into the golden seed. It absorbed water and nutrients from the soil, quickly taking root and sprouting. Soon, it grew tender golden leaves and, in less than a minute, became a small tree over 2 meters tall. The leaves of this small tree are shaped like tridents. Both the trunk and leaves are golden, shining brightly in the sunlight. "A golden tree?" Chengyu looked surprised. He had never seen such a tree before. Aren't trees usually green? Can a golden tree perform photosynthesis? Yvonne looked even more surprised than Chengyu. Could this be the legendary golden tree? What is the golden tree? Long ago, our forest spirit tribe had a sacred place called the Golden Forest. Many golden trees grew there. After the golden forest was blessed, the bloodline of the forest spirits was elevated. But during the ancient divine war, the golden forest was destroyed, and the golden trees became extinct. The maze of the God of Order was created before the ancient divine war, and it still contains a seed from a golden tree. That makes sense. The plant growth magic is a basic spell. This golden tree stopped growing once it reached about 2 meters tall. Closing her eyes, Yvonne placed her palm on the trunk of the golden tree, using her magic to communicate with it. In that moment, Yvonne felt her bloodline as a forest elf royal stir with excitement. Yes, this is the golden tree. Surprisingly, the seed of the golden tree is still here in the maze of the God of Order. According to forest elf records, the golden tree has been extinct for a long time. No one expected there to be a seed of such a tree still in the world. Does this tree have any use? Qingyu asked curiously. The golden tree can purify the bloodline of forest elves, improve their talents, and make their plant magic much stronger. The forest elf royal family is already talented in plant magic, but after being blessed by the golden tree, their abilities become even more extraordinary, almost like a miracle. Really? Show me a demonstration of the tree's power. Chengyu imagined Yvonne clapping her hands and summoning countless roots and vines. Yvonne looked confused. What do you mean by tree realm birth? Nothing. Never mind if you don't know, Chengyu replied casually. Yvonne pressed her palm against the trunk again, using the golden tree's power to purify her bloodline. Her waist-length green hair suddenly grew wildly, quickly reaching over 2 meters. Hair is a symbol of vitality. Children usually have thick, black hair, while older people's hair turns white and sparse. This shows that the golden tree is improving Yvonne's physical health. Can the golden tree help hair growth? It's a blessing for those suffering from hair loss, Qingyu thought to himself. At that moment, Mina came out of the house and saw a small, shining golden tree growing by the field. She was surprised. Wow, what is that? The golden tree, Chengyu said calmly. Mina stared at the golden tree in awe. Such a beautiful tree. Can you eat it? No, you foodie, Chengyu said with a smile. He remembered the first day he bought Mina a soap to wash herself, and Mina had eaten it. If you can't eat it, it's no fun, Mina said disappointedly, losing interest in the golden tree. She stood in front of the golden tree for more than 10 minutes before returning to Chengyu's side, her long green hair trailing behind her. Chengyu looked up at Yvonne, who had been blessed by the golden tree. Her skin was rosy and smooth, as tender as tofu. She had grown a little taller, and her face looked a bit more attractive. Chengyu was surprised and thought that Yvonne's strength had increased dramatically. Mina saw Yvonne's long hair dragging on the ground. Yvonne, your hair is too long. Do you want Sister Mina to help you cut some? Yes, please help me cut some. It's inconvenient with my hair dragging on the ground. Mina went inside to get scissors. Yvonne sat next to Chengyu, raised her right hand, and gathered magic in her palm, forming a circular magic pattern. The land around the stone table was filled with vines breaking through the soil. Vine magic is a simple first-level spell, but in Yvonne's hands, it is much stronger than typical first-level magic, even surpassing some second-level spells. Only knowing one first-level vine spell is such a waste of talent, Chengyu thought for a moment. I'll help you learn some powerful plant magic when I have time. Thank you, Lord Chengyu. Yvonne hugged his waist and pressed close to him. Chengyu patted Yvonne's elf-like long ears and kissed her on the face. Mina came out with scissors and helped Yvonne cut her long hair, which was over 2 meters long, shorter. Behind the manor, Chengyu opened the ice cellar lid and walked down the stairs into the cellar. Last time, the demons created a gap at the northern border, and their flying cavalry, riding shadow crows, invaded the Black Sun Empire. Chengyu fought and killed more than 20 shadow crows. Some of the shadow crows were turned into 10,000 skewers of barbecue, and the remaining 10 bodies were frozen in the cellar. Each shadow crow was about 10 meters long, and the 10 body stack took up most of the space in the cellar. Chengyu wanted to store some other types of meat here, but there was not much space left. I need to dig another ice cellar. When Mina heard Chengyu say this, her eyes lit up and her ears stood up. Do you want to dig a hole? I'm really good at that. You can dig holes? Chengyu looked at Mina's slim figure. Of course. Our Silver Wolf clan is born to dig holes. Mina rubbed her wrists, eager to start digging. Are your silver wolves like huskies? Chengyu remembered that huskies loved digging holes, scratching everywhere with their paws, digging in the sofa, the bed, and even the walls. Where should I dig? Where should I dig? Mina didn't know what huskies were and didn't want to know. She only cared about where to dig. Chengyu thought for a moment and said, let's dig the new ice cellar next to this one, with a similar size. Great. Finally, I have a chance to dig a new ice cellar, Mina said excitedly as she returned to the estate to get a hoe and started digging beside the existing ice cellar. Zhengyu began to understand why Mina ate so much every day and still didn't gain weight. She was full of energy, and her activity level was several times higher than that of an average person. Mina was digging the ice cellar behind the estate, while Zhengyu and Yvonne returned to the garden in front of the estate. Yvonne stood behind Zhengyu, placing her delicate hands on his shoulders to help him relax and massage his back. Zhengyu's mind moved, and a semi-transparent system panel appeared in front of him, showing his current strength and defense attributes. Host: Zhengyu cooking skill level, max strength, 1177 defense, 1177 skills, silver moon shockwave, magic mastery, passive, equipment, dragon pattern gold sword. In the top right corner of the system panel, the positive emotion points are displayed as 13,610. During previous tasks, the accumulated positive emotion points had not yet been exchanged for attributes. System: exchange 68 points for strength and 68 points for defense. Host consumes 13,600 positive emotion points, strength 68, defense 68. Host: Zhengyu cooking skill level, max strength, 1245 defense, 1245 skills, silver moon shockwave, magic mastery, passive, equipment, dragon pattern gold sword. The number of positive emotion points in the top right corner drops to 10. Currently, Zhengyu's strength is equivalent to that of a Tier 4 warrior. To reach the level of a Tier 5 warrior, his strength and defense need to reach 5,000. However, Tier 4 warriors are already very strong. The Northern Fortress has hundreds of thousands of troops, but only about 100 Tier 4 warriors, and only a few Tier 5 warriors. Above Tier 5, the 6th tier is called Legendary. In daily life, it is almost impossible to see people above Tier 6. As for Tier 7, 8, and 9, they are unheard of. That night, Zhengyu cooked 10 ears of corn to eat. Compared to Earth, the corn grown on this alien land is not very different. It can be said to be indistinguishable. The next day at 10 a.m., Zhengyu got up to make breakfast. After breakfast, the three of them happily went to Boutown to set up a stall and sell grilled food. There were still thousands of skewers of grilled food left in the system warehouse, and since there was nothing else to do, they continued selling. They set up a grill on the street, with smoke swirling around. Previously, Zhengyu had sold egg-fried rice in Boutown for half a year. Almost all the residents knew Zhengyu and knew that his food was very tasty. Soon, customers started coming to buy grilled food. A middle-aged man approached the stall, smiling, and asked, "Boss Zhengyu, long time no see. Why are you starting your business again? I bought a manor outside Boutown to pay off my mortgage, and I have 2 wives to support. Life is tough." Zhengyu casually made up a reason. "Life isn't easy. I'll buy 2 skewers to support your business," the middle-aged man said, handing over 40 copper coins. Zhengyu grilled 2 skewers for him. "The taste is really good. No wonder it's made by Boss Zhengyu," the man praised. "Just average, 3rd best in the world," Zhengyu modestly replied. The second customer was a chubby woman about 1.6 meters tall and weighing around 160 jin. "Boss Zhengyu, you're so handsome. Just looking at your face makes me full." She kept staring at Zhengyu. When Zhengyu sold egg-fried rice before, many middle-aged women took care of his business, partly because the food was delicious and partly because he was handsome, considered a friend to middle-aged women. Mina and Yvonne looked at the chubby woman with subtle hostility in their eyes. "How many skewers would you like?" Zhengyu asked. 3 skewers. Zhengyu's grilled food was not cheap, and even if it was tasty, the residents of the town probably wouldn't buy too much. Over the next half hour, people kept coming to Zhengyu's stall. Seeing the large crowd, Zhengyu put up a wooden sign in front of the stall with a message written on it. High-priced purchase of black earthworms, 500 copper coins per gene. High-priced inquiries about dragon race news, 1,000 copper coins per message. Zhengyu needed black earthworms to make a dark dish called pickled earthworms, which was very effective and had a long shelf life. He also wanted to get some dragon meat to make a health-boosting dish called Mugen braised meat. Black earthworms at 500 copper coins per gene? That's an extremely high price. Beef only costs 40 copper coins per gene. My family's farmland has many black earthworms. I will go dig some for you soon. Some people waiting in line to buy barbecue saw the sign and decided not to buy barbecue. They went home directly to dig earthworms instead. Chengyu continued selling barbecue. Near noon, a young adventurer approached Chengyu's stall and saw the wooden sign that said, "Boss, do you want to hear news about the dragon?" "Yes, that's right. Last time I took on a quest, I saw a request about a mountain east of Blackstone City being occupied by a fierce dragon. The city lord of Blackstone City issued a quest for adventurers to defeat the dragon. But the task was too difficult, and no adventurers accepted it. Dragons are the strongest race on the Celsius continent. They have high physical and magical defenses naturally. Besides that, dragons have strong physical strength and powerful dragon language magic. They are like hexagon-shaped warriors, and no one wants to provoke them." Which direction is Blackstone City? Chengyu had heard of Blackstone City. It's in this area, but he didn't know the exact location. Southwest of Boutown. It takes 2 days and 2 nights by carriage to get there, the adventurer said. "Okay, thank you for the information." Chengyu gave the adventurer 1,000 copper coins as a reward. Chengyu sold barbecue in Boutown. He set up his stall at 10:30 in the morning and packed up at 2:30 in the afternoon, earning over 1,000 positive emotion points. As a freelance worker, working only 4 hours a day, Chengyu felt he was being fair to himself. During the stall, Chengyu bought more than 6 jean of black earthworms from the town residents. He divided these earthworms into 2 clay jars, sprinkled salt into the jars, then sealed the openings with paper and left them in a cool place to naturally ferment. According to the recipe, pickling earthworms takes more than half a month. Although he didn't understand the science behind it, following the steps in the recipe was definitely correct. Back at the estate, Mina couldn't wait to take off her long black dress and change into a neat, tight-fitting outfit. She hummed a tune, carried a hoe, and went to dig an ice cellar behind the estate. Chengyu also didn't understand why Mina liked digging holes. Maybe it's a trait of the Silver Wolf tribe. Wearing a light green long dress, with a delicate and cute face, Yvonne stood under the golden tree, one hand resting on the trunk, continuously receiving the blessing of the golden tree. The long green hair started growing wildly again, soon hanging down to the ground. It's a pity that in this world, people don't buy hair. If they did, I could make a lot of money selling mine. Chengyu remembered that before crossing over, people often bought women's hair on the street, and the prices were quite high. When he reached the edge of the farmland, he said, "Yvonne, I plan to go to Blackstone City tomorrow." Yvonne looked at him with a slight puzzled expression and turned her head. "What are you going to do in Blackstone City?" "Just some errands. You and Mina don't need to come with me. I'll go alone." Mina was digging an ice cellar, and Yvonne was preparing for the golden tree's blessing, so Chengyu didn't want them to follow. He decided to go to Blackstone City alone. "How long will you be gone?" Yvonne didn't want to be separated from Chengyu. If he was going for a long time, she would go with him. If it was only a few days, she didn't mind. Chengyu estimated in his mind, about 6 or 7 days. Blackstone City wasn't far from Boutown. It took 2 days and nights by carriage. Round trip, that would be 4 days, plus another 2 or 3 days for delays. 6 or 7 days wasn't too long. Yvonne smiled sweetly at Chengyu and said, "Go ahead. Mina and I will stay at home and wait for you to come back." Every day, merchant caravans traveled between the main city and nearby towns, transporting goods and earning transportation fees. He could join a caravan to go to Blackstone City. Caravans usually set out in the morning. Before dawn, Chengyu dressed and looked at Mina and Yvonne sleeping peacefully on the bed. He didn't wake them and quietly left to the west of Boutown. After leaving Boutown and walking a few hundred meters west, there was a large open space. All the caravans departed from there, which served as a distribution center for goods in Boutown. People from Boutown liked to follow the caravans when they traveled far, because there were many people in the caravan, and they often hired adventurers or mercenaries to protect the cargo. Traveling with the caravan was safer. Before the sun fully rose, 7 or 8 caravans had gathered on the open space, ready to depart. Chengyu approached the caravans and asked, "Are there any going to Blackstone City?" A girl in blue waved at him. "Here, we're heading toward Blackstone City. How much does it cost?" Chengyu moved closer to the girl in blue. She spread her fingers. 5 silver coins. Chengyu took out 5 silver coins and handed them to her. The girl in blue motioned for him to sit in the carriage. This caravan was transporting cloth, with many bolts of fabric in the carts. At dawn, several merchant groups headed in different directions across the open land, heading toward the main cities nearby. Chengyu sat in the cargo area filled with goods, feeling a bit bored. He asked the girl in green clothes riding ahead, "Miss, it's too stuffy in here. Can I sit somewhere else? Come sit next to me," the girl replied. "Thank you." Chengyu moved to the front of the cart and sat beside the girl in green. The caravan left by Boutown. On both sides of the road, there were large fields of green wheat. Farmers wearing straw hats worked busy in the fields. The cart moved at a steady pace, with some bumps. Chengyu leaned against the side, squinting, quietly enjoying the strange scenery of the world outside. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. The caravan passed through farmland near towns and then entered a dense, uninhabited forest. After traveling for a while in the wilderness, suddenly, the caravan stopped. Chengyu, still sleepy, heard someone shout, "Something's wrong. Miss Morin, we've encountered a monster." "What kind of monster?" the girl in green asked. "It has a single horn on its head, probably a unicorn subspecies." Chengyu followed Morin to the front of the caravan. Ahead, a dozen strong horses stood on the road. Their coats were a mix of white and brown, with a black horn nearly half a meter long on their foreheads. Purebred unicorns are powerful sacred beasts, all snow white. These dozen horses were not purebred. They were likely a hybrid with unicorn blood, often called a mixed breed. All these horses are herbivores. Why would these unicorn hybrids attack the caravan? Chengyu frowned, confused and puzzled. "Mr. Balin, this is your problem now," Morin said to a scar-faced middle-aged man. The scar-faced man stepped out from the crowd. He was a mercenary hired to protect the caravan from monsters and bandits. Chengyu suddenly recognized him. It was the necromancer he met last time at the graveyard, looking for the flower of corpse fragrance, who had made a girl's corpse his wife. He claimed his wife's corpse was cold as ice and emotionally stable. Chengyu thought at the time that this man's mental state was questionable. "Don't worry, Miss Morin. My wife and I will work together to defeat this group of unicorn subtypes." The necromancer named Balin took down the black coffin behind him and stood beside it. Balin gathered magic power. A flash of white light appeared, and a magic staff materialized in his hand. He held the staff with both hands, chanted a spell, and a circular magic array appeared at the tip of the staff. Necromancy magic. Under the influence of the magic, the black coffin beside him began to shake. Then, a girl dressed in a black Lolita dress pushed open the coffin lid and stepped out. She had flowing hair, a blank expression, wide eyes, a pale face, no body temperature, and no breath. Everyone saw this girl's body and frowned. The girl's body must have been specially treated by Balin, or it wouldn't have remained unrotted for so long. Over a dozen unicorn subtypes reared their heads and screamed loudly, charging toward the caravan. The girl in the black dress moved as swiftly as a living person, rushing at the unicorns. She struck one with her palm, knocking it back, showing great strength. As the front guard, she fought close to the unicorns, taking hits to protect herself. Balin, as the mage, cast necromancy magic from behind to support her. After a brief chant, many semi-transparent black ghost hands emerged from the ground, grabbing the legs of the unicorns and controlling them. The girl in black drew a curved dagger from her waist, moving quickly among the unicorns, slashing wildly and injuring several of them. Just as she was fighting fiercely, a strong unicorn tried to break free from the ghost hands and launched a surprise attack from behind. A half-meter-long horn pierced the girl's chest. She threw her head back and swung her body with force, sending her flying far away. "Hubby, my husband." Balin was heartbroken and chased after the direction the girl was thrown. Everyone else felt a bit speechless inside. "Don't worry, I will handle them." Chengyu stepped forward. Seeing his savior, Mo Lin hurriedly approached Chengyu and asked anxiously, "Sir, can you deal with these dozen unicorn subtypes?" "It's possible, but you have to agree to one condition." Chengyu looked at Mo Lin's charming figure. Being stared at, Mo Lin felt a bit shy. With a slight blush, she lowered her head and secretly glanced at Chengyu's handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. A handsome guy like him craving her body seems worth it. Unwanted images flashed through her mind. "Yes, for the sake of the caravan, I will agree to any condition," Mo Lin shyly said. "Return the 5 silver coins to me." Chengyu paid 5 silver coins for the carriage fare to Blackstone City with Mo Lin and her caravan. Getting back those 5 coins would save a little money. Is that your condition? Mo Lin looked at him with some resentment. Yes, or what do you think it is? Chengyu replied. Nothing. Mo Lin took out 5 silver coins and handed them to Chengyu. Meanwhile, over a dozen unicorn subtypes broke free from the necromancer magic and excitedly neighed as they charged toward the caravan. Chengyu stepped to the front, ready to fight these unicorn subtypes. However, these unicorn subtypes did not attack Chengyu or anyone else. Instead, they bypassed everyone and headed straight for the horses in the caravan. One unicorn subtype lay down on a mare and started mating with her. Chengyu and everyone else were stunned and shocked. These unicorn subtypes were actually after the caravan's mares. Chengyu had just wondered why unicorn subtypes, usually gentle herbivores, would block the caravan. Now he realized it was because they were attracted by the beauty of the mares. Miss Mo Lin, are those unicorn subtypes defiling your caravan's mares? Should we eliminate them? Chengyu asked Mo Lin behind him. No, don't do anything. Don't interfere. Let them do their thing. Mo Lin stopped him. Allowing the unicorn subtypes to breed with the mares and produce offspring with unicorn bloodline is a big gain. Chengyu stood aside, watching the unicorn subtypes mate with the mares. I have watched love scenes from Japanese movies before, but this was my first time seeing a different kind of film, and it was quite an experience. After the unicorn subspecies mated with the herd mares, they happily jumped away. At that moment, Scarface Balin carried back a girl in a black dress. Where are those damn unicorn subspecies? My wife was exposed by them, and I want to fight them. Balin was very angry and kept cursing. Chengyu pointed in the direction where the unicorns had gone. They already ran away. Humph. Next time I won't let them escape. Balin snorted coldly, put the girl in the black coffin, closed the lid, and carried the coffin on his back. Everyone returned to the carriage, and the caravan continued moving forward. Chengyu and the necromancer Balin sat in the same compartment. Balin recognized Chengyu as the person he met last time at the graveyard. Hey, it's you? Hello, my name is Chengyu. Chengyu greeted Balin with a smile. My name is Balin Furried. Balin introduced himself. How is your wife? She has a hole in her chest. I need to find some flesh to patch it up, Balin said with a bit of concern. I remember your wife was dug up a month ago. Why isn't she decayed? Chengyu and Balin started chatting casually. Balin took out a small bottle about half an inch high from his pocket and proudly said, Because I used this on my wife. What is this? Chengyu looked at the small bottle in Balin's hand. Balin. It's a natural preservative made from over a dozen plants. In the 21st century, common preservatives in food include sodium benzoate and potassium sorbate. As the saying goes, toxicity isn't measured by dose alone. Preservatives can be harmful, but since the amount added is very small, the risk is almost negligible. There are no preservatives sold in the system shop. Unexpectedly, in this world, someone can make preservative medicine. Chengyu recalled how vividly the girl in the black dress looked, and it seemed Balin's preservative was quite effective. Is this preservative harmful to the human body? Chengyu asked. Absolutely harmless, Balin confidently replied. Can I buy some from you? Chengyu wanted to buy some to try. In the future, he could add preservatives to baked goods and other foods that can't be stored long-term. 20 silver coins per bottle. This small bottle costs 20 silver coins. If this preservative were converted into equal weight gold, it would be more expensive than gold. This is a concentrated liquid. It can be diluted before use. Balin began explaining how to use his preservative to Chengyu. Along the way, besides encountering that group of unicorn subtypes, they didn't face any other trouble. 2 days later, in the afternoon, the caravan arrived at Blackstone City. Balin carried a black coffin on his back and said goodbye to Chengyu. Friend, I live at 233 Snow Street in Snow City. If you need this kind of potion again, you can come to Snow City to find me. Yes, if it works well, I will come to see you again. Chengyu noted Balin's address. Blackstone City is similar to Snow City, with tall city walls around the main city and guards at the gates. The streets are busy with pedestrians and traveling merchants, and shops of all sizes line both sides. Chengyu did not enter Blackstone City. He asked a city guard, Sir, I want to ask if there are any dragon troubles near Blackstone City. There is a fierce dragon nesting in the mountains to the north. It's best not to go into the northern mountains, the guard warned. Okay, Thank you, sir. Chengyu headed directly toward the northern mountains. On the continent of Celsus, the dragon species most common are red, white, black, blue, and green dragons. These 5-color dragons are born with control over 5 different powers, but purebred 5-color dragons are rare. Most are subspecies or hybrid varieties. According to the Celsus Continent Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia, dragon meat is very coarse and not considered a good ingredient from a culinary perspective. Chengyu walked along the base of the city wall to the northern city gate. Standing at the gate, he could see a mountain to the north, with its peak completely black. The rest of the mountain forest was lush green, but the peak was black and very striking. Since the red dragon controls fire, Chengyu guessed that the fierce dragon on the mountaintop is probably a red dragon. He just doesn't know how strong it is. If he can defeat it, he will fight. If not, he will run. He headed alone toward the northern mountain forest. That mountain is not far from Snow City, about 6 or 7 miles away. On foot, it can be reached in less than an hour. Even from the foot of the mountain, he could feel the intense heat waves hitting him. Outside the city of Blackstone, the mountains are covered in blackened peaks, scorched by flames. A hot wave rushes down from the top, causing the trees in the forest to droop. Chengyu walks up the mountain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Can red dragon meat really be cooked? Chengyu mutters to himself. Everyone knows that red dragons control fire and are very resistant to heat. Some powerful pure-blood red dragons even bathe in volcanic lava. Boiling water is only 100 degrees Celsius, much cooler than lava. If the meat isn't cooked properly, that would be awkward. Roar a mighty dragon roar, full of pressure, echoes down from the mountain. The red dragon is nearby. First, I need to get the dragon meat, Chengyu decides. Following the sound of the roar, he quickens his pace and jogs up the mountain. On a blackened clearing at the top, a giant red beast, over 50 meters long, lies sprawled. Its huge body is covered with tough scales that shine deep red. Its massive head shows sharp dragon teeth, giving off a frightening aura. The red dragon's eyes burn like flames, showing authority and strength. Its body is sleek and muscular, demonstrating its power and agility. On its back, a pair of large red wings, big enough to wrap around its body, spread out. A row of sharp bony spines runs along its spine, adding a fierce look. Although the red dragon looks fierce, Chengyu notices its claws are black, not pure red. It's a branch subspecies called the black claw red dragon. The black claw red dragon is somewhat like the dragon and true dragon in Eastern myths. It has very sharp senses. Within 10 seconds of Chengyu reaching the top, the dragon detects someone nearby. Its red eyes turn toward Chengyu. Roar the black claw red dragon roars at Chengyu, its voice full of joy. Today, luck is on his side. Lunch is coming right to him. Red lizard, I'll give you a big surprise, Chengyu says. He raises his right hand, gathering magic in his palm. Patterns weave into a magic circle for a spell that looks like a fly-swatting charm. Then, he slaps the dragon's head with his palm, aiming for its vital spot. Caught off guard, the large dragon head is hit. Its body is flung dozens of meters away, and its head spins from the blow. Seeing the black-clawed red dragon being knocked away, Chengyu felt more confident. He had been worried earlier about whether he could defeat this dragon. Now it seemed that the black-clawed red dragon was not as strong as he thought. The black-clawed red dragon, angry from the pain, looked at Chengyu with fierce eyes. The air around them seemed to freeze. Then, it took a deep breath, stretched its neck, opened its big mouth, and spat out flames. The fierce flames shot out from the dragon's mouth like a tide rushing forward, heading toward Chengyu. The blazing fire approached quickly. Chengyu jumped up hard, his body shooting into the sky like a cannonball. The strong recoil made the ground dip slightly. Chengyu jumped about 100 meters high to avoid the flames, then dived down from the sky, clenched his fists, and used a falling punch technique. Seeing Chengyu dive from above, the black-clawed red dragon smartly opened its big mouth, intending to swallow Chengyu whole. Wow, this dragon isn't playing fair, Chengyu thought. Just as he was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Chengyu quickly used his fly-swatting magic. He swung a big slap at the dragon's head, knocking it far away. After 2 big slaps, the black-clawed red dragon looked at Chengyu with some caution. It chanted a magic spell in dragon language, and a circular magic array appeared in front of it, strengthening its defenses. Chengyu didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed forward to fight the dragon up close. He used all his strength. His muscles bulged, and his leg muscles gave him super-fast speed. Every step made the ground tremble slightly. He ran like the wind. He reached the black-clawed red dragon, jumped a few meters high, and swung a right hook at the dragon. The dragon used its big wings to block the attack. But because Chengyu's punch was so powerful, the large body of the black-clawed red dragon, over 50 meters long, was pushed back dozens of meters. The dragon felt pain in its wings. If it hadn't used magic to boost its defenses earlier, it would probably be hurt. Chengyu used his fly-swatting magic again. He swung another big slap at the dragon. The dragon endured the hit without getting hurt. Is its defense really that high? Chengyu wondered. Chengyu's strength was enough to break a 4- or 5-story building, but he couldn't hurt this black-clawed red dragon. The dragon flapped its huge wings and charged at Chengyu. It reached him quickly, spinning its massive body, and its tail swung out fiercely. The dragon's body strength is very powerful. Chengyu raised his arms to block the dragon's tail attack, moving his body back more than 10 meters, wearing through his shoes. Huff! Chengyu exhaled, thinking silently that this creature's strength is really strong. Chengyu's defense is quite high. The black claw red dragon's tail swipe didn't hurt him. He took the opportunity to hold the dragon's tail, then spun around and threw the dragon over his shoulder, making it land on its back. After the throw, he jumped up again and aimed an elbow strike at the dragon's belly. Chengyu's elbow hit the black claw red dragon's stomach hard. Boom! A loud crash sounded as great force traveled through the dragon's body into the ground. The black claw red dragon sank into the earth, spitting out dragon blood. The black claw red dragon swung its claws, slapping Chengyu away from its belly. Chengyu was thrown against a nearby cliff wall, sinking into the rock. He crawled out of the rock, leaving a human-shaped dent in the cliff. Chengyu charged again at the black claw red dragon. They fought closely, exchanging blows back and forth. The dull sound of impacts kept ringing. The black claw red dragon's scales cracked, blood flowing freely. Chengyu also suffered minor injuries, blood dripping from his mouth, and his stamina was waning. Seeing Chengyu's strength, the black claw red dragon dared not fight him up close anymore. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, breathing fire down at Chengyu from above. The large flames couldn't be avoided. The mountaintop instantly turned into a sea of fire. The dragon flames of the Red Dragon clan are hotter than normal fire. Chengyu was caught in the flames. His clothes and pants turned to ash. Although his strong body defense protected him from the flames, he still felt very uncomfortable. Staying a moment longer would surely burn his skin and flesh. The surroundings were filled with red fire, blocking his view, making it impossible to find the black claw red dragon. Chengyu took out the goddess of light's underwear he found in the maze. This underwear was a strapless bustier style, and the intense heat of the dragon flames couldn't burn it. He was too embarrassed to wear the goddess of light's underwear openly, so he tied the 2 straps around his neck and used it as a cape, draping it behind him. This underwear was the goddess of light's personal item, soaked with her powerful light energy. The moment he put on the underwear, a powerful light burst forth, forming a white beam hundreds of meters wide that shot straight into the sky. The surrounding dragon flames were wiped out by the bright light. An overwhelming force of light attached itself to Chengyu, making him dazzling and bright. At this moment, Chengyu felt like he was the only one in the world, standing above all others. He remembered what the system said about this underwear. Wearing the goddess of light's underwear would embarrass the wearer and grant a small amount of light power. Is that all they call a small amount of light power? It's clearly very strong. Well, but then he thought, maybe the system meant small, compared to the power of the light goddess herself. Everyone in Blackstone City looked toward the towering white beam rising from the north. What is that? It's blinding. My eyes. My eyes. Such strong light power. Has the goddess of light appeared? The holy light was dazzling. Chengyu shone brightly, like a god descending from the heavens. Feeling the nearby threat of death, the black-clawed red dragon was terrified, flapping its wings wildly to escape. Red big lizard, don't even think about escaping. Light power gathered at Chungyu's fingertips. A terrifying white energy beam shot out from his finger, piercing through the fleeing black-clawed red dragon's rear and hitting its body. Blood stained the blue sky as the massive dragon, over 50 meters long, crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Awesome, but so embarrassing, Chungyu muttered. After dealing with the black-clawed red dragon, Chungyu quickly tore off the goddess of light underwear from his back and stored it in the system warehouse. The bright light covering his body disappeared. He ran over to the dragon's body, where the blood was still flowing from the wound. Chungyu stored the black-clawed red dragon's corpse in the system warehouse. Now, he had the most important ingredient for making wood root braised meat. Next, he still needed 2 magic materials, wood dragon root and heavenly fragrant grass. Since they weren't far from Blackstone City, he planned to visit the magic material shop there later to see if he could buy them. Chungyu headed to Blackstone City to buy magic materials. The dragon blood on the ground didn't flow down the mountain, but was pulled by some mysterious force, flowing upward at an angle. Chungyu stopped to observe the strange phenomenon on the ground. Is this blood not affected by gravity? Is Newton's theory about to be proven wrong? Following the flow of dragon blood, Chungyu saw a tall, stunning woman in a red dress walking lazily toward him. The blood spilled from the recently defeated Black Claw red dragon gathered around her, forming a wide, blood-red ribbon. Seeing the woman in the red dress and the dragon blood swirling around her, Chungyu suddenly felt a bad premonition. Who are you? I'm Afra. I got lost in the mountains, the woman in red said calmly. Damn it, I hit the jackpot. Chungyu thought to himself. The Blood Queen Afra, who had been sought after by the northern fortress for a long time, was actually in the mountains outside Blackstone City. This demon lord's subordinate is a powerful demon, stronger than a 5th-tier great mage. Are you from the Light Church? When Afra saw Chungyu use his light powers, she felt like a goddess of light had descended, and she didn't dare to attack him easily. I'm just a chef, not from the Light Church. Although surprised, Chungyu was not afraid of Afra. He had a magic tool, after all. If Afra dared to attack, he would fight back fiercely. Calmly, Afra gathered the scattered dragon blood into a huge blood sphere. She dipped her finger in the blood, stuck out her bright red tongue, and licked it, looking intoxicated. The blood of a 4th-tier Black Claw red dragon tastes really good. Suddenly, Chungyu realized a question. This mountain was not far from Blackstone City. Why did Afra get lost? Miss Afra, are you really lost? Yes, I am lost. I can't find my way and have been wandering in the mountains. Afra, with her eyes slightly squinted and a dreamy look on her face. Are you joking? Blackstone City is right nearby. If you go to the city and ask for directions, you'll find your way. No, I am really lost, Afra insisted. From her tone, it seemed she wasn't truly lost, but was deliberately pretending. Chungyu, you are not lost. Afra, no, I really am lost. Chungyu was speechless. Your mate has turned some humans into blood clans to find you. What? My mate is looking for me. Afra's usually calm face finally showed a hint of panic. If someone is looking for me, please keep it a secret and don't tell them where I am. Huh? Why? Chungyu didn't quite understand Afra's actions. Afra, because I am lost. Duh. Chungyu was getting frustrated. What else can she say besides being lost? Afra was able to talk to Chungyu so calmly mainly because she was afraid of his strength. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already attacked to hide their location. Afra looked like a deflated ball, holding her head in frustration. Just thinking about returning to the demon realm and being ordered around by the demon king gives me a headache. I won't randomly kill humans. I just want to stay in human territory without revealing my whereabouts. Chungyu remembered that Herman had said before that there are many factions within the demon race. Some major demons are loyal to the war faction, fully supporting the demon king's pursuits. Others dislike war and only follow the demon king's orders and name. Afra clearly belongs to the faction that dislikes war. Low emotional intelligence. I don't want to work for the demon king. High emotional intelligence. Oh no. I am lost in the forest and can't get out. So you're also a laid-back person. Chungyu thought he would have to fight Afra when he met her, but surprisingly, they are kindred spirits. In the past, at work, Chungyu's favorite place was the bathroom. Every day at the company, he would go to the bathroom, staying there for half an hour. Over time, this added up to more than 10 hours a month, like gaining an extra day off. What do you mean, laid-back person? Afra didn't quite understand what Chengyu meant. Nothing. Maybe because they are both slackers, Chengyu had a good impression of Afra. I think your blood drinking is not very tasty. Want me to help you process it? I'm an evil blood clan. Don't you want to eliminate me? Afra had just seen Chengyu's strength. If they fought, she wasn't sure she could beat him. Blood clans just like to drink blood, right? I also like to eat blood. People on the Celsus continent do not eat animal organs or blood. Since the blood clan survives by drinking blood, they consider the blood clan to be an evil race. However, Chengyu is a native of Huaxia and has seen many strange foods: blood sausage, pork intestines, pig brains, chicken eggs, fried cow eyeballs, century eggs. You're human, and you have sacred light magic. Do you also like drinking blood? Afra, who has lived for hundreds of years, was seeing a human drink blood for the first time. It was truly a rare sight. Chengyu took out a metal basin from the system warehouse. Pour some of that dragon blood into the basin. I'll teach you how to eat blood. Afra followed his instructions, took a small piece of dragon blood into the basin, and waited for it to naturally solidify. Do you know where there is a water source? Follow me. Afra wandered around nearby for a long time, knowing where the water was, and led Chengyu to find it. They arrived at a small creek. Chengyu took out an iron pot from the system warehouse, set it on a stand, and lit a fire underneath. He took out a cutting board and a knife, cut the solidified blood sausage into small pieces, and stir-fried it with various seasonings in the pot. Afra watched curiously as Chengyu cooked the blood sausage. She had never seen such a way to eat blood before. By the creek, Chengyu made a stir-fried blood sausage and a blood noodle soup using dragon blood sausage. The stir-fried blood sausage was similar to mapo tofu, thickened with cornstarch, sprinkled with Sichuan pepper powder and chopped green onions, tasting fresh, spicy, and fragrant. However, Chengyu did not add cooking wine when preparing the blood sausage, so it had a strong, bloody smell. Humans might find this smell hard to accept, but for the blood clan, it was just right. Afra walked to the table, picked up a spoon, and tasted Chengyu's stir-fried blood sausage. The dish retained the fresh blood's flavor, combined with the taste of garlic, ginger, and other seasonings. The salt was just right, and MSG enhanced the umami. Wow, this is so delicious. Her bright red eyes sparkled with joy, and Afra showed a happy expression. Although eating blood this way isn't as exciting as simply drinking it, it's many times more delicious than fresh blood. The people of the Black Sun Empire don't eat blood. How did you come up with such an innovative way? Hee. It's the wisdom of the common people of Huaxia. In ancient times, wealthy people did not eat animal organs or blood. Poor people, however, felt it was a pity to waste these foods and tried to make them taste good. Afura picked up a plate of stir-fried blood sausage and ate it eagerly. She said, "Actually, I came into the Black Sun Empire to find a chef named Chengyu in Boutown to try his buns, but I got lost." When Afura first entered the Black Sun Empire, she couldn't tell the directions and indeed got lost. But later, she found being lost wasn't so bad. She decided to go with the flow and started wandering around, relaxing and exploring. Chengyu was surprised. He thought, "Wow, this beautiful woman is coming for me." But he also wondered, how does she know about buns? She explained, "During the war between humans and demons, I found some buns on a dead human knight. They smelled good and tasted great. I used a summoning magic to bring back the knight's soul and asked him about it." Summoning magic? That's possible, of course. After eating the buns, Afura kept thinking about them. She secretly slipped into the Black Sun Empire after the northern fortress walls were broken. She wanted to try Chengyu's buns and also didn't want to be sent away by the Demon King. Actually, I am Chengyu, the bun maker from Boutown. What? You're Chengyu? Afura was even more excited. She had planned to find Chengyu in Boutown, but ended up meeting him here. It felt like fate. I can make not only buns and blood sausage, but many other delicious foods. Would you like to come back to Boutown with me? Chengyu had no bad intentions. He just wanted to recruit a demon official to help with the defense of the Black Sun Empire. He was full of patriotism. Yes. By following Chengyu, Afura could enjoy delicious blood sausage every day. She happily agreed to his invitation. Stealing a demon official with a dish of blood sausage was a good deal. Hosts and Afura's favorability, 5. Chengyu was a little surprised. Afura had gained 5 points of favorability. Chengyu's favorability with Mina, Annie, and others was already at 100, unlocking their special skills. He wondered what skills he might get if his favorability with Afura also reached 100. Someone is bullying you. Tell me, and I will help you. As Afra was about to speak, she paused. Since you just used bright magic to defeat the Black Claw Red Dragon, such powerful light energy, you probably don't need my help. You're not helping, and you plan to just follow me and eat for free. Chengyu asked back. Just tell me what help you need, and I'll do my best. Afra isn't very interested in the grand plans of the Demon King, but she enjoys eating, drinking, and having fun. After finishing a plate of spicy blood sausage, Afra also drank the blood sausage noodle soup, feeling very happy. The two of them left the mountain. With bright red eyes, dark red hair, and a colorful long dress, Afra was easy to recognize in human society. Change your outfit. This one is too eye-catching, Chengyu suggested. Afra blinked her beautiful red eyes, which then turned black like a human's, and her bright long hair gradually turned black. Her vivid red dress changed to white. Now, Afra looked less like a demon and more like a beautiful, innocent human girl. Is this okay? She asked. Yes, Chengyu replied. Afra's beauty was quite stunning, not losing to Mina or Yvonne. When they reached human society, Chengyu asked, We can't call you Afra here. What should we call you? Names are just labels. I can be called anything, Afra said. Really? Then I'll call you Little Fu from now on, Chengyu said. Afra glared at Chengyu with a fierce look, but said nothing. Feeling a bit nervous under her stare, Chengyu chuckled. Haha, I'll call you Xiao Fu then, that's better, Afra said, putting away her fierce expression. They walked down the mountain. A large crowd of Blackstone City residents rushed out, their eyes full of excitement. Light Goddess has appeared. The Light Goddess is here. Bless me so I can pass my second-level magic test. I'm blind. Please, Light Goddess, help me see again. Most people in the Black Sun Empire worship the Light Goddess. Earlier, Chengyu had put on a strapless top that looked like a Light Goddess's dress and released powerful light magic. The residents of Blackstone City thought the Light Goddess had come to Earth and hurried to worship her. Seeing the large crowd, Chengyu was surprised. The Goddess of Light's influence in the Black Sun Empire was surprisingly strong. If he wore the Goddess of Light's underwear and pretended to be her, he would definitely gain many followers. Even the priests of the Light Church wouldn't be able to stop him. The two of them moved against the flow of people into Blackstone City. Usually lively and busy, Blackstone City now felt empty, as almost everyone had gone to worship the Goddess of Light. Which deity do your demon race believe in? Chengyu asked out of curiosity. Afra replied, The main war faction, led by the Demon King, worships the god of war. And you? Which god do you believe in? Chengyu asked again. I don't believe in any gods. If I had to choose, I might pick the god of freedom. Your laid-back, carefree attitude really suits the god of freedom. They walked along the streets of Blackstone City toward its center. Usually, shops selling magic materials are near the Magic Association. Ahead, an old, fat man sat on a bench, with a big dog lying beside him. Chengyu approached and asked, Sir, how do I get to the Blackstone City Magic Association? The old man, fat and hard of hearing, replied, Magic what? Chengyu raised his voice. The Magic Association. What association? The Magic Association. What association? Sir, you should rest for a bit, since the old man was a bit deaf. Chengyu decided not to waste words and went to ask someone else for directions. The Magic Association in Blackstone City. Many shops nearby sell magic materials. However, all these shops were empty, with only one clerk left to guard them, as everyone else had gone outside the city to witness the miracle of the Goddess of Light. Chengyu entered a magic materials shop, approached the counter, and asked a thin, gaunt clerk, Friend, do you sell wood dragon roots and heavenly fragrant herbs? The clerk greeted him with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Wood dragon roots are 50 silver coins each, and heavenly fragrant herbs are 20 silver coins per pound. How many would you like? Give me 10 wood dragon roots and 20 pounds of heavenly fragrant herbs. Chengyu usually bought a lot of magic materials, preparing extra for multiple uses. 9 gold coins were placed on the counter. The shopkeeper carefully took the money and used a cloth bag to pack 10 wooden dragon roots and 20 jin of fragrant herbs for Chengyu. After purchasing the supplies, Chengyu and Afra left the magic materials shop. Human cities are warmer than demon cities, Afra said, looking around for the first time in a human city, feeling the lively atmosphere of the main city. Chengyu had never been to the demon realm. Our demon cities very cold. The demon realm is snowing all year round. Do you think that's cold? Afra replied. It really is a cold northern land. The demon king uses this as an excuse to call the demon people to expand southward and take over human territory. This contradiction is hard to solve, Chengyu said. It's understandable that demons want to expand south to survive, and humans defending their homes is also reasonable. But these conflicts are hard to resolve. Chengyu finished his business in Blackstone City and planned to return to Boutown today. Boutown is east of Blackstone City. As they walked and chatted, Chengyu and Afra headed toward the east gate of the city. When they reached the east gate, it was empty except for a single carriage. The driver was sitting by the wheel, wearing a felt hat that covered his face, taking a nap. Friend, why is there only one carriage here? Chengyu asked as he approached. Usually, many carriages gather at the city gate. The driver took off his hat and looked at Chengyu. Everyone else went to worship the light goddess's miracle. Why didn't you go? I don't believe in the light goddess, the driver said. Not everyone in the Black Sun Empire believes in the light goddess. How much to go to Boutown? Chengyu asked. 5 gold coins per person, 10 for 2. Wow, that's so expensive. It only cost 5 silver coins to catch a ride with a caravan to Blackstone City. But this driver was asking for 5 gold coins, an obvious scam. Chengyu, are you going back to Boutown? I can fly, Afra said suddenly. Oh, right, you can fly, Chengyu remembered. He had met a vampire before, who could grow a pair of red wings. Afra is the leader of the vampires, so she should have wings too. Flying would be much faster than riding in a carriage. They arrived outside Blackstone City, in a dense forest with no one around. Afra stood still, gently closed her eyes, and a powerful crimson magic force flowed out from her body. Behind her, it formed into a pair of translucent red energy wings. Which way is Boutown? To the east. Afra grabbed Chengyu's hand, and with a strong flap of her red energy wings, she created a whirlwind that quickly carried Chengyu away at high speed. Chengyu held Afra's soft, delicate hand, and a playful smile appeared on his face. 10 minutes later, Afra led Chengyu to the woods outside the west gate of Blackstone City. Looking at the city gate from the forest, Chengyu was speechless. Wait, miss, you flew east, so why did you end up at the west gate of Blackstone City? I'm not good with directions, Afra said awkwardly. Flying low through the dense forest made it hard to tell which way was which, and she drifted off course. You're really bad at directions. Yes, I am. Afra wouldn't tell Chengyu that in the magic realm, she often got lost. Every time her subordinates had to search her territory thoroughly to find her. Let's go back to the east gate. I'll help you correct the direction. Okay. Chengyu and Afra returned to the woods outside the east gate of Blackstone City. Just like before, Afra flapped her wings and flew low toward the east. But Afra's sense of direction was very poor. After less than a minute, she started to drift off course again. Fly a little more to the left, to the right, and a bit more to the right, now to the left. Every 10 seconds or so, Chengyu helped Afra adjust her course. What normally would take 2 days and 2 nights by carriage to reach Boutown, Afra flew at high speed for half an hour, bringing Chengyu close to the town. Chengyu realized that Afra's sense of direction was extremely bad. If she were left in a primitive forest, she probably would never find her way out in her lifetime. Afra retracted her crimson wings and followed Chengyu to his estate. As they entered the estate, several middle-aged men sat around a stone table in the garden. Mina was pouring tea for them. Chengyu, you're back. Seeing Chengyu return, Mina put down the teapot, ran over happily, and jumped onto Chengyu. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, giving him a warm hug. 2 large hands supported Mina's hips. You looked at the people sitting at the stone table. He recognized 2 of them, General Barney, the top commander of the Northern Fortress, and Ebul, the deputy leader of the magic team. The others he didn't know well, but their faces looked familiar. They were probably high-ranking officials of the Northern Fortress. Young you're finally back, said Bonnie with a big, rough smile. You asked confused. What are you all here for? Senior officers are out on a training trip to strengthen team unity, Bonnie explained. In reality, they were just here to enjoy a good meal. Isn't there a war going on? Are you all so free? When the front lines are tense, the back lines are relaxed? Since Queen Afula disappeared, the demon race has attacked the northern fortress less often. Things have become calmer. I see. It seems that Afula running into the Black Sun Empire is actually a good thing. At that moment, Barney noticed Afula beside Program U. His mouth opened slightly, eyes widened in shock, and he was speechless. Seeing Bonnie's surprised expression, Program U thought, "Oh no, this old guy seems to have recognized Afula." Among the high-ranking officials of the Northern Fortress, only Bonnie was a mediocre fighter. The others were all experts. If they fought with Afula here, the beautiful estate could turn into a battlefield like a war zone. Moreover, he might be accused of colluding with the demon race. Program U quickly said, "General, please don't act yet. Let me explain. Program U, you've been flirting with another stunning beauty. Is your heart made of steel?" Last time, Bonnie saw Program U with Yvonne and Mina, warning him to be moderate. Young people should know that beauty is precious and not to waste it. Otherwise, they might regret it later. But Program U didn't listen and kept flirting with beautiful women. Program U sighed in relief, thinking Bonnie had discovered Afula's identity. Turns out, he was just surprised about that. "By the way, have you all seen Afula?" Program U asked Bonnie and the others. No, they all shook their heads. Afula didn't like war. Every time the demon race attacked the northern fortress, she would cast a huge area spell from behind the lines, a blood-colored domain covering the entire battlefield, causing the soldiers to lose health continuously. Then she would relax and take it easy. Therefore, although everyone has heard of Afra's notorious reputation, no one has seen her in person. Afra looked at the high-ranking officials of the northern fortress. She was not a supporter of war and was not interested in the fortress's leaders. "Young friend Xingyu, could you help us make something tasty?" Barney asked. "I'll make you a braised bear paw, but it might be a bit expensive." Last time, Xingyu went to the God of Order's maze and obtained a pair of cold ice magic bear paws, which were very tender and delicious. Barney asked, "How much?" Xingyu replied, "Since we're all friends, 50 gold coins for each of you." 50 gold coins isn't too expensive. Barney and the others were high-ranking officials of the northern fortress and quite wealthy. 8 people sharing 50 gold coins means each person pays only a few coins, which isn't too costly. Xingyu took Mina and Iwan to the kitchen to prepare the braised bear paws. Afra walked to the golden tree near the farmland, tilted her head curiously, and examined it. This seems to be a golden tree of the forest spirit race. Isn't it recorded in ancient books that they are extinct? Why is there still one here? However, thinking about Xingyu's previous display of powerful light magic to defeat the Black Claw Red Dragon, Afra believed Xingyu was extraordinary. Having a golden tree in the estate also made sense. After watching the golden tree for a while, Afra lost interest. She then went to the farmland and lazily lay down on the grass. Within the Black Sun Empire, she was free from the control of the Demon King and lived a relaxed, carefree life. Ebul, the vice captain of the Mage Corps, approached Barney and whispered, "General, that girl has a faint bloodline aura." On the way to Boutown, Afra concealed her bloodline aura, so most people couldn't sense it. But Ebul, being the vice captain of the Northern Fortress Mage Corps, had a keen sense of magic and could detect some clues. Barney's expression changed. "You suspect she is from the bloodline?" "Yes," Ebul nodded slightly. "Impossible. The bloodline intruders into the Black Sun Empire have already been captured," Barney said, not fully convinced. Ebul's face looked serious. "The other bloodline remnants are caught, but Queen of Blood Afra is still at large. If she hasn't been caught, so what? It hasn't caused any big trouble anyway." Barney glanced at Afra not far away, showing a carefree attitude as if he didn't care about her. Ebul looked worried. "Afra is inside the Black Sun Empire. She's always a risk. I want to test her, and one try will tell us everything." Barney held Ebul back and smiled. "Don't go. That girl is so beautiful and pure. She definitely isn't the Blood Queen Afra." But Ebul was still worried. "No buts. If I tell you not to go, then don't go," Barney ordered firmly. Although Barney was not very skilled in fighting, he was the leader of the Northern Fortress. Since he gave the order, Ebul couldn't argue. Xingyu and the others arrived in the kitchen. Xingyu took out a bear paw from a frost magic bear. The paw was over a meter long, with soft, elastic pads. 8 of them couldn't finish the whole bear paw. Chengyu took out a dragon-patterned golden knife, first removing the fur from the paw, then cutting out 8 large chunks of meat, each weighing about 2 or 3 pounds, placing them on 8 plates. "Help me wash the blood from the meat," Chengyu said. Mina and Yvonne helped him with chores. They scooped water from a water barrel into a wooden tub and washed the blood off the bear meat. Chengyu prepared seasonings like scallions, ginger, cooking wine, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and salt, based on the weight of the 8 pieces. Mina, after washing the meat, "Go start the fire and boil some water." Okay. Mina added some water to a pot and lit the stove. Once the water boiled, Chengyu blanched the bear meat 3 times, then took it out to remove impurities. He scored a few cuts on each piece of meat to help it absorb flavors. He heated oil in a pot, added scallions and ginger to stir-fry until fragrant, then added cooking wine and cooked briefly. Finally, he put the blanched bear meat into the pot, added enough water, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and salt. Once the water boiled, he turned the heat to low and simmered until the meat was tender and flavorful. While the bear was cooking, Chengyu also prepared some side dishes for Barney and the others. The aroma of the bear's meat spread throughout the estate. "Wow, it smells so good. I want to eat too," Mina said, staring at the tender pieces of bear meat, drooling, with her eyes almost forming hearts. Yvonne is behind, hugging Mina's waist with both arms, worried that Mina might not be able to resist and eat the braised bear paw from the plate. Chengyu gently touches Mina's beast ears. "There are still many bear paws here. I'll cook some for you tonight. You can eat as much as you want, or people love meat dishes." Chengyu's top-level cooking skills make his meat dishes very tempting for them. "Master, I like you so much," Mina says, pulling Yvonne along and coming to Chengyu's side. She hugs Chengyu, happily swinging her big tail and affectionately rubbing her face against his cheek. Chengyu pats Mina's head. "Mina, you're too clingy. You're even more attached than the dogs I used to raise." Barney and others come to the long table in the manor's living room, where plates and cutlery are already prepared. Chengyu and Yvonne bring the cooked bear paws into the living room. They don't let Mina help serve, worried her drool might get on the guests' food. Barney and the others can't wait to taste the braised bear paws. The meat is delicious, tender, and flavorful. It's a top delicacy. I also ate bear paws in the palace before. The palace chef just boiled them with some salt. Compared to Chengyu's bear paws, it's like comparing heaven and earth. It's so tasty, I could eat it forever without getting tired. All 8 praised Chengyu's bear paws as extremely delicious. At this moment, Afra walks in smelling the aroma. Seeing Barney and others eating bear paws, she asks, "Chengyu, what are they eating? It smells so good." "Braised bear paws," Chengyu replies. Afra, who isn't very familiar with Chengyu, hesitates. Chengyu, I want to try too. There are still bear paws in the kitchen. I'll cook some for you tonight." Chengyu plans to cook braised bear paws for Mina, Yvonne, and Afra tonight. "You're such a good person," Afra says happily, staring at Chengyu with bright eyes. Meanwhile, at the northern edge of Blackstone City, on a large mountain, tens of thousands of Blackstone City residents stand near the mountain, hands crossed over their chests, heads bowed, eyes closed, praying devoutly to the Goddess of Light. "Goddess of Light, I am 30 years old and still haven't married. Please bless me with a wealthy and beautiful wife. Goddess of Light, please protect my family's health. Goddess of Light, I confess to the girl I secretly liked yesterday. She said I am a good person. Does she really like me? Are you still not fond of me?" While everyone was praying, a group of people dressed in white robes, holding various magical tools, approached. They are clergy members of the Light Church. An old man with white hair and a hunched back walked to the place where Chengyu and the Black Claw Red Dragon fought. He lightly leaned on his staff, which emitted a gentle holy light. His eyes half closed. He sensed the remaining light energy in the surroundings. This is truly the power of the Goddess of Light. Could it be that the Goddess of Light is still alive? The old man exclaimed. The Light Church was founded based on the small amount of light magic and teachings left by the Goddess of Light. No one has ever truly seen the Goddess of Light, and no one knows if she is dead or alive. "Archbishop, did the Goddess of Light really descend here?" a follower asked. "I can't be sure. The other person has extremely pure light energy. Much stronger than what we learned from light magic, the old man replied. Are you sure about the direction they went? It seems they headed toward Blackstone City. After killing the Black Claw Red Dragon, Chengyu went to Blackstone City to buy magic materials. The bishop in white told the clergy around him, we must find this person. Even if she isn't the goddess of light herself, she has a deep connection with her. Yes, Archbishop, everyone responded in unison. After tasting the braised bear paw, Bonnie and the others couldn't stop praising its flavor. Full and satisfied, Bonnie took Chengyu for a walk outside the manor in the woods. Little friend Chengyu, your braised bear paw tastes very good. But I think it's missing something, Bonnie said. Missing something? Chengyu, who has top-level cooking skills, couldn't satisfy Bonnie's appetite in the food-starved continent of Celsus. Bonnie grinned and said, it's missing a bit of youthful flavor, you know. Oh, I remember now. When talking about youthful flavor, Chengyu immediately understood. Bonnie's taste was quite unique. Bonnie's idea of youthful flavor actually refers to the taste of the original flavor of 9-turn large intestines. The original flavor of 9-turn large intestines is too strong. Let's go deeper into the woods to cook it. The two walked deeper into the forest. As they walked, Barney asked, Friend Chengyu, do you know what flowers the Blood Clan likes most? No, I don't. Chengyu shook his head, confused about why Barney suddenly asked him this. Let me tell you about the origin of the Blood Clan, Barney said calmly. During the ancient divine war, a powerful god fell from the heavens. His blood gathered into a lake. Over many years, the divine blood in the lake gained intelligence and took human form. That was the first true ancestor of the Blood Clan. So, does that mean the Blood Clan's bodies contain divine blood? Chengyu was hearing about the Blood Clan's origin for the first time. Although the bestiary of the Celsus continent mentions the Blood Clan, it only briefly describes their habits and appearance. After many generations of dilution, the divine blood in this current Blood Clan is very faint, Barney explained. The blood of the fallen god that created the Blood Clan sank deep into the earth. The place where the god's body sank became a strange forbidden zone. The soil around this zone is affected by divine power and grows a plant called the sorrow spirit flower. Perhaps because of their shared origin, the Blood Clan really likes the sorrow spirit flower, Barney added. Chengyu was a bit puzzled. So, what does this have to do with me? I'll help you find the sorrow spirit flower. You go and capture the Blood Queen, Barney said with a rough, somewhat sleazy look on his face. Suddenly, Chengyu's expression changed. He immediately realized, You know that the girl I brought back is the Blood Queen, Afra? Haha. If I didn't know what my opponent looked like, how could I be a good leader? Barney said dismissively. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Inside the demon race, there was a spy planted in the northern fortress. Barney had received intelligence about Afra, including her appearance and personality. From the moment Chengyu brought Afra back, Barney recognized her immediately. At that time, Barney was thinking, this kid is amazing. He brought back Afra. Since you know she's the Blood Queen, why didn't you order your people to attack her? Chengyu asked with doubt. Barney looked a bit helpless. Afra is very strong. Even Eber and others together might not be able to defeat her. If Barney was completely confident, he would have ordered his subordinates to eliminate Afra. But Barney learned about Afra's strength from that intelligence report. Among the 12 core leaders under the Demon King, Afra's strength is above average. If the army from the northern fortress is summoned to attack Afra directly, they could defeat her, but it would cause many casualties. So, Barney thought of a better plan. He smiled and patted Chengyu's shoulder. Young friend Chengyu, do you want a wife? What do you want to do? Chengyu looked at Barney with a surprised and cautious expression. You could kidnap Afra and bring her back as your wife. That way, we avoid casualties, and the demon race would lose a powerful fighter without a fight. Barney's plan was clear and clever. Chengyu was surprised. Really? Why do you think I can kidnap Afra and make her my wife? Barney looked at him with a meaningful smile. First, women like handsome men. You look very handsome, almost as good as I was when I was young. Second, if you can bring Afra to your estate, it shows she has feelings for you. According to the intelligence, Afra is not a war-loving demon. She is lazy and not as aggressive or bloodthirsty as the main combatants. That's why Barney thought Chengyu should try to win her over. Yamit, she's a fierce demon, and I'm just a helpless chef. It's too dangerous. Yu originally planned to build good relations with Afra and gain skills from her. He pretended to be scared, planning to ask Barney for a high price later. Barney looked at Yu with a speechless expression. Stop pretending, young friend Yu. Your fighting ability in the Northern Fortress is at least in the top 100. Do you think I believe you're just a helpless chef? How do you know that? Yu was surprised. Barney, this old guy, had actually investigated his strength. Although I am not very strong myself, I have wide intelligence channels. Barney was confident. Your underwear is red, with a yellow chick pattern on it, right? What the? I doubt you have inappropriate thoughts about me. Yu complained. Cough, cough. Enough of that. Barney changed the subject. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. If you can capture Afra, I will ask the king to grant you a noble title and land. Earlier, during the battle between the Northern Fortress and the demon race, Barney's biggest headache was Afra's blood-red domain. Its huge range covered the entire battlefield, causing soldiers inside to keep losing health, making it impossible to fight effectively. If Yu captures Afra, it will solve his major problem. Old 6, since that's the case, I will reluctantly agree, he said. Having a fiefdom and a noble title made Yu very happy. He already had 2 wives and didn't mind having another one. Since they had traveled through time, having more wives seemed reasonable. Intelligence shows that Afra likes listening to stories. You can tell her some interesting tales. I will send someone to find the spirit flower to help you, Barney said with a smile. I need some time. Yu's current favor with Afra is 5 points, so he needs to build their relationship slowly. Yu is talented and promising. I'm sure you'll do well, Barney praised. I'll do my best. Deep in the woods, Yu took out a pot and some utensils, preparing a dish of authentic 9-turn large intestines for Barney. Ah, this touches the soul. Barney ate the dish, closed his eyes, and looked very pleased. After finishing the meal, Barney felt satisfied, and they returned to the manor together. Mina, with a keen sense of smell, immediately sniffed Yu when they arrived, frowned, and asked, Yu, did you fall into the dung pit? You fell into the dung pit, Yu replied without paying much attention. He then said to Barney, 50 gold coins for braised bear paws, plus 5 gold coins for your youthful aroma, total 55 gold coins. Barney and his generals each handed over a few coins to make up the 55 gold coins and paid Yu. Yu, this matter is up to you, Barney said before leaving the manor with his men. Mina, is the ice cellar ready? Yu asked. Yes, it's ready. Go bring a few buckets of water. I want to make another ice cellar. Okay. After returning to the manor, Mina had dug a new ice cellar beside the original one while they were in Blackstone City. It was about the same size. Soon, Mina carried 2 buckets of water to the ice cellar. Yu took out his magic staff and cast a first-level spell, low-level freezing, to turn the water in the buckets into ice blocks, stacking them inside the ice cellar. Mina continued fetching water from the well and bringing it to the ice cellar. Yu used the low-level freezing spell to turn the water into ice, neatly stacking the blocks to create a sealed, low-temperature environment. After their efforts, the new ice cellar was completed. The system's storage was too full and messy, so unimportant items were moved into the ice cellar. Yu took out ingredients like bear paws and large intestines from the system and placed them in the ice cellar. The black-clawed red dragon was too big to fit all at once, so it had to be split into parts before storing. Outside the ice cellar, Yu took out the body of the black-clawed red dragon, which was over 50 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. Its claws were black, and its body was covered with bright red scales. Wow, a dragon! Mina was amazed. Yu, did you kill this? Of course. Our bravest warriors in the Silver Wolf clan couldn't defeat such a large red dragon. You're amazing. Mina looked at Yu with admiration. Yu hugged Mina around the waist. I'm your master. If I weren't strong, how could I tame this troublesome little fairy? Mina snuggled affectionately in Yu's arms. Like slaughtering fish, Yu first scraped off the scales of the black-clawed red dragon, then removed the dragon meat from the skeleton. He only took the good meat, like tenderloin and thigh meat. The internal organs and edges were discarded. Mina placed the removed dragon meat into a new ice cellar, stacking it neatly. After removing the meat, Yu cut open the dragon's belly. A semi-transparent, gem-like crystal, about the size of a thumb and shining brightly, fell out. This was the magic crystal of a 4th-tier black-clawed red dragon. Black-clawed red dragon's magic crystal, very nice. Chengyu held the 4th-tier magic crystal, played with it for a moment, then casually stored it in the system's warehouse. Now, Chengyu had 1 4th-tier crystal, 2 3rd-tier crystals, and several 1st-tier crystals. Next, Chengyu took a small piece of the red dragon's meat into the kitchen, added water to a pot. When the water boiled, he put the dragon meat in to cook, to see if it would be cooked thoroughly. As he expected, after simmering on high heat for half an hour, the meat remained bright red. Tasting a bite, it was still raw. The red dragon clan is born immune to fire and high temperatures. No wonder it can't be cooked. The special recipe from the dog system seemed to have issues. If it can't be cooked thoroughly, how can he make with root braised meat? Chengyu pouted, looking helpless. Generally, if something is not cooked well, you can use a pressure cooker to cook it thoroughly. Tomorrow, I will go to the blacksmith shop in Boutown to make a sealed container and see if I can cook the dragon meat. In the garden of the estate, Afra, dressed in a black dress with long black hair and clear eyes, looks like a young girl. She is reading a book under a tree in the garden. Yinyin is practicing magic under the golden tree. Chengyu remembers his promise with Barney and walks over to sit beside Afra. Little Afra, what are you reading? It's a novel written by a vampire author. Can I see it? Chengyu heard from Barney that Afra likes listening to stories, so he wants to see what kind of novel she is reading. Afra folds a corner of the page she is reading and hands the book to Chengyu. Chengyu looks at the book, which is titled Reincarnated Blood Queen, then Invincible. The story is about a young vampire who is betrayed and killed by his family, then reincarnates as a blood queen to take revenge. He gradually becomes a demon king and rules the continent of Celsus. Oh, why does this novel taste like tomatoes? I think the author writes very well. The protagonist reincarnates as a blood queen and becomes invincible, crushing ancient gods and ruling Celsus. Haha. Afra can't help but laugh happily. As the blood queen, Afra feels a strong connection to the story, which makes her very excited. Awesome. Chengyu comments, surprised that Afra actually likes this kind of exciting story. He returns the novel to Afra. This book is very good. Let me tell you a story about a dragon knight and an evil dragon. Do you want to hear it? Dragon knight and evil dragon? That sounds a bit cliché. Afra says with some disdain in her tone. She has heard many stories about dragon knights defeating evil dragons and becoming heroes, and she is tired of them. Chengyu, no. My story is different from the usual hero fighting evil dragons. All right, tell me. Afra patiently listens as Chengyu begins his story. My hometown has a mountain called Zhongnan Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a village. The villagers tell a legend. Halfway up Zhongnan Mountain, there is an ancient tomb left from an unknown era. Every full moon night, the tomb door opens wide, and a cold aura spreads. Sometimes, the sound of dragons roaring can be heard from inside. One evening, a villager named Yonggua went up the mountain to hunt. As Yonggua passed by an ancient tomb, a white dragon suddenly roared out from inside the tomb and transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in white on the rocky cliff. Seeing Yonggua's handsome appearance, the woman in white became greedy and forcibly kidnapped him into the tomb cave. Yonggua fought hard, but the dragon's strength was much greater than his, so he had to submit to the dragon's power. In the village, a young man named Yinyin heard about Yonggua being taken by the dragon. Filled with anger, he decided to rescue Yonggua with his younger brother. After persistent training for a month, Yinyin and his brother became very strong. On a full moon night, they climbed Mount Zhongnan, omitted for length. Finally, Yinyin and his brother worked together to defeat the dragon, became dragon knights, rescued Yonggua, and started a carefree life together. After hearing Chengyu's story, Afra felt her beliefs were challenged. Although it's quite unbelievable, it's also very interesting. Afra liked the story very much and asked excitedly, "Do you have more stories?" "I want to hear more." "Of course. Let me tell you a story about a little girl who sold fireworks." Afra leaned on the stone table, staring blankly at Chengyu as he told the story. Just then, a young boy ran into the estate. "Chengyu, someone is chasing me." Later, when they ask you, just say you haven't seen me. The boy looked handsome, dressed in white stockings, waved to Chengyu, and ran into the stables. Chengyu recognized the boy as the bard named Charles. Not long after Charles hid in the stables, several strong men arrived at the gate of the estate. "Hey, have you seen a boy about 17 or 18, with a gentle face?" One of the strong men asked Chengyu fiercely. Chengyu went to the gate and asked, "I haven't seen him." "What's wrong?" The strong men shouted loudly. "That guy stole alcohol from our shop. We have to make him pay or teach him a lesson." "Yes, make him pay. Let's go in and search." Omitted for length. Chengyu stood at the gate. "This estate is my private property. You can't search it just because you want to. We must catch that thief who stole the alcohol today." The strong men rolled up their sleeves, ready to force their way into the estate. "Mina!" Chengyu shouted loudly to summon Mina. "Coming." Mina was digging a hole when she heard Chengyu call her. She carried her iron shovel and ran quickly to the gate of the estate. "These people want to force their way into our estate and activate a fierce mode." "Woof." Mina bared her teeth at the strong men and made low growls like a wolf. Orcs are stronger than humans, and the men looked scared. "Let's go somewhere else to search." The men left the gate of the estate. After they left, Charles came out of the stable. "These people are so scary. I just took a bottle of their wine, and they chased me for 2 miles. Comrade Charles, be careful with your words. It's stealing, not just taking," Chengyu corrected him. "Can a poet be called a thief for stealing wine?" Charles was used to stealing wine. Next to him, Afra saw Charles's handsome face and felt it looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, "You are that wanted criminal. Big sister, don't talk nonsense." "How could I be a wanted criminal?" Charles smiled and waved his hand. 200 years ago, a guy disguised himself as a guard and sneaked into the Demon King's palace. He stole the Demon King's treasured wine. The Demon King issued a wanted notice across the entire magic domain, looking for that wine thief. "It's been so long that I can't remember clearly." Recognized by others, Charles smiled playfully and pretended to be innocent. 200 years ago, Chengyu looked surprised. Charles looked only about 17 or 18 now, yet he had stolen wine from the Demon King's palace 200 years ago. "How old are you?" Chengyu asked Charles. "I can't remember." Charles shook his head and took out a bottle of wine and a lute from his pocket. "How long I've lived doesn't matter. What matters is that life should be accompanied by wine and poetry." Chengyu realized that this boy, who looked only 17 or 18, was actually an old monster who had lived for a long time. By the farmland, the bard Charles sat on the grass, drinking wine and playing his lute, feeling relaxed. The beautiful music echoed through the estate, giving a refreshing feeling. Suddenly, Chengyu remembered that Charles knew many everyday magic spells, such as magic for automatic clothes cleaning, deodorizing, tidying rooms, and weeding. He wondered if Charles had a magic spell that could cook red dragon meat thoroughly. Walking over to Charles, Chengyu smiled and asked, "Comrade Charles, do you have a magic spell that can cook red dragon meat?" Charles stopped plucking the strings of his instrument, thought for a moment with his eyes rolling, and suddenly exclaimed happily, "Yes. I have a stew magic spell that can turn raw meat into cooked meat." Chengyu was excited and poked at his hands. "Teach me. I caught a wild red dragon subspecies, but normal fire can't cook it properly." Charles took a big sip of wine, looking cheerful, and said, "Sure, but you need to provide the drinks." Chengyu considered it and decided exchanging alcohol for a practical stew magic spell was worth it. "Deal." Chengyu agreed to Charles's condition. Charles reached into his pocket, fumbled around for a while, and then took out a piece of paper, handing it to Chengyu. "Stew magic spell, another page?" Chengyu asked. Last time, Charles had given him a thin page with a fly-swatting magic spell. Now it was another page. Even the simplest first-level magic spells usually contain dozens of pages of text, including the basic structure of magic arrays, the underlying logic of magic energy flow, the coupling of magic energy with magic arrays, and the transformation of magic properties. "Basic-level magic is quite simple," Charles said casually. Chengyu looked at the page, which had handwritten magic incantations and magic array diagrams. "Show me in the kitchen, or I won't know if your stew magic spell works." Once the meat is cooked, share some with me as a drink." Charles's handsome face showed a smile, knowing Chengyu's cooking was delicious and also wanting to taste the red dragon meat. "No problem." Chengyu and Charles went to the kitchen. Chengyu added water to a pot, then lit the stove and boiled the water. After it boiled, He put a piece of red dragon meat into the boiling water. The water boiled vigorously, but the red dragon meat remained bright red, with no change in color. Boiling water couldn't cook the red dragon meat thoroughly. Meanwhile, Charles moved his mind, and powerful magic energy formed a golden magic array beneath his feet. Due to the influence of the stew magic, the red dragon meat in the pot gradually changed color, turning from bright red raw meat to white cooked meat. Chengyu was very happy to see the change in the red dragon meat. This stew magic is really amazing. Can any kind of meat be cooked this way? Chengyu asked Shale. Generally, yes, Shale replied. But the stew magic uses a lot of magic power. The more difficult the meat is to cook, the more magic power it consumes. The red dragon meat was coarse, so Chengyu continued adding charcoal to the stove, trying to cook the meat more thoroughly. After 10 minutes, the white-colored red dragon meat started to soften and become tender. It's almost done. The red dragon meat is almost ready. A pair of bright, lively black eyes stared at the meat, eager to taste the red dragon meat. Chengyu took out magical ingredients like heavenly fragrant grass and wooden root, along with seasonings such as fennel, salt, and bay leaves, and cooked according to the recipe for woodroot stew. More than 10 ingredients mixed in the pot, turning the white meat into a rich brown sauce. At the same time, a strong aroma, similar to that of heather flowers, wafted from the pot. Shale's delicate face frowned in confusion. That's a strange smell. This probably doesn't taste good. Currently, Chengyu had 3 special recipes: black pine cake, woodroot stew, and pickled earthworms. Although these dishes had special effects, they were all considered dark cuisine, especially the pickled earthworms, whose fishy smell could make people feel sick just by smelling it. Shale leaned in to smell the woodroot stew. The strong heather flower scent made his head spin, and he lost interest in the dish. You can eat it yourself. I'm going to drink. Chengyu used a fork to pick up the piece of woodroot stew, placed it on a cutting board, and sliced it into pieces. At that moment, Mina entered the kitchen. Seeing Chengyu cutting the meat, she exclaimed, Chengyu, what kind of meat are you making? Can I try some? No, you can't, Chengyu refused. The effect of the woodroot stew was supposed to boost vitality. Who knew what would happen if a woman ate it? Mina came closer, sniffed, and her expression turned strange. Why does this smell so familiar? After a few seconds, she said, Oh, I remember. It's that smell. While speaking, she glanced at Chengyu's crotch. It's just a similar smell, not the same, Chengyu emphasized, to prevent Mina from thinking he was strange. Manora held Chengyu's arm and said, I don't mind this smell. Let me taste a little. Chengyu patted Manora's big tail and said, I'll make you braised bear paws tonight. I can't let you taste this. Okay. Manora left the kitchen. Chengyu finished eating the braised woodroot meat and felt as if an invisible force inside him was growing stronger. This is really good. Chengyu felt very happy. That night, Chengyu made the remaining bear paws into several portions of braised bear paws. Xiao'er had 1, Afula had 1, Yuani had 1, and Manora had 3. Braised bear paws are so delicious. I want to write the most beautiful poem to praise them, Xiao'er said excitedly. Chengyu, everything you make is very tasty. Afula ate the stir-fried blood sausage that Chengyu made. For the vampire race, this dish is a bit worse than the blood sausage, but it is still a rare delicacy. Chengyu made a thumbs-up gesture and said, Good job. There were many empty rooms in the estate. After dinner, Chengyu arranged a room for Xiao'er and one for Afula. The next morning, Xiao'er left early to go for a walk. Excuse me, is anyone here? At this moment, a voice came from outside the estate. Someone is coming. Let's go out and see. Chengyu put on his clothes and pants, then stepped out of the house. He went to the garden inside the estate and looked toward the entrance. A group of clergy dressed in bright church robes was standing there. What are you doing? Chengyu looked confused, unsure why the bright church people had come here. Leading the group was an old man with white hair. The old man spoke. Hello, I am Bishop Zealand from the Bright Church branch in Blackstone City. Yesterday, a miracle of the goddess of light appeared outside Blackstone City. We traced the residual light energy back here. What? Can this be tracked? Chengyu asked, revealing his surprise. Zealand smiled and said, You are the one using the light power outside Blackstone City, right? No, Chengyu denied. What if the Bright Church finds out he has the goddess of light's artifact? They might hurt him. Zaern had studied light magic and could sense the residual light energy on Chengyu. The bishop of the light church could sense the remaining light energy on Chengyu. No matter how Chengyu denied it, it was useless. Yes, it's me. What are you going to do about it? Chengyu admitted directly. Zaern's wrinkles trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. The prophecy of the first high priest is actually true. Prophecy? What prophecy? Chengyu looked confused and didn't understand. The first high priest of the church once predicted that a wise person inheriting the will of the goddess of light would appear near Blackstone City. This wise person would possess light power connected to the goddess of light and lead the church to meet her. Is it possible that your first high priest's prophecy was wrong? Chengyu never inherited the will of the goddess of light. He only inherited her underwear. It must be you. The residual light energy on you is much stronger than what we can cultivate with magic. As if the goddess herself is present, Chengyu had pure light energy, and since he was near Blackstone City, he fit the prophecy of the wise person perfectly. Zaern believed Chengyu was the one foretold. Then he extended an invitation. Join our light church. We will give you great status and glory. No thanks. Joining a religion means following its teachings, similar to company rules. Chengyu was tired of working life and told Zaern and others, "This is my territory. You can leave. Young friend, don't rush to chase us away. Let's talk about ideals in life," Zaern said. "Get lost. I have nothing to talk about with an old man. Who has time to chat about life and ideals with an old man? If anyone should talk about that, it should be with a beautiful young lady." Zaern changed his approach, looking at Chengyu with hopeful eyes. "Young man, do you believe in light?" Chengyu: "Sorry, I am dark inside and don't believe in light." Zaern didn't give up and continued. "Join our light church. Even the darkest heart can be illuminated by light." To illuminate what? Chengyu had no interest in the light church at all. He said to Mina, "Mina, activate the super fierce mode." Wolf Mina's pretty face showed a fierce expression as she let out a deep, wolf-like growl, baring her teeth at the people from the bright church. At the same time, the thunder bracelet on Mina's wrist sparkled with tiny arcs of purple lightning, and faint purple currents flickered around her, giving everyone a tingling, numb feeling. If Mina wanted, she could summon lightning to strike at anyone at any moment. Zeruin felt a bit scared. They didn't come here to fight Chengyu. Seeing that Chengyu didn't want to join the bright church, they wisely decided to leave. After breakfast, Chengyu tried to learn how to make stew magic. Like Charles said, stew magic is a simple magic used in daily life. With his high magic talent, Chengyu could understand it after just one look. Besides learning stew magic, Chengyu also tried to make bread. Before, Chengyu earned positive emotional points and money by selling fried rice, buns, and barbecue, but gaining positive emotions was still slow. Chengyu planned to make bread to sell. The main food for people in the Black Sun Empire is potatoes, followed by bread. Local bread is too hard, shaped like sticks, which can be used as weapons for self-defense, and is called breadsticks. It's not very tasty. Chengyu went to the kitchen and mixed some yeast, sugar, eggs, and flour, stirring until smooth. Then he added melted butter and continued mixing, finally kneading the dough. On his way to Blackstone City last time, Chengyu met a necromancer named Balin. Balin sold Chengyu a preservative potion that prevents both corpse and food from rotting. Chengyu tested it on small animals and confirmed that this preservative is non-toxic and has no side effects. Being able to create such a natural preservative shows that Balin is very talented. Chengyu added a little of this preservative to the dough. "Mina!" Chengyu shouted. Mina ran into the kitchen. "What's the matter?" "Help me knead this dough for about 10 minutes, Chengyu instructed. Before, when making buns, Mina was responsible for kneading the dough. Now, when making bread, Mina is still in charge of kneading. Mina is basically Chengyu's kneading helper. Her eyes seemed to ignite with fire. Mina was full of energy, rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands, and eagerly kneaded the dough on the cutting board. After kneading, she let the dough rest and rise for a while. Once the dough had risen, she brushed a layer of egg yolk on top. She cut the dough into 8 small pieces, sprinkled some sesame seeds on them, and placed them in the oven to bake. 8 golden, soft loaves of bread came out of the oven. "What's this?" Mina looked at the 8 loaves with surprise. "Bread," Chengyu replied. "Aren't bread usually stick-shaped? And hard like stones?" Mina had seen bread before, but in her mind, bread didn't look like this. This is my improved soft bread. Mina picked up a loaf and took a bite. It tastes good, but I still prefer meat. After eating one, Mina didn't eat anymore. Qingyu also picked up a loaf to taste. It was soft, sweet, and delicious, much better than the usual breadsticks. Qingyu put the remaining bread somewhere safe to see how long the preservative would last. In the following days, Qingyu did nothing special. He spent his time tending flowers and planting crops. The corn in the field ripened, so he boiled some to eat. The tomatoes also ripened, so he made tomato juice. He marked out a piece of farmland, watered it, and planted high-quality fragrant rice. Ivan's plant growth magic was now very skilled. He directly used magic to help the fragrant rice seeds grow after planting. The seeds took root, sprouted, and grew into seedlings. The farmland was as fertile as butter, turning into a lush green rice paddy. That afternoon, members of the Bright Church came again to Chungyu's estate. Archbishop Zealand saw Chungyu in the yard and happily waved. "Little brother, I have good news for you." Chungyu walked to the door with a dark face, looking impatient. "Why are you here again? I told you I won't join your Bright Church." Zealand ignored Chungyu's impatience and spoke to himself. After discussions with the Archbishop and several priests at the headquarters of the Bright Church, everyone agrees that you have great potential and can serve as the Holy Maiden of the Bright Church. Chungyu looked speechless and slightly curled his lips. "I'm a man. How can I be a Holy Maiden? Holy Maiden is just a title. Gender doesn't matter. For example, wife cakes don't actually contain wives, and the Holy Light Church doesn't require the Holy Maiden to be female. Is there a position called Son of the Holy?" Chungyu used to read fantasy novels where certain sacred places have both a Holy Son and a Holy Maiden. Zeruin shrugged. "No, only a Holy Maiden. The Celsus continent is a Western fantasy world and doesn't have the concept of a Holy Son. As long as you agree to be the Holy Maiden, I can agree to anything." Zeruin clearly understands that humans are driven by interests. When someone refuses you, it's because your offer isn't good enough. That's why he came back to invite Chungyu to join the Holy Light Church. Hearing Zeruin's words, Chungyu became interested. He previously refused to join because there was no benefit. If there were enough benefits, he would consider joining. "Really? You can agree to anything I ask?" "Yes, that's right. I want to be the king of the Black Sun Empire." Do you want me to take down the sun for you to play with?" Zeruin was speechless. What kind of request was that? "Chungyu, it's not impossible. Come on, helping you become the king of the Black Sun Empire isn't realistic," Zeruin said irritably. "TCH, who just now said they would agree to anything I asked for?" Chungyu scoffed. Zeruin's face darkened. When he said he would agree to anything, he meant to show he could meet Chunyu's maximum demands, not that he would really agree to everything. "Help me find some high-level plant magic books." That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yvonne had incredible magic talent but lacked access to advanced magic. Chunyu had been trying to find high-level plant magic for Yvonne, but had no good way to do so. The Holy Light Church not only has light magic, but also collects plant magic. Zeruin nodded slightly. That shouldn't be a problem. Also, I am only a nominal Holy Maiden, filling your church's vacancy. I won't show up publicly or be bound by your church's rules, Chunyu added. A man acting as the church's Holy Maiden and appearing in public would be too embarrassing. A true Holy Maiden must fast every day, pray devoutly, and spread the teachings of the Light Goddess to the citizens of the Black Sun Empire. Chungyu, all right, then you help me become the king of the Black Sun Empire, and I will be the real Holy Maiden. Zeruin hesitated for a moment. Maybe you should just be the nominal Holy Maiden. To help Yvonne obtain magical resources, Chungyu became the nominal Holy Maiden of the Light Church to fill the vacant position. Zeruin took out a light medal and handed it to Chungyu, symbolizing her status as the Light Maiden. In the following days, the headquarters of the Light Church issued a notice to all main city branches across the country, announcing a new Holy Maiden. They also included a portrait of the new Holy Maiden so that all believers would recognize her. That day, Chungyu and Mina were buying vegetables in Boutown when they saw a crowd gathered around the town notice board. Mina, curious about what everyone was looking at, pulled Chungyu over and pushed into the crowd. There was a full-body portrait posted on the notice board. The woman in the picture was tall and slender, dressed in white silk, with snow-white skin, gentle and beautiful. She had long blonde hair and radiated a holy glow, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She looked somewhat like Chengyu. In the lower right corner, for characters read, Light Maiden. After so many years, our church finally has a new Holy Maiden. Long live the Holy Maiden. She's so beautiful. I love the Light Maiden. I want to be the most loyal knight of the Light Maiden and protect her forever. The Light Maiden is so pretty. I must join the Light Church. To boost the church's popularity and attract ordinary people to join, the church leaders deliberately made the Light Maiden look very beautiful. They basically created a fictional idol based on Chengyu. Wow, Zeruin, that damn dog. What the hell is he doing? Yesterday, Chengyu asked Zeruin if, as a man, he could be suitable for the role of the Holy Maiden. Zeruin said the position was just a title and didn't depend on gender. Unexpectedly, the church actually made a female image to promote her. That's just too ridiculous. I don't think this Light Maiden is all that great. Chengyu couldn't help but criticize the church's crazy approach. Hearing someone slander the Holy Maiden of Light, the followers of the Light Church nearby immediately became upset. Who are you? The Holy Maiden of Light is not someone you can insult. Who dares to insult the Holy Maiden of Light? I, Jaspod, won't accept that. I challenge you to a duel. For the Holy Maiden, I, Elson, must fight you today. The followers were excited and passionate. The Holy Maiden of Light, who is so noble and high above, cannot be tarnished by a petty troublemaker. Chengyu picked up a stone from the ground, squeezed it hard, and it turned to dust. He loosened his grip, and the dust floated away. May I ask, who wants to duel me? No one with just bare hands could crush a stone into dust like that, not even a first-level warrior. Everyone quickly changed the subject. I just remembered I still have some meat cooking on my stove. I need to go check the fire. The weather is really nice today. What should I eat for lunch? I'm so worried. People gathered around the notice board, then dispersed. Chengyu took Mina home. Chengyu, I think you look pretty even when you're acting like a woman, Mina said with a smile. Of course, as the saying goes, handsome men are all the same, but ugly people are all different. Most handsome men who dress as women are not too ugly. Also, the Light Church's depiction of Chengyu is not exactly his face. Only some facial features are similar. They returned to the estate. Inside, they saw a stranger sitting there. Who are you? Chengyu asked the stranger. You must be Chengyu. I am an adventurer. Bishop Zealand from Blackstone City asked me to bring these books to you. The man opened a cloth bag on the stone table, revealing 3 thick magic books about plant magic. Why didn't Zealand come himself? Chengyu really wanted to give Zealand a good scolding now. Zealand said he's too busy and doesn't have time to come. Zealand predicted Chengyu's reaction, so he sent an adventurer instead of coming himself. All right then. Chengyu looked at the 3 magic books on the table, all about plant magic. 2nd level magic, poison mist flower. 5th level magic, mimic transformation. 2nd level magic, pea shooter. There's nothing else. I'll take my leave now. The man left Chengyu's estate. Chengyu called out to Yinyin, who was practicing magic in the farmland. Yinyin, come here for a moment. Yinyin left the field and came over to Chengyu. What's the matter? Here are 3 magic books about plants. You can take them and learn. Yinyin saw the 3 magic books on the table and was both surprised and happy. Wow, so many magic books. Thank you, Lord Chengyu. No need to thank me. We are family. Although Chengyu and Yinyin are not officially married yet, they already live together. Yinyin is considered to be half his wife. Yinyin had previously learned 1st level magic related to plant growth and vine magic. Now, these 3 books include 2 2nd level magic books and 1 5th level magic book, which are more powerful than 1st level magic. She couldn't wait to pick up one and start reading. At that moment, a group of cavalry arrived outside Chengyu's estate. The leader was a man with red hair. The red-haired man dismounted and led his soldiers into the estate. Seeing Chengyu sitting alone at a stone table, lost in thought, the man greeted him. Chengyu, long time no see. Captain Carl? Is there something you need? Chengyu recognized the red-haired man as Captain Carl of the cavalry squad. He was also the first to bring buns into the northern fortress. I was wondering if you could restore the bun supply, just like before. Carl and his team wanted to enjoy Chengyu's buns again. Chengyu thought making buns was a bit troublesome, so he suggested, I've developed a different tasty food. Would you like to try it? Sure. Anything you make is delicious, Carl said with a smile. Chengyu went into the kitchen and took out the sesame bread he made 13 days ago. 13 days had passed, and the sesame bread had faint mold spots on the surface, showing slight signs of spoilage. This indicated that Baron's preservative couldn't keep the bread fresh forever. The bread's shelf life was about 10 days. Chungyu made a few more sesame breads in the kitchen and brought them out to Carl and the others. Try these. As they smelled the aroma in the air, Carl smiled. The bread in the army was usually long and stick-shaped. This was the first time he saw round bread, which was yellow on top and sprinkled with some white sesame seeds. He picked up a piece and took a bite. Soft, fragrant, and a little sweet. Sweet and fragrant, with a sesame aroma. The most important thing is that it's very soft, much better than hard breadsticks. After just one bite, Carl fell in love with Chung-Yu's sesame bread. Chung-Yu, then I'll make this for you. No more buns. Okay, how much does this kind of bread cost? Carl asked. 50 copper coins each. Previously, Chung-Yu sold buns for 50 copper coins each, and the bread was also sold at 50 copper coins. It's still so expensive, Carl smiled wryly. A regular breadstick costs 4 copper coins, but Chung-Yu's sesame bread costs 10 times more. Carl took out a small card from his pocket, about the size of a palm, with a picture of the Holy Maiden of Light. He looked at the picture, then at Chung-Yu. Surprised, he said, Chung-Yu, I think you look a bit like the new Holy Maiden of Light. Ahem ahem. Chung-Yu cleared his throat twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. Everyone has a mouth, 2 eyes, and a nose. It's normal to look similar. Is that so? Carl looked down at the card in his hand again. At first glance, the Holy Maiden of Light looks somewhat like Chung-Yu, but upon closer inspection, there are big differences. The position of the Holy Maiden of Light has been vacant for many years. This current Holy Maiden is much prettier than the previous ones. Carl stared obsessively at the picture of the Holy Maiden of Light. I think the Holy Maiden of Light doesn't look that great. She's not as pretty as my Winnie. Chung-Yu wouldn't tell Carl that the Holy Maiden of Light is actually a fictional character created by the Light Church. Brother Chung-Yu, you're wrong. You don't understand the Holy Maiden of Light, so you shouldn't slander her. As a big fan of the Holy Maiden of Light, any black sheep who slanders her must be strongly condemned. A few soldiers around Carl were indignant. Defending the honor of the Holy Maiden of Light is our duty. Do not slander the Holy Maiden of Light. I'm a dog of the Holy Maiden of Light. Chung-Yu didn't expect that the Holy Maiden of Light, only 2 days after debuting, would have such high popularity. Do you like the Holy Maiden of Light that much? Do you know her well? The church released an introduction about the Holy Maiden of Light. She was born in the southern region of St. Lydia and has been blessed by the goddess of light since childhood, granting her powerful light abilities. She is gentle and kind. When a plague broke out in a main city in the south, she helped save many civilians. Karna looked at her handsome face with admiration. Wow! Chung-Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The Light Church not only painted the Holy Maiden's appearance as very beautiful, but also created a detailed character background for her. She is a kind girl with the power of light. With perfect looks and a perfect backstory, which man could resist such a test? Honestly, the leaders of the Light Church really know how to play. The beauty of the Holy Maiden cannot be fully described by the most beautiful poem in the world. Looking at the card of the Holy Maiden in his hand, Karna was tender and affectionate. Whether on Earth or in another world, everyone loves paper dolls as wives. I hope the goddess of light will protect her. Such a kind girl should not die prematurely, Karna muttered to himself. Chung-Yu's face grew serious. What do you mean by dying prematurely? Where there is light, there is shadow. Have you heard of the Shadow Society? No. Chung-Yu shook his head. He only knew about the Light Church and had never heard of the Shadow Society. The Shadow Society is an organization that worships the Shadow God. They are skilled in assassination. Their beliefs oppose those of the Light Church. The previous Holy Maidens of Light all died at the hands of the Shadow Society. Wow, the Holy Maiden of Light is so dangerous, Chung-Yu exclaimed. Otherwise, why do you think this position has been vacant for so many years? This role is riskier than the presidency of some country, he added. Some country's president? Karna looked at Chung-Yu with confusion. Nothing. Although surprised, Chung-Yu wasn't too worried. First, the current Holy Maiden of Light is a virtual character. Second, he has the Blood Queen Afra and Charles, an old monster who has lived for many years. No matter how many people the Shadow Society sends, he will cut them down. I don't have a large oven now. Come back in a few days to buy bread. The oven in the kitchen can only bake a small amount of bread. To produce bread on a large scale, a big oven needs to be built. No problem. We'll come back in a few days. Karna and the others left Chung Yu's estate. At this moment, Afra came out of the house wearing a long white dress. She looked delicate and stretched lazily before sitting next to Chung Yu. Sleeping until you wake up naturally feels so good. Couldn't you sleep in when you were in the Demon King's army? Of course not. I had to get up early every day to handle various tasks, report to the Demon King, and discuss attack plans for the northern fortress with my subordinates. Afra had no interest in war, but had to do her part. Are your bloodline vampires afraid of sunlight? Chung Yu saw Afra's fair skin bathed in sunlight, and she seemed unaffected. We vampires are never afraid of sunlight. Okay. Chung Yu remembered General Barney explaining the origin of vampires. Vampires on the Celsus continent were born from the blood of a fallen deity. Having faint divine blood made it understandable that they weren't afraid of sunlight. Chung Yu, tell me a story. Last time, she listened to stories about dragon knights and evil dragons, and she found Chung Yu's stories very interesting. Her bright eyes looked at Chung Yu eagerly. Miss, I make you food and tell you stories. Don't you feel guilty for taking so much without giving anything back? Chung Yu questioned Afra's conscience, hoping she would do something in return. If someone bullies you, tell me. I'll help you deal with them. I'm so strong. Who could bully me? Chung Yu not only had strength comparable to a level 4 warrior, but also possessed a divine artifact from the goddess of light. His combat power was top tier within the Black Sun Empire. So, what do you want me to do? Afra looked confused. Chung Yu wanted to say, Queen, please warm my bed, but thought better of it. They weren't close enough for that, and saying it might get her upset. Help me massage my back, Chung Yu said. That's easy. Afra walked behind Chung Yu and began massaging his shoulders. Usually, others took care of Afra, so this was the first time she was taking care of someone else. How's the pressure? Press a little harder. Afra increased the strength of her massage. Being served by the Blood Queen felt very good. Chung Yu decided to tell her a story. Today, I'll tell you the story of the undead knight Ning Kaichen. Undead knight? What kind of profession is that? I have only heard of the necromancer. The Death Knight, as the name suggests, is a person who rides on an undead creature. Using the undead as a mount is interesting. Avra was very interested in the story of the Death Knight. Once there was a scholar. Chung Yu was about to start telling the story but paused. Avra probably couldn't understand what a scholar was, so she changed her words. Once there was a learned man named Ning Kaichen Bartlett. When he passed through a small town, it was getting late, and a heavy rain started. Ning Kaichen had no money for a place to stay. Someone told Ning Kaichen that outside the town was an abandoned church called Lanhua Hall, where he could stay for free and avoid the rain. So Ning Kaichen went alone to Lanhua Hall. By the way, next to Lanhua Hall was a graveyard. The wind was cold and strong. The building was old and broken, with peeling walls and damaged bricks, showing the marks of many years. Ning Kaichen entered Lanhua Hall. The ground was covered with moss and weeds, and spider webs filled the corners. The place was in ruins. In this quiet atmosphere, the cawing of crows could be heard now and then, making it feel lonely and a little spooky. When talking about the environment of Lanhua Hall, Avra looked nervous. So scary. Girl, you are the Blood Queen Avra. What are you afraid of? Chung Yu was a bit speechless. Avra said impatiently, I wasn't afraid at first, but your creepy tone is too scary. Tone helps set the mood of the story, understand? All right. Avra continued to pat Chung Yu's back, and Chung Yu kept telling the story of Ning Kaichen, the Death Knight. Host and Avra's favorability 5 after hearing a few stories from Chung Yu. Avra found them quite interesting, and her liking for Chung Yu increased a little. She was easygoing and lived comfortably, unlike Mina and Iwoni, who were easier to win over. After half a month, her favorability for Chung Yu was only 10 points. Barney, that old guy, said he was looking for help from the vampire's favorite ghost flower, but he wasn't sure if he found it yet. Chung Yu, let's go for a walk in the town. Avra, feeling somewhat fond of Chung Yu, took the initiative to invite him for a walk. Sure, Chung Yu was planning to build a large roasting oven and also needed to find a potter in town. The two of them left the manor and walked along the wide gravel road toward Boutown. The tall trees on both sides of the road swayed loudly in the wind. The manor was not far from Boutown, about a 10-minute walk. At the entrance of the town, a handsome young boy stood by the roadside. In front of him was a broken bowl, and he held an old harp, playing music and reciting poetry at the same time. The beautiful sound of the music and singing attracted some people to stop and listen. Occasionally, generous passers-by dropped a few coins as a tip. "Charles, you're singing here again," Chengyu said as he approached and greeted the boy. Hearing his name, Charles stopped playing and winked playfully. He corrected himself, saying, "Singing is so common. I'm reciting poetry. High art, all right. I guess I'm too simple to appreciate your high art," Chengyu replied. Chengyu and Afra entered Boutown and wandered aimlessly. In the town square, there was a statue of the Holy Maiden of Light, over a meter tall. The statue was pure white, transparent, with exquisite craftsmanship, lifelike as if it were real. Followers of the church gathered around the statue, kneeling and praying. "Chengyu, who is that statue of?" Afra asked, looking at the Holy Maiden of Light, dressed in white and holding a holy sword. "She's the new Holy Maiden of Light," Chengyu replied. "I heard that being a Holy Maiden of Light is a dangerous job. I wonder how long this new one will last," Afra said, knowing that the position was risky. Who knows?" Chengyu said with a hint of annoyance and pride in his voice. He was somewhat upset with how the church handled things. All the church followers around the statue were captivated by the beauty of the Holy Maiden of Light. "Beautiful Holy Maiden, I will always believe in you and the goddess," one said. "I love the Holy Maiden of Light. I will dedicate my life to the cause of light," another declared. "I want to make a life-size doll of the Holy Maiden of Light, and then—" someone else whispered. Seeing these obsessed followers, Chengyu really wanted to curse them out. "Do you really believe in the light? You're just lusting after the Holy Maiden's body. You're so vulgar. How could there be a perfect person like the Holy Maiden of Light in the world? She's just a character made up by the church to fool the public and make them believe in something that isn't real." Chengyu revealed the truth about the Holy Maiden of Light and exposed the church's conspiracy in front of everyone. However, when people heard Chengyu's words, they immediately became upset. "Who are you? How dare you question the Holy Maiden of Light?" According to the church, during the Southern Plague, the Holy Maiden of Light helped many civilians. Some believers who received her help have spoken about her greatness. "I won't allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. Weren't you the one selling egg fried rice before? You made some money and now act so arrogant. How dare you question the Holy Maiden of Light? Do you think we believe you? Or do we believe the great Church of Light?" To build up the image of the Holy Maiden of Light, the church even made up stories and had people testify about her great deeds. All the believers of the Church of Light believed that the Holy Maiden of Light was real. Ignorance is a sin. If you don't believe, just ignore it. Chengyu was too tired to argue with these believers. "Please leave the statue of the Holy Maiden of Light. You're not welcome here. Yes, you're not welcome here. Leave the statue of the Holy Maiden of Light." The believers angrily drove Chengyu away. "Little foo, let's go." Chengyu took Afra and left the square. "Chengyu, why do you say the Holy Maiden of Light is made up?" With a curious look, Afra smiled at Chengyu, sensing the fun. "Nothing." Chengyu wouldn't tell Afra that he was actually the new Holy Maiden of Light of the Church of Light, though only in name, with no responsibilities or real power. At this moment, a thin middle-aged man quickly approached and politely said, "Dear friend, hello, who are you?" Chengyu stopped and looked at the thin, monkey-like man in front of him. He didn't recognize him. The thin man said, "I heard what you just said about the Holy Maiden of Light in the square. So, you're also a believer of the Church of Light? Planning to fight me?" Crossing his arms, Chengyu looked at him with a mischievous gaze, showing no fear. No, you misunderstood. We are allies," the thin man smiled. "Allies? How are we allies?" Chengyu had no idea who this person was. "You don't like the Light Holy Maiden, and I don't like her either. Do you think we're kindred spirits? If the believers in the square are all true fans of the Light Holy Maiden, then Chengyu is her biggest critic. So you're also a critic of the Light Holy Maiden. We really are kindred spirits," Chengyu suddenly realized. A thin man looked around, then stepped closer to Chengyu and whispered, "Are you interested in joining our church? Together, we can fight against the evil Light Holy Maiden." "Church?" Chengyu hesitated slightly. He didn't expect that critics of the Light Holy Maiden would have a church. "Yes, we are the Shadow Society." "Really? Chengyu was shocked and speechless. The Shadow Society? Isn't that the heretical group that assassinated the previous Light Holy Maidens? He had actually encountered them. The Black Sun Empire mostly believes in the Light Church. To oppose the evil Light Church, we, the Shadow Society, must unite all possible forces. I agree with your earlier comments about the Light Holy Maiden, the thin man said seriously. Chengyu immediately put on a righteous expression, looking serious. The Light Holy Maiden causes chaos in the world. We must overthrow her, defeat the evil Light Holy Maiden, and awaken the ignorant followers of the Light Church. Yes, you are very perceptive. Hearing Chengyu's words, the thin man's smile grew brighter, and he nodded in approval. My name is Andy. Tomorrow, come to the grocery store on the east side of Boutown. I'll take you to meet our Shadow Society's guide. Who is the guide? The guide is my superior. They handle new member registration and bestow blessings from the God of Shadows. Sounds good. Chengyu and Andy agreed to meet tomorrow at the grocery store on the east side of Boutown to meet the Shadow Society's guide. After Andy left, Afra asked, Chengyu, are you really going to join the Shadow Society? They're considered heretical in the Black Sun Empire. Let's join and see what they plan to do to assassinate the Light Holy Maiden. You're really free-minded. Afra, not being from the Black Sun Empire, didn't ask more and continued wandering with Chengyu. They arrived at a flower shop, where the entrance was filled with various flowers. The shop owner was a mason who could build bread ovens. Mr. Locke, is Mr. Locke at home? Chengyu called out into the flower shop. After a short while, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard came out. He recognized Chengyu because he had eaten Chengyu's fried rice before. Chengyu, what do you want? I want to build a large bread oven next to my estate. A large bread oven? How big? Big enough to bake hundreds of loaves at once. In the past, I built large ovens for bakeries in the main city, but they might be a bit expensive. How much? Labor and materials might cost around 5 to 10 gold coins. Can you help me build one? Chengyu now has over 1,000 gold coins, so 5 to 10 coins are not a lot for him. The next afternoon, in a dark basement of a general store on the east side of Boutown, Chengyu sat at a broken wooden table. Opposite him was a bald man. Name? Chengyu. Age? 22. Why did you choose to join the Shadow Society? To fight against the evil Bright Holy Maiden. Yesterday, Chengyu openly spoke badly of the Bright Holy Maiden, which caught the attention of the heretical organization, the Shadow Society. They invited Chengyu to join them to oppose the Bright Church. Chengyu happily agreed, curious to see how the Shadow Society would secretly attack the Holy Maiden. The bald man's shiny, bald head was the brightest thing in the dark basement. He was the guide of the Shadow Society, responsible for registering new members and giving them the blessing of the Shadow God. Your reason isn't very convincing, he said. The bald man slightly pouted, unhappy with Chengyu's reason for joining. Aren't you guys the enemies of the Bright Church? I joined the Shadow Society to fight against them. Isn't that enough? Chengyu asked back. The bald man stood up, turned his back to Chengyu, crossed his arms, and remained silent, looking like a wise old master. Chengyu felt a bit annoyed. What kind of riddles are you playing? If you keep acting so high and mighty, I'll smash your head and use it as a lamp. At this moment, Andy, a skinny man like a monkey, whispered to Chengyu, it's hard for the guide to register new members. You should give him a little reward. So it's a bribe. Chengyu suddenly understood. Actually, joining the Shadow Society was originally free. However, the guide, who had some small power, charged newcomers a little money to help cover expenses. When Chengyu first joined the Shadow Society, he didn't know how much benefit fee to pay. The Shadow Society was considered a heretical group by the Brightness Church. In Chengyu's impression, heretical groups were quite prestigious. So he casually took out a gold coin and tossed it on the table. Clink! Hearing the crisp sound of the coin hitting the table, the bald man quickly turned around. Shiny gold. It radiated a special sense of luxury in the dim basement. It was a gold coin. A gold coin. The bald man's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Is that too little? Chengyu asked softly. Brother, I kneel to you. The bald man, excited as if he had won 5 million, was overwhelmed with joy. He burst into tears, fell to Chengyu's feet, and hugged his leg, rubbing his face against it repeatedly. He originally just wanted to earn 10 copper coins as a small tip to help with expenses, but Chengyu gave him a whole gold coin. It was too much. Aren't you part of a heretical group? Where's your sense of prestige? Chengyu thought to himself. Get lost. Like kicking trash, Chengyu kicked the bald man away. The bald man smiled flatteringly, stood up, and dusted himself off. Brother, I acknowledge your faith in the God of Shadows. His attitude was completely different from before. Why is your shadow society so poor? Chengyu looked with disdain. This bald man was a small leader within the shadow society. He never expected that a single gold coin could make him so excited. Looking around at the meeting place of the shadow society, the dim basement, a dozen old chairs, and a battered, limping table. The shadow society is considered a heretical group in the Black Sun Empire. Without a big sponsor, our activities are funded by us believers saving little by little, the bald man said helplessly. There's a saying, no comparison, no harm. The Brightness Church has the support of the Black Sun Empire royal family, many followers, and strong funds. Every main city has a luxurious and grand Brightness cathedral. If the Shadow Society is so poor, why do you still stay in it? If we compare the Shadow Society to a company, it's a company that not only doesn't pay wages, but also makes employees pay out of their own pockets to work, quite like a big Chinese company. How can a newcomer say such a thing? Joining the Shadow Society is of course because of faith in the great shadow god, the bald man said angrily. Ugh, no benefits, and I have to pay out of my own pocket. I don't want to join the Shadow Society. Give me back that gold coin, I replied. Hee, no way. The bald man quickly changed his attitude when he heard I wanted my coin back. Wow, your face-changing speed is faster than a woman's, I said. I remembered my roommate chatting with his girlfriend. His girlfriend was acting cute. Eek, I don't feel well. What should I do? My roommate replied. Drink hot water. Her expression darkened, and she turned away. Her quick change of mood was impressive. Actually, joining the Shadow Society has benefits. Every member can receive blessings from the Shadow God. But the Light Church doesn't offer such things, the bald man said. What blessings? I asked. He pulled out a shiny black ring from his pocket. The surface was covered with tiny, barely visible runes, so dense they looked like hair. Now that you're in the Shadow Society, this abyss ring is for you, he said. Abyss ring? I took the ring and looked at it. What does this do? The abyss ring is a tool. Even ordinary people can use it to draw a small amount of shadow power, he explained. That's why the bald man joined the Shadow Society. He wasn't a mage or a warrior, just an ordinary person. Through the abyss ring, he gained extraordinary powers similar to a mage. I put the black abyss ring on my middle finger. How do I use it? You need to activate it with a spell, he said. He leaned close to my ear and whispered the spell for the abyss ring. Since you're a beginner, your abyss ring can only draw basic shadow power. This power lets you briefly blend into the shadows, which is good for hiding, he explained. I silently recited the spell. The ring on my finger emitted a faint black glow. Suddenly, I felt myself merge into the shadow beneath my feet. No wonder the previous Holy Maiden of Light was assassinated by the Shadow Society. Lu Bu captured Xiao Qiao, and even his head showed an exclamation mark. But this skill was silent, with no sign at all. Chengyu merged into the shadow state for about 10 seconds before reappearing in sight. My name is Buck, nicknamed Baldy. I am a guide for the Shadow Society in Boutown. You can call me Buck or Baldy. Brother Chengyu, you look very noble, clearly a devout follower of the Shadow God. If you need help, just call me. Chengyu took off the abyss ring and stored it in the system warehouse. The Shadow Society is considered a heretical group in the Black Sun Empire. If the people from the Light Church saw him wearing the abyss ring, they would definitely arrest him and burn him. Why are you so poor if you have the blessing of the Shadow God? Members of the Shadow Society all have shadow powers, which are very suitable for assassins. Assassins have always been a risky but rewarding profession. Our Shadow Society is considered heretical. The Black Sun Empire is full of Light Church followers. Revealing our shadow abilities could easily get us killed. Showing shadow powers is like telling others that they are members of the Shadow Society. The Light Church treats heretics harshly, either hanging or burning them. Although some brave members of the Shadow Society dare to be assassins, Andy and Buck are clearly not brave. So, what are your current jobs? I work washing dishes at a restaurant, just getting by, said the thin and wiry Andy. My job is a massage therapist, mainly serving middle-aged women, Buck proudly said, his head shining like a light bulb. Are you a proper massage therapist? Chengyu asked. When he heard massage therapist, Chengyu thought of the beautiful technicians he met when getting foot baths. Special services, 888 all night. Of course, a talented young man like Chengyu would never fall into a woman's trap, mainly because he has no money. No stealing or robbing, just earning money with my skills. How is that not proper? Buck said angrily, waving his fists, feeling his profession was unfairly judged. I live in a manor north of Boutown. If you need anything, you can find me, Chengyu told them before leaving the grocery store and heading to the main street. On the street, 7 first-level magical creatures, ghost fire horses, galloped past at lightning speed, like a gust of wind. Each ghost fire horse was ridden by a young person, and the townspeople hurriedly avoided them in fear. Within a moment, the 7 people disappeared from Chengyu's sight. Everywhere has ghost fire youths. Even in another world, he thought with a sigh. Once, he also wanted to own a ghost fire motorcycle, but unfortunately, he had no money. Manor farmland. A golden tree over 2 meters tall sways in the wind, rustling softly. Its shiny, golden leaves give the impression that the tree is quite valuable. After being bathed by the golden tree, Yvonne's green hair grew wildly to over 2 meters. Each time she was near the golden tree, her hair would grow longer. She often needed to cut it, so she carried scissors with her. With one cut, her long hair, over 2 meters, was trimmed to waist length. Yvonne received 3 new plant-based magic books: 2nd level magic, poison mist flower, 2nd level magic, pea shooter, and 5th level magic, morphing transformation. She held her magic staff with one hand, raised it high, and recited the spell for the poison mist flower. Magic energy intertwined into a pattern, forming a circular magic circle on the ground. 3 green plants sprouted from the soil, quickly growing to about 20 centimeters tall, with a yellow, tower-shaped flower at the center. The poison mist flower can release hallucinogenic poison mist, causing anyone or monsters within 10 meters to become confused. This magic belongs to the 2nd level, and only mages of 2nd level or higher can learn it. It takes 2 or 3 years of study to achieve some mastery. Yvonne had only been practicing for 2 or 3 days, but could summon 3 poison mist flowers, showing her talent was many times better than ordinary 2nd level mages. She looked happily at the 3 poison mist flowers. With these flowers guarding the golden tree, she didn't have to worry about anyone harming it. She gathered some fencing and surrounded the flowers and the tree to prevent anyone from accidentally getting hurt by the poison mist. At this moment, the manor gate opened, and 7 men and women entered. Is anyone inside? A girl dressed in black breeches looked around the manor. Someone is here. Who are you looking for? Seeing visitors, Yvonne returned from the farmland to the manor. We heard there's a chef named Chengyu in Boutown who makes very delicious food. We came all the way from Snow City to try it. Please let him come out and meet us. One young man with gray hair spoke, his attitude somewhat proud. News of Chengyu's fame has spread from Boutown to Snow City. The upper class in Snow City knows that there is a talented chef named Chengyu in Boutown, and his food is very delicious. A group of wealthy second-generation young people from Snow City came specifically to Boutown to taste Chengyu's cooking. Yvonne looked outside the estate, where 7 horses were tied up. Their skin was dark with a faint blue glow, and blue flames burned on their hooves. Clearly, they were magical creatures. Only wealthy people can afford to buy magical creatures as mounts. Our master hasn't returned yet. Please wait here for a while, someone said. 4 men and 3 women sat at a stone table in the garden. Some leaned on the table, some supported their chins with one hand, and others looked up at the sky. Soon, Chengyu returned to the estate. Seeing the ghost fire horses tied to the big tree at the door, he realized that the boy with ghost fire he saw earlier on the street was here to find him. He entered the estate and asked the 7 people, I'm Chengyu. Is there something you need from me? Wow, this boss is so handsome, one girl said. Yes, he's much more handsome than those 4 guys, another added. He's incredibly good-looking, the pride of Boutown, a third girl said, staring at Chengyu. Humph, women are so superficial, a young man with gray hair said, standing up with a disdainful snort. Then he explained their purpose to Chengyu. So, you're here to taste my food. My dishes are not cheap. Do you have enough money? Chengyu asked. When Chengyu makes food for others, The price starts at 5 gold coins. He made sure to clarify the price before preparing food for them. Money is not a problem. The Wilt family has plenty of money, the gray-haired young man said confidently, feeling proud. Shall tremble, mortals. I am the young master of the Wilt family. I never touch money, and I am not interested in money, he thought. I can make you braised bear paws, Chengyu said. He had 2 third-tier cold ice magic bear paws. Last time, he used one to make braised bear paws for high-level officials in the northern fortress, and he still had one left. Great. Bear paws are nourishing. We'll have bear paws, the young man with gray hair said with a smile. How much? 50 gold coins per person, Chengyu replied coldly. His expression was emotionless as he spoke. 50 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone? The gray-haired young man said, his smile freezing on his face. This is way too expensive. Didn't you say yourself? Money isn't a problem. Last time, Barney and the others came to eat braised bear paws, and Chengyu charged them 50 gold coins in total. Divided equally, it was only a few coins per person. These rich young masters are showing off so much. Charging them a bit more is reasonable. You. The young man with gray hair was so angry he couldn't speak. Brother, 50 gold coins per person is too much. Can you lower the price? Another young man nearby negotiated with Chengyu. Even though they are rich kids, they can't afford such a high price. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a 20% discount, 10 gold coins per person. Chengyu set the price so high earlier just to annoy that show-off. Now that he's achieved his goal, lowering the price is normal business. This price is barely acceptable. Pay first, then the food. All 4 men and 3 women are rich kids and not short of money. They took out their coins and paid Chengyu. Chengyu walked up to a 17 or 18-year-old girl in purple clothes, full of energy. The girl took out 20 gold coins from her pouch and handed them to Chengyu. Wait, miss, 10 gold coins per person. Why are you giving me 20 coins? Chengyu counted the coins in his hand, confused, looking at the girl in purple. Give you 10 more coins. How about you sleep with me tonight? The girl looked dreamy, drooling at the corner of her mouth. She was so handsome she wanted to have his children right then and there. Miss, I am a chef, not a duck. What's the difference? It's all business. Besides, she's a girl. You're making a profit, aren't you? Okay, first, I am a person who keeps myself pure. Second, I am not interested in human women. Chengyu returned the extra 10 coins to the girl in purple. The girl was stunned, wide-eyed, thinking this guy must have some special hobby. 7 plates of delicious braised bear paws, cooked to perfection, were served to 7 young ghost fire youths. The paws were coated in soy sauce, turning a tempting golden color. The aroma of spices and fresh ingredients made everyone's mouth water. By the goddess of light, this 10 gold coins was worth it. The girl in purple took a bite of the braised bear paw. The smooth, tender texture combined with perfect flavor makes people feel as if they are in heaven. Nice taste. The young man with gray hair, who was just showing off, slowly savored the flavor of the braised bear paw. It's delicious, truly exceptional. A young man with a somewhat sleazy look, ignoring his manners, used a fork to pick up a whole piece of bear paw meat and took big bites. Oil and saliva mixed as they dripped from his mouth. Positive emotion points 12, positive emotion points 6, positive emotion points 4. Chengyu gained positive emotion points from the 7 people. Iweni sat quietly under a tree, reading a magic book. Chengyu didn't see Mina. Iweni, where's Mina? She closed her magic book and pointed to the woods outside the farmland. After lunch, Sister Mina went to that forest over there. I haven't seen her come out. What is Mina doing alone in the woods? Chengyu felt curious and went to find Mina in the woods. Outside the farmland, in the woods, the ground was full of holes of various sizes. Large holes were about 5 or 6 meters across, small ones about 1 or 2 meters. Fresh soil was piled around each hole. Wow, mole invasion, he spoke with a hint of surprise. Mina, Mina, Chengyu called out twice. I'm here. A head popped out of a hole, with a pair of sharp animal ears standing upright. Bright eyes, clear but a bit foolish. What are you digging so many holes for? Chengyu asked. To exercise my body by digging holes. A dirty Mina lightly jumped out of the hole, her clothes, face, and tail covered in mud. She smiled widely, excited, and ran toward Chengyu, wanting to give him a hug. Chengyu had a dog before. When the dog was covered in mud, he knew not to call its name, or he would definitely regret it. Stop, 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 don't come over. Chengyu raised a hand to block her and quickly stepped back. He had just taken a bath last night. If Mina got close, he would have to wash again tonight. Mina stopped about 2 or 3 meters away, happily looking at Chengyu, eager to get close. Why do you like digging holes? Digging holes is very fun. Using a shovel to turn over soft soil, the faint smell of earth filling the air. Once I start, I can't stop. Mina was obsessed with digging holes and couldn't stop herself. Stop digging. You've turned the surrounding woods into a honeycomb, someone said. Mina had a natural talent for destroying things. Chengyu didn't want Mina to ruin the trees around the estate. Please, I still want to dig, Mina begged. She walked over to Chengyu, her hands covered in dirt, and held his hand, acting cute. Stop digging and come back with me, Chengyu said, pulling Mina toward the estate. Digging holes was such a great activity, good exercise and fun, but Chengyu didn't allow it. Mina looked sad and reluctantly followed Chengyu back to the estate. 7 young people finished eating braised bear paws, even drinking the soup, and cleaned their plates thoroughly. Spending 10 gold coins was worth it. After eating and drinking, the 7 sat in the estate to rest. Look, there's a golden tree by the farmland, someone pointed out. They noticed a golden tree at the edge of the farmland. Wow, a golden tree. That's so rare, another said. Could this tree be a treasure? How about we try to steal it tonight? Good idea, everyone agreed. The golden tree shone brightly with gold, clearly not an ordinary plant. The 7 whispered among themselves, planning to steal the tree. Late at night, under the starlit sky, the stars cast a white veil over the land. Chengyu and the others had already fallen asleep. This was the time when people slept most soundly. The golden tree grew at the edge of the farmland, with fields on the left and woods on the right. The farmland had short crops, making it hard to hide, so approaching from the wooded side was less likely to be noticed. The 7 sneaked into the woods, guided by the faint starlight, and carefully made their way toward the golden tree. The leaves of the golden tree emitted a soft, golden glow, especially noticeable in the dark night. What kind of tree is that? Someone asked. I think it's a divine tree left over from the ancient war, another replied. Seeing the faint golden glow from the golden tree a few hundred meters away, the 7 felt excited. If this was a divine tree from the ancient war, it wouldn't be just valuable. It would cause a big stir on the continent of Celsus. Let's go quickly, they whispered, moving stealthily toward the tree. Oh no, not far ahead. The person in front suddenly felt his foot slip and fell into a hole. Conaway, are you okay? Who the heck dug a hole in the woods? I fell in. Is it deep? Not very deep. Please help me out. They threw a rope, and together, they pulled the young man named Conaway out of the hole. Ugh, so unlucky. I just fell in right away. Conaway spat on the ground and kept moving forward, grumbling. A few steps later, ouch. My butt, it hurts so much. 2 more people screamed and fell into holes, landing on their backs and limbs. But these holes were shallower than the first one, so they could climb out without help. They looked messy and dirty, crawling out of the holes. One hurt his backside badly, and the other had a bruised knee. Why are there so many holes in this forest? Such bad luck. Everyone be careful. After falling into holes twice, the 7 became much more cautious. Still, they fell into holes 7 or 8 more times along the way. There were just too many holes in this area because Mina had dug so many nearby. Some people got hurt, some broke bones, and some lost a few teeth. After all the trouble, the 7 looked like they had just come from a battlefield, feeling speechless. Why is this beautiful forest full of holes? It's so frustrating. The golden tree was very close. The 7 didn't care about their injuries and hurried toward it. A fence surrounded the golden tree. They tore down the fence and prepared to dig around the tree. But they didn't notice that there were 3 special plants near the golden tree. They were about 20 centimeters tall, with broad, orchid-like leaves and a tower-shaped flower in the middle. These were poison mist flowers created by second-level magic. As soon as they tore down the fence, the 3 poison mist flowers activated. Their tower-shaped flowers released poisonous mist within a 10-meter radius. The mist from these flowers wasn't deadly but caused hallucinations, making people see things that weren't real. The poisonous mist entered the 7 people's bodies through their breathing, affecting their senses, hearing, sight, smell, and more. Their eyes looked a bit dazed. A person pointed up at the sky in surprise. Everyone looked up and saw a huge, fiery dragon, thousands of meters long, roaring at the sky. It looked fierce, flapping its wings as it swooped down toward them. A strong heat wave spread out, making everyone sweat even from far away. How can there be such a big dragon here? This is so scary. Help! I don't want to die. The 7 people were so frightened they ran toward the woods. Ah! Ouch! It hurts. Hiss! During their escape, 6 of them kept falling into pits. Only a young man named Connor was lucky, avoiding all the pits on the way. He didn't dare go back to help his friends. In front of such a powerful dragon, they were smaller than ants. He ran toward where they had tied their horses. Right now, he just wanted to get away from here quickly. When he reached the place where the horses were tied, Connor was surprised to see that the 7 ghost fire horses were gone. Instead, there were 7 beautiful women, each very attractive and fitting his taste. Hey, handsome, come play with us. We're so bored and lonely. Come on, have fun. The 7 stunning women moved seductively, trying to tempt Connor. Because of the poisonous fog, Connor's eyes were dazed. He forgot about being chased by the dragon. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he walked toward the 7 beautiful women. The ghost fire horses' mournful neighs echoed through the woods, sounding sad and pleading. The toxic illusion from the poisonous flowers lasted about 3 hours. After 3 hours, a naked Connor woke up among the ghost fire horses, his face full of joy. That feeling earlier, still lingering. But wait, what about those 7 beautiful women? Connor was confused. Looking around, he saw the 7 women had disappeared. Only the 7 ghost fire horses lay on the ground, watching him with sad, resentful eyes. Strange? Why are these horses looking at me like that? Their eyes looked like those of betrayed wives abandoned by unfaithful husbands. The ghost fire horses, mixed with magical bloodlines, had higher intelligence than normal horses. The Mares could understand, but these were all stallions. Also, why is the blood coming from those ghostly fire horses' flowers? While Kenorve was confused, 6 others limped out of the woods. Seeing Kenorve lying among the ghostly fire horses, they were surprised. You bastard, what did you do to my horse? Kenorve, I didn't expect you to harm even the horses. I was wrong about you. This is unbelievable. Listen, I can explain. I was just with 7 beautiful women. Kenorve realized something serious. The golden tree can cause hallucinations. The 7 women you saw earlier were actually 7 horses. Thinking about the sad, resentful eyes of the 7 ghostly fire horses, Kenorve suddenly understood, his eyes wide with shock. He frowned, squinted, pursed his lips, feeling sick inside. Ugh, Kenorve immediately vomited. Yuck, you're such a pervert. The girl in purple looked at Kenorve with disgust. I was hallucinating. I didn't mean to do anything with those 7 horses. Kenorve stood up, angrily explaining. You're such a pervert, so disgusting. The girl in purple still thought Kenorve was a pervert. Nearby, a young man with a broken leg teased mischievously. Brother Kenorve, in Celsus continent, species can mate. Do you think these 7 horses might get pregnant by you? Hee hee. These are stallions, definitely can't get pregnant by me. Kenorve secretly felt relieved it was 7 stallions. He remembered hearing that in a neighboring country, someone had assaulted a giant lizard, which then gave birth to a half-human, half-lizard creature. This tree is very rare, but I don't know what kind it is. Let's go back to Snow City and tell the family. Yes, let's have the family negotiate with that chef named Chung Yu to see if we can buy it from him. Before dawn, the 7 left Chung Yu's estate. In the morning, Mina touched Chung Yu's nose with the tip of her tail. Hachoo! His nose tickled, and Chung Yu sneezed. Mina, what are you doing? Just playing. Mina showed a small, sharp tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth, her red eyes looking at Chung Yu with a lively smile on her beautiful face. Mina, you're getting bolder. You even dare to joke with your master. When Chung Yu first bought Mina, she was wild and unruly, as fierce as a wild wolf. Over time, Mina became a gentle and cute dog-like girlfriend. I just want to protect Lord Chung Yu forever, Mina said. She wrapped her arms around Chung Yu's waist and nuzzled her head against his chest, acting clingy like a dog. Someone once asked what the purest love in the world is. Some said it's the love between lovers that lasts forever. Others said it's a father's love. Some said it's a mother's love. But none of these answers are correct. The purest love in the world is a dog's love for its owner. Family members might betray you, but dogs never do, and they are very good at pleasing their owners. This is something deeply written in their animal genes. Is anyone there? At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside the estate. Chengyu gently patted Mina's head. Someone's here. Get up quickly. They dressed and left the study. At the gate of the estate, several middle-aged men stood holding shovels and hoes. Ah, it's Mr. Locke. Please come in. Chengyu recognized one of the men as Mr. Locke from the Boutown flower shop, who had previously helped him build a large baking oven. Locke looked at the two beautiful women beside Chengyu and smiled. Chengyu, you're really wealthy, having two exotic beauties with you. Chengyu replied, they're just here to help with chores. Don't read too much into it. Really? I don't believe it, Locke said, not convinced. He thought that buying two beautiful slaves meant they did nothing but serve, and suspected they might be impotent or castrated. Forget it if you don't believe, Chengyu said, patting Mina's shoulder. Mina, don't you like digging holes? They need soil to build the oven. Go help them dig. Ha ha. I'm the best at digging soil, Mina said excitedly, rolling up her sleeves, ready to work hard. There's nothing more fun than digging soil in the world. Boss Chengyu, where do you want to build the oven? Locke asked. The estate covers several thousand square meters, with over 100 acres of farmland in front. The large oven only needs a few dozen square meters. Build it there, Chengyu pointed to an empty spot outside the stables. No problem. With this orc lady helping, we should be able to finish building today. An orc worker's strength is enough to match 2 or 3 ordinary humans. Mina followed a few masons to build a large oven. Chengyu went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Yvonne sat in the garden reading a magic book. In the kitchen, a fire was burning in the stove. Hey, Chengyu, someone tapped Chengyu on the shoulder from behind. He turned his head to see Afra standing behind him, wearing a white dress, with long black hair and black eyes. She looked no different from a normal human. Why did you wake up so early today? Chengyu asked. Afra usually skips breakfast and sleeps until noon. He didn't understand why she was awake so early today. I'm hungry. I woke up because I was hungry. Afra looked expressionless. Vampires can also wake up hungry, right? Of course. By the way, I've always wondered, when you vampires are hungry and drink your own blood, that blood turns into your own blood again. Could this create a perfect cycle? Afra looked a bit speechless. Can you create a perfect cycle by eating your own waste when you're hungry? I can't, but some people can. I won't say who. Chengyu chuckled awkwardly and didn't continue. Make me a stir-fried blood sausage. It's my favorite dish you make. Afra looked at Chengyu eagerly. The stir-fried blood sausage, nicknamed the vampire trap. Afra often goes home with Chengyu mainly because she's attracted to this dish. Wanna eat? Chengyu asked. Yes, Afra nodded eagerly. Then go light the fire, or you'll be eating for free. Chengyu isn't Afra's servant. If she wants to eat the dish, she has to help out too. Lighting the fire isn't hard. Clack. Afra snapped her fingers lightly, and a blazing fire instantly flared up in the stove. Wow, how did you do that? Chengyu had learned a first-level magic called Fireball before, but Fireball magic is offensive and can't be used for cooking. Just simple fire control magic. Clack. Afra snapped her fingers again, and the fire in the stove shrank a bit. Big fire, medium fire, small fire. She could control them as she pleased. You're so convenient. Are you a walking gas stove? A plate of spicy, fragrant stir-fried blood sausage was placed on the table, giving off a strong, bloody smell. Just like flies can't resist the temptation of fresh meat, no vampire can resist the allure of stir-fried blood sausage. Delicious, so tasty. Afra used a fork to pick up a piece of blood sausage and put it into her mouth. Afra's affection for the host 5 the system's voice sounded. Afra's affection level is hard to increase. Chengyu and Afra's affection levels reached 15 points, still far from 100. Little Fu, can I try some? Seeing Afra enjoying herself so much, Mina was curious. Is stir-fried blood sausage really that good? Only one piece. Afra and Mina aren't very close, so she doesn't want to share much of the blood sausage with Mina. Mina used her fork to pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. After chewing twice, she thought it tasted pretty good, but the bloody smell made her frown. Is it really worth eating? Such a strong blood smell. No wonder even dogs wouldn't eat it. She didn't eat any more of Afra's blood sausage. Instead, She enjoyed her delicious egg fried rice, which suited her better. Fire control magic is very convenient for chefs. Chengyu nudged Afra's waist with his elbow. Little Fu, can you teach me that fire control magic? Sure. If you make 10 more servings of blood sausage, I'll teach you. Fire control magic is a very basic spell, summoning flames and controlling their size. It's not even a first-level magic. For 10 servings of blood sausage, Afra thought it was worth it. Chengyu was unhappy. No, Sister Fu, you're eating and staying for free here, and you want to teach me fire control magic? Don't you feel guilty? Afra is the queen of the vampires, raised in luxury and superior from a young age. She doesn't feel guilty about eating and staying for free at Chengyu's place. She didn't do any work, so why should she be able to eat and stay for free here? Afra pointed at Yvonne. Mina helps Chengyu with various chores every day, so Afra had nothing to say. But Yvonne spends every day reading in the garden and does nothing. Just like her, she's also a free person. Every day, Yvonne keeps my bed warm. Can you do that for me? Chengyu challenged. This elf girl is willing to sell her body just to get free food and drinks from Chengyu. Afura and Chengyu are not close enough to share a bed. She slightly lowers her attitude and says, "It's my debt to you. If you need help next time, just ask me. That's more like it." 10 portions of spicy blood sausage are not expensive, and having Afura owe a favor might help win her over. After breakfast, Mina goes to help the masons dig soil, and Yvonne practices plant magic in the fields. Chengyu and Afura go to the kitchen to make spicy blood sausage and learn fire control magic from her. Chengyu, can you use fire magic? Afura asks. I can cast a basic fireball spell. If you know fire magic, controlling fire will be easy for you. All fire magic shares a basic principle. The first step is to create a flame with magic. Fire control magic involves making a flame and then controlling it slightly, which is much simpler than other fire spells. Afura draws the magic circle for fire control magic and tells Chengyu a short incantation. With this, he can easily control the flames. Chengyu uses his magic power to build a magic circle under the iron pot, then recites the spell. A blazing fire rises within the circle. Wow, I've become like a portable stove. Chengyu is both surprised and happy. In the future, he won't need to burn wood to cook, which is hard to control in size. Fire control magic is like a gas stove, allowing him to control the fire's strength at will, safe, eco-friendly, and efficient. What's a gas stove? Nothing. In the evening, the sunset bathes the manor in warm light. Next to the stables, a large oven over 2 meters tall and covering more than 30 square meters is completed. This large oven is semi-elliptical, resembling a brick kiln or a round bunker, with a small iron door at the front and a chimney at the back for smoke. Next to it is a connected stove for fire, which heats the oven through air channels inside the walls. Some channels are narrow, others wide, ensuring even heating inside the oven. The oven isn't fully dry yet. We should fire it tonight, the mason suggests. Chengyu pays the remaining balance to the masons, including Locke. Where's Mina? She is still digging over there. Locke pointed to a large hole by the farmland. The hole is about 5 or 6 meters wide, with a high mound of fresh soil around it. Dirt keeps falling out from the hole. Locke and the others left. Chengyu walked to the edge of the hole and looked inside. At the bottom, about 7 or 8 meters deep, Mina was dressed in black armor, happily shoveling dirt. The hole is probably about 7 or 8 meters deep. Mina, Chengyu called. Mina looked up. Chengyu, why are you here? Do you need more dirt? I can keep digging. No, come up quickly. But I still want to dig. Mina is a warrior. Digging helps strengthen her body. Come up and fill this hole. Tomorrow, you can keep digging here. Since Mina enjoys digging, let her do it. When she's done, she can fill it back in. Mina jumped out of the hole with a big leap and used her shovel to fill the surrounding dirt back into the hole. Chengyu went to the stove next to the oven and used a fire-controlling magic he learned earlier from Afra. His magic gathered inside the stove, forming a magic circle about 1 meter in diameter. A huge fireball over 2 meters in diameter ignited on the magic circle. The blazing flames produced intense heat, warming the air. The hot air circulated through the walls and channels, heating the entire oven. Finally, exhaust gases escaped through the chimney. The high temperature made the oven dry and sturdy. Mina, tomorrow we will bake sesame bread, Chengyu said to Mina nearby. Sesame bread, sweet, Mina replied. Thinking of the sweet smell of sesame bread, Mina felt very motivated. She sped up her dirt shoveling. In Snow City, there used to be 10 large families. Last time, the head of the Herald family slapped the highest commander of the northern fortress. In one night, the entire Herald family was punished. The men sent to the front lines as cannon fodder, the women turned into slaves. Now, only 9 large families remain. In a room of the Welt family, the family elders gathered. A young girl in purple clothes was explaining to the elders about what they saw regarding the golden tree. What? A golden tree? Yes, that tree shines like gold. Extremely beautiful. I have lived for decades, but I have never seen a golden tree. According to legend, before the ancient gods' war, the elves had a golden forest filled with many golden trees. Is that the legendary golden tree? No way. The elves' golden forest was destroyed long ago during the ancient gods' war. Anyway, that tree must be a treasure. We have to get it. Inside the oven, there are small compartments on the walls, each with an iron plate underneath. Dough that has risen is placed on the iron plate, brushed with butter, and sprinkled with sesame seeds. Chengyu calls Afura over to use fire magic to start the fire, acting as the fire starter. Chengyu, you can't treat me like this. Afura was originally relaxing, reading a book and drinking tea, but Chengyu pulled her over to work. Laziness is a kind of sickness, it needs to be cured. With Chengyu, freeloading is impossible. You either work or, like Iwini, keep him warm at night. It's uncomfortable. Although Afura complains verbally, she doesn't dislike Chengyu deep down. This was her first time baking bread in such a large oven. Without experience, she couldn't control the heat properly, and the bread got burnt. The second time, it was undercooked. The third time, burnt again. The fourth time, turned into black charcoal. After more than 10 tries, Chengyu gradually learned to control the oven's heat. On the 18th attempt, the sesame bread finally turned out perfect. Iwini loves sweets. She tasted the sesame bread, golden crust, crispy and fragrant, with butter and sesame aroma, soft inside, with a sweet and wheat flavor. Every bite was satisfying. After finishing a delicious sesame bread, Iwini couldn't help but smile happily. Delicious. She picked up a second sesame bread to eat. Are these 2 breads really the same? The difference is too big. Mina, holding a plain breadstick that was hard enough to be used as a weapon, knocked on the table with a bang. Of course, they are the same food. Both the plain breadstick and the sesame bread are made from flour, just prepared differently. This is you during the day. Mina held a sesame bread in her left hand and a plain breadstick in her right. And this is you at night. Wow. Who taught you to make such a comparison? Hearing Mina's harsh words, Chengyu's face darkened. That was a good analogy. No more analogies next time. I think Sister Mina's analogy was very vivid, she said. Vivid my foot. Afternoon. 3 luxury carriages stopped at the gate of Chengyu's estate. A middle-aged man dressed in elegant purple clothes stepped out, flanked by 3 black-robed mages. The 3 black-robed mages wore badges on their chests. 2 younger mages had black badges, indicating they were first-level mages. 1 older mage had a blue badge, showing he was a second-level mage. The well-dressed middle-aged man stood at the estate entrance. Far away he saw the golden tree by the farmland, shining brightly in the sunlight, with a hint of heat and greed in his eyes. Mina was cleaning in the yard. Seeing visitors at the gate, she approached and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Beautiful young lady, we are here to see Mr. Chengyu." The middle-aged man smiled politely. "Chengyu, someone is looking for you," Mina shouted loudly. Hearing this, Chengyu walked to the gate, looked at the 4 people, and asked, "Who are you?" "Mr. Chengyu, I am Lambert Welt, the head of the Welt family from Snow City. Nice to meet you." The middle-aged man maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, like a modest gentleman. "Nice to meet you? How nice?" Chengyu responded casually, even with a hint of disdain. Nothing good comes from visiting 3 treasures, and these people didn't look like good guys. Lambert hesitated, unsure what to say. Is this kid deliberately provoking? "Actually, I came to buy the golden tree in your farmland," Lambert said directly, looking at the golden tree at the edge of the farmland. "No sale," Chengyu replied immediately. The golden tree helped Yvonne increase her magic power, so he wouldn't sell it. "Think carefully. You're just a small chef. You can't protect this rare treasure. If someone steals or snatches it, you won't get a single coin. If you sell it to me, you can make some money," Lambert's words carried a slight threat. Chengyu pretended to think deeply and nodded slightly. You make a good point. I'll sell it to you. The young are wise and promising. Lament smiled happily, surprised that Chengyu changed his mind so easily. If this tree really is a golden tree of the elf race, selling it at a sky-high price to the Holy Kingdom in the West, then gaining a noble title, receiving land, and reaching the peak of life would be very exciting. Just thinking about it makes me happy. 1 trillion gold coins, Chengyu said calmly. How much? 1 trillion gold coins? Are you crazy? Lament was stunned for a moment, his face changing suddenly. What does 1 trillion gold coins mean? The Black Sun Empire's annual taxes are less than 1 trillion gold coins. Is it too expensive? You look uglier than me, so I'll give you a 10% discount, 100 billion gold coins. To make it easier for Lament to buy the golden tree, Chengyu kindly offered a 10% discount. Uglier than him? What kind of reason is that? Lament was furious. Are you doing this on purpose? I let you sell to me, and I bought it. If you think it's too expensive, I even gave you a huge discount. What more do you want? You're poor and can't afford it, so it's not my fault. Sometimes, people should look for reasons within themselves. Have you worked hard to earn money today? With Afra here, Chengyu wasn't afraid of the Velt family at all. Even the great demon tribes have the terrifying strength to destroy a main city. You ungrateful brat. Lament almost spat blood from anger, cursing loudly, no longer acting like a gentleman. The 3 magic users beside him quickly summoned their staffs, ready to fight. Mina, knowing Chengyu was very strong, still stepped in without hesitation, raising her right hand. The thunder bracelet on her wrist emitted powerful arcs of electricity, crackling loudly. The second-level magic user abandoned chanting and cast a second-level defensive spell directly. A semi-transparent blue energy shield protected the 4 of them inside. Let's go. Seeing that Mina was hard to deal with, Lament decided not to fight Chengyu and planned to think of another way later. He returned to his gentlemanly tone. Since Mr. Chengyu doesn't want to sell the tree, then forget it. The 4 of them returned to the carriage and left. Afra was sitting under a tree in the garden, cross-legged, reading a book. Xiao Fu, can you use barrier magic? Chengyu moved closer to Afura and asked her. Yes, I can. Why? Help me set up a barrier around that golden tree. Only I and Yinyin can enter. The golden tree stands out among the trees. Others are green, but this one is yellow. We should protect it with a barrier. You want me to teach you fire control magic, set up a barrier, and then say I eat and drink for free? Is there any sense of fairness? Afura clenched her fists, feeling unfairly treated. From now on, I won't say you eat for free. Xiao Fu, you're the best. Chengyu praised Afura. Afura felt happy from the compliment and smiled slightly. If the Demon King had your attitude, I wouldn't have to sneak into the Black Sun Empire to slack off. What does the Demon King think of you? Afura imitated the Demon King's rough voice. Afura, why haven't you taken the Northern Fortress? Afura, what are you doing all day? Afura, you're so lazy. How can our demon race achieve great revival? Afura, you're the most unthinking demon I've ever seen. I've heard those words so many times, my ears are sore. The Demon King admired wolf culture, collective honor, and populism, and pressured Afura every day. But Afura was a slow-paced person, always trying to find ways to slack off and outsmart the Demon King. Sometimes, the Demon King wanted to dismiss Afura, but her strong strength made that impossible. Afura made the Demon King feel like a delicacy that was both unappetizing and too precious to throw away. Afura set up a barrier around the golden tree. A red energy shield protected the tree inside, preventing anyone from entering. To enter the barrier, one had to recite a special magic spell. Afura told Chengyu the spell, and Chengyu then shared it with Yinyin. This way, Yinyin could enter the barrier to receive the golden tree's blessing without worrying about it being stolen. 4 days later, in the morning, the neighing of horses broke the quiet dawn. Captain Carl of the Northern Fortress Cavalry arrived at Chengyu's estate with a dozen riders. Good morning, Chengyu. Carl and Chengyu are old friends. They walk into the estate casually and find a place to sit. My large baking oven is ready. I can bake bread for you. Making bread is easier than making dumplings because you don't need to fill each one with meat. It's much faster. Carl looks toward the side of the estate at the large, semi-spherical oven, about the size of the big bakery ovens in northern fortresses. This oven can bake hundreds of loaves at once. How many do you want? Chengyu asked Carl. Bake me 300, please. Since it's their first time buying bread, Carl doesn't order too many. One sesame bread is about the size of 2 dumplings. The cavalry team has over 100 people. If each eats 2, that should be enough. Chengyu and Mina go to the kitchen to prepare the dough. Chengyu pours a big bag of flour into a wooden basin, adds water, sugar, yeast, and other ingredients. He takes another wooden basin, repeats the process with flour, water, sugar, yeast, and so on. Mina is in charge of kneading the dough. With her strength, the flour, water, sugar, and yeast mix quickly and evenly. 40 minutes pass, and the dough is ready. They carry several large bowls of dough to the oven. The dough is divided into small, even pieces, placed on the oven's small racks, brushed with oil, and sprinkled with sesame seeds. The final step is baking. Little Fu, time to start working, Chengyu calls out as he steps out of the oven. To avoid being seen as someone who eats for free and does nothing, Afu La promised Chengyu yesterday to help with chores. After a while, there's no response. Little Fu, Chengyu's voice gets louder, but still no reply. Why isn't she answering? Is she dead? He walks into the wooden house on the estate and goes to Afu La's room on the second floor. He takes out the key and opens the door. Afu La is sleeping in a strange position, arms spread out, upper body on the floor, legs resting on the bed frame, her body partly hanging off the bed. She slightly tilted her head, with messy black hair, sleeping soundly. This girl is really lazy. Chengyu mutters to himself. Wake up, he says, pulling her wrist and shaking it. What? It's time to eat. Sleepily, Afra vaguely heard someone calling her to eat. She struggled to sit up and tried her best to open her eyes. Besides eating and sleeping, what else do you know? Get dressed and come help me with work. Chengyu crossed his arms like a strict overseer urging a worker. Yesterday, Afra agreed to help Chengyu with some chores. She didn't argue and slowly put on her clothes. She picked up a comb. Chengyu roughly combed her hair a few times, then grabbed her wrist and led her to a large baking oven, telling her to be in charge of starting the fire. Sitting in front of the stove, Afra rubbed her eyes, still sleepy. She slowly used her fire-controlling magic to ignite a flame inside the large oven. In a half-asleep state, she maintained the fire with her magic. After half an hour of slow baking, the smell of bread filled the entire estate. When Afra smelled the sesame bread, she suddenly woke up from her daze. Chengyu, can I have a piece? Afra asked. This is for Captain Carl and the others. You can't have any. If you want, I'll bake one for you later, adding pig blood to the flour for a more savory sesame bread. Okay. Afra smiled happily at Chengyu. Afra's affection for the host 5 the system's voice sounded, and Afra's liking for Chengyu increased again. Sesame bread costs 50 copper coins each. I'll give you a discount. 300, total 15,000 copper coins. One normal breadstick costs 5 copper coins. Yours is too expensive, about 10 times the price of a regular breadstick. Carl showed a bitter smile. Earlier, he bought a beef-filled bun from Chengyu for 50 copper coins, which had beef inside. This sesame bread is just plain flour with some sesame seeds, very cheap to make. Price equals quality. Sesame bread is much bigger than a bun and tastes better than regular breadsticks. All right, I'll buy some to let my brothers try. Carl paid with 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins. Such expensive bread isn't meant to be a main meal, just to taste. Chengyu asked Mina and Ivan to pack over 300 pieces of bread. Carl and the others took the bread and headed back to the northern fortress. How can I earn 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins by expanding my sales channels? Sesame bread has a larger production volume than buns. Expanding sales channels can help earn more money. While Chengyu was lost in thought, 2 people arrived outside the estate. One was a thin man as tall as a bamboo pole, and the other was a strong, bald man like a martial artist. Chengyu, the bald man called out to Chengyu. He looked up at the estate entrance and recognized the 2 people. They were members of the Shadow Society. The thin man was named Andy, and the bald man was named Buck. Do you want to see me about something? Chengyu walked over and looked at the 2 men, one tall and thin, the other strong. Here, take a look at this. Buck took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chengyu. What is this? Just look at it yourself? Chengyu examined the document. It was a bounty notice for an assassination. Someone was offering money to have Chengyu killed. Chengyu was shocked. A kind and friendly person like him being targeted for assassination was surprising. Where did you get this bounty notice? Chengyu asked. We were visiting a friend at a killer organization and happened to see this bounty notice. Members of the Shadow Society are blessed by the Shadow God, allowing them to hide in shadows and approach enemies silently, giving them an advantage as natural assassins. There are many underground killer organizations near Snow City, and some members of the Shadow Society are among them. Buck saw the bounty on Chungyu's head, took down the notice, and showed it to him. Anyone interested should bring this bounty notice to the Red Maple Winery. Prices are negotiable. What is the Red Maple Winery? It is a business owned by the Vilt family, located about 30 kilometers east of Boutown. A few days ago, the head of the Vilt family bought a golden tree from Chengyu, but Chengyu refused. In response, they issued a bounty to have Chengyu killed. So, it turns out they are from the Vilt family. I want to meet them. Chengyu decided to visit the Red Maple Winery himself. The Red Maple Winery is a relatively large brewing estate near Snow City, owned by the Vilt family. Dressed in a black cloak and wearing a ghost face mask, Chengyu arrived at the gates of the Red Maple Winery. Who are you? The household servant of the Welt family saw Chengyu dressed strangely and immediately stopped him. My name is Cavalry. I am a magician. I have something to discuss with your family head. Chengyu explained his purpose to the servant. The two servants looked at Chengyu, who was wearing a mask and cloak, appearing mysterious and unusual. They dared not be careless. One of them led Chengyu into the Red Maple Winery. The Red Maple Winery mainly makes wine. The estate has many grapevines, and slaves work in the vineyard, weeding and fertilizing. After passing through the large vineyard at the end of the road, there is a huge Gothic stone castle covering over 10,000 square meters. The servant led Chengyu into the castle and knocked on a door. Master of the house, there is a magician who wants to see you. The door opened, revealing Lambert Welt, the head of the Welt family. He stood straight and proper, like a well-mannered gentleman. Hello, my name is Cavalry. I am a magician. To avoid being recognized, Chengyu deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound deeper. He also took out the bounty notice issued by the Welt family. When Lambert saw the bounty notice, he immediately understood Chengyu's purpose. I am Lambert Welt, the head of the Welt family. Please come in. Chengyu followed Cavalry into his office and sat across from him. Dear Mr. Lambert, are you planning to assassinate Chengyu? Chengyu asked. Yes, that scoundrel Chengyu deliberately mocked and teased me. He must pay a heavy price. A few days ago, Lambert was so angry at Chengyu that he lost his composure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided to issue a bounty to find a killer to assassinate Chengyu. How much are you willing to pay for Chengyu's head? Chengyu asked. Lambert didn't realize the person in front of him was Chengyu. He raised a finger. 100 gold coins. Ahem. Chengyu coughed twice. Actually, this young man named Chengyu is my nephew. What? The magician in front of him turned out to be Chengyu's relative. He had received Chengyu's bounty notice and came here. Could he be here to help Chengyu eliminate himself? Lambert was shocked and quickly stood up, drawing his long sword and shield from the wall with lightning-fast speed. No, 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 you misunderstand. When Chengyu saw Reuniting's reaction, he quickly explained. Reuniting looked confused. What does this misunderstanding mean? Chengyu is my only family in this world. If you want me to assassinate him, you need to pay extra. Wow, he's a tough guy. For money, he doesn't even spare his own nephew. Feeling a little relieved, Reuniting put down his long sword and sat back across from Chengyu. Mr. Cavalry, your act of sacrificing family for justice is truly admirable. I am willing to increase the bounty to 200 gold coins. Please bring me Chengyu's head within 3 days. Thinking about how that bastard Chengyu was betrayed by his only family, Reuniting couldn't help but smile. This is so interesting. Spending a bit more money is worth it. Mr. Reuniting, you know the rules of our line of work. You need to pay half the reward up front and the rest after the task is completed. Chengyu came here to trick the Vilt family out of their money. Paying half now is fine, but how do I know you can really kill Chengyu? He has a beastman slave nearby who can unleash lightning powers. He's very strong. That day in front of the estate, Reuniting didn't attack Chengyu mainly because he was wary of Mina's lightning bracelet, which seemed to be a high-level magic item. Chengyu walked to the window. Mr. Reuniting, Do you see that small hill over there? Yes, I see it. Remnants also moved to the window and looked at the hill a kilometer away. Chengyu gathered magic power in his hand. A magic circle for a fly-swatting spell appeared, and he slapped it out. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a long crack appeared in the middle of the small hill. The entire hill was split in half by Chengyu's palm strike. Even from inside the castle, you could feel the ground tremble slightly. Remnants was stunned, wide-eyed. What kind of skill is this? It's too terrifying. Now do you think I can kill Chengyu? Chengyu smiled. You are too strong, stronger than any mage I have ever seen. Remnants no longer doubted Chengyu's strength. He called a butler and asked him to take Chengyu to get the money. Following the butler to the winery's storage room, Chengyu received 100 gold coins. Today, I only earned 1.5 gold coins from selling bread, but I easily gained 100 gold coins through trickery. As expected, the quick way to get rich is written in the laws. Don't worry, Mr. Lament. I will bring you Chengyu's head within 3 days. Chengyu patted his chest confidently, promising Lament. With your words, I feel at ease. Lament thinks Chengyu is a very reliable person. If you need to contact me, you can write a letter and leave it at the general store on the east side of Boutown. Okay, no problem. Back in Boutown, Chengyu went to the general store on the east side. The owner of this store is Buck, a guide of the Shadow Society. Buck sat behind the counter, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. His bald head shone brightly, like a light bulb. Good afternoon, Buck. Chengyu approached the counter and took off his mask. Chengyu, why are you dressed like that? Just playing cosplay. Cosplay? What's that? Nothing special. It's not important. Chengyu took out 10 gold coins and placed them on the counter. Wow, 10 gold coins. Buck leaned over the counter, staring at the coins. The shiny gold was more tempting than a beautiful woman without clothes. Here, for you. Chengyu smiled. Getting money from the Welt family was thanks to Buck bringing him the bounty notice. That much money. For me? Buck's eyes widened like 2 copper bells, in disbelief. Yes, Chengyu nodded. Father. My real father, Buck shouted loudly, grabbing the 10 coins and rushing out of the counter in excitement. The muscular man, weighing about 180 pounds, hugged Chengyu tightly. Now, Buck looked like a hero from a story, feeling like he was a loyal follower ready to serve his lord. Get lost. Who wants to adopt you as a son? Chengyu pushed Buck away. He didn't like being close to a muscular man. Buck chuckled and stood up happily. Boss, if you have any orders in the future, I, Buck, will go through fire and water, willing to die for you. A monthly salary of 3,000? What kind of boss is that? A salary of 5,000? Well, that's acceptable. With a monthly salary of 10,000, I am closely connected to my boss. With a monthly salary of 100,000, the boss enjoys great honor. Someone should send a message to you later. Just pass it on to me promptly. Leave it to me. I will deliver it to you as soon as I get it. Carl comes to Chengyu's estate every day with a dozen cavalrymen to buy sesame bread. He also delivers bread to other teams at the northern fortress. Chengyu sells about 1,000 or 2,000 breads each day, earning 4,000 or 5,000 positive emotion points. Add all the points. Meanwhile, the head of the Welt family, Lament, waited 4 days without hearing from Chengyu. They had agreed on 3 days, but now it's the 4th day with no news. So, Lament wrote a letter to Chengyu to ask what was going on. Since Chengyu had left a mailing address at a grocery store east of Boutown, Lament sent someone to deliver the letter there. 5 days later, at noon, a bald man stood outside the estate waving to Chengyu. Chengyu, someone asked me to give this letter to you. Chengyu took the letter and looked at it. The message was simple, just one sentence. Mr. Kuwait, you promised to bring me Chengyu's head within 3 days. It's been 4 days now. Why haven't you brought it yet? Knowing that Lament would write after more than 3 days, Chengyu had already prepared a response. Back in his house, Chengyu wrote a reply to Lament. Sorry, Mr. Lament. I have been seriously ill these past few days. I've spent all my money on treatment, and now I can't even afford to eat. If you send me 150 gold coins for emergency expenses, I promise to deliver Chengyu's head within 3 days. After writing the letter, Chengyu handed it to Buck, asking him to take it to the Red Maple Winery. Scamming is just taking advantage of someone's trust to squeeze as much money as possible. It's not a bad idea to scam an enemy's money. Near evening, Buck returned from the Red Maple Winery, carrying a heavy box. Chengyu opened the box. Inside, besides 150 gold coins, there was also a reply letter from Lament. He opened the letter, which contained a short message. Mr. Kuwait, here are 150 gold coins. Please take them quickly. Chung Yu happily accepted the 150 gold coins. 3 days later, another letter arrived for Chung Yu. Mr. Kuwait, why haven't you brought Chung Yu's head to see me? Lamanti wrote in the letter. Chung Yu replied to Lamanti. Bad luck. I owe a lot of gambling debts, and now my creditors are holding me hostage, not letting me go. Generous Mr. Lamanti, please lend me 200 gold coins. Once I pay off my debts, I will return all 450 gold coins I received from you, and I will also send you Chung Yu's head. After writing the letter, Chung Yu asked Buck to deliver it to the Red Maple Inn. When Lamanti saw the letter, he felt stuck. If he didn't send money to Chung Yu, the 250 gold coins he had already given would be lost. If he gave Chung Yu another 200 gold coins, he could recover all his previous money and also eliminate Chung Yu. After thinking carefully, Lamanti decided to give Chung Yu another 200 gold coins. Buck returned to White Dew Town with the coins and handed them to Chung Yu. By now, Chung Yu had scammed a total of 450 gold coins from the Vilt family. This was much more profitable than selling bread. 3 more days passed, and Lamanti still hadn't received Chung Yu's head. He wrote another letter. Kuwait, why the heck haven't you brought the money and Chung Yu's head yet? This time, Lamanti didn't use polite words and directly cursed in the letter. Dear Mr. Lamanti, I lost again in gambling yesterday and owe a huge debt. Please lend me another 250 gold coins. I promise this will be the last time. Once I pay off my debts, I will return all your money, secretly help you eliminate Chung Yu, and even give you a luxury estate. After writing the letter, Chung Yu asked Buck to deliver it again to the Red Maple Inn. Lamanti was stunned when he saw the letter. He had already given the other person 450 gold coins, and now they were asking for more. Usually, scams start with small amounts, gradually increasing from a few thousand to 10,000, then 20,000, and so on. If you stop paying, all previous investments are lost. That's called sunk cost. If you keep paying, there might still be a faint hope. Lamanti didn't want to give Chung Yu more money, but he thought about his previous investments. If he stopped now, all the money he had already spent would be wasted. Many people who fall for telecom scams share this kind of attitude. So, impulsively, Lamanti gave Chung Yu 250 gold coins again. A few days passed, and Lamanti didn't see Chung Yu. He kept writing to him, sending over 10 letters. But this time, Chung Yu didn't reply to Lamanti, preparing for the next stage of the scam. When Kuwait went missing, Lamanti felt very anxious. He finally realized he had been tricked. That morning, Lamanti took a large group of people to Chung Yu's estate. Lamanti knew Chung Yu was Kuwait's only relative, so Chung Yu should know Kuwait's whereabouts. He was determined to catch the scammer and punish him severely. Chung Yu, where is your uncle Kuwait? At the estate gate, Lamanti looked like a fish out of water, with no energy, as if he had lost all hope. He looked much thinner. Kuwait was worth 700 gold coins, which was a lot for the Welt family. Losing so much money made Lamanti angrier the more he thought about it. Haha. Do I know you well enough to tell you? Chung Yu raised his chin slightly, crossing his arms, and said dismissively. He wouldn't tell Lamanti that Kuwait didn't exist at all. Tell me quickly. That bastard Kuwait stole 700 gold coins from me, Lamanti demanded, his voice full of emotion, almost breaking down. If you give me money, I will tell you where he is. Chung Yu continued to scam the Welt family. How much do you want? Lamanti stared at Chung Yu angrily. 300 gold coins, Chung Yu replied calmly. You're just like your uncle, Lamanti said, furious. This was such a big trap. Lamanti's face twisted with anger. If you don't give me the money, I won't tell you anything. Mina, show him out. Chung Yu turned and walked into the estate. Fine. I'll give you 300 gold coins. Lamanti gritted his teeth and said heavily, as if he had made a decision that went against his ancestors. Driven by hatred, he was determined to find Lamanti and get back the 700 gold coins. Just give the money first, Chung Yu said. Oomph. Lamanti snorted coldly and sent someone to get the money from the Red Maple Inn. He received 300 gold coins. Master Yu smiled and said, My uncle, Kuwait, is a gambling addict. He went to Blackstone City a few days ago. You can go there to find him. Lamanti remembered the letters exchanged with Kuwait, who also mentioned owing gambling debts. That guy really is a gambling addict. Where is Blackstone City? Gambling addicts, of course, are at the casinos. Master Yu chuckled. In the following days, the Velt family sent their best people to Blackstone City. They searched all the casinos, big and small, but couldn't find anyone named Kuwait. Lamanti realized he might have been tricked by Master Yu. When they arrived at Boutown, Lamanti questioned Master Yu. You said your uncle was at a casino in Blackstone City. Our family searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Maybe he's gone to other cities' casinos, Master Yu said with a shrug and a smile. Suddenly, Lamanti coughed violently and fainted. Master! Everyone around hurried to help Lamanti. In the end, Lamanti never knew that Kuwait and Master Yu were actually the same person. Under the shade of the estate, a semi-transparent system panel appeared in Master Yu's view. The main screen showed his current stats. Host. Master Yu cooking skill level. Max strength. 1450 defense. 1450 skills. Silver moon shockwave. Magic mastery. Passive. Equipment. Dragon pattern gold sword. The positive emotion value in the top right corner. 20,028. He hadn't added points for several days, but had accumulated over 20,000 positive emotion points. Exchange 100 points for strength and 100 points for defense. Host consumes 20,000 positive emotion points. Strength 100, defense 100. Host. Master Yu cooking skill level. Max strength. 1550 defense. 1550 skills. Silver moon shockwave. Magic mastery. Passive. Equipment. Dragon pattern gold sword. This level of strength is comparable to a tier 4 warrior, just below tier 5. According to the system, both strength and defense need to reach over 5,000 points to be equivalent to a tier 5 warrior. There's plenty of time ahead. As long as he keeps adding points, he can reach tier 5 strength within a year. Chengyu counted the gold coins in the system's warehouse again. Including the 1,000 coins he was scammed out of by the Velt family some time ago, he now had 2,886 coins. Converted to RMB, that is roughly 28.86 million renminbi. Such wealth in Snow City would place him among the upper class. After all, the assets of the major families in Snow City are only about 5,000 to 6,000 coins. Recently, Chengyu hadn't seen Charles around, and he didn't know where that guy had gone to fool around. Chengyu, I want to eat the tiramisu cake you made. Evelyn, dressed in a light green dress, came over and sat beside Chengyu. Her white silk-covered legs were faintly visible under the dress. She hugged Chengyu's right arm with her delicate arms, resting her head on his shoulder and nuzzling him, acting cute. Thanks to Chengyu's day and night training, Evelyn's usually cold personality has become a bit more lively. But this liveliness is only directed toward Chengyu and Mina. She remains quite distant from others. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Tiramisu is a calorie bomb that can make your weight increase rapidly. Make less of it. I just want to taste a little, she said. Good food and a good figure are hard to have at the same time. Tiramisu is so delicious that Evelyn wants to eat more, but dares not. You could learn from Mina. She eats more than a pig every day and still stays so slim, Chengyu said with a smile. I don't have Mina's strong physical fitness. Evelyn looked toward the farmland, where Mina was swinging a hoe, digging in the soil. Her daily routine was just digging holes and filling them back in, over and over again. This was her way of exercising and strengthening her body. Like a quiet neighbor girl, Chengyu hugged Evelyn into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. Through her thin gauzy dress, he could feel her warm body temperature, and her big, adorable eyes looked so cute. The soft, fragrant little elf girl made Chengyu feel very happy. Her tender skin was like a flower. Ahem. Just then, 2 coughs interrupted Chengyu and Evelyn's close moment. Someone was here. Evelyn, like a startled little rabbit, quickly escaped from Chengyu's embrace, sat up straight, and tidied her messy clothes. Who the heck is that? Chengyu cursed as he looked behind him. Not far away, an old man with white hair, hunched over, stood there holding a magic staff. You old fool, how dare you come here? Chengyu recognized that the white-bearded old man was Ziran, the bishop of the Bright Church's Blackstone City branch. Last time, Ziran recommended Chengyu to the Bright Church headquarters to become the Holy Maiden of Light. The Bright Church created a virtual beauty based on Chengyu, fabricated glorious deeds, built a perfect image, and promoted her to spread their teachings. Now, The Holy Maiden of Light has become the national goddess of the Black Sun Empire, the dream girl of countless men. Chengyu had always wanted to find Ziran and give him a good beating, but never found the chance. Unexpectedly, this old man came to her doorstep himself. She glanced at the corner of the yard, grabbed a broom, and rushed in front of Ziran, swinging the broom to attack him. "Old fool, take this broom." Just as the broom was about to hit Ziran, he smiled faintly, stabbed his magic staff into the ground, and a magic circle appeared. A white energy shield formed around him. The broom hit the sturdy shield and shattered instantly. "Young friend, don't waste your effort. This is a light protection magic. You can't hurt me," Ziran said with a smile. "Hey, really?" Chengyu stuck up her middle finger at Ziran and poked the shield with it. Crack! Under the immense force, the white energy shield shattered like a mirror, with fragments falling and dispersing in the air. Did the light protection magic break? How did you do that? If Chengyu had used magic to break the shield, Ziran could understand, since he knew Chengyu possessed extremely pure light power. But what kind of magic is this, poking it with a finger and breaking it? None of your business how I did it. Just know you're doomed. Holding half of the broomstick, Chengyu swung a punch and hit Ziran on the head. Ah! Ziran let out a scream and fell to the ground. Seeing Ziran curled up and clutching his head, Chengyu showed no mercy and kicked him a few times. "Stop hitting him, he's one of us." Ziran hurriedly begged for mercy. This guy's temper is too hot, and he doesn't understand respecting elders or caring for the young. Chengyu didn't use her full strength, just a few light kicks to teach Ziran a lesson. "Why are you looking for me?" Chengyu asked Ziran. "This old bone is almost broken apart by you." Supporting his magic staff, Zealand climbed up from the ground and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "I came to see you today to test your potential in light magic," he said. Then, Zealand took out a crystal ball about the size of a basketball from his pocket. "How do I test it?" Chengyu asked. "Just place your hand on the crystal ball and gather magic power," Zealand replied. The test method is similar to the strength test used for beginner magic users. Zealand held the crystal ball carefully, and Chengyu placed his hand on its surface, focusing his magic. Inside the crystal ball, a faint white light glowed, and a number appeared on its surface, 19,800. "Wow, that's so high." Zealand's eyes widened in surprise, almost dropping his jaw. "Is 19,800 really high?" Chengyu asked, not knowing how the light church judges potential values. "It's extremely high. Usually, ordinary church priests have potential values of just a few dozen. The previous light maidens had values of 500 or 600, and yours is nearly 20,000, Zealand said. Chengyu's magic talent was comparable to Yvonne's, plus the residual light power in his body, making his potential in light magic exceptionally high. "Is it useful?" Chengyu asked. "The higher your potential, the more advantage you have in practicing light magic," Zealand explained. He then handed Chengyu 3 thick magic books. "Take these and learn. This one, Light Guard, can help you block attacks. This one, Quick Light Escape, can help you run faster. And this one, Great Light Healing, can help you heal yourself when injured," Zealand said. Zealand placed the 3 books on the table. "Hey, wait. Why are all these books about defense, healing, and escape magic? What about attack magic?" Chengyu asked. The previous light maidens all died at the hands of shadow organization experts. Learning some escape and defense magic increases your chances of survival, Zealand explained. The past light maidens were fragile mages, low defense but high attack, easily killed by close-range assassins. So, Zealand recommended Chengyu focus on survival magic first. After all, only alive can deal damage. Shadow organization is really poor. Where would they find experts? Chengyu said. He knew Buck from the Shadow Organization. Giving him 10 gold coins was enough to make him his adoptive father. Zealand looked at Chengyu with curiosity. "How do you know the Shadow Organization is so poor?" I guessed," Chengyu replied. Chengyu would not tell Zealand about his infiltration into the Shadow Society. Although the Shadow Society is poor, it has many loyal followers of the Shadow God and excellent assassination skills that make it hard to defend against. "All right. I will start learning these 3 types of magic first. Only Mina, Zealand, and a few high-ranking members of the Light Church know that Chengyu is actually a holy maiden of the Light Church." A man pretending to be a holy maiden of the Light Church feels a bit ashamed, but Chengyu thinks it's worth it. Not only did she help Yinyin learn plant magic, but she also gained 3 types of light magic herself. In the future, she can use her identity as a holy maiden of light to get more resources from the light church. In the study, the door was locked, the windows were shut, and the curtains drawn. The light goddess's strapless bra was draped over Chungyu's back. Powerful and pure light energy covered her entire body, bathing every inch of her skin in bright light, making her glow with a dazzling white light. The room was filled with a bright, white glow. If such strong light appeared outside, it would definitely cause a big commotion. But Chungyu closed the doors and windows, so the bright light wouldn't leak outside. She sat at the desk and opened the magic book titled Flash Stealth Magic. This magic was a sacred spell passed down by the light goddess. It had no magic rank and could hide her figure and move quickly. With the blessing of light energy, the complex magic incantations became simple and easy to understand for Chungyu. She raised her right hand, extended her index finger, and tried to form a magic circle using the light energy. Any part of the human body could gather magic power. However, using a magic staff to gather magic was more efficient, so magic staves became standard for mages. But true experts could cast powerful magic without a staff, perhaps because of practicing light magic. After half an hour of continuous practice, more light energy remained in Chungyu's body, and she felt her magic power had grown a bit. In a small tavern in Snow City, several ragged members of the Shadow Society gathered to drink and chat. Because they lacked a steady income and dared not kill people as assassins, they could only do odd jobs to get by, living a hard life. At this moment, a well-dressed, bald man with a big gold chain around his neck and gold rings on his fingers walked into the tavern, looking like a newly rich person who had just hit the jackpot. Walking with a determined stride, the bald man approached the members of the Shadow Society and said with a smile, "Brothers, I'm here. Buck, have you made a fortune?" The members of the Shadow Society looked at the bald man in surprise. Once, everyone was poor, dressed badly, and ate poorly. Today, Buck was dressed in fine clothes, wearing a big gold chain around his neck, and his demeanor was very different from theirs. "Yes, I've made a lot of money." Buck openly showed off his fingers, which were covered in gold rings, to the other members. "Brother Buck, tell us how you made your money." Sit down, sit down. "Come on, Buck, I'll pour you some wine." The members eagerly served Buck, hoping he would share his secrets to getting rich. Buck's vanity was satisfied. He touched his bald head and started bragging. "Oh, actually, I was just following others to make money." "Who was that?" asked a blond man eagerly. "His name is Chungyu. He's a cook in Boutown, tall, handsome, and rich. When he first joined the society, he gave me a gold coin as pocket money. Later, he asked me to run errands and deliver messages, giving me 10 gold coins. Brother Chungyu is so caring. I really appreciate him." Sitting on a stool, Buck hugged his shoulders, closed his eyes slightly, and looked like he was enjoying himself. Everyone knew that Buck was a massage therapist, mainly serving middle-aged women, often called ducks. "Buck, aren't you being supported by that Chungyu guy?" Many upper-class nobles got tired of women and started playing with men. Images of 2 men fighting with swords appeared in their minds, making them feel uneasy. "Don't talk nonsense. Chungyu and I are just friends." Buck looked a bit speechless. "Brother Buck, can you take us to make money too?" asked the blond man. Well, the way to make money was better kept secret, with fewer people involved. Buck hesitated. "Brother Buck, please, let me make money with you. My mother-in-law says I don't earn enough. My wife keeps scolding me for being useless. The neighbors look down on me, and even my daughter ignores me. I feel so failed." The blond man begged tearfully. "Regarding the pressure from my mother-in-law and wife, Buck understands how I feel. All right, I'll take you to Chungyu to try, but I can't promise he'll give you money." The blond man is very happy. "Great. As long as I make money. Today they ignore me, but tomorrow I will make them look up to me." In the morning, Chungyu baked bread as usual and packed it for the cavalrymen. After the cavalry left, Chungyu sat in the yard studying light magic. He practiced light magic for 2 days and made some progress. "Brother Chungyu." At this moment, Chungyu heard a voice coming from outside the estate. He looked up and saw 6 men standing outside, each smiling brightly like 6 blooming chrysanthemums. "Buck, what do you want?" Chungyu put away his light magic book. Buck is a member of the Shadow Society. If he finds out Chung Yu is practicing light magic, that would be bad. The 6 men entered Chung Yu's estate. Brother Chung Yu, let me introduce you. These 5 are from the Shadow Society. They want me to help them get rich. Do you have any ideas? Buck is a strong man, like a martial artist, with a shiny forehead that glints in the sunlight. Why are you asking me? They want to get rich, and you come to me? Chung Yu said with a shrug. You're pretty wealthy, right? I thought you must have ways to make money, Buck said with a smile. Ways to make money? Sure. There's a notice board at the entrance of Boutown with all the job postings. Just find a job and you can earn money, Chung Yu replied calmly. If working can make big money, then there would be no poor people in the world. Working is impossible. I'll never work in my life. That's true. Chung Yu scammed the Welt family out of 1,000 gold coins. An ordinary person would never earn that much in a lifetime. We're all members of the Shadow Society. Helping each other out is good, Buck said. I'll bake a batch of sesame bread for you. You can take it to the nearby market town and sell it. Whatever you earn is yours. Chung Yu plans to both win over the members of the Shadow Society to learn their secrets and to promote his sesame bread in the nearby market town. Sell bread? How is that a way to make money? Buck didn't quite understand. Never mind. Mina, see them out. Yes, yes, yes. Buck agreed eagerly. Better than nothing. Chung Yu baked 300 sesame bread loaves for Buck and the others. Brother Chung Yu, what kind of bread is this? It's so fragrant and soft. It's really delicious. Buck tasted a sesame bread. Sesame bread, Chung Yu replied. I sell it for 50 copper coins each. I suggest you sell it for 50 copper coins too. 50 copper coins? Isn't that too expensive? Breadsticks only cost 5 copper coins each. Breadsticks are a main food, but sesame bread isn't meant to be a staple. Flour costs only 2 yuan per jean, and spicy strips made from flour can sell for over 10 yuan per jean. Selling sesame bread as a snack can make more money. 6 people, each with 50 loaves, took them to Boutown and nearby markets to sell. Buck and the others went to nearby markets in Boutown to sell the sesame bread. As they sold the 300 loaves, Chung Yu's positive emotion points kept increasing. Positive emotion points 3, positive emotion points 5, positive emotion points 3, positive emotion points 6. Positive emotion points come from people's feelings after eating delicious food. Sesame bread isn't as tasty as barbecue, so it generates slightly fewer positive emotion points per serving. Barbecue usually gives more than 5 points at a time. Sesame bread gives about half of that, often less than 5 points per serving. In less than half a day, all 300 loaves were sold. Back at the estate, the 6 were so excited they felt like they had been injected with adrenaline. 50 loaves at 50 copper coins each earned them 2,500 copper coins. Remember, the average monthly salary for a worker in the Black Sun Empire is only 3,000 to 5,000 copper coins. Earning half a month's wages in half a day is incredibly profitable. Brother Chung Yu, everyone is fighting to buy your sesame bread, Buck said happily. Do you guys want to make more money? Chung Yu asked the 6. Yes, they answered in unison. Having tasted success, all 6 wanted to follow Chung Yu and make money together. Come tomorrow afternoon. I'll bake a few more batches of sesame bread for you. Take them to nearby markets to sell. If they earn 2,500 copper coins every day, that's 75,000 copper coins a month. At this moment, Chung Yu appeared kind and friendly to the 6 people, like a benevolent god, radiating a glow of wealth around him. Brother Chung Yu, by the end of this year, we will definitely recommend you as the leader of the Shadow Society branch in Snow City. Only someone as outstanding as Brother Chung Yu deserves to be the leader. With Brother Chung Yu as the leader, we will surely help the Shadow Society become rich and prosperous. Chung Yu looked at the 6 people with confusion. What is the leader of the Snow City branch? Like the Light Church, our Shadow Society has branches in each main city. The leader of the Light Church branch is called the Bishop, and ours is called the branch leader. The branch leader is a middle-level officer in the Shadow Society. Is it really that exciting? The Shadow Society and the Light Church are 2 opposing groups. Chung Yu is currently the nominal saintess of the Light Church. Becoming the leader of the Snow City branch of the Shadow Society is hard to imagine. I can help you make money, but if you sell the products, you have to give me 90% of the earnings. Why? The 6 people stared blankly at Chung Yu. I'm not doing charity. If I make money, I get the biggest share. Chung Yu only treats them as salespeople, helping to sell sesame bread, and giving them 10% of the sales as wages. He doesn't expect them to become rich overnight. The 6 people thought to themselves, earning 250 copper coins a day, 7,500 copper coins a month. Such an income is considered high in Snow City, and the work is easy. One of them asked, "Can you give us a little more? Maybe 50% of the sales as wages? Only 10%. If you don't want to, there are others who will. The young demon hunter will eventually become a demon. The boy who was once exploited by his boss has now become a ruthless capitalist. Of course, I will work hard." The 6 couldn't refuse such conditions. With a monthly salary of over 7,500 copper coins and easy work in Snow City, many people would be eager to take the job. Of course, if you do well, I will increase your pay. Chengyu painted a bright future for them. To motivate workers, promising a better future is essential. We will definitely work hard. Hearing about the possibility of a salary increase, the 6 felt hopeful about the future. Sesame bread earns money from ordinary people while gaining lots of positive feelings. Special dishes like braised bear paws, 9-turn large intestines, and steamed pork attract the upper class. Both high-end and low-end markets are covered. A month has passed. Chengyu spends his days running his estate, living simply but meaningfully. In the morning, he bakes a few batches of sesame bread for the Northern Fortress Cavalry. In the afternoon, he bakes more for Buck and his 6 friends to sell at nearby markets. Every now and then, nobles from the upper class and senior officers from the Northern Fortress come to Chengyu's estate for a feast. Wealthy people are generous, and these upper-class nobles bring Chengyu good income each time. One afternoon after a month, Chengyu is relaxing in a chair, enjoying the sun. Yvonne sits beside him, peeling grapes with her delicate hands and feeding them to Chengyu. "This bunch of grapes just ripened today. Are they tasty?" Yvonne asks. "Very tasty, but not as good as you," Chengyu replies. He glances at Yvonne's chest, where her white, soft skin is visible. "What are you saying? You're not serious," Yvonne teases, slapping Chengyu's shoulder. "I'm just being honest," Chengyu says. He knows Yvonne's taste well. "This guy? I'm ignoring you now." Yvonne gets up and leaves to practice magic. At that moment, Mina walks over. "Chengyu, when will you take me to Silver Moon Forest?" Silver Moon Forest is the territory of the Silver Wolf tribe. Mina has been away from home for over a year and misses her parents. She also wants to bring Chengyu along to meet the elders of the Silver Wolf tribe. "This is my human boyfriend, handsome, strong, wealthy, and good at making delicious food. Soon, the girls of the Silver Wolf tribe will envy her." Next month, Chengyu replies somewhat casually. "You said the same thing last month," Mina reminds him. She remembers last month when she asked Chengyu to visit the Silver Wolf tribe, and he said next month. "This month is too busy. I don't have time," Chengyu says. He's joking. He's going to meet his in-laws. As someone with social anxiety, Chengyu hasn't figured out how to talk to Mina's parents yet. Mina crosses her arms, looking a bit speechless. "You're relaxing in the sun so leisurely, and you tell me you're too busy? Let's go." Our Silver Wolf clan is very fun, with beautiful mountains, clear waters, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Mina threw herself into Chengyu's arms, hugging his waist and acting cute. "Not yet. Let me get ready first." Chengyu gently pinched Mina's cheeks on both sides, making her look like a hamster. "I'll bite you." Mina glared at Chengyu angrily, showing a small, sharp tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth, looking very fierce. While Chengyu and Mina were playing, a voice came from outside the estate. "Excuse me, is this Chengyu's home?" "Mina, someone is here." "Oh." Mina jumped down from Chengyu. At the gate of the estate, 7 carriages were parked. The horses pulling the carriages were not ordinary horses. Their fur was black and white, and each had a half-meter-long horn on their foreheads, belonging to a unicorn subspecies. Using unicorn-like horses to pull carriages meant the visitors were either very rich or very important. Chengyu and Mina walked to the estate gate. There were about a dozen men and women. The men wore noble clothes, and the women wore tight corsets and wide skirts, with broad hats on their heads. Among these people, Chengyu saw a familiar face. That person was Roy, who had participated in the first-level mage test with Chengyu before. He was a famous poet from Snow City, known for his work, My City Lord Father, which left a deep impression on Chengyu. "I am Chengyu. Who are you?" "This is Lord Barry, the City Lord of Snow City," and his family. A young butler introduced Chengyu to them. The city lord of Snow City, Barry, was a middle-aged man with a delicate appearance. Whether due to excess indulgence or illness, he looked somewhat sickly, with a slightly unhealthy aura. Mr. Chengyu, I have heard of your reputation. I heard your food is very delicious, so I brought my family here to try. Barry was quite cultured and remained humble, even as a city lord. Please come in. Over the past month, Chengyu had hosted many noble guests from the upper class. Most nobles were well-mannered and simply came to taste the food. A few, who were tempted by Mina and Iweni's beauty, had already been dealt with by Chengyu and fed to the dogs. Chengyu, long time no see. Roy, with flowing long hair, waved to Chengyu. Hello. Chengyu nodded politely and smiled. Do you know Chengyu? Seeing Chengyu and Roy greeting each other, Barry turned to Roy and asked, I have seen the first-level mage once during a test, once in the maze of the God of Order, and now it is the third time. Dozens of accompanying guards are lined up, ready, in front of the estate. Barrett, along with a few family members, walks into the estate. Lord Barrett, I want to make it clear up front, my goods are not cheap. First, I will clarify the price. It would be bad if this person later claims I overcharged. How much? Barrett asks. 20 gold coins. That's acceptable. 20 gold coins are a lot for an ordinary person, but for a city lord, it's not much. Barrett and his group sit at the long table in the living room. Chengyu takes Mina to the kitchen to prepare the food. Some ingredients are prepared in advance and frozen in the cold storage. They can be used after thawing, making cooking faster. Half an hour passes, and various delicious dishes are served on the table. Garlic cucumber, honey-glazed roast chicken, braised beef, garlic pork slices, salt, and pepper ribs. More than 20 dishes are arranged on the long table, filling the air with tempting aromas. Everyone eagerly ties napkins, picks up knives and forks, and starts tasting. The cucumber is fresh and tasty. This rib is crispy and flavorful, not too salty or bland, just right. The honey-glazed roast chicken is sweet and fragrant. This cooking method is very creative. Barrett's family members give unanimous praise. Positive emotion points 15, positive emotion points 12, positive emotion points 16. The positive emotion points from these people are all above 10, showing they are really enjoying the meal. This braised beef is cooked perfectly, tender enough to fall apart, but not overdone. The delicious broth fills the meat's texture, and with a gentle bite, all the spices seem to dance on the tongue. I can't find any words to describe this deliciousness. Barrett is enchanted by the braised beef. Compared to the chef at the Lord's mansion, Chengyu's cooking is far superior. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Mina brings out a plate of cream cake as a dessert. Miss, what is this? Barrett curiously looks at the round food in front of him. The cream cake has a diameter of over 20 centimeters. On top, there is a red rose-shaped decoration made of cream, surrounded by a circle of fresh grapes. This food is called cake. It is made from flour, eggs, sugar, and other ingredients, Mina said proudly, crossing her arms. Even the city lord has never seen a cake, but she has seen and often eaten it. Wow, I am really impressed, she thought, crossing her arms again. Barrett used a fork to pick up a piece of the cream cake and took a bite. The taste was very sweet, with a rich milky aroma and the flavor of eggs. It made him feel happy inside. The others also picked up forks to taste the cake. The wonderful flavor made them feel as if they were lying on a warm, soft bed. Very comfortable. Roy, who is this Chengyu? His cooking skills are amazing, Barrett asked Roy. I don't know. Roy shook his head. Aren't you familiar with him? We've only met twice. We're not close, Roy replied. He had only seen Chengyu a few times and didn't know him well. Lord City Lord, I will go pay the bill, the young butler said to Barrett. Wait, stay in the living room. I'll go pay, Barrett said, standing up and heading to the kitchen to find Chengyu. At this moment, Chengyu was cooking the last soup in the kitchen. Barrett entered from outside, with a sickly, gentle face, smiling as he took out 20 gold coins. Chengyu, here you go, he said. Okay, Chengyu replied. He accepted the 20 gold coins, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Based on his past experience serving noble upper classes, paying the bill was usually handled by the butler. Why was Barrett coming personally? Chengyu, I want to ask you something, Barrett said mysteriously, lowering his voice. What is it? Do you have any of that kind of food here? Barrett asked quietly. What kind of food? Qingyu asked confused. You know, food that makes people stronger, Barrett said awkwardly. I don't understand. Qingyu looked puzzled. What is this guy trying to hint at? After a moment of hesitation, Barrett finally said, well, to be honest, I have erectile dysfunction. Is there any food I can eat to improve it? Wealthy people's biggest worry is often erectile dysfunction. Looking at a group of beautiful wives, yet unable to do anything, that feeling is worse than death. Barrett heard that some foods can boost male vitality. Seeing how skilled Chungyu was in cooking, he decided to ask him, Hey, you're asking the right person. I happen to know how to make a very powerful vitality-boosting dish. Special recipe. Would root braised meat with a strong effect to enhance vitality. His eyes lit up, and Barrett was very excited. Make some for me. 10 gold coins per serving. Chungyu offered a lower price first, planning to raise the price once his reputation grew. No problem, just 10 gold coins. Barrett immediately agreed. Wow, how eager he was to boost his vitality. Chungyu didn't expect Barrett to agree so quickly. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. After leaving the estate, Chungyu went to the ice cellar and took out a piece of black claw red dragon meat, about 2 or 3 jin, roughly 1 to 1.5 kilograms. Back in the kitchen, he placed the dragon meat in a pot to cook. He recited a magic spell, creating a mysterious magic circle beneath his feet, centered on Chungyu. This was the braising magic he learned from Shar. Red dragons have very high fire resistance, and normal methods can't cook their meat properly. Only with magic can it be cooked thoroughly. Chungyu, you can do magic too? Next to him, Barrett looked at Chungyu in surprise. This chef could actually do magic. I took the first-level magic user test with your son. Now I am a first-level magic user. Oh, right. Barrett remembered that Roy had mentioned earlier that he and Chungyu had met during the first-level magic user test. Braising magic consumes a lot of magic power. In less than 5 minutes, Chungyu's forehead was covered in sweat. While cooking the dragon meat, he added magic ingredients like wood dragon root, then finished with salt and MSG. Using the braising magic, he continued for 20 minutes, sweating profusely and exhausting all his magic energy. Fortunately, the dragon meat was cooked, and the strong scent of rock rose filled the kitchen. He removed the dragon meat from the pot and placed it on a cutting board. Holding a golden dragon pattern knife, Chungyu quickly sliced the meat. In a flurry of afterimages, the dragon meat was cut into evenly thick slices. Here, try some. He handed a slice of meat to Barrett. Barrett put a slice of meat into his mouth and chewed. The taste was strange and not very tasty. He chewed casually a few times and swallowed it. The effect of the Mugen marinated meat was immediate. Within 3 minutes of eating the meat, a warm flow of energy rose from Barrett's lower abdomen and filled his whole body. Ha ha, I feel like I can fight 10 people. Feeling confident again, Barrett spoke with extra self-assurance. Lord Barrett, please help me promote this Mugen marinated meat when you go back, Chungyu said with a smile. Such a good product, I must recommend it to my friends. Barrett was very happy with the effect of the Mugen marinated meat. With this, he could marry a few more wives without any problem. Thank you. Chungyu expressed his gratitude to Barrett. Barrett was the ruler of a city, and most of the people he knew were either wealthy or noble. By helping to promote the marinated meat among the rich, Barrett could quickly increase its fame. Next time someone came to buy the marinated meat, he could sell it at a high price. The two left the kitchen. In the living room, Barrett's family members finished eating and were chatting with each other. We're leaving. Barrett took his family and left the estate. Watching Barrett and his group go, Chungyu smiled faintly. With Barrett helping to promote the marinated meat, he could earn more money in the future. Mina, tomorrow we will go to Snow City, Chungyu said, holding Mina's slender waist. Why are we going to Snow City? Mina looked at Chungyu with her red eyes, a bit confused. To buy magic materials. The magic ingredients needed to make the Mugen marinated meat were almost used up. They needed to go to Snow City to stock up. Okay. Snow City was more lively than Boutown, and Mina also wanted to visit. Afra, dressed in a white gauze dress, sat on a big tree near the farmland, reading a novel leisurely. Her bare feet and long legs swung back and forth in the air. Walking to the tree, Chungyu looked up at Afra and asked, Xiao Fu, I'm going to Snow City tomorrow to buy things. Do you want to come with me? Afra had been living in Chungyu's estate for nearly 2 months. Chengyu told her stories every day and made her delicious food. Afra's affection for Chengyu reached 50 points, and they had become very close. Chengyu planned to take Afra to Snow City to have fun and continue building their relationship. Is Snow City far away? Afra asked. It takes a whole day and night to ride the carriage. I don't want to go. Afura frowned and shook her head. Rather than endure a bumpy ride for a day and night, she preferred to stay at home, sleep, and read novels. You're so lazy, Chengyu complained. Afura not only liked to relax and take it easy, but was also very homebody, rarely going anywhere. Life is about resting. Reducing activity and slowing down your body's metabolism can help you live longer. Because she exercised less, Afura's cheeks had become rounder and she had gained weight since moving into the estate. Chengyu jumped onto a tree branch and sat next to Afura, pinching her waist. What are you doing? Afura spoke calmly, without anger. If it had been anyone else, they would have slapped him for touching her. There's extra fat on your waist. Chengyu flicked her waist a couple of times, and the fat jiggled like jelly. In these 2 months, Afura had become quite the homebody, almost a full-fledged couch potato. Afura pinched her waist. Oh no, I didn't notice. I actually gained so much weight. As the saying goes, it's easy to gain weight, but hard to lose it. If you don't go out with us for walks or exercise, you'll turn into a ball, Chengyu teased. I'm not afraid of gaining weight. A red energy enveloped Afura's whole body. She floated up, her body gently swayed, and the excess fat on her waist quickly disappeared, returning her to a slim figure. The fat on her cheeks also vanished, and her round face became a delicate oval. No way. Chengyu didn't expect it to be so easy for Afura to lose weight. I can change my body shape at will, so I never have to worry about gaining weight. Afura landed lightly on the tree trunk, feeling proud. Changing her body shape at will? She could probably also adjust how tight or loose her body was. That would be very exciting. Chengyu felt even more because she lacked social interactions. She didn't have many friends, and her belongings were mostly bought by her servants. Afra's affection for the host increases by 5 points. Afra's affection for Chengyu reaches 55 points. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Chengyu, Mina, and Yvonne take a carriage to Snow City. The tall city walls surround the entire main city. At the city gate, 2 rows of guards patrol, and merchants from various places bring goods into Snow City. Chengyu, Snow City is so lively. Mina, with pointed animal ears and a tail wagging happily, is very excited. She hugs Chengyu's arm and keeps rubbing her head against him. Yvonne walks calmly beside Chengyu, observing the crowd without much excitement. Let's go to the magic materials shop to buy some things. The 3 head toward the center of Snow City. They pass through the fountain square in the city center, turn right, and arrive at the street where the Magic Association is located. They enter a magic materials shop. Boss, do you have wood dragon roots and fragrant herbs here? Chengyu asks the man behind the counter. Yes, we do. Wood dragon roots are 50 silver coins each, and fragrant herbs are 20 silver coins per pound. How many do you want? Give me 50 wood dragon roots and 20 pounds of fragrant herbs. Please wait a moment. Since Chengyu is buying a large amount, the boss calls a staff member to help fetch the wood dragon roots and fragrant herbs from the storage room. Soon, the 2 come out carrying several large bundles of wood dragon roots and fragrant herbs. After checking, everything is correct. Chengyu takes out 29 gold coins and places them on the counter. The boss happily accepts the money. At this moment, a red mushroom on a shelf behind the counter catches Chengyu's attention. Boss, can I see that mushroom? That's a dream mushroom. It's not worth much. I'll give it to you. The boss is in a good mood and generously gives Chengyu the dream mushroom. Dream mushrooms taste delicious and have slight toxicity. They can cause beautiful hallucinations, as if opening a door to another world. Cooking with this mushroom would surely give a wonderful experience. Boss, do you have more of these mushrooms? Dream mushrooms are rare, and Chengyu wants to buy more as backup. Only 1 left. Where did this dream mushroom come from? An adventurer found it in the southern mountains. I bought it from him for 100 copper coins.